Confucian Marxism. A Reflection on Religion and Global Justice. By Weigang Chen. For Ying and Ruoxi, finally. Contents. Introduction, Religion, Civil Society and the Challenge of Global Justice. 1. Part I, Class and the Protestant Ethic. 27.1. Religion and the Problem of the Social. 29.2. Class and Economic Interaction, Historical Materialism as a Theory of Liberal Modernity. 55.3. Legitimation versus Theodicy, Weber's Comparative Religion. 77. Part 2, The Confucian Turn. 95.4. Hegemony and Democracy. 97.5. Class Consciousness or Ethical Hegemony. 121.6. The Confucian Turn, New Democracy and Ethical Hegemony. 157. Part 3, Confucian Marxism and the Protestant Social. 191.7. Communal Cults and World Religions. 193.8. God's Justice on Earth, Sittlichkeit versus the Ethical State. 215.9. Public Hegemony and Sect-like Society. 249.10. Public Hegemony and Sect-like Society. 283. Bibliography. 313 Index. 331. Introduction. Religion, Civil Society and the Challenge of Global Justice. The past century witnessed two great waves of mass movements in the peripheral world. Whereas the first wave of anti-colonial revolutions almost unexceptionally took place under a Marxist leadership, a virtually opposite pattern is found in more recent popular movements in the periphery. Indeed, one does not need to embrace Samuel Huntington's theory of the clash of civilizations to recognize the increasing salience of religious and cultural conflicts in the post-Cold War world. 1. From liberationist Christianity in Latin America to the spectacular growth of fundamentalist Islamism across the Muslim world, and to the rapid ascendancy of Confucian nationalism in East Asia, three recent major trends in the non-Western world have all presented us with a similar phenomenon: religious ideologies and religious identities, once thought to have bargained away their political souls, have now become the driving force in global politics today. 4. How, then, do we explain such a fundamental religious shift in the mass movements of the peripheral world? What accounts for the newly forged alliances between religious traditionalists and secular intellectuals that would have seemed inconceivable a few decades ago? 5. Why, after all, is it the case that precisely at the moment when the West scores a decisive victory over all political and economic alternatives, when capitalism is universally accepted as the only feasible way to rationally organize a modern economy, and when Third World industrialization tears down the traditional North-South structure, thereby marking the beginning of an age of capitalist globalization, there has emerged across non-Western societies an ever more powerful anti-Western backlash and an ever stronger aspiration for cultural assertiveness. Finally, and most importantly, what does this religious turn portend for the world order of the 21st century? Before addressing these timely issues, we need to step back and examine how the question of religion and modern transformation has become a dominant concern in modern social theory. Peripheral capitalism and religious nationalism. The surfacing of liberal modernity that took place in Western Europe and North America more than 200 years ago, as Ernest Lacan and Jean Telmouth have forcefully put it, marked a momentous mutation in the social imagination of Western societies. This mutation can be defined in these terms: the logic of equivalence displaced the logic of differentiation and imposed itself as a fundamental nodal point in the construction of the social. It introduced a new matrix of the social imaginary within which subordination was constructed as oppression, thereby designating the end of a society of a hierarchic and inequalitarian type. 6. In the Kantian tradition, such a radical discontinuity has been conceptualized as the replacement of the primacy of good life by the primacy of justice. No social order may persist without appearing just or being perceived by members of society as just. Indeed, Our intuitive conviction that each one should be rendered one's due is so fundamental that it denies that sacrifices imposed on a few can be made right by a larger sum of advantages enjoyed by many, even by the welfare of society as a whole. 7 However, this does not mean that every social order is equally just or should even be considered just. In traditional or illiberal societies, the notion of justice presupposes rather than defines an account of the basic principles in terms of which social advantages are divided and distributed among individuals. There the principles of justice are derived from what Hegel termed Sittlichkeit, that is, the customs, norms, and expectations inherent in the conception of the ethical life of a given society. According to John Rawls, it is in this relationship between justice and the basic structure of society that the most distinctive feature of the liberal society can be discerned. For what is characteristic of liberal democracy is precisely its claim to social justice, namely, the claim that the primary subject of justice is the basic structure of society per se 8. Thus, for the first time in human history, there emerged a political social order within which each person possesses an initial position of unconditional equality, and any unequal distribution of social advantages among individuals is made on principles and procedures that any equal and rational person would accept and regard as fair and just. This new structure is what we call liberal modernity. The emancipatory implications of liberal modernity well explain why both classical liberalism and classical Marxism shared a common belief in the effectiveness of capitalism in raising growth, alleviating poverty, and promoting equality and civil liberties everywhere, including the Third World. 9 However, what these classical paradigms have failed to anticipate and certainly could hardly explain was what Tom Nairn termed the most brutally and hopelessly material side of modern world history. The persistent uneven development between Western core countries and the peripheral world. 10 Ever since the 19th century, social analysts have been haunted by the puzzling fact that the imposition of basic ideas and institutions of bourgeois modernity, which presumably contributed to the vitality and prosperity of the advanced capitalist center in the West, has produced in the peripheral world exactly the opposite effects. A direct descent into social decay and economic stagnation. 11 In the fashion of Samir Emin, I shall refer to this phenomenon as the paradox of peripheral capitalism. 12 Or peripheral liberal deformation. Nowhere has this paradox asserted itself in a more glaring manner than in the post-communist world today. Contrary to the neoliberal views of the end of history, the eager turn of former communist and developing nations to the free market economy and liberal democracy has not ushered in an unequivocal flowering of capitalism. Instead, the attempt has been repaid only with bitter disappointments, regional and ethnic conflicts, rampant corruption, glaring inequality between the rich and poor, and flagrant lawlessness. 13 The rapid social disintegration of Russia from the early 1990s provides a compelling case in point. Over the past few decades, intensive studies have been conducted, both by Western social scientists and Third World intellectuals, to explore the origins and effects of peripheral liberal deformation. From these studies, two factors stand out as eminently responsible: nation-states and the bourgeois class. Modern economic transformation depends upon the institutional framework provided by a modern nation-state, which alone possesses sovereignty characterized by the authority to maintain an administrative and legal monopoly over a territory and to exercise direct control of the means of internal and external violence. 14 Thus the nation-state is defined as a political body of national sovereignty. It constitutes a sharp contrast to traditional forms of states, empires and kingdoms, in which social control rests on a division of labor and a coordination of effort between a semi-bureaucratic state and a landed upper class, which retains considerable local and regional authority over the peasant majority of the population. 15 Modern nation-states first emerged in Western Europe in the aftermath of the Renaissance and Reformation. This historical process is essentially a product of aspirant middle classes, who typically play a decisive role in creating a popular national identity. 16 Or what Benedict Anderson has termed a new form of imagined communities. 17 The result is the emergence of a voluntaristic type of nationalism, which defines the nation as a rational association of free and equal individuals in a given territory. Ironically, this voluntaristic, bourgeoisie-centered model of state building, when applied to or introduced into non-Western countries, has become a standard recipe for social and political disaster. With the breakdown of traditional forms of political power, what has emerged to replace them is anything but national consciousness or an imagined community. Instead, the whole society is fragmented into numerous forms of regionalism, linguistic and religious assertions, and tribal or ethnic loyalties, leading to a typical Hobbesian situation: regional and ethnic conflicts, clientelism, lawlessness, ineffective government and, consequently, economic stagnation. 18 The significance of this typical situation of peripheral liberal deformation for our understanding of the modern world system is obvious. Nearly a century ago, it was precisely the convergence of a weak native bourgeoisie and the social disintegration in Russia that forced Lenin, Trotsky, and other Russian revolutionaries to abandon the Marxist orthodoxy regarding the revolutionary role of the bourgeoisie and to propose the idea of hegemony. Central to the idea is the assertion that peripheral nation building could be accomplished only through carrying out a non-bourgeois democratic revolution on the basis of a national popular identity organized by a revolutionary vanguard party. 19 It was a similar crisis of bourgeois liberalism in China and many other peripheral countries that pushed these nations to the Russian route. As a result, there emerged what Benedict Anderson has termed official nationalism, which is characterized by a mixture of modern nationalism and the dynastic intention of old empires. Forged and led by intellectuals and political elites. 20 Not surprisingly, during the mid-20th century, this state-centered nationalism set the stage for a great wave of anti-colonial national movements that swept across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. For the convenience of discussion, I shall term this type of nationalism peripheral religious nationalism or hegemonic nationalism to highlight its illiberal, non-bourgeois character. The central role of hegemonic nationalism in peripheral modernization can be judged from the fact that almost all recent successful instances of Third World industrialization have taken place in countries that have grounded state building on hegemonic nationalism and adopted a deliberately illiberal or de-Western strategy of development. The best example, of course, is the case of the East Asian miracle. 21 Since the 1970s, East Asian countries, collectively referred to as high-performing East Asian countries, have experienced extraordinarily high rates of growth in the GNP per capita, higher than those of any other group of countries in the world, including the advanced core countries. 22 Such remarkable successes, as many analysts have pointed out, were attributable primarily to the model of the developmental state. 23 Or the post-Confucian mode of modernity. 24 By drawing inspiration from native cultural values and norms, the HPs have called into question virtually all the basic assumptions of the Eurocentric models of development. The most dramatic instance of the developmental state model can be found in the recent gigantic economic growth of China, which, unlike other former socialist regimes, still remains a single-party state. This huge nation was on the list of the poorest countries until 1979, when it started market reforms. Today, its remarkable rate of sustained economic growth over the past 3 decades has brought forth the speculation that China has become the most powerful foe that the United States has ever had to confront. 25 And, within the next 20 years, will definitely replace it as the world's dominant power. 26 The rise of China as a formidable economic power, which constitutes such a sharp contrast to the ineffective struggle of Russia and other former socialist and developing countries, forces us to reach a near paradoxical conclusion: given the persistence of peripheral liberal deformation, deliberalization or de-Westernization is almost a logical prerequisite for the upward mobility of a peripheral nation within the capitalist world system controlled and dominated by the Western core countries. Only against this background may we understand why there is currently a widespread resentment across the peripheral world to human rights imperialism, why peripheral nations insist on the primacy of national sovereignty over democratization, and why it is in the realm of culture that emerging market nations in Asia and Latin America now feel most threatened and in which they are most insistently demanding independence and freedom from Western domination. 27 Not surprisingly, The past few decades have witnessed a burgeoning movement across the non-Western world that seeks to Confucianize or Islamize modernity by effectively resisting Western values, institutions, and practices. Point 28. The Hegelian East contra the Kantian West, the Weberian legacy. It may be noted at this juncture that the experience of the peripheral world seems to fit the diagnosis of the crises of bourgeois modernity made by Hegel and other communitarian philosophers and social theorists. This is crucial to our discussion, for it brings the problem of peripheral capitalism to the heart of the long-term controversies over the nature of liberal modernity between liberalism and neo-Aristotelianism or neo-Hegelianism. 29. As a theory of social construction, the whole edifice of the liberal tradition builds upon the Kantian notion of moral autonomy, which sets the unsituated self against both the Sittlichkeit, or the ethical way of life of society, and one's empirical inclinations, desires, and interests. An appropriate point of reference for considering the central role of Kantianism may be found in the idea of the primacy of justice as explicated by Rawls. Social justice, defined as the basic structure of society, presupposes the existence of a pre-political state of nature and the possibility of a public perspective shared by the contracting parties, which, ironically, may least likely exist in the absence of a political order. The perplexity highlights the centrality of the duality of human existence for collective action. 30. Accounting for the predominance of political society in pre-modern social formations, notably the fundamental contrast between the public realm of the polis and the private realm of economic activities in Greek city-states. 31. From this perspective, the primacy of justice presupposes what Hannah Arendt has characterized as the rise of the social. 32. The elevation of the private realm of labor into the public realm, or, more simply, the institutionalization of private people's public use of reason. 33. 29. Salah Ben Habib, In the Shadow of Aristotle and Hegel, in Michael Kelly, Hermeneutics and Critical Theory in Ethics and Politics, pp. 227-252. 30. Émile Durkheim, On Morality and Society, Selected Writings, ed. Robert N. Bellat, pages 149-166. 31. C. Alastair MacIntyre, After Virtue, A Study in Moral Theory, Hannah Arendt, The Human Condition, p. 12f. 32. Arendt, The Human Condition, p. 38f. 33. C. Jürgen Habermas, Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit, Untersuchungen zu einer Kategorie der bürgerlichen Gesellschaft. For the English translation, see The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere, an inquiry into a category of bourgeois society, trans. Thomas Berger. Religion, Civil Society and the Challenge of Global Justice. 9. Framed as such, the social or civil society assumes the possibility that private people can reason publicly. The question, of course, is how this is possible. This perplexity allows us to understand why the Kantian notion of moral autonomy or similar constructs about bourgeois subjectivity has been so centrally important to the self-understanding of the modern West. According to this deontological view of the modern selfhood, the bourgeois as the privatized individual is actually two things in one, bourgeois and homme. On the one hand, the bourgeois as the owner of goods is profoundly caught up in the requirements of the market and thus subjected to empirical inclinations. On the other hand, however, the bourgeois as human being is the subject of pure interiority that follows its own laws and not any external purpose. This peculiar human subjectivity promises liberation from the constraints of what exists. Whether it refers to the prescription of culture or the necessity of life. 34. For this reason, the split between the bourgeois public sphere and the marketplace, which is constitutive of the bourgeois social in the West, is best analyzed as the institutional expression of bourgeois subjectivity, i.e., the duality of the bourgeois personality. All these conceptual constructs about the private autonomy of the bourgeois class have been formulated to demonstrate how a popular national identity or consensus could be generated from within a civil society where the pursuit of material interests was emancipated from moral passions and became in fact the ruling passion, or, to put it bluntly, How private vices could become public virtues in the modern marketplace. 35 Underlying these constructs is the claim that private persons, when engaged in rational critical debate about publicly relevant issues, somehow begin to look at things from a general perspective while retaining their private identities. The question is, how can this be done without presupposing an Enlightenment notion of the rational subject, who is said to occupy a neutral, ahistorical position and is always capable of subjecting passions to the control of reason, or a Kantian notion of the noumenal self, a disposition of rational beings to act in accordance with ought rather than is. 34 Habermas, The Structural Transformation, p. 55. 35 Salah bin Habib, Critique, Norm, and Utopia, A Study of the Foundations of Critical Theory, p. 6. 10 Introduction. The argument against various versions of the unsituated self will be analyzed in the subsequent discussion. Suffice it here to note that the essence of the critique, to use Hegel's terminology, lies precisely in the problem concerning the possibility of the second nature. 36 Viewed from this perspective, the idea of public use of reason by private people is self-contradictory. Public reasoning cannot but presuppose a sharp distinction between the private self and the public self, a distinction that stands at the heart of any form of Sittlichkeit, the traditional teleological scheme of good life. Hegel accordingly predicted that the bourgeoisie as private people was by nature incapable of building up any meaningful social order, needless to say an imagined community, and that no construction of a modern nation-state would be possible without the determinant role of the ethical state, which alone could serve as the ultimate locus of the general will of the nation or the ethical life in and for itself. 37 In a crucial sense, Marx's historical materialism can be seen as a materialist defense of the liberal idea of bourgeois civil society. 38 In response to Hegel's relentless critique of the Kantian notion of the transcendental self, Marx sought to reconceptualize the rise of the social in terms of the fundamental changes in the conditions for the reproduction of material production. Any theory of social formation must begin with a simple but extremely important fact, namely, that every economic system has to make provisions for its own reproduction over time. 39 This process first and foremost involves the reproduction of the labor force as historical subjects, who are alone capable of collective action. In pre-capitalist societies, the separation of material production from the public dimensions of social life, which are essential to the reproduction of material production, renders necessary the existence of an autonomous state that serves as the locus of the public life of society. This is why in the earlier epochs of history, the common interest, out of its contradiction to the particular interest, has to take an independent form as the state, which is. 36 G. W. Hegel, Grundlinie der Philosophie des Rechts oder Naturrecht und die Staatswissenschaft im Grundriss, Werke 7, 151. For the English translation, see Elements of the Philosophy of Right, ed. Alan W. Wood and trans. H. B. Nisbet. 37 Hegel, Grundlinie der Philosophie des Rechts, 302. 38 Louis Althusser, For Marx, p. 108. 39 Louis Althusser, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, in his Lenin and Philosophy and Other Essays, trans. Ben Brewster, pages 127 to 188, Nicholas Abercrombie, Stephen Hill, and Brian S. Turner. The Dominant Ideology Thesis, pages 22 to 23. Religion, Civil Society, and the Challenge of Global Justice 11. Divorced from the real individual and collective interests, and, at the same time, functions as an illusory community. 40 What is characteristic of a modern capitalist economy, by contrast, is precisely its capacity for self-reproduction, that is, its capacity to organize social interaction completely on the basis of economic relations. This economic form of social interaction finds its material presence in the emergence of socialized humanity, namely, modern industrial classes. With the rapid transformation of the laboring masses into modern industrial classes, the old tension between the particular and general interests is no longer of central significance for social formation, for the simple reason that class interests have replaced general interests as what generate and sustain public life. Bourgeois society in this view is revolutionary and emancipatory by nature, precisely because the economic activity has arrived at the point where it becomes the dominant factor in every aspect of social life, private or public, or to put it differently, precisely because the superstructure is now determined by the economic base. As Lukács points out, the emergence of modern industrial classes for Marx is to be understood as a process of reappropriation, a process through which individuals come to recognize that the relation to the totality of society is an integral part of their self-activities as social beings. Now man becomes, in the true sense of the word, a social being. Society has become the reality for man. 41. The prevalence of capitalist deformation in the non-Western world has certainly called into question the Marxist notion of socialized humanity. In so doing, it has brought into sharp focus the conceptual force of the Hegelian perspective as well as its current relevance. It demonstrates that rational egoists collectively called the bourgeoisie are normally neither rational nor autonomous nor socialized, that a free market economy without an effective political legal regulation is normally a system of cheats, that the liberal state, which is supposed to be separated from the ethical life of any historical community, is normally of no public nature, that since no power could ensure that the state would act publicly, and since nothing could prevent those who control the coercive force of the state from using that force as their private capital, there normally exists the unholy marriage of political and economic power, whereby money buys influence, and power attracts money. 42. And, as a result of all this, that a capitalist society based on the principles of market economy and liberal politics is normally a society of rampant corruption. In this connection, it may be argued that what is really at issue in the paradox of peripheral liberal deformation is not so much the question of why liberal modernity has failed in the periphery as the question of how it could ever have succeeded in the West in the first place. Here the Weberian tradition comes in. In his famous comparative studies on the economic ethics of Chinese, Indian, Jewish, and Protestant civilizations, Weber conceded that liberal democracy, defined as a polity on the basis of a consensual contract among autonomous, rights-bearing individuals, may provide little solution to the dilemma of collective action characteristic of a market society. It does not follow, however, that the Kantian theses on the primacy of justice and moral autonomy are purely philosophical speculations. Rather, they are abstract reflections on the concrete cultural and political processes in the historical development of Occident civilization. In Weber's view, Kant is certainly right in asserting that the cognitive evolution from substantive rationality to formalistic rationality, from the primacy of the ethical life to the primacy of justice, holds the key to the emergence of legal domination and rational capitalism in the West. What Kant has overlooked is the fact that such an evolutionary process is itself rooted primarily in the particularity of the religious orientation of Occidental civilization and, therefore, is historically contingent and culturally specific. It is these unique cultural traits that account for the predominance of civic norms and networks of civic engagement in Western core countries, which breed and sustain an individualistic ethics of conscience and responsibility and hence the practice of public reasoning by private people. 43. By contrast, the absence of such civic roots in non-Western societies would create a kind of uncivic capitalist system in which defection, distrust, shirking, exploitation, isolation, disorder, and stagnation intensify one another in a suffocating miasma of vicious circles. 44. In this setting, one should only expect a Hobbesian or Hegelian solution, which compensates for instabilities through authoritarian institutions. The challenge of global justice, cosmopolitanism or equal justice. It is not difficult to find certain striking parallels between peripheral religious nationalism and the Weberian tradition. Just as peripheral nations insistently demand that human rights be considered in the context of national and regional particularities and various historical, religious, and cultural backgrounds, 45 So Western culturalist analysts and communitarian philosophers appeal to values rooted in inherited national, religious, or ethnic identities as the inescapable framework within which all issues of justice and modern transformation should be addressed. This convergence, however, is profoundly revealing. For it brings to the fore the limits of the developmental state model as an alternative to liberal modernity in a most glaring manner. As Edward said, Brian S. Turner, and others have rightly observed, 46 The Weberian line of analysis is closely associated with the Orientalist legacy in the Western social sciences. It carries the central implication that non-Western societies, for lack of various desirable cultural traits, simply deserve to be caught in the dilemma between social disintegration and authoritarianism. Here lies an apparent dilemma that any peripheral nationalist or multiculturalist position has to face. It certainly could be argued that the moral point of view advocated by prominent thinkers of the liberal tradition like Kant, Habermas, or Rawls is nothing but an Occidental discourse about reason, which is a mere contingent product of linguistically socialized, finite, and embodied creatures. The irony, however, is that in making such an argument, one is actually asserting that only some specific groups of Homo sapiens deserve or can afford to reason about general rules governing their mutual existence from the standpoint of a hypothetical questioning: under what conditions can we say that these general rules of action are valid, not simply because they are what you and I have been brought up to believe, or because my parents, my synagogue, my neighbors, my tribe say so, but because they are fair, just, impartial, in the mutual interest of all. 47 This is more than a normative issue. It has tremendous practical implications in the present age of globalization. Globalization, as so many analysts have pointed out, is by nature supranational or transnational. It would inevitably intrude on national economic sovereignty and, accordingly, undermine national sovereignty from within by fragmenting the national economy. 48 The erosion of nation-states, in turn, would necessitate a political, social, and cultural framework at the world level that can give coherence to the overall management of the system. 49 In Thomas Pogge's words, there is only one global order, and the challenge is to develop principles and institutions for governing it. 50 It is hardly surprising, then, that some of the best minds in the West have already begun thinking about the prospect of cosmopolitan justice, defined as the extension of liberal principles of justice to the global order. Habermas, for instance, recently advocated a model of cosmopolitan law, which confers actionable legal rights directly on individuals and mandates the creation of supranational political agencies and institutions to ensure the implementation of human rights at a global level. 51 In the same vein, Charles Beats and Thomas Pogge argued that Rawls' justice as fairness can be transformed directly into a theory of international justice. 52 In this view, global justice is to be construed as a cosmopolitan reformulation of domestic justice as fairness, which takes as its protagonists not citizens of a liberal society but instead all human beings regarded as citizens of the world. 53 A just global society, accordingly, will be a fair system of cooperation among global citizens, with all of them being regarded as free and equal. In spite of its good intentions, the cosmopolitan approach displays a glaring negligence of the central question regarding global governance. What does such a liberal vision of transnational governance portend for the non-Western world? It is certainly true that Third World industrialization, especially the rapid rise of East Asian countries into the epicenter of global capital accumulation and transnational production, marks the beginning of a new phase of the historical development of capitalism, within which the capitalist mode of production has become, for the first time in modern history, an authentically global abstraction, divorced from its historically specific origins in Europe. 54 Nonetheless, keeping in mind the decisive role of hegemonic nationalism and the developmental state in peripheral modernization, it can be said that globalization, defined as the expansion of capitalism to non-Western regions and the emergence of a highly integrated world economy, presupposes a structural differentiation between Western voluntaristic nationalism and peripheral hegemonic nationalism, that is, between liberal nation-states and peripheral developmental states. Moreover, this new global structure is not only differential but also hierarchical. Because of the persistent effects of peripheral liberal deformation and the juxtaposition between liberal and hegemonic nation-states, the old three-tiered structure of the global hierarchy that took shape after the 1917 Russian Revolution, as Habermas has rightly indicated, remains basically intact within the present world system. 55 The Third World today consists of territories of peripheral capitalist deformation, where the state infrastructure and monopoly of the means of violence are so weakly developed or have disintegrated to such an extent that indirect violence of a mafia-like or fundamentalist variety disrupts internal order. 56 By contrast, the Second World consists of those nation-states in the periphery that seek to compensate for instabilities through authoritarian institutions and native values. As a result, some of them have achieved a remarkable success in industrialization. Only the states of the First World in Europe and North America can afford to harmonize their national interests with the norms that define the universalistic, cosmopolitan aspirations of the United Nations. It is in this pattern of globalization by hierarchical differentiation that some of the most profound contradictions of the present world system can be clearly discerned. With hegemonic nationalism and developmental states as their only resource for survival in the capitalist system, peripheral nations have already been dragged by processes of economic globalization into an almost impossible situation. They are forced to move simultaneously in two completely opposite directions, to be nationalistic while allowing themselves to be denationalized, to be radically multicultural or anti-Western while subjecting themselves to supranational institutions governed by norms of Western liberalism. In this context, there is little doubt that any attempt on the West's part to impose a global regime of liberal democracy would have the effect only of depriving peripheral nations of the very means that have been so critical to most successful instances of peripheral industrialization: the national sovereignty to manage internal affairs and the rights to regulate multinationals and promote domestic businesses. 57 It should be obvious that neither liberal universalism nor peripheral culturalism may provide a reliable solution to the current crises of globalization and the challenges of global justice. The only solution is located in the possibility of equal development in the sense that each nation should afford to harmonize its national interest with the ideals of social justice or, in Lacan and Mauth's terminology, the logic of equivalence. If so, the following question becomes essential: given the historical specificity of the Western bourgeoisie and its decisive role in the reproduction of liberal democracy, how then can we define or even perceive the logic of equivalence in non-bourgeois peripheral terms? Put briefly, is it possible to develop a notion of the primacy of social justice that transcends the limits of liberal democracy and, therefore, can be applied to all the settings? To distinguish this issue from the liberal concerns with cosmopolitan justice, we may speak of it as the problematique of global justice. It should also be obvious that any attempt to address this problematique has to confront the challenge posed by the Weberian legacy. How may one give a full explanation as to why in the West and only in the West the ideal of public reasoning by private people has been materialized while still capable of demonstrating the principles of justice and equality are beyond the peculiarity of Occidental civilization? The liberal logic of Eurocentrism. At the heart of the Weberian challenge is what may be termed the liberal logic of Eurocentrism. It is noteworthy how global uneven development seems to have counter-affirmed but at the same time reaffirmed the liberal paradigm of the social. While the prevalence of capitalist deformation across the non-Western world has called into question the liberal claim to the priority of bourgeois subjectivity and thus confirmed the Hegelian assertion on the primacy of political society for public life, the same phenomenon simply by being a distinctively peripheral occurrence has, simultaneously and paradoxically, underscored the decisive role of the bourgeois class in the formation and reproduction of Western democratic societies. This paradox accounts for the everlasting sway of the Weberian civilizational analysis over theoretical analyses of the modern world order. The whole point of Weberianism, it will be recalled, is to provide an analysis of the developmental history of the West. 58 Precisely because the transition from political society to civil society as anticipated by classical theorists is normally impossible, the developmental history of the West must have arisen out of certain religio-cultural contingencies unique to Occidental Civilization, which alone may breed the crucial precondition for the public reorientation of private wealth bourgeois subjectivity. The Weberian line of reasoning allows us to discern a virtually logical linkage between the liberal paradigm of the social and the Eurocentric perspective. This liberal logic of Eurocentrism can be succinctly stated as follows: given the pivotal role of the Occidental bourgeoisie in the rise of the social and given the historical contingency of this class, one may only expect a permanent disparity between the Kantian West and the Hegelian East. This logic provides us with a crucial vantage point for examining the nature of the dilemma encountered by cosmopolitan views of global justice. It is of vital importance to notice here that cosmopolitan theorists are fully aware of the pressing implications of the Weberian challenge for any vision of a global order of justice. Part of Habermas' famous theory of communication theory, for instance, is designed precisely to demonstrate that the process of religious rationalization described by Weber is beyond the peculiarity of Occidental civilization and lays claim to a universal binding on all civilized men. 59 The rise of modern structures of consciousness in the West, which for Habermas holds the key to the formation of the bourgeois public sphere, is to be explained in terms of the replacement of traditional forms of ethical life by the unavoidable pragmatic presuppositions of speech and argumentation. 60 As these presuppositions of communicative action constitute the very discursive conditions for any mode of social formation, modern moral consciousness rooted in them can be characterized as the self-consciousness of universalistic properties of human communication and thereby transcends the limits of any system of cultural givens. Habermas, however, has never succeeded in explaining why it is the case that the same process of de-ethicalization has led to the moralization of the social world in the West but only become the very raison d'etre of demoralization anywhere else. These difficulties, I would suggest, cast valuable light on the rationale behind the radical change in Rawls' conception of social justice. 61 As has been observed by a number of analysts, Rawls' work in the late 1980s and the early 1990s indicated a dramatic shift toward a more contextualist methodology and, so to speak, a consequent Weberian approach to justice. In sharp contrast to his earlier formation of justice as fairness, which holds that the principles of justice selected from the original position serve as an Archimedean point from which to assess or question the normative validity of any system of cultural givens. 62 The political conception of justice developed by Rawls in political liberalism moves in a totally different direction. It turns justice as fairness into a political conception applicable only to societies that are already liberal. 63 Now we are told that both the primacy of justice and the practice of public reasoning cannot but proceed from a reasonable common basis of legitimacy for societies deeply divided by competing and even incommensurable religions, cultures, and other comprehensive worldviews. 64 In this consensus or the public political culture of a democratic society are latent certain fundamental intuitive ideas. 65 Especially the central idea that citizens ought to relate fairly to one another as free and equal. 66 Thus, just as Weber specified inner-worldly asceticism as the cultural precondition for the emergence of the Occidental self, so Rawls identified the public political culture in a liberal society as an indispensable basis for ordering institutions justly. 67 In other words, justice as fairness is in effect a particular scheme of justice built upon the specific self-image of a liberal society. 68 For this reason, it subjects itself to historical contingencies and, accordingly, is closed. 69 Since persons in non-Western societies typically view themselves as members of their respective groups, and since there simply is no robust global public political culture emphasizing that citizens of different countries ought to relate fairly to one another as free and equal. 70 Rawls firmly rejects any effort to develop his own theory of justice as fairness into an international equalitarian theory. 71 He argues instead that a theory of international justice must build upon established principles of international law that have demonstrated their ability to foster peaceful relations among peoples, including both liberal and non-liberal decent hierarchical peoples. 72 What is required, then, is not a theory of global justice but a theory of international justice that is much less comprehensive. The latter presumes the asymmetry between the domestic order, where egalitarian redistribution is required, and the global order, where it must be rejected. 73 This international approach, needless to say, practically endorses the bygone status quo, that is, the existing hierarchical global order. 74 An even more compelling illustration of the effect of the liberal logic of Eurocentricism is provided by present-day communitarian theories. Neo-Aristotelians or Neo-Hegelians are certainly right in arguing that the liberal assumption of moral autonomy is illusory and can hardly generate any moral order. As Michael Sandel observes, the liberal notion of the moral self, which is presumably freed from the dictates of nature and the sanction of social roles, is conceptually inconsistent and practically infeasible. On the one hand, the asserted moral self is bound up with a vision of the moral universe that the self must inhabit in order to free itself from the dictates of nature. On the other hand, unlike classical Greek and medieval Christian conceptions, the universe of the deontological ethic must be conceived of as a world without an objective moral order. Yet, to imagine a person devoid of attachments and commitments is not to conceive an ideally free and rational agent capable of public reasoning, but to imagine a person wholly without character, without moral depth. In other words, a person totally at the mercy of the dictates of nature. 75 The difficulty with Neo-Hegelians, however, is that their insistence on the primacy of ethical life for any social formation makes it virtually impossible to explain the factual presence of liberal modernity in the West. How, after all, can we conceptualize the distinction between the political and the social without resorting to the ethics/morality polarity? Not surprisingly, when forced to explain the dynamics of autonomous public life in modern Western societies, Neo-Aristotelians have little choice but to tacitly embrace the liberal presumption of moral autonomy by simply characterizing it as a democratic form of ethical life. 76 What? 72 John Rawls, The Law of Peoples. 73 When are, The Legitimacy of Peoples, p. 58. 74 Poggi, Realizing Rawls, p. 246. 75 Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, pages 175 to 179. 76 Charles Taylor, Sources of the Self, The Making of the Modern Identity, Albrecht Welmer, Models of Freedom in the Modern Religion, Civil Society and the Challenge of Global Justice. 21. Is unique to the modern West, thus Taylor advised us, is the modern identity that is grounded in the principle of respect in terms of rights and characterized by the affirmation of ordinary life. 77 In this regard, the modern selfhood buttresses the institutionalization of an equalitarian order, thereby contrasting starkly with traditional Aristotelian ethics. 78 Some have even gone so far as to suggest that liberalism has constituted itself as a tradition precisely by creating its own normativity out of itself. 79 In this sense, liberal modernity is also tradition-bound. This is only a short step from the development of a fully Weberian account of how, thanks to the emergence of an unprecedented form of self-governing in late medieval Europe, the West has acquired its defining feature, the civic tradition or the civic way of life, which is marked by devotion to public affairs and by a steady recognition and pursuit of the public good at the expense of all purely individual and private ends. 81 From this perspective, modern identity and bourgeois institutions of self-government derive from a modern, Christian-inspired sense, which places ordinary life at the very center of the good life and accordingly comes to acquire civic virtues or civic mores essential to self-rule. 82 It follows that, in the non-Western world, where the norms and networks of civic engagement are lacking, the outlook for autonomous public life cannot but be bleak. 83 The fate of each nation in the modern world, therefore, was sealed centuries ago, if not earlier. 84 The Huntingtonian thesis of the clash of civilizations is a logical derivative of this intellectual milieu. World, in Hermeneutics and Critical Theory in Ethics and Politics, ed. Michael Kelly, pages 235 to 236. 77 Taylor, Sources of the Self, pages 11 to 13. 78 Taylor, Sources of the Self, pages 11 to 13. 79 Michael Kelly, MacIntyre, Habermas, and Philosophical Ethics, in Hermeneutics and Critical Theory in Ethics and Politics, ed. Michael Kelly, p. 71. 80 Putnam, Making Democracy Work, p. 87. 81 Michael Walzer, Radical Principles, p. 64. 82 Taylor, Sources of the Self, p. 13. For other works along this line of analysis, see Peter Berkowitz, Virtues and the Making of Modern Liberalism, Richard Dagger, Civic Virtues, Rights, Citizenship and Republican Liberalism, William Galston, Liberal Purposes, Goods, Virtues and Diversity in the Liberal State, Stephen Macedo, Liberal Virtues, Citizenship, Virtue and Community in Liberal Constitutionalism. 83 Putnam, Making Democracy Work, p. 183. 84 Putnam, Making Democracy Work, p. 183. 22 Introduction. Confucian Marxism and the Idea of Public Hegemony. In view of the liberal logic of Weberianism, it becomes obvious that no claim to a global order of justice would be possible without seriously questioning the validity of the liberal paradigm of the social, even if it is taken only as a self-interpretation of the West. Instead of taking for granted the de facto presence of the bourgeois social in the West and seeking to give it a post hoc propter hoc explanation, 85 A theory of global justice must move in the opposite direction and ask whether the religious peculiarity of the Occidental bourgeoisie necessarily indicates the historical contingency of public reasoning by private people. Simply put, it must be a vision of equal justice. Clearly, such a new conception of global justice is possible only when two crucial conditions are met. First, the rise of the social is independent of and prior to the role of bourgeois subjectivity or any mode of modern structure of consciousness. Second, the self-activity of the Western bourgeoisie is actually a contingent effect of the public reorientation of social labor rather than its cause. In sum, the liberal paradigm of the social is best viewed as an illusory self-interpretation of the West, which simply cannot work anywhere, East or West. These formidable challenges constitute arguably the most appropriate framework for assessing the contemporary significance of the Marxist tradition of public hegemony, which is rooted in the Leninist theory and practice of hegemony and represents a powerful Marxist alternative to the Weberian paradigm of the Protestant social. The Leninist scheme of hegemony, as mentioned above, arose as a state-centered solution to the prevalence of liberal deformation across the peripheral world. For this reason, the tradition of hegemony should be perceived of as a forerunner of contemporary peripheral religious nationalism. There is, however, a fundamental difference between the Marxist version of religious nationalism and contemporary religious radicalism. While present-day religious nationalists find in the developmental state a viable alternative to the Western model of liberal modernity, Marxist state builders 86 conceived. 85 As Peter L. Berger and other critics have pointed out, Weber's work on Protestantism as a causal factor for the bourgeois social runs the risk of the fallacy post hoc propter hoc. After something happens, one tries to find causes in preceding events that may not have been causes at all. See Berger, The Capitalist Revolution, p. 162. 86 C. Theda Skocpol, States and Social Revolutions, A Comparative Analysis of France, Russia, and China. Religion, Civil Society, and the Challenge of Global Justice 23. Of such a statist model precisely as what is the problem at issue. They were keenly aware that any attempt to construct a non-voluntaristic form of national popular identity through the practice of hegemony would inevitably postulate a clear separation between the leading sectors and those who are led, thereby resulting in a Bonapartist Caesarist type of nationalism. 87 Accordingly, the very constellation that made revolution possible would turn out to be the greatest roadblock for developing a free society. 88 Such a dilemma was a major impetus for the development of a variety of Leninist or post-Leninist efforts to reconcile peripheral nationalism and the ideals of equality and justice. Ranging from Lenin's scheme of Soviet democracy to Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution and to Mao's platform of cultural revolution, the process reached its culmination in the notion of public hegemony developed respectively by Chinese Marxists and Gramsci. In order to highlight the sharp contrast of this distinctive Marxist perspective on civil society with the Weberian scheme of the Protestant social, we may designate it as Confucian Marxism. 89 The phrase Confucian Marxism in this connection is to be interpreted in two interrelated ways. Firstly, it denotes, so to speak, the Weberian moment of the Comintern. The moment found its clearest expression in the Confucian shift within Chinese Marxism during the Yan'an period, a shift that represented a sophisticated effort to mesh a mass democratic revolution with the Confucian ethical legacy. Secondly, and more specifically, Confucian Marxism denotes the theory of public hegemony as a Marxist alternative to Weber's account of the Protestant social. Central to this theory is the development of an ethical conception of the social that denies any significance to the role of private autonomy in the public reorientation of material production. In this view, the real source of autonomous public life lies in the ethical substance of the traditional ethical polity. The elevation of social labor to the public realm, therefore, is to be understood as a historical process through which the laboring masses reappropriate the ethical public sphere of political society. For this reason, the social is to be conceptualized as the public ethical, namely, public hegemony. This study seeks to explore the significance of the Confucian Marxist approach to civil society for the current challenge of global justice by contrasting it to the Weberian scheme of the Protestant social. To provide a general conceptual framework for that inquiry, Part I examines a number of major developments in modern Western social thought that prepared the ground for the rise of Weberianism as a dominant perspective on the modern world order. It begins with a brief exposition of the controversy between liberalism and Hegelianism over the problems of the social and modern subjectivity. This is followed by an analysis of the rationale of the Marxist theory of historical materialism. As a response to the Hegelian assertion of the state as the truth of civil society, the theory attempted to reconstruct the primacy of the social over political society by replacing the Enlightenment notion of the unsituated self with the for itself of modern industrial classes, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat. For this reason, the economic determinants of class formation became of central importance to Marx's analysis of the role of class subjects in modern civil societies. The limits of historical materialism turned out to be especially evident when it was applied to the peripheral setting, where the source of liberal deformation lay precisely in the absence of a competent native bourgeoisie. The rise of hegemonic nationalism in the Russian Revolution and other peripheral nationalist movements underscored the unique civic ethos of the Occidental bourgeoisie, thereby placing the Weberian civilizational scheme at the heart of theoretical deliberations on the core/periphery distinction at the global level. Weber's account of the religious roots of the Occidental bourgeoisie, as is to be argued in Part II, provides an appropriate point of reference for understanding the fundamental dilemma encountered by Marxist revolutionaries in their efforts to initiate a democratic mass revolution in the peripheral setting. The paradox of hegemony is essential to our understanding of the basic tenets of Leninism, especially the notions of class hegemony and Soviet democracy. The concept of class hegemony was developed to make a sharp distinction between traditional state hegemony and the proletarian supremacy in modern mass movements. The fundamental tensions inherent in the notion of class hegemony, however, created an inevitable clash between the narrow class interests of rural labor and those of the peasants' majority. The predicament of Leninism gave rise to a powerful trend among Comintern strategists to transform Marxism into an ideology, a religion, or a faith. Such a religious shift was most manifest in Gramsci's concept of ethical hegemony and the Confucian turn within Chinese Marxism. Given the implicit congruity between Weberianism and the Marxist tradition of hegemony, it came as little surprise that the question of how to develop a Marxist alternative to the Weberian scheme of the Protestant social became a matter of vital concern for Comintern Marxists. The theory of public hegemony emerged in those circumstances. This is the subject of Part 3. The defining feature of the theory is its tendency to identify the mechanism of domination by religious differentiation as the key to the analysis of the role of the state in social reproduction in pre-modern political societies. In this view, the monopoly of the ethical political sphere by the ruling group constitutes the basis of its symbolic power, which in turn paves the way to its access to political and economic power. The rise of the social, from this perspective, is to be defined as the private realm's appropriation of the ethical content of the state, which is now estranged from the state and assumes its own existence in traditional intellectuals and classical education. Civil society, accordingly, is to be conceived of as the ethico-political sphere in the private realm of labor. It is in this sense that Gramsci suggests to redefine civil society as the image of a state without a state. In this connection, the Protestant social described by Weber is to be analyzed as a specific form of public hegemony, the private ethical. Due to the peculiar cultural conditions created by the Reformation, the appropriation of the ethico-political sphere by private sectors had been made in such a fashion that the sphere became the private property of the dominant economic grouping, cut off from the rest of society. Public hegemony was thus transposed to the subculture of the dominant economic group, under the guise of its internal or intimate space. The assimilation of the ethico-political sphere into the sphere of the production of material life, accordingly, holds the key to the secret of bourgeois subjectivity. This process not only explains why the private realm began to assume public significance in the early modern Europe, even more significantly, it also allows us to specify the very conditions under which the European bourgeoisie as a modern class was born. Viewed from this perspective, bourgeois civil society is best understood as a civic mode of domination by cultural differentiation. Since the dual role of the bourgeois class results from the appropriation of the ethical domain by the realm of labor as well as the bourgeoisie's monopoly of the ethical as its subculture, the subsociety of the dominant economic group constitutes the de facto institutional base for the formation of the public of private people in Western democratic societies. What is characteristic of bourgeois publicness, then, is a structural split within bourgeois society between, on the one hand, the private ethical as the institutional base of public reasoning and, on the other, the bourgeois public sphere as the manifestation of bourgeois publicness. Simply put, the dynamics of the bourgeois social derives precisely from its role as the private ethical. This distinctive view of bourgeois democracy carries a number of important implications for theoretical analyses of global justice. It points to the ways in which the mechanism of symbolic isolation through assimilation, which holds the key to domestic civic ethnicity in Western democratic societies, has been used by Western powers to systematically create the core/periphery disparities at the global level. As in the case of minority groups, the more a non-Western nation incorporates itself into the global culture of liberal democracy, the more it is symbolically isolated from the very culture of the Western bourgeoisie that is actually the dominant culture of the capitalist world order, the more it is marginalized within the world order, and the more it is condemned for its Oriental traits. In this sense, uneven development can be properly characterized as a global expansion of racial disparities within the capitalist core. The solution to the challenge of global justice, accordingly, lies in the possibility of constructing a public ethical sphere, or what Gramsci terms the public ethical state, in which each non-ruler is ensured a free training in the skills necessary for governing. Part 1. Class and the Protestant Ethic. Chapter 1. Religion and the Problem of the Social. Ever since Kant, concern over the role of bourgeois subjectivity in shaping autonomous public life has been at the core of the self-understanding of the modern West, as is evidenced by the works of the great thinkers in modern social theory, such as Marx, Tocqueville, Durkheim, Weber, and, more recently, Rawls and Habermas. Part I of this book examines the close conceptual linkage between such a liberal concern and the rise of Weber's comparative scheme of world civilizations as a dominant perspective on the modern world order. We begin with a brief discussion of the fundamental tensions inherent in Rawls's exposition of the primacy of justice, which provide arguably the most appropriate framework for examining the long-term controversies between liberalism and Hegelianism over the problems of the social and modern subjectivity. The discussion is followed by an analysis of Marx's historical materialism, which seeks to reconstruct the primacy of the social over political society in terms of the self-activity of modern industrial classes. By ascribing the rise of modern bourgeois civil society to a process of deculturalization that involved the abandonment of a dominant religion or a hierarchical system of ultimate values as the organizing principle of society, historical materialism was able to frame modern bourgeois capitalism as an economic mode of interaction, within which political domination is legitimate henceforth from below rather than from above. One viewed in this way, historical materialism may be construed as a radical inversion of the Hegelian assertion of the ethical state as the truth of civil society. Accordingly, it is appropriate to consider Marxism as a theory of liberal civil society. Point 3. The limits of Marx's materialist paradigm of autonomous public life become especially evident when the paradigm is applied to the peripheral setting, where the source of liberal deformation lies precisely in the absence of a competent native bourgeoisie. The rise of hegemonic nationalism in the Russian Revolution and other nationalist movements in the periphery underscores the unique civic ethos of the Western bourgeoisie, thereby placing Weber's comparative analysis of urban religion at the heart of theoretical deliberations on the East/West distinction. Point 4. Social justice and the problem of the social. Social justice, defined as a political social order within which any unequal distribution of social advantages among individuals is made on the basis of principles and procedures that equal and rational persons would accept and regard as fair and just. 5 is clearly based on two presumptions. First, it assumes the existence of a pre-political natural society, in which individuals deliberate upon the principles of distribution of social advantages and decide what type of government or political order is to be constructed on the basis of these principles. This may explain why modern social theory is marked by a persistent preoccupation with the hypothesis about the status naturalis, or the state of nature, in which the only social bonds among individuals are non-political or economic. Second, the ideal of social justice also assumes the possibility of a shared perspective, which would ensure that everyone, no matter how egocentric, will be forced to put himself in the role of each of the contracting parties and to identify himself as what George Herbert Mead terms the generalized other, that is, the bearer of the public perspective. The tensions between these two assumptions are obvious. Without a public perspective, it would be impossible even to say anything meaningful about the legitimate self-interests of a given person in a given social position, simply because egocentric impulses, as Durkheim repeatedly stressed, are inexhaustible and know no limits. But such a perspective is least likely to appear, still less to flourish, in the state of nature or a natural society, where any restrictions imposed by a political order are simply out of the question. In order to show how enlightened self-interest may be reoriented towards such a public perspective, Rawls introduces the idea of original position to place rational egoists in a hypothetical situation, in which no one knows his place in society, his class position or social status, nor does anyone know his fortune in the distribution of natural assets and abilities, his intelligence, strength, and the like. I shall even assume that the parties do not know their conceptions of the good or their special psychological propositions. The principles of justice are chosen behind a veil of ignorance. This ensures that no one is advantaged or disadvantaged in the choice of principles by the outcome of natural chance or the contingency of social circumstances. Point 6. Clearly, the purpose of setting up these restrictions is to ensure that individuals must reach agreements from a public perspective, even if they pursue only their own interests. The question is one of how Rawls can motivate his audience to place themselves in the original position in the first place. Point 7. Even worse, how can he ensure that the audience will be prepared to live with the vision contained in the original position when they return to the real world? 8. Since any original constellation of interests can change at any time. 9. The fundamental schism between société naturelle and the public dimension of social life highlights the central significance of what Durkheim terms the homo duplex for social life. By this term, he means the splitting of the self into two distinct parts. One is private, individual, rooted in our biological dispositions and acts as the carrier of private interest-motivated action, and the other is public, social, and acts as the carrier of public-oriented action. Point 10. In one part of our nature, thus observes Durkheim, we are concerned with sensations and sensory tendencies such as hunger or thirst. But such appetites can only be egotistical. They have our individuality, and it alone as their object. Another part of our nature, however, is concerned with conceptual thought and moral activity, a capacity that is distinguished by the fact that the rules of conduct to which they conform can be universalized by definition. Therefore, this part of human nature pursues impersonal ends, for morality begins with disinterest, with attachment to something other than ourselves. 11. The necessity of such duality for social formation, as elaborated by Hannah Arendt, Alastair MacIntyre, and other neo-Aristotelian theorists, is precisely what accounts for the primacy of the political in pre-modern societies, especially in Greek city-states. 12. At the heart of Greek thought above all in Aristotle stands a fundamental contrast between the private realm of labor and the public realm of the polis. 13. The realm of kinship relations and economic activities is natural, pre-political, and characterized by productive skill, or techne. Since it is related exclusively to the maintenance of life and stands for something that human life has in common with animal life. In other words, this is a sphere of human nature as it happens to be. 14. Or the sphere of the private self, which is tied to needs and wants and, accordingly, not considered to possess sufficient dignity to constitute a way of life defined by the human telos. 15. The realm of the polis, by contrast, is the public realm characterized by praxis, human action directed to cultivating a virtuous character and leading a good and just life and devoted to public affairs. The political sphere, therefore, is the only sphere in which human nature as it could be if it realized its telos. 16. Or human nature that transcends the naturally given prevails. For this reason, politics can be considered the locus of the public self, which embodies an autonomous and authentically human way of life. 17. From this perspective, the conception of justice as the basic structure of society presupposes what Arendt has characterized as the rise of the social. 18. By this term is meant a historical process through which the private realm of labor, which has hitherto remained uncivilized and subordinated to political society, elevates itself into the public realm and becomes of general interest. 19. Society is the form in which the fact of mutual dependence for the sake of life and nothing else assumes public significance and where the activities connected with sheer survival are permitted to appear in public. 20. The social, in this sense, is to be defined as a society of material production that is civilized and public-oriented but, at the same time, opposite to société politique. Throughout this study, we use the term civil society to refer to this specific mode of social formation. The defining feature of the social or civil society, accordingly, is a new mode of public life in which a common will or consensus regarding the general interest and rules governing public affairs is generated through rational discussions among free and equal individuals. It is in this sense that Habermas has characterized bourgeois civil society as bourgeois publicness, or the public of private people engaged in rational critical debate. 21. Since for him rational critical public debate constitutes the touchstone of this new form of public life, we may as well term it rational critical publicness or autonomous publicness. This mode of publicness is in sharp contrast to a variety of political forms of publicness characteristic of pre-capitalist societies, where the public authority of the state identifies itself as the articulator, transmitter, and carrier of the general interests of a society, or, in other words, as the locus of the public realm. Habermas summarizes the relation between the two in the following terms: the bourgeois publicness may be conceived above all as the sphere of private people coming together as a public. They soon claimed the publicness regulated from above against the public authorities themselves, to engage them in a debate over the general rules governing relations in the basically privatized but publicly relevant sphere of commodity exchange and social labor. The medium of this political confrontation was peculiar and without historical precedent: people's public use of their reason. 22. 2 points of Habermas's discussion are crucial. First, civil society, defined as the social, presupposes the coexistence of two domains, the public domain and the public authority. In the public domain, decisions about the general rules regulating relations in commodity exchange and social labor are carried out through a process of rational debating among private people, whereas public authorities are defined merely as the body of administration, whose responsibility is to implement decisions that have been made elsewhere. It is in this separation of the public domain from the public authority or the state that the divergence between bourgeois civil society and traditional political society appears in its greatest clarity. This is because the representation of publicness by public power, or more exactly, the equation of the public domain and public power, is the most prominent feature of political society. Second, the autonomous mode of publicness, in turn, presupposes private people's public use of their reason. This requires a structural split between the realm of economic activities and the public sphere, where the public use of reason ensures that the public discourse about the general interests not be distorted by private or particular interests. Under this assumption, what enables the private people to become the public is precisely their rational critical orientation 23, which manifests itself in the emergence of an autonomous public sphere within the realm of social labor. Framed in this way, civil society as the antithesis of political society relies on the possibility that private people can reason publicly. The question, of course, is how this is possible. This perplexity helps explain why the state/civil society distinction, a cornerstone of the self-understanding of the modern West over the past centuries, did not emerge until the middle of the 18th century. Prior to that, European political thinkers, almost without exception, continued to use the term civil society to describe a type of political associations. 24 Civil society, in this view, was antithetical to the barbaric, non-civilized natural society 25 and, thus, was conterminous with the state 26. Bourgeois society and the dilemma of collective action. The modern conception of civil society as the capitalist market economy was first introduced by the thinkers of the Scottish Enlightenment, as a result of the emergence by the end of the 18th century of a self-regulating market, which demands nothing less than the institutional separation of society into an economic and political sphere. 27 These thinkers all tended to understand the essential feature of civil society not in its political organization but in the organization of material civilization. 28 In this new identification, civil society refers precisely to economic society, thereby reversing the old Aristotelian exclusion of the economic from politic koinonia. 29 Such a fundamental shift in the concept of civil society away from the original meaning of political society paved the way for the Hegelian and Marxian conceptualization of civil society as Bürgerliche Gesellschaft. 30 The most troubling aspect of the identification of civil and economic society is its understanding of the agent of civil society. If the bourgeois is to be understood as homo economicus, then clearly it should be defined as the private person, that is, a totality of needs and a mixture of natural necessity and arbitrary will. 31 Correspondingly, civil society in this sense is nothing more or less than a system of needs. 32 The difficulties and uncertainties of this new concept of bourgeois civil society are best illustrated by liberal thinkers' lack of success in demonstrating how egotistic competition and strategic rationality characteristic of the marketplace can produce normative principles and practices, which are by nature most unlikely to prevail in a system of needs. The very idea of a society of equal individuals, who strategically interact in the market as private persons in accordance with general laws, not only presupposes that these individuals morally recognize one another as free and equal but also presupposes the non-contractual basis of contract, that is, the regulative role of political and juridical institutions, whose operation is precisely what cannot be explained in terms of the strategic rationality characteristic of bourgeois society. Proper. 33 These difficulties bring back the fundamental schism between société naturelle and the public dimension of social life, leading to what may be termed the Hobbesian problem of order, a problem that runs like a thread throughout classical social theory. 34 The liberal conception of a contractual society presupposes a plurality of individuals who are capable of rational action and who know what they want. But this is itself an unreal assumption. The man in the state of nature could not even be the rational being the utilitarian posit. 35 More recently, the same problem has been reconceptualized as the dilemmas of collective action. 36 Market transactions depended on collective goods such as trust and regulation that, ironically, could not possibly be provided by market processes. 37 A contractual social formation, accordingly, was destined to involve a typical Hobbesian situation, in which each individual, in the absence of verifiable, enforceable mutual commitment, has an incentive to defect and rationally expects the other to defect. As a result, each finds cooperation irrational. 38. Social reproduction and Sittlichkeit, legitimation by common religion. A classical solution to the dilemmas of collective action, provided by Hobbes himself, is to have recourse to the traditional authority of political society over the domain of social labor. In this view, if contracting parties concede to the Leviathan the power to enforce comity between them, the state will force profit seekers to do what they cannot do on their own, trust each other. 39. It is noteworthy here that the Hobbesian solution exemplifies what Jeffrey C. Alexander calls rational collectivist conceptions of social formation, which seek to explain social order by describing how conditional forces pattern collective behavior through external sanctions. Point 40 of great interest is the salient continuity between Hobbesianism and present-day neo-institutionalist theories, which put great emphasis on the role of formal institutions in enabling agents to effectively surmount problems of collective action. Point 41. Thus Eleanor Ostro maintains that in the context of a facilitative political regime, the sufficient institutional supply creates situations in which violators are subject to graduated sanctions and in which individuals find it advantageous, credible, and safe to pursue contingent commitment to rule compliance. Point 42. In the same vein, Hernando de Soto has recently identified the lack of an integrated property system as the key to understanding the glaring failures of non-Western markets. Had the advanced nations of the West not integrated all representations into one standardized property system and made it accessible to all, they could not have specialized and divided labor to create the expanded market network and capital that have produced their present wealth. Without such institutional precondition, they would have met with the same fate as non-Western societies are meeting with: black markets, pervasive mafias, and flagrant disregard for law. Point 43. The problem with the Hobbesian solution, as Putnam has forcefully argued, is that it presumes exactly what should be explained in the first place, namely, the public character of the external regulative order. Impartial enforcement is itself a public good, subject to the same basic dilemma that it aims to solve. For third-party enforcement to work, the third party must itself be trustworthy, but what power could ensure that the sovereign would not defect? 44. In short, as Douglas North put it, if the state has coercive force, then those who run the state will use that force in their own interest at the expense of the rest of society. 45. Even more problematic is the neo-institutionalist solution. As Putnam has further pointed out, it leaves unanswered precisely the most crucial question raised by the dilemma of collective action: how can formal institutions that presumably help surmount collective action problems actually be provided? It would seem that the participants themselves cannot create the institution, for the same reason that they need it in the first place, and an impartial lawgiver is as problematic as an impartial Hobbesian sovereign. 46. Underlying these difficulties of institutional performance lies a fundamental distinction between the constraints imposed by external physical conditions and those exercised by an external normative order. Point 47. The distinction, according to Parsons, may be put in terms of the difference between the individual's relation to a rule of health and to a rule of law. Violation of a rule of health leads to consequences that are internally connected to the action and come about automatically. If, for example, a person does not eat sufficient food, the person dies of starvation. By contrast, there is complete heterogeneity between the act and its consequence in the case of a sanction. Point 48. Violation of the rule that forbids murder does not carry its own consequences automatically, for the simple reason that the occurrence of the consequence is dependent on human action. To say that if a man commits a murder he will die in the electric chair is very different from saying that if he does not eat he will starve, for in the former case he will not die unless someone puts him to death. His death is not an automatic consequence of the act of murder taken by itself. 49. The distinction between rules of technique and norms is of crucial importance. It points to two distinct world relations in which an actor may find oneself. Technical rules relate the actor to an objective world of existing states of affairs that is ontologically independent of cognition and orientations for action. This is why an incompetent action, which violates a valid technical rule, is condemned to leading to a failure that is built, so to speak, into its rebuff by reality. 50. By contrast, norms relate the actor to a social world in which constraining institution, while being external to and independent of the action of a particular actor, is by no means independent of all human action. 51. Simply put, social institutions exist and may exist only in and through human action. They are best seen as the externalization and materialization of collective dispositions. 52. The puzzle of institutional performance reveals the paradoxical relationship between human beings and society. As Peter L. Berger argues, it is indisputable that man is a product of society. Every individual biography is an episode within the history of society, which both precedes and survives it. Society was there before the individual was born, and it will be there after he has died. What is more, it is within society, and as a result of social processes, that the individual becomes a person, that he attains and holds an identity, and that he carries out the various projects that constitute his life. Man cannot exist apart from society. Yet, it may also be said that society is a product of man. It has no other being except that which is bestowed upon it by human activity and consciousness. There can be no social reality apart from man. 53. In the Marxist literature, this fundamental issue is conceptualized as the problem of social reproduction, a problem that has been put into perspective by Marx in terms of the following antinomy. On the one hand, man appears as the product of his social milieu, whereas, on the other hand, the social milieu is produced by public opinion, i.e., by man. 54. One of the most sophisticated formulations of the problem of social reproduction can be found in Althusser's well-known theory on the materiality of ideology. It is certainly true that individuals always act within the context of the conditions of their existence, the totality of social structures or relations. 55. Given this institutional objective context, collective action or rule-regulated action is attributable to the coercive and commanding power of authoritative institutions and those in positions of institutional authority. 56. It is also true, however, that the totality of the real conditions of existence is not any essential being out there, for the simple reason that these relations are, in the final analysis, nothing less than the objectifications of structured or patterned behavior of individuals, and their continuous existence therefore depends upon these structured actions. The totality, therefore, can be said to be present in its own effects. 57. It is continuously produced and reproduced by such effects. In this sense, the real conditions of existence are best seen as both determining and determined, constitutive and constituted. So far as the reproduction of social structures depends upon structured actions, these structures cannot constitute themselves as objects outside a discursive condition of emergence. In this regard, the conditions of existence cannot be given objectively to individuals in experience. The best way to conceptualize the relationship between actors and social reality, therefore, is the linguistic model of signification in the Saussurean sense. The signifiers and the signified are two sides of the same symbolic coin. What is denied here is not that such objects as social structures do not exist externally to thought or experience. They certainly exist in the sense that they appear here and now, independent of one's will. 58. Rather, what is denied is the assertion that they can constitute themselves as objects independent of the structuring of a discursive system, since their reproduction, that is, their existence over time, depends upon human actions, which are and cannot but be the effect of the categories and conceptual frameworks through which individuals live and experience their conditions of existence. 59. Because of the signification relationship between actors and social reality, it makes little sense to speak about the truth or falsity of actors' consciousness of social reality, since the effects of such consciousness social practices are directly constitutive of what they signify or represent. The problem of social reproduction brings to light the peculiar nature of the human condition. Homo sapiens, as Berger put it, occupies a peculiar position in the animal kingdom. 60. Like the other higher mammals, human beings must establish relations to the surrounding physical world. These relations are ultimately traceable to adaptive behavior necessary for survival and accordingly bear on what in fact occurs in the objective world. But unlike the other mammals, human beings build a social world for themselves by asking what ought to occur in the objective world. 61 The uniquely normative dimension of the human condition manifests itself most prominently in the aforementioned homo duplex, the split of the self into the carrier of private interest-motivated action and that of public-oriented action. 62 In the works of neo-Kantianists and Weber, such duality is further conceptualized as the causa differentia between two distinct orders of human life, the sphere of being and of normative validity, and, correspondingly, between descriptive and evaluative statements. 63 Whereas the sphere of being is the domain of purposive rational actions directed to the objective world, the sphere of normative validity refers to the sphere of value-oriented actions, in which individual agents and groups are oriented to values and ideas. It is through such actions that cultural values are actualized in institutional orders. This brings us to the core thesis in Althusser's analysis of the relationship between ideology and social reproduction, namely, the assertion that ideology is a representation of the imaginary relationship of individuals to their real conditions of existence. 64 Ideology plays a decisive role in reproducing the conditions of existence by providing an imaginary representation of these conditions. The ideological representation is imaginary, because there is no essential whole given in advance to the imaginary and then pictured in it. On the contrary, ideology articulates the imaginary conditions of existence as if they are true or real. If individuals live in such a system of representations, that is, if individuals take their imaginary relations as real and act accordingly, their actions have the effects of turning these imaginary relations into reality. In this regard, ideology functions by molding individuals as subjects, as bearers of the dominant representations. When these subjects behave accordingly, their actions become practices, that is, rule-regulated actions. Such practices make the reproduction of the existing order of social relations possible. In other words, they secure the tangible reality of these relations. This is what Althusser means when he says that the subject lives his relation to his conditions of existence in an imaginary mode. He offers a remarkable explication of the complicated meanings of this thesis by examining what happens to the individuals who live in ideology, that is, in a system of representations that relate them to their conditions of existence. Given that an individual believes in God, or duty, or justice, etc., his material attitude naturally follows. The individual in question behaves in such and such a way, adopts such and such a practical attitude, and what is more, participates in certain regular practices which are those of the ideological apparatus on which depend the ideas which he has in all consciousness freely chosen as a subject. If he believes in God, he goes to church to attend Mass, kneels, prays, confesses, does penance and naturally repents and so on. If he believes in duty, he will have the corresponding attitudes, inscribed in ritual practices according to the correct principles. If he believes in justice, he will submit unconditionally to the rules of the law, and may even protest when they are violated, sign petitions, take part in a demonstration, etc. In every case, the ideology of ideology thus recognizes, despite its imaginary distortion, that the ideas of a human subject exist in his actions, or ought to exist in his actions, and if that is not the case, it lends him other ideas corresponding to the actions that he does perform. This ideology talks of action, I shall talk of actions inserted into practices. 65. In this sense, social reproduction is understood primarily as a function of subjects, and the principal role of ideology is to constitute individuals as subjects. Hence, all ideology hails or interpellates concrete individuals as concrete subjects, by the functioning of the category of the subject. 66 Ideology, accordingly, only exists by constituting concrete subjects as subjects. The significance of the duality of human existence for our understanding of the problem of social reproduction is evident. For institutional sanctions to work, there must be a decisive difference between actions based on empirical motives and actions based simply on duty or internal sanctions. Point 67. As Durkheim emphasized, essential to acting agents' commitment to the binding force of norms is a strict distinction between inclination and duty, namely, the sharp discord between, on the one hand, imperatives of self-maintenance, interests in the satisfaction of private needs and desires, and, on the other, moral requirements that demand the actor raise himself above himself. 68. Only when action is directed at duty will the actor take on the obligation himself and make the moral requirements his own. Point 69. It is through such actions that cultural values are actualized in institutional orders. Society thus becomes a reality sui generis. 70. A social order is, by definition, a concrete Sittlichkeit or an ethical polity detached from and standing above the private domain of life necessities. In this sense, Althusser's analysis of the materiality of ideology catches the essence of the Hegelian notion of Sittlichkeit. This notion, as we shall see shortly, refers to the objective ethical order of a society, which, on the one hand, is embedded in its institutions, its collective interpretations of the world, its ways of self-understanding, its customs, traditions, and values, and, on the other hand, serves as the site for the formation of a collective person, a historical subject who is alone capable of performing practical collective actions in the realm of material production. Point 71. Viewed from this standpoint, the process of social reproduction consists of three moments. In the fashion of Berger, we call them ethos, community, and subject. 72. The most important function of society is to produce a common culture that defines the duality of human existence. This normative structure provides an ethic or a set of normative beliefs about the basic structure of a society, especially the maxims of the distributions of wealth, income, and status, thereby projecting an image of the institutional framework of the society as it should be in accordance with these ethical maxims. As this ethic is internalized by individuals through socialization, it becomes for them second nature. 73. As a result, there emerges the homo duplex, that is, subjects capable of praxis or value-oriented action. The emerging subjects, in return, tend to perceive the socio-historical institutions prescribed by the dominant religious ideas and values of the society as what should be understood as right, or more simply, justified. It is through their subsequent actions that society becomes a reality sui generis. 74. In this sense, a justified order is, by definition, an ethical political community detached from and standing above the private domain of life necessities. In modern social theory, Jean-Jacques Rousseau was arguably the first to specify this ethos community subject complex as what defines the legitimacy of an institutional order. If force creates the right to rule, he thus argued, political authority would be simply out of the question, for the simple reason that in such a case the only thing that matters is to act so as to become strongest, and every force that is greater than the first succeeds to its right. 75. It follows that the strongest is never strong enough to be always the master, unless he transforms strength into right, and obedience into duty. 76. Such a transformation is possible when and only when the body politic is put under the supreme direction of the volonté générale, the general will of a society rooted in the force of habit, of morality, of public opinion. 77. The political body may thus be construed as the civil state. 78. The passage from the state of nature to the civil state produces a very remarkable change in man, by substituting justice for instinct in his conduct, and giving his actions the morality they had formerly lacked. With the voice of duty taking the place of physical impulses and right of appetite, the individual, who so far had considered only himself, finds that now he is forced to act on different principles, and to consult his reason before listening to his inclinations. 79. Insofar as our moral obligation derives from such a pre-given understanding of the common good shaped by customs and mores, it must be concluded that conventions form the basis of all legitimate authority among men. 80. Much the same view has been affirmed by Weber. One fundamental fact about social life is the generally observable need of any power, or even any advantage of life, to justify itself. 81. The possibility and stability of an institutional order, accordingly, rest directly on its capacity for engendering inner justifications. 82. As Weber put it, the meaningful content of a social relationship will be called in order only if the conduct is, approximately and on the average, oriented to determinable maxims. 83. But such actions would occur only if the order is also held by at least part of the actors to be exemplary or binding, and thus as one that ought to obtain, that is to say, only if the order is held to be valid or legitimate. 84. An order which is adhered to only from motives of purposive rationality is generally much less stable than one upheld on a purely customary basis through the fact that the corresponding behavior has become habitual. The latter is much the most common type of subjective attitude. But even this type of order is in turn much less stable than an order which enjoys the prestige of being considered exemplary or binding, or as we shall say, legitimate. 85. Common to both definitions of legitimacy is the proposition that legitimacy is to be defined as the quality of oughtness that is perceived by the public to inhere in an institutional order. 86. It follows that no institutional order can reproduce itself over time unless the order is viewed as exemplary, binding, and morally desirable, or, more simply, legitimate for a society, and no such moral allegiance can exist unless the order rests on an ethical ethos and serves as the site for living an autonomous and authentically human way of life. 87. But while conventions or mores are presumably expressions of the general will of a society above and beyond the particular will of any individual or group, they after all have their source in human will and hence could be otherwise. 88. Therefore, as Rousseau himself recognized, such contingent entities are themselves susceptible to the question of validation or legitimacy. On what ground, then, do the existing conventions deserve our allegiance? 89. This challenge is especially revealing. It confirms Mark Lilla's observation that any reflection on political legitimacy has a way of traveling up the chain of causes, first to the cosmos, then to God. 90. It was not a coincidence, as Rousseau observed, that over every political society was set what we may define as civil religion or positive divine right of law. Civil religion, so far as its relation to society is concerned, stands sharply opposed to the religions of natural divine right or law, especially the religion of Roman Catholicism, which can be called the religion of priests. This sort of religion gives individuals two codes of legislation, two rulers, and two countries, and renders them subject to contradictory duties. Instead of binding the hearts of citizens to the state, it has the effect of destroying social unity and stands for the contrary of the social spirit. 91. By contrast, what is characteristic of civil religion is its propensity to unite the divine cult with love of laws, and to teach citizens the service done to the state is service to its tutelary God. 92. Thanks to this unity between religion and the polity, to die for one's country then becomes martyrdom, violation of its laws, impiety, and to subject one who is guilty to public execrations is to condemn him to the anger of the gods. 93. The Rousseauian notion of civil religion, as Arendt has pointed out, allows us to see why virtually in all societies, legitimacy derives from something outside the range of human deeds. It is either not man-made at all or has at least not been made by those who happen to be in power. 94. In other words, an effective belief in legitimacy must be assumed to have an immanent relation to truth. 95. Given this assumption, legitimation, too, has its cognitive dimensions, resting upon certain assumptions about the relations between the knower and the known. Our belief in legitimacy cannot be seen as a product of the institutionalized prejudices of any society, rather, it must be construed as a faithful reflection or discovery of a pre-established order outside and independent of human choice and will. 96. Political societies, in this regard, were not works of human art and will, but were embedded in and even constituted by a larger order of being. 97. It is at this point that religion comes in. Religion, as Berger says, echoing Durkheim, is the human enterprise by which a sacred cosmos is established. 98. By bestowing upon social institutions an ultimately ontological status and by locating them within a cosmic and sacred framework of reference, religion projects the historical constructions of human conduct as directly reflecting or manifesting the divine structure of the cosmos. 99. The relationship between society and cosmos is now viewed as one between microcosm and macrocosm. This capacity for cosmicization allows us to understand why religion has been the historically most widespread and effective instrumentality of legitimation. 100 Religion legitimates social institutions so effectively precisely because it relates the precarious normative structure of empirical societies to ultimate reality, which by definition is beyond the contingencies of the human will and activity. 101 In this conception, the Rousseauian notion of civil religion prepared the ground for the later development of a cluster of common religion theories, ranging from the classical communitarian tradition of Auguste Comte, Numa Denis Fustel de Coulanges, and Durkheim to the Marxist tradition of dominant ideology analyses, in which religion is seen as the key to understanding the problems of social order, control, and legitimation. 102 We can follow Nicholas Abercrombie and his colleagues and formulate the common religion scheme of legitimacy as follows. Due to the problem of social reproduction, no social system can exist without a shared set of beliefs and practices that functions to project the established socio-political order as a direct manifestation of the divine cosmic structure. This common microcosm/macro COSM scheme is reproduced across different generations by the process of socialization within primary relationships or communities such as kinship groups. The normative control of the individual and the legitimacy of the social system are thereby explained in terms of a dominant religion that effectively incorporates all social groupings into the existing institutional order. 103. Moral autonomy versus the ethical state. Naturally, when seeking to theorize about the emergence of autonomous societies within the old civil society in early modern Europe fostered by the highly disciplined life conduct of European bourgeois strata, Kant speculated that the fundamental change within the realm of social labor must derive from the emergence of the moral subject, a subject capable of an autonomous will. 104 Only such a subject could be that something which elevates man above himself as a part of the world of sense, and which enables him to participate in an ideal, unconditional realm wholly independent of our social and psychological inclinations. 105. In this deontological view, the bourgeois as the privatized individual is actually two things in one. Bourgeois and homme. On the one hand, the bourgeois as the owner of goods is profoundly entangled in the requirements of the market and thus is subjected to empirical inclinations. On the other hand, the bourgeois as human being is the subject of pure interiority that follows its own laws rather than any external purpose or telos. This self-legislating subjectivity promises liberation from the constraints of what exists, whether it refers to the prescription of culture or the necessity of life. 106 In this regard, the split between the bourgeois public sphere and the marketplace, which we saw standing at the core of Habermas's discussion on the bourgeois civil society, is to be seen as the institutional expression of bourgeois subjectivity, that is, the duality of the bourgeois personality. The problem with Kantianism, as Hegel and other communitarian critics have pointed out, is that it can hardly defend its claim to the private autonomy of the bourgeoisie without resigning itself to a transcendental realm. This brings us back to the idea of the public use of reason by private people. Underlying this idea is the claim that private persons, when engaged in a rational critical debate about publicly relevant issues, somehow begin to look at things from a general perspective while retaining their private identities. The question is how this can be done without presupposing an Enlightenment notion of the rational subject, who is said to occupy a neutral, ahistorical position and is always capable of subjecting passions to the control of reason, or without presupposing a Kantian notion of the noumenal self, a disposition of rational beings to act in accordance with ought rather than is. The problem with various liberal versions of the unsituated self, to use Hegel's terminology, lies precisely in the possibility of the second nature. 107 The asserted autonomous self does not have at his disposal an immediate intuition of his existence and essence as a rational being. Any rational reflection must be mediated in the sense that it is to be cultivated and objectified by the ideas, works, and institutions of its socio-cultural context. 108 Viewed in this way, the idea of public use of reason by private people is self-contradictory. Public reasoning cannot but presuppose the pre-existence of a public self. It is in this context that Hegel's notion of Sittlichkeit becomes relevant. As any reader of Hegel knows, This notion refers to the norms of a society's public life as embedded in established social institutions. 109 By this, he means the normative structure of the public life objectified in the established institutions. Hegel's point is that our moral existence and public dimensions are what we can attain only as members of an ethical community already in existence. Individuals, so far as their normative obligations are concerned, are constituted and permeated by the culture, tradition, and institutions of the society to which they belong. For this reason, we are what we are simply by virtue of participating in the larger public life of our society. As the identity of the individual is grounded in this larger life, it can be said that the ethical life of the community is the essence or substance of individuals. The notion that the community to which an individual belongs represents a higher life and serves as the foundation of one's identity is certainly not unique to the writings of Hegel. Critics of the modern natural right theories prior to him shared the same assumption about the primacy of the public life of a community. Rousseau, for instance, repeatedly contended that the passage from the state of nature to the civil state requires a remarkable change in man, by substituting justice for instinct in his behavior and giving his actions the morality they previously lacked. 110 This transformation is so crucial for Rousseau that he assumes within the civil state private interests should largely disappear and be replaced by the general will or the common good. What makes the Hegelian project distinctive is that it pushes the thesis of the primacy of ethical life to its extreme. If the crisis of liberal democracy is that a rational common will cannot possibly emerge from the coming together of atomistically conceived property owners, then the only solution to this crisis is a restoration of all communal bonds of solidarity that had tied them together in traditional societies. Under this assumption, the idea of a democratic form of ethical life is conceptually inconsistent and practically disastrous. For Hegel, Rousseau's theory of the general will represents an attempt to combine the idea of the primacy of Sittlichkeit and the liberal notion of individuals acting in concert to deal with and to decide matters of public concern. Rousseau is certainly right in putting forward the volonté générale as the principle of the political state and the ethical substance of the individual. The French thinker is also right in maintaining that the general will does not emerge from a volonté d'état, a contingent aggregation of private interests that corresponds to the liberal model of the private autonomy. Nonetheless, Rousseau's theory becomes problematic in considering the general will as the common element arising out of individuals on a contractual or consensus basis. In order to explain how social contract should produce the volonté générale rather than a volonté d'état, he has to have recourse to citizens' habits of heart or in his own words, mores, customs, and especially of opinion. 111 This, according to Hegel, would put ourselves into a vicious circle. Individuals obtain their moral traits, second nature, or public self from the general will, but the general will, ironically, depends precisely on such second nature of the individual. The only way out of this circle, according to Hegel, is to conceive of the universal will as the will's rationality in and for itself, which is unconditionally prior to and independent of the arbitrary will of any individual or group. 112 In opposition to the principle of the individual will, we should remember the fundamental concept according to which the objective will is rational in itself, that is, in its concept, whether or not it is recognized by individuals and willed by them at their discretion. 113 In this regard, the nation-state as the ethical whole consists in the march of God in the world. 114 And the spirit of the nation is the divine that knows and wills itself. 115 It is based on this understanding of the sacralized polity that Hegel proposes his vision of the ethical state. The divine authority of a modern nation-state carries two important implications. First, society must be organized on a division of labor between civil society and the state. Civil society, which is located between the private family and the public state, contains two heteronymous forms: a system of needs, a purely economic sphere of market activities, and a system of integration, a social sphere of associations and corporations. 116 While the former is driven by imminent conflicts of private interests, the latter, like the family, serves as the ethical root of the state in civil society. 117 And, for this reason, is responsible for social integration through the socialization of otherwise recalcitrant individuals. 118 The tension between two modes of civil society is to be resolved through the invocation of the public state. Corresponding to the distinction between the state and civil society is a decisive division between two types of estates, the universal and the private estates. The universal estate is the class of civil servants that devotes itself to the universal interests of a society. 119 Its business is to represent the publicness of society by articulating and defining the legitimate interests and responsibilities of each subaltern estate. By contrast, the private estate refers to the mass of the people. The private estates act as the carrier of particular and private interests. The organic link between the public estate and private estate, between the universal and the particular, constitutes the institutional basis of the ethical life. The submission of the private estate to the public estate, according to Hegel, accounts for not only the possibility of the volonté générale but also that of legitimate private interests. As he puts it, only when it becomes part of the organism, the mass attains its interests in a legitimate and orderly manner. If, however, such means are not available, the masses will always express themselves in a barbarous manner. 120 This leads us to the second implication of the realization of the absoluteness of the general will, the state as the ultimate locus of the ethical life in and for itself. For Hegel, in a modern nation-state, it is neither in the social custom nor in the moral consciousness of the individual that the ethical life is located. Rather, the state as the actuality of the ethical idea or the essence of the ethical spirit underlies and sustains social mores and the moral consciousness of the individual. The state, according to Hegel, is the actuality of the ethical idea, the ethical spirit as the substantial will, manifest and clear to itself, which thinks and knows itself and implements what it knows insofar as it knows it. It has its immediate existence in custom and its mediate existence in the self-consciousness of the individual, in the individual's knowledge and activity, just as self-consciousness, by virtue of its disposition, has its substantial freedom in the state as its essence, its end, and the product of its activity. 121 Hence, if the moral consciousness of the individual is to be cultivated, objectified by the ethical life, then the actuality and the reproduction of the ethical life cannot itself hinge on the arbitrary will of the individual. The ethical life is conceivable only when a system of estates attains its reality in the state as the ethical substance. The state as the carrier of the general interest of a society holds the key to the public character of social life in a nation. It is in fact publicness per se. Hegel accordingly concludes that the symbolic constitution of social collectivities makes it clear that no community could survive without a representative form of politics. The essence of Hegel's objections to liberalism is that the contradiction between the particular interest and the general interest in civil society can be resolved only by recourse to the primacy of an ethical community organized by the state. As is well known, for him the reconciliation of individual autonomy with ethical community comes about only when the mind, having passed through the travail of history, finally comes to understand the world as an exteriorization of itself. In view of the pivotal role of religion in the Hegelian conception of the modern ethical state, it is hardly surprising that religious alienation became a dominant theme in the left Hegelian movement. Defining all the normative, universal, and spiritual elements in the Hegelian ethical state as religion, left Hegelians such as Ludwig Feuerbach claim that the truth of religion is actually the imaginative projection of man's species essence. Religion, however, inverts the relationship between the subject and the object, giving human predicates in the shape of the deity the primacy over what is real, concrete, and human. 122 God is the self-consciousness of man freed from all discordant elements. Man feels himself free, happy, blessed in his religion. The divine being is the pure subjectivity of man, freed from all else, from everything objective, having relation only to himself, enjoying only itself, reverencing only itself, his most subjective, his inmost self. 123 The solution to the contradiction between individual and collective in civil society, therefore, is not to have recourse to the spirit of the state but to eliminate the mythopoeic consciousness that makes God the concentration of human essence. 124 In a crucial sense, the thesis of religious alienation is actually an effort to reconstruct the Kantian idea of innate rules of morality so as to provide a normative ground for autonomous publicness. The opposition between the Hegelian ethical state and the left Hegelian critical principle provides us with an appropriate framework for understanding the originality of Marx's theoretical intervention. Chapter 2. Class and Economic Interaction, Historical Materialism as a Theory of Liberal Modernity. Why class essentialism? It is a commonplace that for Marx a social group should be considered revolutionary depending upon its relation to modern industry. Given this assumption, only two classes are revolutionary in modern times, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie, as the bearer of large-scale industry, is conceived of as a revolutionary class, relative to the feudal lords and the lower middle class, particularly artisans and peasants, who desire to maintain all social positions that are the creation of obsolete modes of production. On the other hand, the proletariat, as the essential product of modern industry, is revolutionary relative to the bourgeoisie, since only this class will strive to strip away from production the fetters imposed by the bourgeois relations of production. Such a class essentialist conception of modern politics finds its most explicit expression in the following passage from the Manifesto of the Communist Party: of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as factions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay, more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the will of history. 1 The question then has to be posed, what accounts for such obsession with large-scale industry in Marx's system of thought? How do we explain the fact that a project informed by critical and apologetic drives should take the relation to industrial forces, which are devoid of any normative or ethical intent, as the ultimate criterion for assessing the revolutionary or reactionary character of a social formation? The standard response to this question is that there coexist in Marx's project two conflicting tendencies that, though in opposing directions, are ambiguously entwined in the same idea of historical materialism. Thus Stanley Pearson observes that Marx's notion of the working class as agents of a socialist revolution highlights tensions between the base/superstructure paradigm of Marxism and its utopian dimensions. 2 Like other left Hegelians, Marx attempted to translate Hegelianism into a program for radical political changes. It was this apologetic drive that motivated him to provide a powerful new rationale for workers who were struggling to assert their interests in the new industrial system. But Marx based these critical and utopian drives on his claim that he had discovered, in his historical materialism, an ultimate grounding for human development. 3 From this perspective, many of the ambiguities in Marx's notion of the historic role of the working class stemmed from this paradoxical synthesis. It is noteworthy that such a point of view is widely shared by many commentators on Marx, whether Marxist or non-Marxist. For instance, based on a similar presumption about the gap between Marx's historical materialism and his critical propensity, Lynn Hunt argues against Marx's class essentialism for its failure to acknowledge how the political language as rhetoric about collective needs and identity shapes the perceptions of interests and hence is a way of reconstituting the social and political world. For the same presumptions underlie the prevailing tendency in neo-Marxist conceptualizations of class structure to substitute domination for exploitation. 5 These presumptions also buttress the post-structuralist claim that Marxism, for its preoccupation with material capital, is never able to theorize on the effectiveness of legitimate symbolic violence in social domination, a phenomenon that, ironically, is nowhere more evident than in the communist regimes that the Marxist discourse had helped create. 6 Needless to say, this line of analysis is insufficient, since it fails to explain precisely why Marx, whose theoretical project is undoubtedly motivated by an overwhelmingly critical and utopian agenda, should have developed a materialist perspective on history in the first place. Marx's class reductionist position on democracy, as I argue in the following discussion, would remain incomprehensible unless it were placed in the context of the communalist criticisms of liberal democracy in general and of the Hegelian critique of bourgeois civil society in particular. By conceptualizing modern bourgeois capitalism as an economic mode of interaction within which political domination can be legitimate henceforth from below rather than from above, 7. Historical materialism presented a radical inversion of the Hegelian assertion of the ethical state as the truth of civil society. 8. In this regard, historical materialism can be seen as a materialist defense of the liberal idea of the bourgeois social. Accordingly, it is appropriate to consider Marxism as a theory of civil society. 9. Class and economic interaction. Like Feuerbach and other left Hegelians, Marx rejects the Hegelian expression of the ideology of the Prussian bureaucracy. In his lengthy critique of Hegel, Marx insisted on the democratic principle of modern history, attacking in particular the idea that the state is independent of and superior to empirical individuals. Hegel starts from the state and makes man the subjectified state. Democracy starts from man and makes the state objectified man. Just as it is not religion which creates man but man who creates religion, so it is not the constitution which creates the people but the people which creates the constitution. 10. Marx proceeds to claim that democracy is the essence of all state constitutions and that to democracy all other forms of state stand as its Old Testament. Nonetheless, while historical materialism can be situated as a particular response to the Hegelian assertion of the ethical state as the truth of civil society, this materialist conception of the social is largely indebted to Hegel. In sharp contrast to left Hegelians, Marx denounces any effort to explain the public reorientation of the realm of labor with appeals to assumptions about the unsituated self, whether it refers to the mythical homo economicus in classical liberalism or the noumenal self in Kantianism or the species essence in left Hegelianism. The analysis of society, according to Marx, must start from the Hegelian contention that the human essence derives from and is defined by the conditions of existence, of which religion is a crucial component. As he put it, for Germany, the criticism of religion is in the main completed, and the criticism of religion is the premise of all criticism. The basis of irreligious criticism is this: man makes religion, religion does not make man. In other words, religion is the self-consciousness and self-feeling of man who has either not yet found himself or has already lost himself again. But man is no abstract being squatting outside the world. Man is the world of man, the state, society. 11. Individuals exist only in interaction with and in relation to others. It is not the single, isolated individual who is active in historical and political processes but, rather, human beings who live in definite relations with others and whose nature is defined through these relations. 12. In this sense, the human essence in its reality is no abstraction inherent in each single individual but is the ensemble of the social relations. 13. Again following Hegel, Marx identified the opposition between general and particular interests as the starting point of the analysis of liberal modernity. The split between private and public life is an empirical fact rather than a mental fallacy. He accordingly rejected the left Hegelian contention that a return to the innate rules of cooperation would, of their own accord, prevail in human society once the religious alienation is overcome. The solution to the puzzle of autonomous public life, therefore, hinges on a radical reinterpretation of civil society per se. It is of crucial importance to notice that Hegel's definition of civil society as the system of needs is an apt summary of the spirit of the political philosophy of the 18th century and of the more concrete forms of its political economy based on various propositions on individual economic behavior, that is, the relations of individuals defined by their particular wishes, personal interests, in short, their needs. 14. Since the mythical homo economicus and its ethical and legal abstraction can hardly serve as the foundation of any social formation, the result will inevitably be either a Kantian notion of individual autonomy or a Hegelian assertion of the state as the truth of civil society. In order to understand the dynamics of modern bourgeois society, according to Marx, we must tackle an issue that has been overlooked both by liberal theorists and by their Hegelian critics, that is, the issue of social reproduction, or the conditions for the reproduction of material production. The first premise of all human societies is the production of the means of subsistence, or the production of material life. For this reason, any theory of social formation must begin with a simple but extremely important fact, namely, that every economic system must make provisions for its own reproduction over time. 15 This involves the reproduction of both the productive forces and the relations of production. The reproduction of the former involves not only the replacement of physical means of production, such as machinery or buildings, but also the reproduction of labor power. In turn, the reproduction of labor power requires not only the provision of food, clothing, shelter, and so on, but also a reproduction of its related skills and, most importantly, a reproduction of its submission to the rules of the established order. 16 The reproduction of the submission of labor power is essential because it holds the key to the question as to how the reproduction of the relations of production is maintained and continuously recreated. In this sense, material production presupposes the interaction of individuals with one another as the precondition for its reproduction. The domain of interaction is the locus of general and public interests, and the relations of interaction are normative by nature. It is in this domain that basic social relations are structured, collective identities are formed, the nature of social cooperation and conflict is determined, and the general and particular interests are defined. Simply put, interaction is the domain where historical agents capable of collective action, that is, social practice or practical activity, are produced. So long as individuals' capacity for production and the form of interaction mesh, intersubjective relations are experienced by those individuals as essentially enabling. In this context, there is no distinction between particular and general interests, since both material activities and social relations are different dimensions of the same process. Marx defines such combination of production activities and the relations of interaction as self-activity. Self-activity, thus defined, mingles the emphasis on individuals' material activity with the normative principle of human interaction as potentially an end in itself. 17 The conditions under which individuals have interaction with each other are conditions appertaining to their individuality, in no way external to them, conditions under which alone these definite individuals, living under definite relations, can produce their material life and what is connected with it, are thus the conditions of their self-activity and are produced by this self-activity. 18 However, things are quite different when there emerge the unequal distribution of property and the division of labor. The division of labor and private property, which for Marx are identical expressions, 19 result in the separation between the production of material life and forms of social interaction, with private interest becoming the sole concern of individuals. The normative dimension of social conditions now appears to be what is external or alien to them. As a result, an unavoidable contradiction emerges between individual and common interests. Just because individuals seek only their particular interest, which for them does not coincide with their common interest, the latter is asserted as an interest alien to them, and independent of them. 20 The separation of the production of material life from the form of interaction, according to Marx, is essential to our understanding of the predomination of political society over the realm of labor in pre-capitalist societies. Due to the relative low levels of material production, traditional societies were characterized by the division of society into a variety of status groups or estates. 21 In these historical situations, individuals were united by natural and communal bonds: family, tribe, the land, and so on. The diversion of subject positions and the antagonism among local communities with their particular interests raised the question of cross-sector integration. To deal with the cleavage among these particular interests effectively, the domain of social interaction had to be constructed in non-economic or political terms. This brings us to the defining feature of pre-capitalist societies, namely, the production of material life was considered as a subordinate mode of self-activity. 22 Out of this very contradiction between the particular and the common interest, the common interest assumes an independent form as the state, which is divorced from the real individual and collective interests, and at the same time as an illusory community. 23 The conflict among the particular interests, which actually run counter to the common and public interests of society, thus necessitates practical intervention and restraint by the illusory general interest in the form of the state. 24 In this context, state apparatuses directly constitute a source of power independent of the interests of any particular social group. Hence, the constitution of social associations in the domain of the production of material life explains why social interaction in pre-capitalist societies usually takes on a political form, in which an independent state acts as the carrier of the public interests of the whole society. As Lukács points out, for Marx the structuring of society into castes and estates means that economic elements are inextricably joined to political and religious factors. And this in turn indicates that the state is not a mediation of economic control of society, it is that unmediated dominance itself. 25 In this light, the Hegelian assertion of the state as the truth of civil society is best understood as an account of the relationship between the laboring masses and the state, which is rooted in the subordination of material production to social interaction for its reproduction. In his famous analysis of Bonapartism, Marx characterizes the Bonapartist state as a typical historical situation within which the traditional mode of representative publicness has reclaimed its central role in social organization. With the absence of effective modern classes, the conflict among the warring strata of the populace, particularly the small peasants, would require the role of a political authority as the mediator between antagonistic groups. In such a context, the state is perceived as representing the interests of a large number of small-holding peasants rather than those of any particular group. Bureaucracy thus represents a social form in which a relatively independent state subordinates particular interests to itself and degrades society to the point of being a mere function of the state. Insofar as there is merely a local interconnection among these small peasants, and the identity of their interests begets no unity, no national union and no political organization, they do not form a class. They are consequently incapable of enforcing their class interest in their own name, whether through a parliament or through a convention. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, as an unlimited governmental power that protects them against the other classes and sends them the rain and the sunshine from above. The political influence of the small peasants, therefore, finds its final expression in the executive power subordinating society to itself. 26 In terms of the connection between the popular masses and the traditional mode of representative publicness, Marx defines the Bonapartist state as an aberration of modernity. Such a state form signals a historical situation within which the one power of the old state is at first only free from its limitation, becoming an unlimited, absolute power. 27. The state as the carrier of the general interests of a society and, in this capacity, as the precondition for social reproduction, highlights the fact that political society in pre-capitalist societies has its source of domination in its symbolic power to create a dominant ideology and forge an imaginary unity. As so many analysts have observed, Marx's concept of the illusory unity suggests that a society cannot exist without projecting a representation of its unity, by means of which real social distinctions are portrayed as natural, the particular disguised as the universal, and the historical effaced as the atemporality of essence. 28 This concept contains two important implications. The real power of the state resides precisely in the representation of an imaginary unity, which is conceived of as standing above the dispersed individuals or groups. The representation of the imaginary unity, Leffert thus explains, marks in itself the place of power, since the imaginary community rules over individuals or separate groups and imposes behavioral norms upon them. In this sense, the universal assumes the task of inserting those who are dominated into their condition of domination and providing those who dominate with the assurance of their position. 29. The purpose of the ideological projection of the universal is to constitute individuals as subjects who are alone capable of collective action. In this sense, the reproduction of the relations of production, in the final analysis, presupposes and primarily depends upon the production and reproduction of subjects, that is, a reproduction of submission to the ruling ideology for the laboring masses, and a reproduction of the ability to manipulate the ruling ideology correctly for the agents of exploitation and repression. 30. The predomination of political society over material production in traditional societies is therefore grounded in the prevalence of a central worldview or a dominant religion that justifies and legitimizes political power by converting power into authority. 31. Marx's concept of the state as the locus of the imaginary unity of a society undoubtedly illustrates how much Marx had learned his lessons well from good old Hegel. 32. His analysis of the ruling ideas has unmistakable functionalist overtones. 33. Indeed, because his characterization of religion as the universal basis for justification so closely parallels the Hegelian Durkheimian views of religion as the general will that knows and wills itself, some analysts have suggested to construe Marxism as the first structural functionalist theory of society. 34. The state, this society, produce religion. A reversed world consciousness, because they are a reversed world. Religion is the general theory of that world, its encyclopedic compendium, its logic in a popular form, its spiritualistic point d'honneur, its enthusiasm, its moral sanction, its solemn completion, its universal basis for consolation and justification. It is the fantastic realization of the human essence because the human essence has no true reality. Religious distress is at the same time the expression of real distress, and the protest against real distress. Religion is the sign of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, just as it is the spirit of a spiritless situation. It is the opium of the people. 35. From this very familiar passage it is clear that Marx's theory of religion can be seen as a specific version of the common religion thesis. Like Durkheim and other social theorists of the Rousseauian Hegelian tradition, Marx holds that the interaction of individuals grouped together in a society and engaged in production leads to concepts, ideas, and values that represent the public dimension of social life and are indispensable to the process of production as a social task. 36. In this sense, religious concepts and ideas emerge from a condition which needs illusions even more significantly, just as Durkheim saw the conceptions of the sacred as symbolic expressions of social reality and asserted God is only a figurative expression of the society. 37. So Marx argued that for the concepts and ideas of interaction to play their crucial role in consolidating and justifying social reality, they must assume holy forms and hide, as much as possible, their social character. These concepts and ideas must therefore mask themselves as saintly entities. 38. But Marx differs radically from Hegel in his argument that all forms of symbolic interaction derive from the separation of material production from the domain of interaction and, for this reason, are to be analyzed as different versions of alienation of the self-activity of producers. This is why Marx portrays the traditional ethical polity as a reversed world and religion a reversed world consciousness. Given that both the independent state and mystification have their source in the separation of material production from social interaction, Marx anticipates a future condition in which the collective will can be realized truly as an integral component of the self-activity of laborers and the collectivity assumes control of its own fate. 39. With the collective will and public interest becoming transparent to producers and reflecting the rational will of their own, religious illusions will disappear and the state will accordingly wither away. 40. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is required for their real happiness. The demand to give up the illusions about its condition is the demand to give up a condition which needs illusions. The criticism of religion is therefore in embryo the criticism of the veil of woe, the halo of which is religion. The task of history, therefore, once the world beyond the truth has disappeared, is to establish the truth of this world. The immediate task of philosophy, which is at the service of history, once the saintly form of human self-alienation has been unmasked, is to unmask self-alienation in its unholy forms. Thus the criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of the earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of right and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. 41 It is noteworthy, as William Connolly suggested, that this notion of autonomous public life as a transparent collective will and order is central not only to the young Marx but also to mature Marxism. 42 As Marx articulates explicitly in Das Kapital, such religious reflections of the real world will not disappear until the relations between human beings in their practical everyday life have assumed the aspect of perfect, intelligible, and reasonable relations as between man, and as between man and nature. The life process of society, this meaning the material process of production, will not lose its veil of mystery until it becomes a process carried on by a free association of producers, under their conscious and purposive control. 43 Briefly, the collective will as the conscious and informed will of producers comes from a historical process within which the sphere of material production comes to reappropriate the domain of social interaction. For Marx, modern capitalist society, with certain important reservations, marks precisely the beginning of such a historic change. The defining feature of a modern capitalist society is its capacity to organize social interaction completely on the basis of economic relations. In other words, modern bourgeois societies come about precisely because the state ceases to represent the imaginary unity of society due to the fact that the common interest of society no longer assumes independent existence in the form of political authority. If the independent form of the state in pre-modern societies is attributable to the subordination of the production of material life to social interaction, then just the opposite is true of capitalist society. Capitalist society differentiates itself from the social formations of the earlier periods precisely in its capacity to organize the form of interaction on the basis of economic relations. Commenting on this fundamental change, Marx and Engels state, while in the earlier period self-activity and the production of material life were separated since they devolved on different persons, and while, on account of the narrowness of the individuals themselves, the production of material life was considered as a subordinate mode of self-activity, they now diverge to such an extent that material life appears as the end. 44 In view of such a phenomenal transformation, we can specify a sharp distinction between two major types of social interaction, with respect to the relationship between the production of material life and the form of interaction. 45 In pre-modern societies, social interaction is external and alien to individuals' activities in material production. In such a case, social relations have to be constructed symbolically, that is, they are constructed primarily in cultural and political terms. To facilitate discussion, we can call this type of interaction symbolic interaction. Correspondingly, we can call the principle of legitimacy pertaining to this mode of interaction symbolic legitimation, within which political domination is legitimate from above. 46 The second type of interaction, by contrast, refers to the form of interaction as the self-activity of producers. We can call this mode of interaction economic interaction, which indicates the combination of the production of material life and the interaction among individuals and, for this reason, is prior to and independent of culture and politics. As Habermas suggests, only in the case of economic interaction can one speak of the determination of superstructures by economic infrastructures. 47 Correspondingly, we will call the principle of legitimacy pertaining to this type of interaction economic legitimation, within which political domination can be legitimate henceforth from below rather than from above. 48 The economic form of interaction, according to Marx, finds its material presence in the emergence of socialized humanity, that is, modern industrial classes. Although Marx and Engels maintain in the manifesto of the Communist Party that the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggles, 49 There is clearly a sense in which they want to assert that class is a uniquely prominent feature of modern capitalist societies. 50 Class itself, as these two founders of historical materialism emphasize, is a product of the bourgeoisie. 51 They develop this class-centered analysis of the bourgeois social in their explication of the significance of the emergence of modern capitalism, in which pure private property has cast off all semblance of a communal institution and has shut out the state from any influence on the development of property. To this modern private property corresponds the modern state, which, purchased gradually by the owners of property by means of taxation, has fallen entirely into their hands through the national debt. And its existence has become wholly dependent on the commercial credit which the owners of property, the bourgeois, extend to it, as reflected in the rise and fall of the state funds on the stock exchange. By the mere fact that it is a class and no longer an estate, the bourgeoisie is forced to organize itself no longer locally, but nationally, and to give a general form to its mean average interest. 52. With the rapid transformation of the laboring masses into modern industrial classes, the old tension between the particular and general interests is no longer of central significance for social formation, simply because class interest has replaced general interest as what generates and sustains the public life. As class subjectivity enables the bourgeoisie to organize itself no longer locally, but nationally, and to give a general form to its mean average interest. Social integration of a capitalist society no longer depends upon the role of the public authority in assuming the carrier of the publicness of society. Through the emancipation of private property from the community, the state has become a separate entity, beside and outside of society, but it is nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois necessarily adopt both for internal and external purposes, for the mutual guarantee of their property and interests. The independence of the state is only found nowadays in those countries where the estates have not yet completely developed into classes. 53 Thus the degree to which class power achieves its dominant status is proportional to the degree to which the state has lost its independence. The modern state, therefore, is to be characterized by its direct dependence on the economic and social power of the dominant class. Parallel to the disappearance of the autonomous state is the elimination of the autonomy of culture and social consciousness. The massive social transformation produced by the development of industrial capitalism marks not only the decline of the old regimes and their established systems of public authority but also the decline of the traditional teleological schemes that characterized and sustained these regimes. Large-scale industry, thus observe Marx and Engels, destroyed as far as possible ideology, religion, and morality, and where it could not do it, made them into a palpable lie. 54 According to this view, the transition from religion to modern rational discourse actually indicates a shift from culture as social practice to culture as a superstructure. Contrary to what the Enlightenment philosophers have asserted, this shift does not mark a revolution in humans' understanding of their world, rather, it first and foremost indicates a process of the differentiation of society into social being and social consciousness, a process through which the economic domain has achieved self-determination and self-legitimization. And religion has lost its practical roles in producing social agents and structuring social relations. Correspondingly, the Cartesian notion of residential cognitance does not mean a revolution in human self-understanding. Rather, it indicates that, with the advent of economic interaction, identity formation can come about solely on the basis of class interest. The constitution of social agency, accordingly, has become increasingly detached from the contingent processes of socialization. In other words, the notion of the unsituated self occurs precisely because of the exclusion of religion from the sphere of social practices, or, to put it more explicitly, precisely because of the increasing irrelevance of religion to the formation of public life in the modern era. Thus, if bourgeois subjectivity is defined as an effect of the deculturalization and disenchantment of social formation, then the real subject in modern societies is not the individual but class. It therefore can be said that modern subjectivity, ironically, rests upon the determination of consciousness by social being. As Marx explains, the Kantian notion of the free will derives from the materially motivated determinations of the bourgeoisie. Kant made these economic determinations into pure self-determinations of free will, of the will in and for itself, of the human will, and so converted it into purely ideological conceptual determinations and moral postulates. 55 The preceding discussion brings us to a central issue in Marxist theory: how do we understand Marx's materialist notion of history? It is, of course, conventional to take Marx's base-superstructure model as a general theory of society. but what such a stance has overlooked is precisely what is of central concern for the founders of historical materialism: how to provide a materialist foundation for the modern practice of public reasoning and social justice. Karl Koski was certainly right in arguing that Marx's theorem of the dependency of the superstructure on the economic infrastructure was never intended to be an ontological theory of society. Rather, it was intended to refer only to modern capitalist society. 56. In the same vein, Lukács contended that the very starting point of Marx's historical materialism is the discontinuity between pre-capitalist and capitalist societies. In the former, economic and legal categories are objectively and substantively so interwoven as to be inseparable, whereas in capitalist societies the commodity exchange emerges, for the first time in human history, as the universal structuring principle of society as a whole. 57. In this regard, Marx's analysis of the nature of capitalist society, contrary to what present-day critics have repeatedly asserted, is based precisely on the recognition of the dominant role of political society and symbolic constructs in the organization of pre-capitalist societies. The central point of historical materialism is that bourgeois society is revolutionary by nature and, in this sense, emancipatory and apologetic, precisely because the economic activity has arrived at the point where it generates its own forms of interaction and thus becomes the dominant factor in every aspect of social life, private or public. In other words, bourgeois society is revolutionary precisely because the superstructure is now determined by the economic base. To put it more dramatically, contrary to the conventional assertion that the base/superstructure paradigm has had the effect of minimizing the significance of the symbolic dimensions of social formation, Marx's argument is that by projecting religion and politics as subordinate domains of social activities that are ultimately determined by economic structures, a bourgeois society is able to elicit a modern universal interaction. 58. Or, in Alvin W. Goldner's words, a culture of non-authority referencing discourse with its emancipatory promises for autonomy and freedom. 59. As Lukács points out, the emergence of modern industrial classes for Marx should be understood as a process of reappropriation, a process through which individuals come to recognize that their relation to the totality of society is an integral part of their self-activities as social beings. Now man becomes, in the true sense of the word, a social being. Society has become the reality for man. 60. Peripheral capitalism and the problem of hegemony within Marxism. Implied in Marx's characterization of the capitalist mode of production as economic interaction are two empirical hypotheses: that the progressive expansion of capitalism to the peripheral world will lead to the emergence of bourgeois revolutions and the establishment of liberal democracy in these areas, and that Europe and North America's advanced capitalism would make them the natural epicenter of proletarian revolution. The limits of this class-centered paradigm of autonomous public life become especially evident when it is applied to the peripheral setting, where the source of liberal deformation lies precisely in the absence of a competent native bourgeoisie. It became increasingly evident by the end of the 19th century that none of Marx's stagist hypotheses about class and democracy had been borne out by the trend of events. 61. The first aspect of the crisis of Marxism involved various developments in advanced capitalist societies leading to the massification of the proletariat. The subsistence and growth of the middle strata challenged Marx's assertion that the objective laws of capitalist development would lead to an increasing proletarianization of the middle sectors and the peasantry and, thus, to a direct confrontation between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Even more troublesome was the second aspect of the crisis, which involved peripheral capitalism, or what Gramsci described as the phenomenon of passive revolution. 62. By this was meant a whole series of historical situations in the peripheral world, where the bourgeois revolution did not lead to the concomitant elimination of the old feudal classes. Instead, the old feudal forces maintained a political role in the form of the state, gradually being transformed from an economically and politically dominant class into a governing group serving the socio-economic dominance of another class, the bourgeoisie. 63. In other words, passive revolution indicated a process of modern transition within which the absence of a competent bourgeois class made it necessary for the state to undertake the transformation of society's structures and institutions. 64. The phenomenon of passive revolution, therefore, presented a disjunction of the economic and political levels of a social formation that pointed to a kind of enlargement of the state, rather than a radical reduction of state power. It was in response to the situation of passive revolution or the crisis of liberal deformation in Russia that the problem of hegemony took on a central significance for Russian revolutionaries. As Perry Anderson's study on the origin of the notion of hegemony indicates, the notion issued from the half-heartedness, vacillation, and inconsistency of the bourgeoisie, which, according to both Lenin and other social democrats, frustrated the Russian Revolution by coming to terms with Tsarism. 65 This was the historical context within which the term hegemony became one of the most critical political concepts in the Russian social democratic movement from the late 1890s to 1917. For both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, the term hegemony indicated that in a country where the bourgeoisie is too weak to take the initiative in the struggle against the feudal order, the organized working class would have to rise to the demands of a bourgeois democratic revolution through an alliance with peasants and all the other exploited groups. Although Georgy Plekhanov and Pavel Axelrod were among the first to place the emphasis on the hegemonic vocation of the working class to adopt an all-national approach to political struggles and to fight for the liberation of every oppressed class and group in society, the idea of hegemony was developed, with a wholly new scope and eloquence, by Lenin in his writings in 1902 to 1905. 66 The key to the issue of hegemony, argued Lenin, was the divergence between the narrow interests of the bourgeoisie and its political tasks to establish a democratic republic based on egalitarian ideals. Such a split, he noted, is to the advantage of the bourgeoisie to rely on certain remnants of the past, for instance, on the monarchy or the standing army. 67 On the basis of the disjunction between class and democracy or between the economic and political levels of social revolution, Lenin went so far as to directly challenge the Marxist contrast between class and the masses. A democratic revolution must be based on a class alliance that results from a common discourse representing the general interest of all participating classes. For this reason, the revolution must be a people's revolution, which relies on massive popular support and cannot be understood simply in terms of class antagonism. Social democrats, therefore, should go among all classes of the population, as Lenin explains, yes, a people's revolution. Social democracy has fought against the bourgeois democratic abuse of the word people. It demands that this word shall not be used to cover up failure to understand class antagonisms within the people. However, it does not divide the people into classes so that the advanced class will become locked up within itself, will confine itself within narrow limits, and emasculate its activity for fear the economic rulers of the world will recoil. It does that so that the advanced class, which does not suffer from the half-heartedness, vacillation, and indecision of the intermediate classes, should fight with all the greater energy and enthusiasm for the cause of the whole people, at the head of the whole people. 68 This common discourse was to be articulated by a social class, whose high level of intellectual and political capacities made it possible for this class to move beyond the limits of its particular interest and thus to serve as the articulator and bearer of the general interests of the popular masses. Hegemony thus indicated that the limits of an insufficiently developed bourgeois civilization forced the working class to come out of itself and to take on the task of articulating and representing a popular mass identity through the role of a revolutionary theory. On the basis of this notion of the hegemony of the working class in a mass democratic revolution, Lenin made his influential distinction between the trade union consciousness and the political class consciousness. The trade union consciousness could arise spontaneously in the working class. The political class consciousness, however, could be developed only by intellectuals who might distance themselves from the immediate production process to comprehend society and its class relations in their totality. Political consciousness, according to Lenin, comes from the sphere of relationships between all the various classes and strata and the state and the government, the sphere of the interrelations between all the various classes. In other words, it refers to the type of knowledge that enables the working class to establish its hegemonic leadership in a mass democratic revolution. But this knowledge is outside of the economic struggle, outside of the sphere of relations between workers and employers, so it can be brought to the workers only from without, that is, by Marxist intellectuals. For this reason, to bring political knowledge to the workers, the Social Democrats must go among all classes of the population, must dispatch units of their army in all direction. 69. The essence of the Leninist theory of hegemony is that peripheral nation building could be accomplished only through carrying out a non-bourgeois democratic revolution on the basis of a national popular identity organized by a revolutionary vanguard party. 70. The prevalence of a similar crisis of bourgeois liberalism in China and many other countries of the periphery allows us to understand the tremendous attraction of the Russian route for these nations. Not surprisingly, it was this state-centered nationalism that set the stage for the great wave of anti-colonial national movements that swept Asia, Africa, and Latin America during the mid-20th century. Chapter 3. Legitimation versus Theodicy. Weber's comparative religion. From liberalism to Weberianism. It is noteworthy that the persistence of liberal deformation across the peripheral world seems to have counter-affirmed but at the same time reaffirmed the liberal paradigm of the social, especially the class/masses polarity in Marx. The issue of hegemony emerged as a response to the half-heartedness and vacillation of the peripheral bourgeoisie. There is little doubt that the phenomenon of peripheral capitalism presented a fundamental challenge to Marx's theory on class and democracy. It casts serious doubt on the Marxist premise about the bourgeoisie as the social agent of a democratic revolution. As Lenin clearly realized, a democratic revolution could not but be a people's revolution or a mass revolution, a revolution by peasants, artisans, and other subaltern classes. Nevertheless, the Leninist theory and practice of hegemony per se, in a paradoxical way, also reaffirmed Marx's analysis of the connection between masses and representative politics. As both the Leninist discourse of hegemony and the history of the Russian Revolution have clearly demonstrated, a mass democratic revolution must consist of the articulation of an active, direct consensus by a hegemonic group, a consensus that would give rise to the creation of a genuine national popular will in the Hegelian sense. The affinity between the Leninist discourse of hegemony and the Hegelian notion of the ethical state was too obvious to be disregarded. In both cases, a notion of the primacy of the volonté générale constitutes the central nucleus of the conceptual system. The leadership of one group over the rest of a society must establish its own moral, political, and cultural values as universal norms of practical behaviors of the society as a whole. This group must project an image of an imaginary unity by articulating diverse interests of subordinated classes into a common discourse about national or universal interests. Furthermore, both Leninism and Hegelianism assume a notion of the political leadership as the articulator and carrier of the volonté générale. Both, therefore, presuppose the logic of representative publicness. 78. Chapter 3. In brief, while the prevalence of the deformation of capitalism in the periphery certainly called into question the liberal claim to the priority of bourgeois subjectivity and thus confirmed the Hegelian assertion on the primacy of political society in public life, the phenomenon has at the same time underscored the decisive role of the bourgeois class in the formation and reproduction of Western democratic societies. This paradox accounts for the lasting sway of the Weberian civilizational scheme over theoretical analyses of the modern world order. Weber agrees with Marx that the emergence of an economic legitimation in the modern West is indeed attributable to the transformation of some portions of laboring masses into socialized humanity, that is, into a social class or what he calls the person of vocation. 1 But for him such an evolutionary process is by no means any product of the capitalistic organization of labor as Marx has asserted. Instead, rational institutions of the character of capitalistic enterprises, as Weber put it forcefully in the Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, presuppose a sense of duty in one's calling, that is, a tempering of the unrestricted quest of gain with the adaptation of a rigorous rational mode of life conduct. The real issue, therefore, is that of the origin of the Western bourgeois class and of its peculiarities. It is the prior existence of the Western bourgeoisie with its peculiar economic ethic that creates an economic legitimation and, in so doing, paves the way for the peculiar modern form of capitalism in the Western Hemisphere. Point 2. From this perspective, the developmental history of the West should be considered as the exception rather than the rule. Precisely due to the profound contradictions of bourgeois society delineated by Hegel and other communitarian theorists, the transition from political society to civil society is normally impossible. It follows that the real origins of the social must be found in the unique ethical orientation of the Western bourgeois class, which emerged out of the historical development of Western civilization and manifested itself most prominently in ascetic Protestantism. Point 3. In this regard, the Kantian notion of the moral self is best construed as a philosophical abstraction of the Puritan Berufsmensch. 4. But before exploring Weber's account of ascetic Protestantism as the religious preconditions of economic ethics and orientations of the Western bourgeoisie. 5. We need to examine briefly some significant post-Marxist development in modern social theory, especially Durkheim's analysis of religion and legitimation. Urban religion and Bürgerliche Gesellschaft. Historical materialism, as we observed above, represents a radically materialist reconstruction of the liberal account of civil society. In contrast to the Kantian assertion that the rise of the private autonomy of the bourgeoisie paves the way for the public reorientation of the realm of social labor, Marx argues that such presumed pure self-determinations of free will can be explained only in terms of the replacement of traditional symbolic interaction by the modern capitalist mode of production, which is more than a simple form of economic activities, rather, it is in itself an economic mode of social interaction. Point 6. By conceptualizing modern bourgeois capitalism as an economic mode of interaction and by identifying modern classes as the agents of such interaction, Marx's analysis of bourgeois society arguably marked the first attempt in modern social theory to characterize bourgeois civil society as a self-legitimating economic system, within which political domination is legitimate henceforth from below rather than from above. 7. And the realm of labor no longer needs to rely on the normative control of political society for its reproduction. It is of crucial importance to note at this point that Marx's contrast between symbolic and economic interaction anticipated the subsequent emergence of a number of polar concepts in social theory, notably Ferdinand Tönnies's polarity of Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft and Durkheim's distinction between mechanic and organic solidarity. With important qualifications, all these polar concepts can be said to display a substantively similar effort to construe bourgeois society as the economic mode of social integration. Thus Tönnies used the term Gemeinschaft to designate all communal relationships that rest on common feelings, customs, conventions, or what Hegel has termed Sittlichkeit. Point 8. In this respect, it is parallel to Durkheim's notion of mechanic solidarity because of the segmental nature of traditional social structures. Social bonds, both between individuals and between segments, are relatively weak and can be broken or created relatively easily. Point 9. This explains why traditional societies were held together only by the conscience collective or commune, defined as the set of beliefs and sentiments common to the average members of a single society and by definition diffused throughout the whole society. 10. By contrast, Gesellschaft, or organic solidarity, is congruent with the concept of Bürgerliche Gesellschaft as elaborated on by Hegel and Marx. Defined as such, it refers to social relationships that rest on contractual agreement between free and equal individuals, whose course of action, to borrow from Weber, is defined solely by means, and rationality and oriented purely to the promotion of specific ulterior interests, primarily economic interests. Point 11. The most fundamental challenge posed by modern capitalist society, therefore, is the question of how instrumental individualism can be reconciled with the need for social integration. Point 12. This is the general task that Durkheim sets for his first book, The Division of Labor in Society. As he puts it in his preface of 1893, the question which has been at the origins of this study is that of the relationship between the individual personality and social solidarity. How does it happen that, while becoming more autonomous, the individual depends more completely upon society? How can he be at once more individual and more solidarity? 13. The answer provided by Durkheim at this stage of his thinking bears a striking similarity to Marx's model of modern capitalism as economic integration. Like Marx, he postulates that the division of labor has had the effect of producing beneficent cooperation solely through mechanical and non-moral causes. 14 The division of labor creates a structural context within which individuals with sharply differentiated tasks and in complementary positions are forced to seek cooperation, even if they act simply in their own rational interests, or in Marx's words, even if there remain between them no other bonds than naked self-interest. For this reason, regulative rules and norms emerge automatically from interdependent production activities in bourgeois societies. 15 As a result, while the division of labor may not be itself a moral rule of human conduct, it definitely has crucial moral consequences. 16 Insofar as it possesses the capacity to produce rules that are obeyed spontaneously for extrinsic reasons rather than for intrinsic reasons, the division of labor in modern capitalist society functions as the formative agency for collective actors, playing the indispensable function to hold together social aggregates of the more advanced type and therefore more and more fulfilling the role that was once fulfilled by the conscience commune. 17 In this sense, the division of labor can be construed as an organic mode of solidarity or, in Marx's words, an economic mode of social interaction. In sharp contrast to Marx, however, Durkheim displays much more sensitivity to the profound conceptual difficulties implied in the notion of the economic mode of social interaction. At issue here is what he terms the non-contractual element of contractual solidarity. 18 The mere fact that individuals with diverse interests come to an agreement is not sufficient to account for the normative nature of the agreement. What the assumption of contractual solidarity cannot at all adequately explain is one central element of the meaning of norms, namely the ought or normative validity. 19 A norm has an obligatory character, but if only empirical motives sustain the agreement, it is impossible to see why a party to the contract should continue to feel bound to the norms when his original motives change. The validity of norms cannot be grounded on an obligation to oneself not to change them, for the original constellation of interests can change at any time, and norms that are made independent of their interest basis lack any sense of normative regulation at all. 20. This is why Durkheim finds it necessary to stress that a consensus of wills was not sufficient to bind, and the bonds formed did not result directly from this consensus. 21 The necessary and sufficient condition for the existence of a contract, therefore, is that the contracting parties should be placed externally under equal conditions. 22 In other words, these parties must be placed under the normative control of certain external institutions. Stable social relations in general and contractual relationships in particular are seen to be dependent on the existence of a normative structure in relation to conduct, generally accepted as having moral authority by the members of the community, and upon their effective subordination to these norms. 23 But such a normative structure is exactly what is least likely to exist in a modern bourgeois society, for the simple reason that the rise of market forces has already undermined the moral authority of traditional regulative institutions. Actually, as Durkheim himself acknowledges, religion has lost most of its power, and government, instead of regulating economic life, has become its tool and servant. The most opposite schools, orthodox economists and extreme socialists, unite to reduce government to the role of a more or less passive intermediary among the various social functions. The former wish to make it simply the guardian of individual contracts, the latter leave it to the task of doing the collective bookkeeping. 24. Viewed from this perspective, a bourgeois society is by definition an anomic society, namely, a society of dissolution. With the controlling normative structure upset and disorganized, individual conduct is equally disorganized and chaotic. Anomie is precisely the state of disorganization where the hold of norms over the individual conduct has broken down. Its extreme limit is the state of pure individualism, which is for Durkheim as it was for Hobbes the war of all against all. 25 No wonder then that Durkheim soon abandoned the thesis of organic solidarity and came to embrace the central role of collective beliefs and sentiments in all societies. 26 Drawing on the Rousseauian ideas of the Volonté générale and civil religion, he now holds that society is a complex of ideas and sentiments, of ways of seeing and of feeling, a certain intellectual and moral framework distinctive of the entire group. 27 Simply put, society is above all the consciousness of the whole. 28 The binding force of such collective conscience or sentiments is rooted in a common set of religious rituals that function to create a division of the world into two opposite domains, the profane and the sacred. 29 In this capacity, religion generates and sustains a transcendental or obligatory quality of social rules by casting the institutional order as directly reflecting or manifesting the divine structure of the cosmos. 30 If what makes us human and social is our capacity to be constrained by moral compulsion, and if the compulsion is instilled by ritual and ritual is the core of religion, then it must be concluded that it was religion, and religion alone, that made us human. 31 The opposition between Marx and Durkheim regarding the economic mode of legitimation provides us with a principal point of reference for examining Weber's study of comparative religion. Marx's distinction between labor and interaction, as Habermas has suggested, can be reformulated in terms of the Weberian contrast between two major types of human action. 32 In this connection, labor should be viewed as the sphere of material production in which instrumental or purposive rational action predominates. 33 Action is instrumentally or purposively rational when the actor seeks to attain one's own rationally pursued and calculated personal ends. Instrumental action is governed by technical rules that allow the actor to make predictions about observable events in the objective/natural world. The conduct of rational choice is made on the basis of the strategic weighing of advantages and disadvantages in light of the results of one's predictions. 34 The validity of technical rules, accordingly, depends upon that of empirically true or analytically correct propositions. And the violation of valid technical rules is condemned to failure through lack of success. The punishment is therefore built into its rebuff by reality. 35 In this sense, purposive rational action is connected with feedback mechanisms imposed by an external empirical reality, natural or social. The dilemmas of collective action characteristic of purposive rational action explain why the productive activity of human beings must take place in institutional settings. But any attempt to appeal to the authority of institutional compulsion would inevitably confront the paradoxical relationship between collective action and institution, that is, the problem of social reproduction. This problem allows us to see why the institutional framework of a society must be defined as the sphere of interaction. This sphere is governed by consensual norms that are grounded in the intersubjective or public character of cultural values and ideas and accordingly can secure reciprocal expectations about behaviors among acting subjects. 36 While in purposive rational action, technical rules are seen as the means for realizing one's calculated personal ends, normative or norm-regulated. Action can be properly termed as value-rational action or praxis. For the reason that in normative actions the norms or rules are themselves taken as the very ends of action. The meaning of value-rational action, as Weber puts it, does not lie in the achievement of a result ulterior to it, but in carrying out the specific type of action for its own sake. 37 This brings us to the most fundamental difference between value-rational and purposive rational actions. Whereas the validity of technical rules depends upon whether they are empirically true, the validity of norms and values is grounded only in the general convictions of the acting subjects, regardless of any foreseeable consequences. Actions are purely value-rational when the agents, regardless of foreseeable consequences, act according to their convictions of what seems to them to be required by duty, honor, beauty, a religious call, piety, or the importance of some cause. No matter in what it consists, value-rational action is always action in accordance with commands or demands which the actor believes himself to be placed under. 38 As the sphere of praxis, interaction serves as the site for the internalization of norms and the formation of personality structures. In this regard, the sphere of interaction can also be conceptualized as Sittlichkeit or the socio-cultural life world of a society. 39 Within which moral rules of interaction are internalized and individuals are socialized into carriers of value-rational action. It follows that the sphere of interaction or the ethical life of a society constitutes the institutional framework of a society and hence serves as the basis for legitimate political power. Such an ethical order, in turn, relies on the efficacy of a central religious worldview for its ultimate justification or legitimation. In this regard, a society is capable of reproducing itself or exists so long as the institutional framework maintains its superiority over the sphere of labor, that is, so long as the development of the domain of purposive rational action remains within the limits of the legitimating efficacy of cultural traditions. 40. This, of course, is precisely the basis for the domination of the sacralized polity over the domain of social labor in traditional societies. By contrast, what is characteristic of modern capitalist societies is the institutionalization of the market, in which private property owners exchange commodities and on which propertyless private individuals exchange their labor power as their only commodity. This mode of social formation promises that exchange relations will be and are just owing to equivalence. 41. Hence the principle of reciprocity is now the organizing principle of the sphere of material production itself. 42. The system of social labor accordingly regulates itself through the principles of reciprocity and formal justice, and no longer through a legitimate religious political structure. Like Marx, Weber ascribes the rise of modern capitalism and a democratic polity in the modern West to a process of deculturalization, which involves the abandonment of a hierarchical system of ultimate values as the organizing principle of society. But Weber differs fundamentally from Marx precisely on one vital question: how can liberal modernity survive such a radical process of disenchantment? For Marx, a public life that disposes of religious and political illusions is possible only because the domain of material production in capitalist society has effectively generated its own normative interactive structures, class identities. Within the regulative institutional framework of the modern rational capitalist system, and with naked self-interest as the only nexus between competing individuals, the condition that requires religious and political illusions no longer exists. 43. The most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor have thus been drowned in the icy water of egoistic calculation. Correspondingly, exploitation veiled by religious and political illusions has been replaced by naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. 44. All this, as Habermas interpreted Marx, is the real meaning and function of rationalist natural law from Locke to Kant. 45. By sharp contrast, Weber insists that the self-regulation of economic structures be seen as an effect of the modern transformation of subjectivity in the domain of labor rather than its cause. As noted above, for him it is precisely the prior existence of the Western bourgeoisie with its peculiar economic ethic that creates an economic legitimation and paves the way for the peculiar modern form of capitalism in the Western Hemisphere. 46. The answer to the question of the possibility of a post-conventional normative order, therefore, has to be found in the rise of a new mode of religious ethical orientation, which is independent of the content of any communal religion or any system of ethical life, but is nonetheless capable of producing rigid rule-regulated conduct. The prospect of autonomous public life hinges, then, on a single historical process, the religious disenchantment of the world. 47. This process of religious rationalization, according to Weber, points to the unique history of the Judeo-Christian civilization. The new ethical orientation that derives from the radical religious breakthrough in the West is what can be termed urban piety, in which the rational element of calculability and purposive activities in the domain of social labor is regarded as the secular means for the irrational religionization of life, namely, for an unequivocal commitment to an absolute value. 48. To put it differently, the Protestant ethic as the urban piety of Western civic strata reflects a rationalization towards an irrational conduct of life. 49. Legitimation versus theodicy, disenchanting the sacralized polity. As Arendt pointed out, Weber traces the source of the unique religious traits of the modern West back to a dual inversion of the sacralized polity of classical antiquity. 50. The defining feature of the ancient world, as illustrated by such early theocratic states as Egypt and China, was indeed the unquestioned authority of a dominant communal religion that legitimized the social political order by casting it as reflective of the sacred structure of the cosmos. Like Durkheim, Weber holds that religion acts as a cohesive force unifying members of a household, clan, or tribal confederation. 51. Just as the primary bond of the household or kin group in tribal societies is the relationship to the spirits of the ancestors, so the Greek polis and patrimonial states were essentially religious or cult associations. 52. Here, the political structure simply extends into the human sphere the power of the divine cosmos. The political authority is conceived of as the agent of the gods, or ideally even as a divine incarnation. Human power, government, and punishment thus become sacramental phenomena, that is, channels by which divine forces are made to impinge upon the lives of men. 53 With the development of religion, the microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimating the social order, which is typical of primitive and archaic societies, has been transformed into a more rational system in major civilizations. 54. The mythological legitimations were transformed into highly abstract philosophical and theological categories. 55 All these transformations, according to Weber, were characterized by the development of a religious doctrine as a rational system of religious concepts and by the systematization of a distinctively religious ethic. 56 Such rational cosmological systems, in turn, were intrinsically linked to the development of large empires and their need for the role of universal gods in orderly legislation. 57 With respect to the systematization of sacred ordinances in India, China, and Egypt, Weber observes, the process of rationalization favored the primacy of universal gods, and every consistent crystallization of a pantheon followed systematic rational principles to some degree, since it was always influenced by professional sacerdotal rationalism or by the rational striving for order on part of secular individuals. 58 It is noteworthy, according to Weber, that the transformation from the primacy of local deities to the cult of universal gods marked the culmination of the ancient microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation rather than its decline or elimination. In fact, it was precisely the aforementioned relationship of a rational regularity of the stars in their heavenly courses, as regulated by divine order, to the inviolable sacred social order in terrestrial affairs that made the universal gods the responsible guardians of both these phenomena. 59 In China, for instance, the very rational, virtually secularizing, demythologization of the concept of Tao reinforced in effect the continuing conception of the institutional structure as reflective of cosmic order. 60 In India, similarly, the notion of dharma as relating the individual to the universal order of the universe not only survived most of the radical reinterpretations of the latter's meaning but also occupied an even more prominent place in the rational philosophical and metaphysical framework. 61 To use the Hegelian terminology, the emergence of universal gods and the systematization of sacred ordinances had the effect of casting the political structure as the divine that knows and wills itself, that is, as the sacralized polity. 62 The sacralized polity, according to Weber, is intrinsically linked to the very concept of religious legitimation. If the general term fortune covers all the good of honor, power, possession, and pleasure, it is the most general formula for the service of legitimation, which religion has had to accomplish for the external and the inner interests of all ruling men, the propertied, the victorious, and the healthy. In short, religion provides the theodicy of good fortune for those who are fortunate. 63 In other words, the concept of legitimation presupposes equal distributions of fortune in such a way that religion must provide specific reasons to explain, regulate, and justify any unequal distribution of such goods. The major function of religion, then, is to explain the legitimate fortune in ethically rational terms. In this sense, religious legitimation stands for the ethical rationalization of life conduct. The fortunate is seldom satisfied with the fact of being fortunate. Beyond this, he needs to know that he has a right to his good fortune. He wants to be convinced that he deserves it, and above all, that he deserves it in comparison with others. He wishes to be allowed the belief that the less fortunate also merely experience his due. Good fortune thus wants to be legitimate fortune. 64 Nonetheless, any attempt to relate the social order to an all-embracing divinity, which presumably punishes and rewards according to individuals' merits or demerits, would sooner or later run into the problem of theodicy, the enormous incongruity between God's omnipotent providence and the cosmic social world, where fortunes and misfortunes are distributed in a wanton, arbitrary, and ethically senseless way. 65 In other words, the theodicy of good fortune leads inevitably to a discrepancy between fortune and merit. If the distribution of goods must be based on specific reasons such that it can always be proved that there are sufficient reasons for the unequal distribution of life's goods, any unaccountable misfortune becomes ethically meaningless and is accordingly perceived as unjust. This is especially so for those unfortunate, so any conception of a meaningful cosmic order must come to terms with the world's imperfections. The irresolvable tension between God and fate is what Weber terms the problem of suffering, the illegitimate misfortune, or the theodicy of misfortune. 66 The theodicy of misfortune marks a fundamental cultural breakthrough in the history of humankind, which Karl Jaspers later defined as the axial age. This breakthrough brings us to the first reversal of the traditional mythological religious world, that is, the emergence of world religions. 67 For Weber, the major world religions that crystallized in the first millennium before the Common Era are all tied to the problem of theodicy, or the question of justifying the unequal distribution of life's goods. 68 This basic ethical problematic derives from the need to have a rational explanation for suffering that is now perceived as unjust. In so doing, it bursts the bonds of the traditional microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation. 69 In this connection, it can be said that the crucial element common to all the world religions is the disenchantment of or negation of the world defined as the sacralized political structure and the surrounding divine nature. 70 Yet, beyond this common core, major world religions have developed different modes of rationalization. Weber distinguishes world religions primarily according to their perceptions of the relationship between God and the established cosmic social world, and between God's demands and social conventions. The defining feature of political religion, as illustrated by Confucianism and Islam, is a lack of strong transcendental tension and distance from the established microcosm/macrocosm world order. 71 The denial of the distinction between the transcendental order and the cosmic orders of the world. 72 Enables us to see why the heart of the Confucian doctrines remains the Dao, the immutable order of harmony, tranquility, and equilibrium underlying the cosmos and human society. 73 Given the Confucian acceptance of the world as given, it is not surprising that Confucianism holds that the world was the best of all possible worlds and that all misfortunes should be explained in terms of human faults, especially the faults of the government. 74 The right solution to the problem of theodicy consists then in adjustment to the eternal and superdivine orders of the world, Tao, and hence to the requirements of social life, namely, social conventions that follow from cosmic harmony. 75 The Confucian affirmation of the world and sanctification of tradition contrasts sharply with salvation religion or religious asceticism in all its variety. All forms of salvation religion are characterized by a deep aspiration for unconditional justice, which conflicts with the world as it is and is moved by a vehement impulse to withdraw from worldly involvement, from the trouble and pain it inflicts, into the security of an inward realm in which the self is exposed to nothing but itself. 76 In doing so, these religions shatter the obligations of kinship and establish the superior community of faith and a common ethical way of life in opposition to the community of blood. 77 The religious rejection of the world alone, however, was not sufficient to create the modern moral self proven in one's vocational work. While both the religions of salvation and the modern capitalist economy have had a tendency to depersonalize social bonds and delegitimize any divinely endorsed institutional order, the orientation toward money prices and interest struggles in the market made it virtually impossible for a rational economy to establish an imaginable relationship with the religious ethic of brotherhood. 78 This difficulty may explain why the most rational solution to the problem of theodicy was the karma samsara complex, as developed in religious thought in India. 79 By conceptualizing the life of each individual only as an ephemeral link in a causal chain that extends indefinitely into both past and future, and by interpreting every human situation as the necessary consequences of past human actions, the complex could mitigate the tensions between the manifest injustices of the existing world order and the ultimate standards of divine justice. 80 This type of salvation religion can be properly classified as a cosmocentric salvation religion. In spite of its strong propensity for world renunciation, it shared with political religions the basic notion that God's justice is immanent in the cosmic social order. It comes as no surprise that Hinduism ends up with the notion of a sacralized polity that is parallel to the familiar macrocosm/microcosm scheme characteristic of traditional political religions such as Confucianism. There has been only one effective avenue for directly confronting the gap between the injustice of the world and God's justice, that is, the belief in predestination found in the Book of Job. 81 Here the problem of theodicy is solved by turning the implicit accusation against God into an explicit accusation against the sinful condition of humankind. The question of human sin thus replaces the question of divine justice. 82 It is in this peculiar relationship between masochism and theodicy, as Berger pointed out, that Weber discerned one of the most fundamental motifs of biblical religion, the religious disenchantment of the world. By refusing to provide a rational solution to the problem of theodicy, biblical religion has a propensity for accentuating the transcendental tension between God and the sinful world order, cosmic and social, thereby pointing to the revolutionary idea of establishing God's justice on earth through the rational mastery of the world. The radical motif of the Old Testament for disenchanting and delegitimizing the world, however, had been modified and to a great degree diminished during the subsequent developments of biblical religious traditions. In an important sense, it can be contended that the world was re-enchanted in both Greek Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism. 83 Both of these forms of Christianity succeeded in re-establishing a new version of cosmic order in a gigantic synthesis of biblical religion with extra-biblical cosmological conceptions. 84 In other words, both can be seen representing a cosmocentric turn within biblical religion and performing essentially the same replication at this level. 85 This leads us to the second reversal in the history of the Western religious tradition. 86 What is characteristic of Protestant asceticism, according to Weber, is precisely a powerful re-emergence of the disenchanting forces in the Old Testament, a fundamental suspicion of the adequacy of the human senses to receive reality, the adequacy of human reason to receive truth, and hence by the conviction of the deficiency or even depravity of human nature. 87 It is this doubt of the adequacy of both the world and humanity that forces the Puritan self to affirm one's sense of election by transforming this sinful world according to God's will and bringing it closer to perfection. 88 In this light, Protestantism and Confucianism constitute the two ends of the whole spectrum of religious rationalization. Protestantism represents the purest type of salvation religion. Due to its peculiar orientation of this worldly asceticism, it creates the person of vocation and a sect-like society, which constitute a purposefully formative site in which certain moral characters and civic virtues are cultivated through discipline in everyday life. 89 By contrast, Confucianism represents the purest type of political religion. 90 Standing outside the process of rationalization, it lacks any transcendental tension between nature and deity, between ethical demand and human shortcoming, consciousness and need for salvation, conduct on earth and compensation in the beyond, religious duty and socio-political reality. 91 Hence, there is no leverage for influencing conduct through inner forces freed of tradition and convention. Confucianism, accordingly, exemplifies the religious roots of the general absence of civic traditions in the non-Western world. Given such a religious and cultural deficiency, we may only expect to see the emergence of a kind of uncivic capitalist system, in which the only things that mattered were material conditions and the constellations of interest directly or indirectly created by them, and in which all economic auguries point in the direction of a growing loss of freedom. 92 For Weber, the sham constitutionalism in the late 19th century Russia was an excellent case in point. Here the only question one can ask is how all these things can possibly survive at all in the long run under the rule of capitalism. 93 Here the only prospect one can possibly look forward to is an elective affinity between economic development and the housing for the new serfdom, namely, ever new aristocracies and authorities. 94 In this regard, the hegemonic or authoritarian turn of Russian Marxism is not only intelligible but virtually inevitable. Part 2. The Confucian Turn. Chapter 4. Hegemony and Democracy. The Weberian scheme provides an appropriate framework for understanding the historical predicament in which Lenin and his colleagues found themselves when they tried to initiate a democratic mass revolution in the periphery. If Marxist revolutionaries had remained committed to the class belonging of the democratic revolution, they would have had to rely on a clearly non-revolutionary and incompetent bourgeoisie. But if they had abandoned the stagist paradigm and relied on popular struggles, they would have had to base their revolutionary strategy on the concept of hegemony, which would undoubtedly lead to authoritarian consequences. Point 1. To facilitate discussion, we refer to this challenge as the paradox of hegemony or simply as the Weberian challenge. This paradox is essential to our understanding of the basic tenets of Leninism, especially the notions of class hegemony and Soviet democracy. The concept of class hegemony was developed precisely to make a sharp distinction between traditional state hegemony and the proletarian supremacy in peripheral mass movements. In this concept, the historical uniqueness of the working class accounted for the working class's capability to accomplish two seemingly paradoxical tasks: to intensify the political supremacy of the proletariat over the masses while ensuring the direct control over state organs by the laboring masses. The theory of class hegemony is completely built on assumptions about the ontological immunity of the working class to bureaucratic domination. This line of reasoning provides a clear indication of the close connection between the idea of class hegemony and the reality of the party state in the Soviet-type societies. The fundamental tensions inherent in the notion of class hegemony and their disastrous consequences brought to full light the role of religion in nation-building and social change, thereby placing Weber's theory of religious rationalization at the center of Marxist deliberations on hegemony and democracy. Class hegemony and Soviet democracy. Like their Menshevik opponents in the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Lenin and his Bolshevik colleagues were fully aware of the clash between the concept of hegemony and the Marxist notion of democracy as an autonomous mode of public life. Point 2. They clearly recognized the structural similarities between the Bolshevik democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry and the independence of the Bonapartist state, which for Marx represented a modern version of the ethical state and an aberration in modern social transformation. The initial Bolshevik response to this clash was to reaffirm the universal significance of the evolutionary scheme by characterizing peripheral capitalism as an abnormal occurrence created by colonialism and imperialism. Thus, both Lenin and Leon Trotsky attributed the weakness of the indigenous bourgeoisie in the periphery to its dependency on world capitalism. With its development into the stage of imperialism due to the internationalization of capital, capitalism had become a world system. This system, which was conditioned to benefit the Western industrial countries, created a class alliance between foreign capital and domestic compradors. The alliance, in turn, resulted in a distorted class structure in countries of the periphery and, accordingly, a situation of liberal deformation and overall socio-economic disintegration. Point 3. Such abnormal conditions in the non-Western world constituted a sharp contrast to the normal development of the West, where the bourgeoisie sustained its supremacy in a stable democratic society. The Weberian question concerning the lack of indigenous capitalist origins in the Orient, therefore, was inappropriate because imperialism and the development of colonialism had already ruled out the normal, autonomous development of capitalism outside Europe and North America. Point 4. This assumption about the normal West and the abnormal East was of central importance for Leninism, for it enabled Lenin and Trotsky to apply Marx's account of the ontological linkage between modern classes and autonomous polity to peripheral nationalist movements. In this line of analysis, while the penetration of foreign capital has led to a structurally distorted native bourgeoisie, it has also created and radicalized a class-conscious proletariat, whose political leadership in the popular national movement may effectively prevent the mass revolution from degenerating into a Bonapartist polity. Lenin offered a systematic explication to this paradigm of class hegemony in his most libertarian works, The State and Revolution and Can Bolsheviks Retain State Power? Written on the eve of the October Revolution of 1917, these two works were designed specifically to draw a clear-cut distinction between the Bonapartist state and the revolutionary hegemony with regard to the role of the state. Point 5. Central to this theory is the difference between state hegemony and class hegemony. The hegemonic formation of the mass revolution differs from all other forms of hegemony in that it is first and foremost a mode of hegemony assumed by a social class rather than by the state. The conceptual starting point for the notion of class hegemony is Marx's conception of the Paris Commune as a model of the radical state. The class basis of bourgeois autonomous publicness, according to Marx, accounts for both the emancipatory intent of liberal democracy and its limits. It is certainly true that class identity and subjectivity secure a process of discursive will formation among private owners, indicating that, for the first time in human history, the tension between private and public life is resolved through rational debates among equal and free persons. Nonetheless, precisely because of the central role of bourgeois identity in the formation of bourgeois public life, the exclusion of non-bourgeois masses from public life is a prerequisite for liberal democratic order. Strictly speaking, the common people have been excluded from processes of public decisions in both traditional representative polity and bourgeois autonomous publicness. But the two historical situations have some crucial differences that are of paramount importance in subaltern struggles for radical democracy or universal justice. In the traditional forms of representative publicness, the people functioned as the backdrop before which the ruling estates, nobility, church dignitaries, kings, etc. displayed themselves and their status. By its very exclusion from the domination so represented, the people are part of the constitutive conditions of this representative publicness. 6. In this sense, it can be said that representative polity derives its legitimacy from its role in representing an imaginary unity beyond the particular interest of any social group. To put it differently, representation cannot but presuppose the reciprocal interdependence between the ruling elite and the toiling masses. By contrast, the replacement of the state by class domination as the real locus of public life in bourgeois society indicates that the demands and interests of the lower strata have become basically irrelevant to the legitimacy of the political power in such a society. Here the subordination of state power to bourgeois civil society is at the same time a process in and through which the state has changed from the center of public life into a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie, that is, a purely coercive apparatus for the oppression of the dominated groups by the dominating class. 7 In this sense, bourgeois autonomous publicness or liberal democracy presupposes the dictatorship of a ruling class. The rise of the bourgeois social in the modern West indeed indicates an inversion of the relationship between political society and civil society. Having lost its status as the center of publicness and the master of society, executive power has now become a servant of the dominant economic class. Its primary function is to impose the will and interests of the bourgeoisie on the entire society using coercive power. In such a social formation, the institutionalization of civil society as the truth of the state is nothing more or less than the institutionalization of the state as the means of imposing the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The paradoxical interdependence between liberal democracy and bourgeois dictatorship enables us to understand Marx's sharp criticism of the various strains of utopian socialism in his time, which shared a common concern for the construction of a plebeian democratic society by setting the state free from the monopoly of the bourgeoisie and establishing the political rule of the people. Representative of this scheme of radical democracy was the Gotha program of the German socialist democratic movement, which was shaped by Ferdinand Lassalle's notion of the free state under the direct control of the toiling people. The program defines socialist democracy in terms of the abolition of the wage system, exploitation in every form, and the elimination of all social and political inequality. For this purpose, the German Workers' Party must strive by all legal means for the free state and socialist society. It demands the establishment of producers' cooperative societies with state aid under the democratic control of the toiling people. 8 In this notion of radical democracy, the term democratic means Volksherrschaftlich. For Marx, it is precisely such Lassallean combination of the free state and the democratic control of the toiling people that most clearly illustrates a glaring misconception of modern democracy characteristic of all versions of the rule of the people. The majority of the toiling people consists of peasants and other lower middle strata, not the working class. Since peasants and the masses can achieve their common identity and the general will only through cultural political mediation, the rule of the people can only mean the articulation and representation of the common interests of the people by the state. In other words, the people neither rule nor are ripe for ruling. Point 9. This alone can explain why Lassalle has to appeal to state aid for the construction of cooperative societies. What Lassalle and other like-minded socialists have ignored, according to Marx, is the fact that the popular mass identity, in contrast to class identity, is primarily a discursive product, which presupposes and requires political mediation and representation. This means that popular struggles are bound to end up with a form of representative polity. This is why Marx insists that the artisan and peasant-based socialist movements cannot help but be conservative and reactionary. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay, more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the will of history. Point 10. The whole idea of freeing the state of the control of the bourgeoisie, therefore, reflects Lassalle's fundamental misunderstanding of the source and nature of modern democracy. Democracy comes about only when the state ceases to possess its own intellectual, ethical and libertarian bases, that is, only when the state is no longer an organ superimposed upon society. As Marx explains, modern democracy consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it, and today, too, the forms of state are more or less free to the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. 11. Liberal democracy and the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which are actually the two sides of the same coin, are essential to the rise of the domination of civil society over the state. For this reason, any attempt to replace the domination of the bourgeoisie with the rule of the toiling people would unavoidably undermine the social premises of modern democracy. The rise to power between 1848 and 1852 of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, according to Marx, presented exactly a typical example of how a modern version of representative polity would re-emerge when, under specific circumstances, the popular masses rather than modern classes become the major agents of social and political struggles. Point 12. Accordingly, Marx proposes that no social force but the working class can provide a realistic solution to the limits of bourgeois democracy. Like the bourgeoisie, the working class with its class identity and common interest is competent in organizing and maintaining its own form of autonomous publicness. In contrast to the bourgeoisie, however, this class is the only political force whose particular interest coincides with those of the entire society. The working class cannot liberate itself without thereby liberating society as a whole. This is because the increasing centralization of the ownership of capital and the corresponding process of the polarization of society would cause the immense majority of the population to sink into the working class. All the other classes except the proletariat are decaying and will finally disappear in the face of modern industry. 13. The working class, therefore, is best characterized as the universal class, because the triumph of this class depends upon the transformation of the popular masses into wage labor, and because the supersession of bourgeois domination by proletarian domination will and cannot but mean the abolition of class domination, that is, the abolition of the proletariat as the ruling class. On the basis of this conception of the proletariat as the universal class, Marx develops what A.J. Polan has called the model of the radical state, 14, which stipulates that a socialist society will witness an unprecedented reduction in the functions of the state. The replacement of traditional representative polity by bourgeois publicness has caused a great simplification of the majority of the functions of the old state power, with only those functions devoted to coercive power remaining intact. But even the functions of coercive force will clearly become redundant in the future socialist society, since the end of the conflicts between the bourgeoisie and the working class will bring about the disappearance of all the conditions for class antagonism. The working class will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and there will be no more political power properly so called, Since political power is precisely the official expression of class antagonism in civil society. 15. The dictatorship of the proletariat, then, will bring about the end of all forms of centralized organization of force. While both bourgeois dictatorship and proletarian dictatorship rest upon the subordination of coercive force to class power, they differ from each other with regard to the relationship between democracy and dictatorship. Whereas bourgeois democracy cannot maintain its existence without appeals to a centralized organization of coercive force, socialist democracy presupposes, in Engels's words, a process of the withering away of the political rule of the proletariat. The only purpose of the proletarian dictatorship is to abolish all forms of political power, including itself. As is well known, Marx sees in the Paris Commune an attempt to dismantle bourgeois state apparatuses and to work out a political platform for radical justice. The defining features of the Commune's constitution include, the municipal council elected by universal suffrage and a majority of whose members were naturally working men, or acknowledged representatives of the working class, the replacement of the police and the standing army by the armed people, and all public servants, including magistrates and judges, should be elected, responsible and revocable, and all public service done at workmen's wages. All this indicates clearly that, the communal constitution would have restored to the social body all the forces hitherto absorbed by the state parasite feeding upon, and clogging the free movement of, society. 16. Following Marx, Lenin argues that it is possible to establish a socialist state that will be more democratic than any previously conceived. As stated in the preceding discussion, central to Marx's notion of the radical state is the assumption that a socialist society will witness a radical reduction in the functions of the state. If the emergence of bourgeois autonomous publicness has brought about the elimination of the independence of the state and thus has changed the state into a simple instrument of class domination, the socialist society will cause an even more radical reduction in the functions of the state, since the major function of bureaucratic apparatuses, the oppression of the working class, will obviously be unnecessary in the future society. This idea of the minimum state is further elaborated on by Lenin as follows: capitalist culture has created large-scale production, factories, railways, the postal service, telephones, etc., and on this basis the great majority of the functions of the old state power have become so simplified and can be reduced to such exceedingly simple operations of registration, filing, and checking that they can be easily performed by every literate person. All officials, without exception, elected and subject to recall at any time, their salaries reduced to the level of ordinary workmen's wages. The Commune, Marx wrote, made that catchword of all bourgeois revolutions. Cheap government, a reality, by abolishing the two greatest sources of expenditures, the army and the officialdom. 17. Accordingly, Lenin concludes that the task of the proletariat is to construct a new social order that will make possible the gradual abolition or withering away of all bureaucracy. 18. And this can be done only by smashing the bureaucratic machine of the modern state. Where Lenin fundamentally differs from Marx is in his discussion of the dictatorship of the proletariat. For Marx, we may recall, the gradual abolition of all the bureaucratic apparatuses of the modern state relies on the proletarianization of the majority of the people, or, in his own words, the sinking of the popular masses into the working class. In this context, Marx states that the abolition of state power is concomitant with the dictatorship of the proletariat, which for him indicates the transitional period between capitalism and communism. The dictatorship of the proletariat therefore refers to a political framework within which the proletariat as the majority of society organizes its social order on the principle of radical autonomous publicness but retains a state organization for the oppression of the remnants of the bourgeoisie. As Karl Koski observes, the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the works of Marx is not meant to refer to a particular form of government that is opposed to the democratic form of the bourgeois state. Rather, it signifies not the form of the government but its social content. 19. From Marx's description of the Paris Commune, it is clear that both the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and that of the proletariat are based on democratic principles, a multi-party system, free elections, and free expression of opinion. Where the two types of dictatorship differ from each other is in the constituency of the social agents of a rational consensus. Thus, just as the capitalist state presupposes a form of autonomous publicness based on the class identity of the bourgeoisie, so the socialist state presumes a form of autonomous publicness that resides in the identity of the working class. In comparison, Lenin offers a hegemonic interpretation of the constitution of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx's theory of the political rule of the proletariat, Lenin explains, concerns the capability of crushing the inevitable and desperate resistance of the bourgeoisie and of organizing all the working and exploited people for the new economic system. As he explains, the proletariat needs state power, a centralized organization of force both to crush the resistance of exploiters and to lead the enormous mass of the population, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and semi-proletarians in the work of organizing a socialist economy. 20 This is a decisive step, for it permits Lenin to combine what has previously been completely uncombinable within the Marxist framework, the ideal of the radical state and the mass movement with its hegemonic formation. On the basis of such a hegemonic interpretation of the political rule of the proletariat, Lenin is able to claim not only that the new order created by the Russian mass revolution is different from all other forms of hegemonic formation, but also that it will, even more importantly, involve much less need for a state machine than any bourgeois democratic regime. The question, of course, is how the unity between hegemony and the radical state can be established. Recall Marx's explication of the preconditions of the radical state. In his discussion of the experience of the Paris Commune, Marx attributes the radical reduction of state power to two specific factors: the ruling class is, for the first time in history, the majority of the population, and the broad class identity of the majority makes redundant many of the functions of the old state machinery. As explicated above, Marx makes it clear that both of these two factors presuppose the proletarianization of society. By contrast, Lenin's model of the mass revolution under the proletarian hegemony is based on the popular mass identity that is and can only be a product of intellectual ideological articulation. As we have seen, intellectual mediation would make political representation, that is, the independence of state power, necessary and inevitable. How, then, can one insist that the abolition of state power is the precondition for a mass revolution? This question brings us to the heart of Lenin's notion of class hegemony, the Soviets of the toiling people as the state form of class domination of the proletariat. His argument for this thesis is built upon two levels of analysis: historical and theoretical. At the historical level, Lenin maintains that the Russian Revolution of 1905 actually parallels the Paris Commune. One of the most serious mistakes of the Mensheviks, he argues, is to set the proletarian revolution of the Paris workers against the revolutionary mass movement in Russia. From the Menshevik perspective, while the proletarian revolution of the Commune led to the destruction of the bureaucratic state machine and the establishment of a type of radically democratic state form, the experience of the Russian Revolution demonstrates that a people's revolution under the hegemony of the proletariat would most likely result in a Bonapartist state. What these orthodox Marxists fail to recognize is the fact that in 1871, the proletariat did not constitute the majority in any country in Europe. In such circumstances, no radical democratic revolution was possible without being a people's revolution. 21 The experience of the Paris Commune, therefore, demonstrates that the mass revolution is completely consistent with the Marxist ideals of the minimal state. In effect, the destruction of the bureaucratic military state machine is the precondition for every real people's revolution. 22 Like the Paris Commune, the Russian Revolution of 1905 was undoubtedly a real people's revolution, since the mass of the people, their majority, the very lowest social groups, crushed by oppression and exploitation, rose independently and stamped on the entire course of the revolution the imprint of their own demands, their attempts to build in their own way a new society in place of the old society that was being destroyed. 23 This means that to smash the bureaucratic military state machine, to break it up, is truly in the interest of the people, of their majority, of the workers and most of the peasants, is the precondition for a free alliance of the poor peasants and the proletarians, whereas without such an alliance democracy is unstable and socialist transformation is impossible. 24 On the basis of the parallels between the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution, Lenin proceeds to argue that the governmental formula of the democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants, the Soviets, that emerged during the Russian Revolution of 1905 actually replicated. 21 This can explain Marx's ambiguous attitude toward the Paris Commune. As Lenin puts it, in the autumn of 1870, a few months before the Commune, Marx warned the Paris workers that any attempt to overthrow the government would be the folly of despair. See Lenin, The State and Revolution, p. 288. 22 Lenin, The State and Revolution, p. 290. 23 Lenin, The State and Revolution, p. 291. 24 Lenin, The State and Revolution, p. 291. 108 Chapter 4. The Radical State created by the Paris Commune. This new type of state machinery, as he points out, was created by the Paris Commune, and the Russian Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies are a state apparatus of the same type. 25 As in the case of the Commune, the Soviets set out to restore most of the functions of state power to the working people as a whole. This fundamental transformation of the state organs from masters of society to servants of society are primarily dependent upon the following measures: abolition of privileged officialdom and election of all posts of public service on the basis of universal suffrage, replacement of the police and the standing army by the armed people, and reduction of the remuneration of all public servants of the state to the level of working wages. The Soviets, thus, represent a new type of state machinery that ensures the direct performance of the major functions of state power by the people as a whole. Compared with the bourgeois parliamentary system, this is an advance in democracy's development which is of worldwide, historic significance. The radical reduction of the central state power. 26 At the theoretical level, Lenin contends that the secret of the Soviet regime is its dual power structure, that is, the self-government of the popular masses and the political rule of the proletariat. To put it more explicitly, the Soviet state is not to be understood simply as the rule by the people, which, as Marx predicated, would inevitably lead to the domination of a bureaucratic state over society. Democratic control from below is possible, when and only when state power is assumed by the working class, which alone possesses the capacity for organizing all the working and exploited people for the new social system. For this reason, the self-government of the toiling people must be concomitant with the dictatorship of the proletariat. By educating the Workers' Party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new system, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all the working and exploited people in organizing their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. 27. This notion of the Soviet state as a dual power structure is of central importance. It explains why Lenin repeatedly stresses that the Soviets are not self-sufficient, that they must be understood as the organizational framework, within and in terms of which the vanguard party of the proletariat elevates, trains, educates, and leads the entire non-proletarian popular masses. The same notion helps us to understand why Lenin has no difficulty in moving freely between his idea of the popular control over state organs and his motto of the concentration of state power by the proletariat. All this is echoed in Lenin's further elaboration of the organizational principles of the Soviets. The Soviets are a new state apparatus that, in the first place, provides an armed force of workers and peasants, and this force is not divorced from the people, as was the old standing army, but is very closely bound up with the people. Secondly, this apparatus provides a bond with the people, with the majority of the people, so intimate, so indissoluble, so easily verifiable and renewable, that nothing even remotely like it existed in the previous state apparatus. Thirdly, this apparatus, by virtue of the fact that its personnel is elected and subjected to recall at the people's will without any bureaucratic formalities, is far more democratic than any previous apparatus. 28 At the same time, All this is possible only because the Soviet state provides an organizational form for the vanguard, i.e., for the most class-conscious, most energetic, and most progressive section of the oppressed classes, the workers and peasants, and so constitutes an apparatus by means of which the vanguard of the oppressed classes can elevate, train, educate, and lead the entire vast mass of these classes, which has up to now stood completely outside of political life and history. 29 It is clear from Lenin's explication of the links between the radical state and the mass revolution that he tries to create a synthesis between revolutionary hegemony and the Marxist ideal of radical autonomous publicness. In this view, the hegemonic formation of the mass revolution differs from all forms of state hegemony in that it is first and foremost a mode of hegemony assumed by a social class rather than the state. The Bonapartist regime derives its power from organizing and representing the general will and the common interest of the popular masses and thereby projecting itself as being superior to society itself. In this sense, the hegemonic links between the bureaucratic state and the populace are internal, on the ground that the bureaucracy lives on its function as the carrier of the national popular will. In other words, the bureaucratic elites have a vested interest in perpetuating the structural cleavage between state power and the popular masses, between the representing and the represented. By contrast, the proletariat as a social class has its own identity and interest. The hegemonic links between this class and the popular masses are external in the sense that the identity of the proletariat remains unchanged, in spite of its roles in organizing and representing the national popular will. For the working class, any hegemonic formation has only instrumental and strategic significance. 30 The external nature of the hegemonic relations, that is, the structural split between class identity and the national popular identity, holds the key to the idea of the radical state under proletarian hegemony. This split explains why the political rule of the proletariat makes possible the realization of the self-government of the masses. The historical interest of the working class lies in the creation of a socialist society in which a genuine form of democracy will assert itself. For this reason, the proletariat can realize its interest only by smashing the bureaucratic machine of the modern state and setting the state on a course of withering away, by ensuring the maximum participation of the popular masses in running the state, and by making it impossible for a bureaucratic elite to develop. Thus, the historical uniqueness of the working class accounts for why this class is capable of accomplishing the two seemingly paradoxical tasks, to intensify the political supremacy of the proletariat over the masses while assuring the direct control over state organs by the masses. The whole argument of class hegemony, therefore, can be boiled down to two central propositions. It is possible, as the historical experience of both the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution demonstrated, to establish a radical state that is constructed on a mass basis but nonetheless proves to be more democratic than any mode of autonomous public life previously conceived. This is because the structural split between class identity and popular national identity can effectively prevent a mass revolution from degenerating into a revolution restoration, and it follows that the Soviet state as the self-government by the toiling people is possible, only when it is utilized as a state form of the dictatorship by the proletariat. The theory of class hegemony, needless to say, completely rests on the assumptions concerning the ontological immunity of the working class to bureaucratic domination. Thus, when Lenin later confronted the fact of bureaucratization in the state established on the model of class hegemony, he attributed it to the economic, organizational, and cultural backwardness of the toiling masses. Bureaucratic practices in Soviet Russia, he asserted, have different economic roots, namely, the atomized and scattered state of the small producer with his poverty, illiteracy, lack of culture, the absence of roads and exchange between agriculture and industry, the absence of connection and interaction between them. 31 The Soviet bureaucracy, therefore, was the product of a low level of the proletarianization of society. As might be expected, Lenin's solution to the bureaucratic corruption of the Soviet state was to intensify the proletarian control over the state apparatus, that is, to fall back on the more advanced workers, on the proletarian elite, or, rather, On the party 32, this line of reasoning clearly indicates a virtually logical connection between the idea of Soviet democracy and the reality of the party state in the Soviet-type societies. As Lakoff and Mouth have convincingly argued, the dichotomy between class identity and popular mass identity contains even more vanguardist and anti-democratic implications than any hegemonic formation. 33 By juxtaposing the class interest of the proletariat with the hegemonic practices in a mass movement, the concept of hegemony has had the effect of transferring the ontological privilege granted to the working class by Marxism from the social base to the political leadership of the mass movement. The relations between vanguard and masses, accordingly, cannot help but have a predominantly manipulative or oppressive character. Nowhere was the paradoxical nature of class hegemony more glaring than in the Marxist-inspired mass revolutions of the 20th century, especially the October Revolution of 1917. When the working class and peasantry took power in Russia in 1917, great hopes were raised among dominated peoples throughout the world. Indeed, the mass revolutions that it inspired in the peripheral world offered an unprecedented prospect of social equality and justice and proposed to free people from the constraints of power. The irony, of course, is that where successful revolutions under a communist leadership took place, they resulted not in the elimination of social domination but, rather, in the growth of bureaucratic power that is more massive in scale, more powerful in function, and more independent in nature than those they have replaced. 34 Indeed, it is precisely the Marxist regimes, which came to power under the name of the democratic control from below, that have effected the unleashing of an almost permanent orgy of bureaucratic violence. 35. The Trotskyist solution. Permanent revolution and proletarian dictatorship. The historical predicament of Soviet democracy permits us to understand the rationale behind Leon Trotsky's famous thesis of permanent revolution. As early as in 1906, Trotsky offered a detailed analysis, in his Results and Prospects, of the inner contradictions in the Leninist theory of hegemony. He predicted the authoritarian consequences of the Bolshevik policy of hegemony and attributed these consequences to Lenin's fundamental obsession of mass movements, which embraced a hegemonic logic and would unavoidably lead to a form of Bonapartism. 36 He agreed with Lenin and other Bolsheviks with regard to the incompetence of the bourgeoisie in the peripheral world and the necessity for the proletariat to assume the leadership in a mass democratic revolution, contending that the only feasible solution to a situation of peripheral capitalism was the self-activity of the proletariat itself and the establishment of a workers' democracy in peripheral nations. But he pushed the logic of the normal West versus the abnormal East even further. According to him, the distorted social structure caused by the global expansion of Western capitalism was responsible not only for the feebleness of the native bourgeoisie but also for the weakness of all social classes in peripheral countries, including the working class. The solution to the dilemma of hegemony, therefore, must be of a global nature. It is to be found in the international links between peripheral struggles and revolutionary movements in the West, where the normal class structure has produced a strong working class characterized by high levels of class consciousness and autonomous will formation. Like Lenin and other Bolsheviks, Trotsky maintained that the working class in Russia was the only class with the capacity and the will to carry out a bourgeois democratic revolution against an absolute monarchy. He also concurred with Lenin that the decisive importance of the working class in the upcoming democratic revolution would require an alliance of the proletariat with other strata of the popular masses, particularly the peasantry. For this reason, the working class had to confine its interests to the interests of the many millions of peasants, without and against whom the revolution could not have been carried through to the end by the proletariat. 37 However, Trotsky strongly opposed Lenin's program of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, which was proposed by Lenin as a governmental formula for the practice of hegemony. As Trotsky wrote in his History of the Russian Revolution, the popular and officially accepted idea of the hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution did not at all signify that the proletariat would use a peasant uprising in order with its support to place upon the order of the day its own historic task, that is, the direct transition to a socialist society. the hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution was sharply distinguished from the dictatorship of the proletariat, and polemically contrasted against it. 38 In an important sense, Lenin's notion of class hegemony was formulated in part as a response to Trotsky's earlier criticisms of the program of hegemony. But the rapid bureaucratization of the Soviet state made it increasingly evident that this new strategy contained as much theoretical ambiguity and practical calamity as the earlier concept of hegemony. When Trotsky republished Results and Prospects in 1919, his criticism was directed precisely at the theory of class hegemony, particularly the notion of Soviet democracy. The main problem with the concept of class hegemony, Trotsky argues, is its ambiguous account of the Soviet state as a structure of the dual power, that is, the coexistence of the democratic dictatorship of the working masses and the dictatorship of the proletariat. 39 Given such a state form, there are only two possible scenarios, and in neither of them may the strategy of class hegemony lead to the withering away of state power. In the first scenario, class interests are always consistent with the common interests of the popular masses. But, given this consistency, there would be no difference between state hegemony and class hegemony, since in this situation the class actually becomes the state. This can mean only a restoration revolution or the emergence of a new Bonapartist state. As Trotsky explains, the emancipated peasantry lost all interest in the political stunts of the townspeople, that is, in the further progress of the revolution, and placing itself like a heavy foundation stone at the foot of order, betrayed the revolution to the Cesarist or Ancien regime absolutist reaction. 40 In addition, the identity of class and the state would indicate that class consciousness and class interests are defined specifically in terms of hegemonic capacities. Such a strategy, of course, would legitimize not only the split between the leading and the led but also the separation between the working class and its vanguard. The same is true of the second possible scenario, in which the historical interests of the working class consistently collide with the interests of the popular masses. Given such antagonism, the proletariat, or its vanguard party, would have no choice but to impose its will upon the masses. In this situation, the self-government of the toiling people anticipated by Lenin would be completely out of the question. Furthermore, the conflicts between the working class and the masses, particularly the peasantry, would necessarily raise the question of how, in a country with a huge peasant majority, the working class could manage to maintain its minority rule and avoid political destruction without resorting to a coercive state power. The internal contradictions of Lenin's program of class hegemony, therefore, highlights a dilemma from which virtually no mass democratic revolution can possibly escape. The dictatorship of the proletariat as a form of democracy can mean only the self-activity of the proletariat itself and the establishment of a workers' democracy. The problem is that in a peripheral country with a huge peasant majority, the hegemonic logic of the mass revolution would unavoidably lead to a restoration revolution. For this reason, the contradiction between hegemony and democracy is ontological. It is impossible to create any constructive combination of the two. The only remedy to the dilemma of the mass revolution in the periphery, therefore, is the victory of an international proletarian revolution in advanced industrial countries, which alone could consolidate workers' regimes in peripheral countries and thus ensure the prospects of establishing a democratic society on the basis of class identity. This was the context in which Trotsky proposed his famous thesis of permanent revolution. 41 As is well known, the idea of permanent revolution comprises two major theses: that the Russian mass revolution must pass continuously from a bourgeois democratic stage to a socialist phase, and that the fate of the socialist revolution would depend upon the world proletarian revolution, which it would unavoidably provoke. 42 In spite of its tremendous popularity, the thesis of the transformation of the bourgeois revolution into a socialist revolution is not the most distinctive aspect of Trotskyism. Lenin's notion of class hegemony rests upon the same assumption. What makes the idea of permanent revolution theoretically unique and significant is Trotsky's argument that the Leninist notion of the Soviet state as the self-government of the toiling masses under the hegemony of the proletariat is conceptually delusional and practically dangerous, and that the future of the Russian socialist revolution lies only in the victory of the proletariat in the advanced countries. 43 Stalin was certainly right when he represented Trotskyism as signifying that socialism could not be definitively built in one country. 44 Just as Marx viewed the proletariat as the solution to the contradiction between the masses and democracy, so Trotsky conceived of the proletarian revolution in advanced industrial countries as the remedy to the authoritarian tendencies of mass movements in the peripheral world. The abnormal dislocation of stages in Russia and other peripheral countries was put in contrast with the normal development of the West, where the bourgeoisie maintained its supremacy in a stable capitalist society. Even though mass democratic revolutions broke out in peripheral countries, the final triumph of peripheral democracy would depend upon proletarian revolutions in the advanced industrial countries, simply because the hegemonic links between the vanguard and popular masses that had facilitated revolution in the peripheral world were also bound to hinder the development of democracy. From this perspective, the Russian mass revolution must pass continuously from a bourgeois democratic stage to a socialist stage. The fate of socialism in Russia would depend upon the world proletarian revolution that would inevitably ensue. The future of the Russian Revolution, accordingly, hinged on the victory of the proletariat in the advanced countries. 45. The Neo-Leninist solution. Colonial nationalism versus hegemonic nationalism. The rapid growth of bureaucratic power in the Soviet regime also explained Lenin's reluctance to develop the theory of hegemony into a paradigmatic model for mass democratic revolutions in the peripheral world. Instead of requiring the Marxist revolutionaries in peripheral countries to follow the model of the Russian Revolution, Lenin offered them his new thesis on the national and colonial questions, which marked a radical departure from his earlier position on peripheral democratic revolutions and a return to the classical Marxist view of the progressive character of the bourgeoisie. In his earlier work on imperialism 46, Lenin sought to explain the two major abnormalities of Marxism: peripheral capitalism and the massification of the working class in capitalist core countries in terms of the peculiar conditions created by the emergence of the global colonial system. According to this earlier view, the alliance between colonial capital and domestic comprador created a distorted class structure and was thus responsible for the prevalence of liberal deformation and overall socio-economic disintegration in the periphery. Colonial exploitation, in turn, corrupted European socialist movements as well as the proletariat in the West, for the reason that the profits from the colonies had made it possible for the bourgeoisie to promote opportunist tendencies in the working class. 47 Nonetheless, Lenin's position on the bourgeoisie and colonialism in the periphery underwent a dramatic shift during the post-revolutionary period. In his preliminary draft theses on the national and the colonial questions prepared for the Second Congress of the Communist International held in 1920, Lenin argued that colonial domination would inevitably force the native bourgeoisie in the periphery to collide with Western imperialist powers, for the most characteristic feature of imperialism is the division of the whole world into a large number of oppressed nations and an insignificant number of oppressing nations possessing colossal wealth and powerful military forces. 48 The antagonism between imperialism and the national movements of resistance in colonial and semi-colonial countries, accordingly, created a new global situation. In this new situation, imperialism, which ate away the dynamics of the proletariat in the advanced countries, had exactly the contrary effect in the dependent countries, where it served to develop nationalist anti-colonial tendencies. 49 Given the collision between imperialism and colonial nationalism, Lenin proceeded to argue that the bourgeois democratic liberation movements in the peripheral areas should be viewed as having great revolutionary potential, since the bourgeois national struggle against imperialist forces could not achieve its objectives without bringing about the destruction of the world colonial system per se. This is where colonial nationalism had a direct bearing on the world communist movement. The communist movement must look for the closest alliance with the anti-colonial and anti-feudal bourgeois democratic movements in colonial and semi-colonial countries. The parties of the proletariat, therefore, should support the national bourgeoisie rather than lead the national liberation movements. As Lenin emphasized, with regard to the more backward states and nations, in which feudal or patriarchal and patriarchal peasant relations predominate, it is particularly important to bear in mind, first, that all communist parties must assist the bourgeois democratic liberation movement in these countries, and the duty of rendering the most active assistance rests primarily with the workers of the country. The backward nation is colonially or financially dependent on. 50 The principle of collaboration with the national bourgeoisie in the colonial world was formally adopted at the Second Congress of the Comintern and was to constitute the cornerstone of the Comintern's official policies on the democratic revolutions in colonial and semi-colonial countries throughout the 1920s. The resolutions adopted at the Third Congress of the International, the Congress of the Toilers of the Far East, and the Fourth Congress of the International all clearly recognized and reaffirmed this principle. 51 Central to Lenin's appraisal of the revolutionary capacity of the peripheral bourgeoisie is the assumption that in the age of imperialism, the conflict between oppressed nations and oppressing nations would force the native bourgeoisie in the colonial countries to abandon their reformist attitude toward the feudal forces supported by imperialist powers and to assume the leadership in the anti-colonial nationalist revolution. The contradictions between imperialist forces and nationalism in colonial and semi-colonial countries, therefore, would make it unnecessary for these countries to adopt the strategy of hegemony. In other words, the practice of hegemony was confined only to the historically contingent characteristics of Russia. Accordingly, the model of the Russian Revolution was not applicable to the Eastern countries. This assumption clearly marked an obvious retreat to the classical views of the bourgeoisie as the agent of democratic revolutions. It implied a direct denial of the reality of peripheral capitalism and of the necessity of mass struggles in the periphery. For this reason, it was diametrically opposed to the historical experience of those who were actually living through the colonial conditions in the periphery. It came as little surprise that Lenin's position on colonial nationalism faced serious challenges at the Second Congress of the Comintern. M. N. Roy, an Indian Marxist, resolutely opposed the call for collaboration with the bourgeois movements, arguing that the Comintern should devote itself exclusively to the organization of the broad popular masses in the struggle for the class interests of the latter. 52 The enormous discrepancy between the thesis of colonial nationalism and the reality of the peripheral world, as we shall see in Chapter 6, found its most dramatic expression in the course of the Chinese Revolution. The Leninist assumptions about the colonial bourgeoisie's progressive capacity proved totally out of touch with the stark reality of the colonial world. Chapter 5. Class Consciousness or Ethical Hegemony. From Leninism to Western Marxism. The historical predicament of Marxist-led mass revolutions was one of the major factors that gave rise to what would come to be known as Marxisme Occidental, an intellectual movement within the Comintern that shifted the emphasis of Marxism from economy and politics to culture, ideology, and religion. 1 Motivating such a radical reorientation of Marxism, as so many analysts have correctly suggested, was the recognition that socialist authoritarianism was not simply an aberration of the Marxist project. Rather, it was the outcome of the deep structure of Marxist categories, with its emphasis on the power of economic structural constraints over human action and consciousness in modern societies. 2 Both Antonio Gramsci and George Lukács found the source of authoritarianism in the irresolvable tensions inherent in Lenin's notion of class hegemony. And both therefore tended to attribute these tensions to the economic determinism that underlies Marx's theory of the relationship between class and democracy. However, these two founders of Western Marxism differed sharply in their diagnosis of the crisis of Leninism. Their respective accounts of what should be responsible for the authoritarian turn of Soviet democracy stood diametrically opposed. As Lukács and Mauth have observed, the central point that divides Gramsci from the anti-economic positions formulated by Lukács and Karl Korsch lies precisely in his blunt rejection of class reductionism. Lukács and Korsch also reproportioned the terrain classically attributed to the superstructures, but they did this within the parameters of a class reductionist perspective which identified the revolutionary subject with the working class, such that hegemony in the sense of articulation was strictly unthinkable. It was precisely Gramsci's introduction of this latter concept which radically subverted the original conditions for the emergence of Second International Dualism. 3 The paradox of hegemony in the Leninist tradition furnishes us with arguably the most appropriate point of reference for an analysis of the divergence between these two perspectives and its implications. We reiterate this paradox as follows. At the heart of Lenin's program of the plebeian revolution was the thesis that in a situation of passive revolution prevalent in the peripheral world, mass movements provided the only reliable road to a democratic national polity. But as the history of the Russian Revolution clearly demonstrated, no popular mass struggles for democracy were possible without a considerable degree of ideological political mediation or hegemonic leadership. Like the Hegelian notion of the ethical state, Lenin's concept of hegemony assumed a notion of the political leadership as the articulator and carrier of the volonté générale. The logic of representative publicness implied in this concept rendered practically impossible the development of autonomous publicness that constitutes the nucleus of any democratic politics. Lenin tried to overcome this paradox by emphasizing the class character of the hegemonic formation. The theory of class hegemony, however, contained even more authoritarian implications. The imposed split between class and masses constituted the cornerstone of the Stalinist regime and was responsible for the exuberance of bureaucratic tyranny in Soviet-type societies. Within the Comintern there were two major responses to the deepening crises of Leninism. The first response was to attribute the authoritarian tendencies of Bolshevik policy to Lenin's failure to separate class identity and mass identity. This approach was initiated by Trotsky and culminated in Lukács's theory of class consciousness. Although Lukács agreed with Lenin in asserting that political class consciousness might not arise spontaneously from the proletariat and must be brought to the workers from outside by Marxist intellectuals, he strongly opposed Lenin's formal, ethical interpretation of class consciousness, for contending that such an interpretation had had the effect of transforming Marxist theory into a new ideology or religion, thereby replacing the political rule of the working class with the political domination of a Hegelian ethical state. Soviet democracy was accordingly changed into the familiar pattern of the supremacy of a conscious minority over the laboring masses. 5 The second response, in striking contrast to Lukács's class-centered orientation, held that the rise of socialist authoritarianism was attributable precisely to the structural schism between class and masses imposed by the Leninist project of class hegemony. Representative of this approach was Gramsci's theory of ideological intellectual hegemony. According to this account, the possibility of an authoritarian turn was, in some way, present from the beginning of Marxist orthodoxy, that is, from the moment in which a limited actor, the working class, was raised to the status of universal class. 6 Gramsci accordingly concluded that Lenin's program of hegemony, if interpreted as a democratic strategy rooted in the demands and aspirations of the toiling masses rather than the narrow interests of the universal class, held the key to both the issue of passive revolution in the peripheral world and that of the massification of the working class in advanced countries. The distinction between these two paradigms helps to explain why the anti-economic positions in the theories of Lukács and Gramsci took rather different directions. Whereas Lukács retained Marx's evolutionist paradigm, in which ethical hegemony and modern class structures were regarded as two distinct principles of social formation, Gramsci developed an ontological paradigm of social formation, in which moral intellectual hegemony was conceived of as the organizational principle in all societies. This ethical conception of hegemony marked a fundamental shift from Lenin's class-centered conception of hegemony to the terrain of faith and the ethical polity. In this regard, Gramsci might well be called the Weber of Marxism. 7. Lukács, Class Consciousness versus Hegemony. Lukács wrote History and Class Consciousness in 1922 while he was an active member of the ultra-left group in the Comintern, whose messianic, utopian aspirations were grounded mostly in the Trotskyist belief in the imminence of the world proletarian revolution. 8 Like Trotsky, Lukács contended that the historical predicament of the Russian Revolution of 1917 attested to the validity of Marx's analysis of the connection between mass movements and Bonapartism, thereby highlighting the practical, historical function of class consciousness as the central problem of the Marxist theory. 9 Lukács began his analysis of class consciousness by radically reformulating Marx's theory of the historical evolution of society characterized by the dichotomy between symbolic and economic interaction. The Marxist notion of economic interaction, according to Lukács, can be recaptured in terms of the relationship among three factors: economic interests, the totality of social relations, and social consciousness. Historical materialism starts with the problem of social reproduction. While a human being appears to be a product of his social milieu, it is essential to comprehend that the real nature of socio-historical institutions is that they consist of relations between men and for this reason may exist only in and through human conscious actions or practices. 10 Consciousness refers to the knowledge of the relation of individual agents and groups to the totality of these relations. 11 Insofar as all historically significant actions are determined in the last resort by acting agents' consciousness of society as a whole. 12 It can be said that the reproduction of the existing order rests directly on how such consciousness is formed. Economic interests, by contrast, refer to the interests that arise from the particular positions of individuals or groups within the total structure of a society. In pre-capitalist societies, due to the loose economic structure of society, the economic unity of a society had to assume a non-economic form. 13 The popular masses were accordingly confined to their socio-economic positions and narrow interests prescribed by the whole structure of society. The contradiction between immediate material interests and the normative character of social interaction explains why the production of material life was coordinated by religious ideological norms that regulated the relations of production, occupational roles, and conditions of commodity exchange, and thus laid the foundation for social organization. 14 The predominant power of religious ideological factors provided the rationale for political authority to function as the organizing center of society, leading to the unmediated dominance of the state that lacked any immediate economic base. 15 Decisive to our understanding of the nature of pre-capitalist periods, Lukács explains, is that religious ideological factors did not merely mask economic interests. Rather, they played a dominant role in the reproduction of social relations precisely because economic interests could not constitute the basis for establishing one's relation to the totality. In this sense, such interests could not become conscious. Instead, they remained hidden behind motives and were in truth the blind forces of history. 16 The totality of relations was, accordingly, to be constructed in supernatural or metaphysical terms. In feudal society, Lukács contends, man could not yet see himself as a social being because his social relations were still mainly natural. Society was far too unorganized and had far too little to control over the totality of relations between men. The natural spatial temporal barriers between different lands and territories and the legal partitions of different estates prevented society from appearing to consciousness as social reality. 17 Bourgeois society, in contrast, carried out the process of socializing society. 18 By destroying all the natural barriers between individuals, capitalism created a universe in which there is a formal equality for all men. The economic relations that directly determine the metabolic exchange between men and nature progressively disappear. Man becomes, in the true sense of the word, a social being. Society becomes the reality for man. 19 The socialization of society demystifies the power of the domain of religious ideological factors and affords greater opportunities for putting both production and interaction under conscious and rational control. With the total penetration of economic relations into every sphere of social life, capitalism emancipates production from the control of the religious metaphysical symbolism and thus deprives legitimacy of various traditional forms of representative publicness. Indeed, the recognition that society is the reality for humanity becomes possible only under capitalism. 20 Such a fundamental shift in the organizational principle of society features most prominently in the organization of society along class lines. 21 The emergence of pure classes in modern capitalism is best understood as a process through which individuals come to recognize that their relation to the totality of a concrete historical reality constitutes the very structural prerequisite for the realization of their economic interests. This notion of class formation as the reappropriation of the totality of social relations by producers, for Lukács as for Marx, is of paramount importance. It indicates that, for the first time in human history, the economy has objectively reached the stage of being for itself, and the economic basis of all social relations now reaches consciousness. This change paves the way for the formation of class consciousness, defined as the knowledge and capacity of a class to organize the whole society in accordance with its class interests. Point 22. As Lukács put it, for a class to be ripe for hegemony means that its interests and consciousness enable it to organize the whole of society in accordance with those interests. 23. This development allows us to see why in modern society there is little room for the independent role of political authority as the articulator and carrier of a discourse of general norms regulating social life. Class thus defined primarily refers to the capacity of an economic grouping to transcend its immediate interests by knowing itself as a factor within a totality and hence to uphold the interests of society as a whole. 24. A class becomes conscious of itself as a class only at the moment when it obtains the knowledge of the totality of the complex relations governing the whole of social life and thereby attains the capacity to organize the conflicting interests of the subordinate groups into a coherent whole. This notion of class consciousness as the knowledge of the totality and the capacity to organize the whole society in accordance with its class interests enables Lukács to stress the necessity of intellectual mediation for the formation of class consciousness while maintaining a strict distinction between masses and class. Insofar as all conscious collective actions or historically significant actions derive from knowledge of or a consciousness of the totality of social relations, a certain form or degree of the unity of theory and practice is indispensable to the reproduction of any social formation, pre-modern or modern. What distinguishes symbolic interaction from economic interaction lies in the nature of intellectual mediation. Pre-capitalist societies are characterized by the separation of economic interests and the interests of society as a whole. The consequent incompatibility between economic interests and consciousness explains why the formation of mass identity usually rests on religious ideological mystification and articulation. We cannot really speak of class consciousness in the case of these classes, for a full consciousness of their situation would reveal to them the hopelessness of their particularist strivings in the face of the inevitable course of events. Consciousness and self-interest then are mutually incompatible in this instance. And as class consciousness was defined in terms of the problems of imputing class interests, the failure of their consciousness to develop in the immediately given historical reality becomes comprehensible philosophically. Point 25. In other words, these strata can never become a class. In contrast, the defining feature of modern bourgeois societies is the incorporation of interaction into the sphere of material production. This is why the unity of theory and practice now carries a completely different meaning. Marxist theory does not fabricate a general will so as to create the working class. Instead, it plays a crucial role in inducing the workers to attain self-knowledge, that is, to recognize the real, objective unity of class consciousness inherent in themselves. Point 26. For the proletariat, the truth is a weapon that brings victory, and the more ruthless, the greater the victory. This explains why the proletariat and only the proletariat can discern in the correct understanding of the nature of society a power factor of the first, and perhaps decisive importance. 27. This notion of class consciousness as the reappropriation of the totality allows Lukács to provide a distinctive analysis of the source of the dilemma of hegemony in the periphery's democratic revolution. A modern social revolution arises in a situation in which a profound regrouping of all social forces and an erosion of the bases of the power of the ruling class is taking place. 28. In this context, a variety of social forces are at work, and the relations among these forces are historically contingent and undergo constant change. These complex relations constitute the totality of a historical situation. Since the historical totality indicates a situation in which no social class plays a dominant role in the organization of society, An understanding of the significant role played by non-proletarian strata during a revolution and an understanding of its non-proletarian character is of such divisive importance. 29 One distinctive feature of the movements of these intermediate strata is that they are truly spontaneous and nothing but spontaneous. As Lukács explains, these strata really are nothing more than the fruits of the natural forces of society obedient to natural laws. As such, they are themselves socially blind. These strata have no class consciousness that might have any bearing on the remolding of society. As a result of this, they always represent particular class interests, which do not even pretend to be the objective interests of the whole society. The bonds that join them to the whole objectively are only causal, i.e., they are caused by movements within the whole, but they cannot be directed towards changing it. Because of the nature of these movements, their actions are determined by factors external to themselves. Whatever direction they finally choose, whether they attempt to hasten the dissolution of bourgeois society, whether they again acquiesce in their own exploitation by the bourgeoisie, whether they sink back into passivity as the result of the frustration of their efforts, nothing that they do is implicit in their inner nature. 30 The masses, due to their political unconsciousness, cannot grasp the totality of a historical situation and are therefore not competent to organize themselves into a coherent, unifying bloc. The success of a transition therefore depends upon the formation of a constellation of forces in specific circumstances. 31 This historical task can be accomplished in two ways. In the first way, there is a revolutionary constellation of forces that hinges on the pivotal role of the classes capable of consciousness, that is, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, which, for Lukács, are the only pure classes in modern society. 32 The exercise of power of a modern class rests upon its capacity to carry along with it ideologically all the social groups that are not directly and immediately affected by the revolution, to uphold the interests of society as a whole in accordance with its interests. 33 With the presence of the active role of such a class, the revolution leads to the establishment of a democratic power. However, when a revolution breaks out in the absence of a revolutionary class, social power would lie in the street, without an owner, so to speak. 34 As a consequence, a situation of restoration or a counter-revolutionary constellation of forces would unavoidably occur. In such a situation there emerges the second way of modern transition. Here a power apparatus takes advantage of the ownerless power by claiming a position above all classes. The organization that arises from such a passive revolution constitutes a power relatively independent of the economically dominant class. This direct force, he emphasizes, was introduced from outside, from absolute states that were still intact or from territories that had remained feudal. 35 Both Bonapartism and fascism are typical instances of the power apparatus independent of class structures. 36 Lukács's analysis of the two modes of modern transition yields a combined set of oppositions, as illustrated in Table 1. These two opposite models of social transition, Lukács implies, enable us to understand both the significance of the Leninist scheme of class hegemony and its limits. Lenin was certainly right in arguing that only the political rule of the proletariat could effectively prevent a mass democratic revolution from degenerating into a revolution restoration. Lenin was also right in asserting that underlying the problem of the class-mass relationship is yet another, more basic one, namely, the problem of the relationship between the actual, psychological state of consciousness of the proletariat and the class consciousness of the proletariat within the working class. Per se 37 Class consciousness in this sense refers to the capacity of a particular class to go beyond its immediate interests by seeing these interests as a factor within a historical totality, which involves the interests of all the participating groups or strata. What Lenin has failed to recognize is that such capacity and consciousness can issue only from the free action of the proletariat. The most conspicuous feature of the Leninist party lies precisely in its emphasis on the primacy of an external intellectual agency over the integrity of the proletarian self-activity. This unfounded view of the course of history led to the division of the party into an active and a passive group, in which the latter was only occasionally brought into play and then only at the behest of the former. The freedom possessed by the members of such parties is therefore nothing more than the freedom of more or less peripheral and never fully engaged observers to pass judgment on the fatalistically accepted course of events or the errors of the individuals. 38 Consequently, the party transforms itself into those traditional forms of organization that are based on the exact mechanized division of labor, on bureaucratization, on the precise delineation and separation of rights and duties. 39. All this, according to Lukács, allows us to understand the striking parallels between the intellectual/mass relationship within the Leninist paradigm and the state/mass polarity within the Bonapartist paradigm. Thus, by equating the class for itself with the vanguard party, Lenin actually relegates class to the level of masses. In doing so, Lenin helps create a form of immediate dominance whose power is not based on the control of property ownership but, like the ancient regime, derives from a direct control of ideological political resources. 40 From this point of view, the authoritarian effect of Leninism results primarily from a fatalistic underestimation of the self-activity of the working class and a reduction of class to masses. The intellectual/mass model of organization makes virtually inevitable the rise of a socialist version of the Bonapartist state. Since what is responsible for the Bonapartist tendency of the peripheral mass movement is the absence of a modern class capable of class consciousness, the solution to liberal deformation in the periphery should rely on the Trotskyist strategy of establishing close links between mass revolutions in the East and socialist revolutions in the West, where the self-activity of a modern class has already been institutionalized. The controversy over socialism in one country. As a solution to the paradox of the mass democratic revolution, the Trotskyist program of permanent revolution hinges completely upon the imminent prospect of the proletarian revolution in the principal European countries. This strategy carried weight in the early days of the Soviet Russia, since the belief was widely shared by the leaders of the October uprising that the revolutionary process would soon spread to the West and that the Russian Revolution had no hope of permanent success except as the prelude to world revolution. 41 However, as hopes of a world revolution receded and the communists failed in their desperate efforts to bring about an uprising in the West, the theoretical deficiencies of the idea of permanent revolution became increasingly apparent in the mid-1920s. The mass democratic revolution with its hegemonic politics arose in response to the prevalence of the situation of passive revolution in the periphery. By contrasting the abnormality of the East to the normality of the West, this idea of permanent revolution might help illuminate the source of the paradox of the mass revolution, but its overwhelming reliance upon world revolution provided no solution to the paradox. The problems of the tensions between hegemony and democracy, and between state power and self-government, so prominent in the writings of Lenin from 1905 to 1917, were resolved in Trotsky's theory only by being discarded. It was in this context that Stalin formulated at the end of 1924 the doctrine of socialism in one country in opposition to Trotsky, particularly his idea of permanent revolution. In proclaiming that the Russian Revolution was self-sufficient, he assured communists that they need not be troubled with regards to the uncertain support of the world revolution and that the Soviet state was actually opening up a new era of radical democracy. When it comes to the paradox of the mass revolution, Stalin felt least impelled to extend or improve on Lenin's theory of class hegemony. He contended that one of the most significant contributions made by Lenin to Marxism was the discovery of the Soviet form of government as the state form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which established the link between the experience of the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution. 42 The significance of this discovery is that it solves the problem of the hegemonic relations between the proletariat, as the leader, and the exploited masses of the non-proletarian classes, as the led. Accordingly, Stalin reached the conclusion that Lenin's formula of the Soviet regime exhibited the highest type of democracy in class society, the form of proletarian democracy, which expresses the interests of the majority of society. 43 These developments help to explain why Lukács experienced a fundamental change in his thinking in 1924. Only 1 year after the publication of History and Class Consciousness. The recognition of the relative stability of the capitalist world convinced him that a world revolution could not be held to be imminent in these years 44. All this forced him to re-evaluate his theoretical position on the relationship between hegemony and democracy. His work on Leninism, published in 1924, marked his disenchantment with the messianic tendency of his early revolutionary years and a dramatic return to the Leninist scheme of a democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. With this shift in his theoretical point of view, he sided with Stalin against Trotsky on the issue of the necessity for socialism in one country and thereby abandoned his own version of permanent revolution. 45. Faith or scientific prophecy? Domination without legitimation. Like Lukács, Gramsci takes as a point of departure the distinction between Restoration Revolution and Democratic Revolution. It may be recalled that Gramsci's concept of passive revolution is used to explain a whole series of historical situations in the peripheral world, in which the collapse of the Ancien regime, due primarily to the incompetence of the bourgeoisie in the organization of society, has not led to the establishment of a liberal democratic order but only resulted in the predominance of primordial conflicts over race, religion, and language. This is what Gramsci considers a situation of hegemonic crisis. 46. For Gramsci, both the pre-revolutionary Russia and the Italian Risorgimento presented typical cases of a revolution restoration. Also, like Lukács, Gramsci specifies two opposite solutions to the situation of a passive revolution. The first is restoration, in which a political power takes advantage of the vacuum of power by claiming to a position above all conflicting forces. In this revolution restoration, the old feudal forces maintain a political role in the form of the state, gradually being transformed into what Marx called a monstrous parasitic machine of the Bonapartist state. 47. This is in sharp contrast to the democratic solution, in which it is civil society rather than the state that constitutes the organizational principle of social formation. As Gramsci writes in a famous passage of Prison Notebooks, in Russia the state was everything and civil society was primordial and gelatinous, whereas in the West there was a proper relation between state and civil society. 48. It appears that, as in the case of Lukács, Gramsci has recourse in his explanation of the crisis of the Bolshevik scheme of class hegemony to the classical dichotomies between state and civil society, between representative and rational publicness and, by implication, between mass struggles in the periphery and proletarian democratic movements in advanced countries. Yet a closer look at Gramsci's analysis of the relationship between hegemony and the state reveals that exactly the opposite is true. His central thesis is that the Bonapartization of the Russian mass revolution occurred precisely because the Bolshevik organization had failed to transform itself into a new mode of representative publicness or, in the Hegelian term, an ethical state. How could the two founders of Western Marxism have drawn such fundamentally different conclusions from almost the same diagnosis of the distinction between East and West? The answer, I would suggest, lies in the defining feature of the Leninist party state, that is, domination without legitimation. This is a feature that places Weber's comparative religion right at the core of debates within Marxism over the problem of hegemony. Historical materialism, we may recall, can be construed as a distinctive response to the Hegelian critique of liberal modernity. For Marx, as for Hegel, the classical distinction between praxis and techne, between the public domain of the ethical polity and the private domain of labor, was essential to the analysis of the reproduction of any institutional order. In particular, Marx endorsed Hegel's account of the vital role of political religion in constituting the homo duplex and in this way actually created social reality. This is why Marx reserved his harshest criticisms for the pretentious claims about reason and moral autonomy held by liberal philosophers and left Hegelians, arguing that the Enlightenment conceptions of the modern rational self were predicated almost exclusively on the groundless assumption that private vices could produce public benefits. 49 But Marx bluntly rejected Hegel's claim that the tensions between the society of needs and public life would make inevitable the predomination of the ethical state in modern market society. Both bourgeois theories of civil society and the Hegelian concept of the modern ethical state, according to Marx, had failed to recognize the novelty of modern capitalist society. Modern civil society first and foremost marked the emergence of a new mode of social interaction, economic interaction, which indicated that the sphere of production became capable of generating its own rules and norms and of creating an institutional framework detached from the system of political domination and linked immediately to the system of social labor. 50 It was this historical breakthrough that accounted for the dynamics of bourgeois civil society and therefore held the key to the advent of rational critical public life in modern societies. This new organizational principle of social formation is the determination of consciousness by social existence. It revolves around two parallel tendencies. The first is the legitimation of the bourgeois social order from below at the level of social labor. 51 According to Marx, the incorporation of social interaction into the domain of material production creates a normative institutional context within which individuals are forced to act collectively, even if they act simply in their naked self-interest. This is the real meaning of Marx's famous statement: in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independence of their will, namely, relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. 52 As a result, there emerges the keystone of economic interaction, modern industrial classes. As the social agent of economic interaction, industrial classes embodied a combination of what had hitherto appeared uncombinable, private needs and practical substance. This is why Marx characterized modern classes as socialized humanity. 53 Which for him stood for material praxis as opposed to symbolic praxis in the Aristotelian Hegelian tradition. In the first of his theses on Feuerbach, Marx elucidated this materialist notion of praxis as follows: the chief defect of all previous materialism is that the object, actuality, sensuousness is conceived only in the form of the object or perception, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. Hence, in opposition to materialism, the active side was developed by idealism, but only abstractly, since idealism naturally does not know actual, sensuous activity as such. 54 In this sense, it can be said that historical materialism replaces Hegel's religion subject practice complex with a new complex regarding legitimacy, economic interaction, class, and material practice. Parallel to the self-legitimation of the domain of material production is the second tendency of the modern transformation, the disenchantment and instrumentalization of the superstructures of society from above in modern bourgeois society, with the incorporation of social interaction into the domain of material production. The traditional domain of symbolic interaction has accordingly lost its practical roles in justifying the existing order and constituting social subjects capable of practice. It has henceforth degenerated into the superstructure of a society at the service of the economic structure. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and philosophical superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. 55 Viewed in this way, the possibility of public reasoning by private people in capitalist society and the dynamics of bourgeois civil society rest directly on the independence of the totality of the relations of production from the consciousness of individual agents and groups, that is, on the split between theory and practice. It was precisely on the basis of this materialist model for the organization of bourgeois society that Marx proposed two core theses of his theory on democracy. The gradual expansion of liberal capitalism and bourgeois democracy to non-Western countries, on the one hand, and the inevitable passage from bourgeois democracy to radical democracy in advanced industrial societies, on the other. The same model also accounted for the enduring and sterile debate taking place among the theoreticians of the Second International, which centered around the idea of the historical inevitability of proletarian revolutions or the necessity of full capitalist development for the final crash of the bourgeois state. 56 The two historical developments in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the massification of the working class in advanced industrial countries and the passive Revolution in the periphery posed fundamental challenges to Marx's materialist interpretation of liberal modernity. In particular, these developments provided overwhelming support for Weber's decisionistic model for the organization of bourgeois society. 57 as explained in Chapter 3. Weber's theory of religious rationalization can be construed as a non-Marxist version of economic interaction. As in the case of historical materialism, what was referred to by Weber as the process of rationalization can be broken down into two tendencies, rationalization from below and rationalization from above. 58 Like Marx, Weber ascribes the dynamics of bourgeois civil society to the creation of an economic legitimation in the domain of social labor. Unlike Marx, however, he argues that historical materialism mistakes the effect of the bourgeois social for its cause. The central thesis of Weber's The Protestant Ethic, let us recall, is that, contrary to what Marx has asserted, it is the prior existence of the Western bourgeoisie with its peculiar economic ethic and urban piety that paves the way for the peculiar modern form of capitalism in the Western Hemisphere. 59 In this view, it is an ethic of ultimate conviction as well as its corresponding subsystem that effectively anchors purposive rational action orientations in the personality system of the Western bourgeoisie and hence secures the self-legitimation of the economic structure. 60 This brings us to the second aspect of Weber's account of rationalization from above. Like Marx, Weber holds that with the integration of value-oriented actions into the domain of social labor, there is an ensuing extension of means-ends rationality in the superstructures of society. The power-legitimating and action-orienting traditions, especially mythological interpretations and religious worldviews, lose their cogency. 61 This process of disenchantment or secularization of the domain of culture and politics is manifested in several ways. First, the political system is now justified in terms of the legitimating relations of production and thus becomes a superstructure. 62 Second, traditional worldviews and objectivations lose their power and validity as myth, as public religion, as customary ritual, as justifying metaphysics, as unquestionable tradition. 63 Consequently, there emerges a process of the rationalization of social knowledge, with traditional religious ethical formations replaced by modern social science, which seeks to extend the methodology of the natural sciences to the study of human behavior. But these developments, according to Weber, by no means indicate that the organization of modern capitalist society should be explained in terms of the determination of consciousness by social being. The public reorientation of social labor hinges on the bourgeoisie's capacity for political practice and national organization. Insofar as such capacity is grounded in Protestantism's insistence on the liberty of conscience, the rights, and the powers of individuals. 64 And rooted in the Calvinist notion of an activist and ecclesiastical politician. 65 It must be concluded, as Goldner interprets Weber, that Protestant-grounded modern ideology premised the doctrine of the unity of theory and practice and thereby unleashed a vast political force in the modern world, a force still powerful and far from spent. 66. This great political power attributes great importance to ideas. It supposes that people can have an obligation by reason of having an idea or a theory. It premises the capacity and duty of men to commit themselves to the logic of an idea, to endure its implications, despite its costs to other interests, family, friends, or neighbors. 67 From this perspective, the superiority of civil society over the political system in Western democratic societies should be explained not by virtue of the relationship between the structure and the superstructure but by virtue of a split between Protestant-grounded modern ideology and the new social sciences. It is true that modern social science, in Althusser's terms, 68 starts from an epistemological break by affirming its wishes to apply the method of the exact sciences to the study of human relations and by separating itself from traditional religion and metaphysics. 69 By making its reports about what is a focal point and holding that it does not moralize about what should be but simply describes what is happening and what will happen, modern social science is able to assert its cognitive superiority over other symbolic systems. 70 This is in sharp contrast to Protestant-grounded ideology, which does not simply limit itself to diagnosing reality but seeks to remedy reality in the name of the unity of theory and practice. But social science can claim such cognitive superiority precisely because their rejection of that unity presumably allows them a dispassion and disinterest that better enables them to say what is 71, as Weber put it eloquently. The impossibility of scientifically pleading for practical and interested stands except in discussion. The means for a firmly given and presupposed end rests upon reasons that lie far deeper. Scientific pleading is meaningless in principle because the various value spheres of the world stand in irreconcilable conflict with each other. 72 In other words, the dynamic of Western bourgeois democracy rests directly on the confrontation by officials of administration versus political leadership and on a strict separation of the functions of the expert from those of the politician. 73 Although the politician uses the technical knowledge of the expert, his exercise of power is ultimately based on scientifically unjustifiable premises. A political decision is made between competing value orders and convictions, which escape compelling arguments and remain in the final analysis inaccessible to cogent discussion. Rationality in the choice of means, then, accompanies avowed irrationality in orientation to values, goals, and needs. 74 Implied in this decisionistic model of the organization of bourgeois society are a number of predictions that are in stark opposition to those made by Marx. First, since only the Occidental religious tradition can breed the constitutive element of allowing the successful demassification of certain plebeian strata into the bourgeois class, there will be no steady expansion of modern capitalism and liberal democracy into non-Western societies. Second, the structural split between public culture and the private cogency of the Protestant bourgeoisie in Western democratic societies preconditions the continuous massification of non-bourgeois strata, especially the working class. Hence there is not and never can be any inevitable transition from liberal democracy to proletarian democracy. Finally, and most importantly, if, in a concrete historical situation, the complete division of labor between the objectively informed and technically schooled general staff of the bureaucracy, on the one hand, and leaders with strong convictions and intense moral will, on the other, does not exist or no longer exists. 75 One might expect the emergence of what Weber referred to as academic prophecy or scientific prophecy. 76 By this term, he meant that a scientifically grounded modern social theory is intended not only to diagnose social reality but also, in the name of the unity of theory and practice, to change it. In other words, it tries to construe itself as a new faith without a new and genuine prophecy. 77 Weber's analysis of scientific prophecy brings us back to the Leninist scheme of class hegemony. The scheme, as we have seen in our earlier discussion, was formulated to overcome the paradox of hegemony by emphasizing the class character of the hegemonic formation. In this view, Soviet democracy involves two distinct relationships: the relationship between the proletariat and its vanguard organization, and the relationship between the proletariat and the popular masses. Political class consciousness is not available directly to members of the working class and therefore must be brought to them by Marxist intellectuals, who are in a position to comprehend the totality of social relations. Armed with class consciousness, the proletariat is able to assume its political leadership in the Soviet state. Such proletarian hegemony, in turn, ensures the direct control over state organs by the masses. The significance of the Leninist legacy is evident. It brought together the two aspects of the crisis of classical Marxism. Now the puzzle of passive revolutions in the peripheral world and the question of the massification of the working class in advanced countries converge on the very issue of political consciousness versus trade union consciousness within the working class itself. 78. But this instrumentalist interpretation of the relationship between theory and the practice of the working class, it should be obvious, presupposes Marx's assumption about the privileged historical status of the proletariat as socialized humanity and as the carrier of material praxis. The same is true of Lukács's conception of class consciousness. Both Lenin and Lukács assume that the role of Marxist theory is not, in Althusser's terms, to hail or interpellate concrete individuals as concrete subjects as ideology usually does, but to help the proletariat attain self-knowledge of class identity that is objectively inherent in the working class per SE 79. Yet once this untenable assumption about the proletariat is renounced, the asserted relation of theory to practice can remain cognitive or instrumental no longer. Instead, the relation becomes ontological or, so to speak, ideological or religious. This is a typical scenario of scientific prophecy in which a scientifically grounded theory makes pretentious and unjustified claims to religiosity, in the name of the unity of theory and practice. This tendency, according to Habermas, can be conceptualized as the scientization of politics, in which the dependence of the professional on the politician reverses itself. 80 A scientific intelligentsia elaborates on the objective implications and requirements of available techniques and resources as well as of optimal strategies and rules of control. As a result, the politician, if there are still any, would then be at best something like a stopgap in a still imperfect rationalization of power, in which the initiative has in any case passed to a scientifically analysis and technical planning. 81 In brief, the scientization of politics points toward a process in which scientific technological knowledge functions as an ideology, a faith, or a religion by directly shaping social practice and hence social reality. The domination of such scientific intelligentsia, as Habermas has forcefully argued, can present the most dangerous threat to the future of humanity. What the domination of the feudal elite or the bourgeois class represses is the unprivileged's challenge to the legitimacy of the existing order, whereas what the domination of the new class represses is legitimation or even ethics as a category of human life. 82. There is little doubt that the Protestant-grounded bourgeois ideology, as Lukács has rightly pointed out, veils actual power relations in the capitalist system and therefore generates false consciousness. 83 But this is only one side of the story. The other side is that the important function of this ideology is to justify the social relations of the system in such a way as if they are based on a pattern of just interactions, free from domination and subject to the principle of reciprocity, a principle that is rooted in the Judaic-Christian interpretations of the problem of theodicy and requires that exchange relations will be and are just owing to equivalence. 84 This is why in bourgeois discourse the power relations institutionalized as the capital-labor relationship could not even be called as such by name. 85 The crux of matter is not only that the actual relation of force is veiled but also that, in order to veil it, bourgeois ideology must pretend to follow a pattern of just interactions. Without such pretensions, the ideology can no longer be called an ideology. Without the legitimation of such an ideology, the capitalist system cannot function at all. Since the capitalist system itself is actually a power structure, two questions arise immediately. First, why does the system need the help of ideology to appear to be free of domination? Second, what is the source of the pattern of just interactions that the bourgeois ideology of justice tailors to suit its purpose of legitimating the system? These questions bring us back to the central theme of Weber's comparative religion: value-oriented action as a universal property of human society. Society, in a most important sense, consists of symbolic interactions between acting subjects. These interactions indicate reciprocal expectations about behaviors that are based on consensual norms understood and recognized by acting subjects. What is noteworthy here is the intersubjectivity of these consensual norms. To be consensual, such norms must be beyond specific interest consideration of any participant in symbolic interactions, otherwise, their validity cannot be generally recognized by all participants. This is why it can be said that the crucial principle that dominates human normative action is reciprocity, which presupposes the general equality of all participants in social interactions. The principle of reciprocity alone, in the final analysis, can account for the very source of the binding force of normative rules. The same principle also explains why legitimation is indispensable for any class society, in which privileged appropriation of socially produced wealth is always in conflict with the reciprocal nature of human interactions. A class society is then forced to appeal to various religious worldviews whose function is to explain why the inequitable distribution of socially produced wealth is in harmony with the principle of reciprocity or is even required by it. It is the contradiction between the power structure and the validity of normative claims that determines the paradoxical nature of any religious or ideological discourse. From this standpoint, religion or ideology should be viewed as determined both socially and normatively. The close linkage between Protestant rationalism and bourgeois ideologies, in particular, indicate that these ideologies still employ a relation of communicative action as the basis of legitimation. 86 The phenomenon of legitimation shows that in the history of all hitherto existing societies, praxis, defined as value-oriented or normative action, has been a constant factor, while the organizational principle of society underwent radical changes, from the predomination of political society in pre-capitalist societies to the rise of the bourgeois social in capitalist societies. But this fundamental condition of all previous history would be overcome by the domination of a technocratic elite. Once the scientization of politics becomes the organizational principle of a society, what will emerge is not merely a new mode of domination in which the technocratic elite becomes the nucleus of hierarchy. Instead, an even more important consequence of this structural change is the end of human value orientations. This is because the scientific preoccupation with what is will cast off all ideologies as well as their practical concerns. The result is that there will no longer be any contradiction between the power structure and the principle of reciprocity. The dominant class will no longer need an ideology to legitimate their privileges. 87 This is precisely what one can clearly discern in Stalinist praxis. Theodor Adorno, for instance, suggests characterizing Stalinism as the end of ideology. Ideologies in the real sense of the word are two-dimensional. The truth content of ideologies is based on a necessity to justify through rational argumentation an order of things in need of justification. Ideologies thus conceived are true in themselves, but false when they present themselves as already realized. What is unique to Stalinist societies, however, is the instrumentalization of ideology or the absence of ideology. Here the so-called thought is a mere instrument of power, and critique can no longer be an imminent confrontation between truth claims and the necessary falsehood that is attached to them. Accordingly, reality becomes its own ideology. 88 Much the same view is affirmed by A.J. Palin. The best way to decipher the Leninist party state, according to him, is to conceptualize it as the end of politics. Politics can be defined as the consideration of a particular problem in the light of all the social institutions, factors, forces, interests, and problems extant in society, that is, the consideration of the general direction of society in the light of adequate information about the relevant component parts of the whole social organism. Politics defined as such must be empowered to transcend the institutions of the existing regime, so that it possesses the most basic means of reflection on the status quo. This means that politics must be a reflection on the status quo, not a reflection of it. A reflection of a phenomenon is simply a mirror image of it, whereas a reflection on it is a critical process. 89 Political institutions that can genuinely bear a critical edge on the current situation must, therefore, be allowed to claim a distance between itself and what is. Such a distance can be embodied only in a public realm that is institutionally separated from the center of public power. In other words, any differing reality that will provide the foundation for a genuine criticism of official reality must lie outside the control of that reality. 90 This structured cleavage between public life and state power exists in any mode of public life, representative or autonomous, authoritarian or democratic. As Michael Walzer has observed, any principle of ideology must at the same time be a critical principle. This is actually the very precondition for the operation of an ideological claim. When medieval Christians, for example, condemned the sin of simony, they were claiming that the meaning of a particular social good, ecclesiastical office, excluded its sale and purchase. Given the Christian understanding of office, it followed, I am inclined to say, it necessarily followed that office holders should be chosen for their knowledge and piety and not for their wealth. 91 It follows that the use of a principle for legitimizing the status quo cannot but involve the use of the same principle for critically judging it. In other words, implied or simply required by the functioning of any principle of legitimization is the legitimacy of criticism. However, conditions under a Stalinist regime are just the opposite. The roots of Bolshevik politics lie in the direct and complete identification of the public realm with the official institutions. Here the public political structure, notably the Soviet structure itself, does not obtain a critical and unified overview of the official reality. Instead, it is itself part of the institutions of the status quo. For this reason, its definition of reality coincides with the status quo. The institutions of the public realm are accordingly denied a critical access to the existing arrangements, for the reason that they lack a structural stance from which to grasp the whole reality as something other than themselves. 92. The coincidence of public life with official reality does not indicate merely the end of a genuinely political process in state socialist societies. Even more importantly, it also suggests the end of sensible statecraft, for the simple reason that the gap between official reality and alternative reality is a fundamental precondition for the sensible functioning of any bureaucratic administrative apparatus. It follows that, contrary to what Herbert Marcuse and others have contended, the orgy of bureaucratic power characteristic of Stalinist regimes is not attributable to total bureaucracy. Rather, a major responsibility lies precisely in the absence of a necessary balance or equilibrium between the domains of public power and politics. The end of politics, accordingly, provides us with the best place for making sense of the most puzzling and certainly the most distinctive feature of bureaucratic socialism: the unpublic use of public power. As noted in Chapter 1, the central point that differentiates representative politics from autonomous publicness is the way in which public discourse concerning general interests and the general direction of a society is formed and represented. But such a distinction, obviously, presupposes the existence of a structural discrepancy between public power and public discourse. By contrast, the most intriguing aspect of a state socialist regime is the self-legitimization of state power, in the sense that such power no longer rests on any principle of justification derived from a common set of ideas and values. It follows that a more appropriate way of conceptualizing the nature of socialist authoritarianism is to term it the end of publicness or dominance without legitimation. Here lies the very source of what Polan has termed the unconstrained bureaucratic power. The Soviet state, at one and the same time, is an all-powerful, rigid, and highly structured administration unconstrained by normal modes of political control, and a totally politicized structure wherein norms, laws, regulations, and procedures may be overturned at a moment's notice by political decree. 93. Gramsci, Ethical Hegemony and the Integral State. Now we are in a better position to explore the significant divergence between Gramsci and Lukács with respect to the relationship between hegemony and democracy. Central to Lukács's theory of class consciousness, as we may recall, is the conviction that the historical experience of peripheral mass movements attested to the validity of Marx's presupposition about the relationship between masses and representative politics, thus highlighting the centrality of autonomous publicness for democracy. This approach to radical politics, needless to say, rests upon the classical dichotomies between representative publicness and autonomous publicness, and between masses and class. It is by posing a serious challenge to these classical premises that Gramsci develops his specific viewpoint on hegemony. It is misleading, according to Gramsci, to cast the question of centralism, that is, the question of relations between rulers and the ruled, as what demarcates a democratic polity from an authoritarian one. The first element is that there really do exist rulers and ruled, leaders and led. The entire science and art of politics are based on this primordial and irreducible fact. 94. What is really at issue is the intellectual moral foundation of leadership, or, conversely, the intellectual moral precondition for obedience. To ensure this foundation, certain principles have to be fixed upon and strictly observed. 95. Rulers or leaders have to prove the legitimacy of their leadership by demonstrating necessity or rationality for their decisions about public affairs. This, in turn, presupposes the dialectic of consent and domination. What is characteristic of a Leninist party state, in comparison, is precisely the total absence of such a dialectics. Under a Stalinist regime, the non-state institutions of ideological, cultural, and political hegemony are replaced by the coercive power of the state. The loss of hegemony inevitably leads to the introduction of bureaucratic elitist mechanisms of social reproduction, to forms of bureaucratic centralism. 96 The prevalence of bureaucratic centralism indicates that the leading group is saturated, that it is turning into a narrow clique that tends to perpetuate its selfish privileges by controlling or even by stifling the birth of oppositional forces, even if these forces are homogeneous with the fundamental dominant interests. 97 Seen from this perspective, the basic concern about the Soviet state is not the question of the forms of publicness, hegemonic or democratic, representative or autonomous, rather, a dividing line must be drawn between hegemony and dictatorship. Public authority and unpublic use of power, coercion and consent, or, more simply, legitimacy and domination without legitimation. On the basis of these distinctions, Gramsci offers an explanation of the source of the authoritarian turn of Bolshevism that is completely different from the explanation proposed by Lukács. While Lukács attributes the Bonapartization of the Bolshevik Revolution to the hegemonic formations of the mass revolution, Gramsci insists that such a transition occurs just because of the loss of hegemony in the Bolshevik practices. In his view, it is precisely the lack of organic unity between theory and practice, between intellectual strata and popular masses, between rulers and ruled, that accounts for the bureaucratic dominance of a handful of intellectual groups, who had no links with the popular masses. 98 The negative effects of the Leninist vanguard organization, therefore, emanate not so much from its claim to be the carrier of the national popular collective will as from its failure or unwillingness to create a genuine organic unity between intellectuals and masses. In short, whereas Lukács seeks to explain the authoritarian turn of Leninism by equating hegemony with Restoration Revolution, Gramsci does so by counterposing hegemony to Restoration Revolution. Gramsci accordingly borrowed Lenin's concept of hegemony and expanded it into an ontological theory of social formation. According to this new concept of hegemony, the creation of a universal discourse, which provides not only the intellectuals but also and above all the ordinary men with both a general view of the course of events and at the same time rules of practical conduct, is a crucial prerequisite for any form of social order. 99 This concept marks a fundamental shift of the notion of hegemony from the strategic political plane in Leninism to the intellectual moral plane. Now hegemony becomes the central category of an ontological theory of society, for moral and intellectual leadership presupposes an image of society in which social formation requires that an ensemble of ideas and values be shared by a number of sectors. In this sense, hegemony constitutes a higher synthesis, a collective will that serves as the organic cement unifying a historic block. 100 From such ontological definition of hegemony, Gramsci proceeds to argue that the state should not be understood as an instrument of class dominance. Instead, it is to be conceived of as what makes class dominance possible. The state is always an integral state in the sense that it is in fact a combination of coercive and hegemonic apparatuses. 101 In which the dominant sector defines its identity through the practice of intellectual moral leadership. Thus for Gramsci a class does not take state power, it becomes state. 102 According to Gramsci, when the term state is used to refer to the coercive apparatuses monopolized by the state, it is contrasted with hegemony, which is understood not only as a common discourse of values and ideas shared by most people but also those public institutions that function to materialize, embody, and represent this public discourse, political and cultural. To be more specific, in this context, the state apparatuses and the integral hegemonic roles of the state, what Gramsci terms political hegemony, are conceptually differentiated. Or, in other words, here the state is contrasted with hegemony. However, when the term state is employed to denote both the public institutions of political hegemony and the organs of force, Gramsci speaks of the state itself as inclusive of hegemony. Gramsci writes, the state is dictatorship plus hegemony. 103 Here we can clearly observe what Bussy-Glucksmann terms the methodological duplication of the superstructures in the works of Gramsci. This means that the state is located not in one of the two terms of the state/hegemony opposition, but in both. In this aspect, Table 2, formulated by Bussig-Luxman, offers the best illustration of how Gramsci conceives of the complexities of the role of the state. 1041 One effective way to distinguish between the state in the strict sense and the state in the integral sense is to term the former government or bureaucracy while using the term state specifically to denote the integral state. Thus Gramsci writes, "We are still on the terrain of the identification of state and government, an identification which is precisely a representation of the economic corporate form, in other words, of the confusion between civil society and political society." For it should be remarked that the general notion of the state includes elements which need to be referred back to the notion of civil society. 105 It is in the integral sense that Gramsci speaks of the state as an ethical entity and educator, or, in other words, as the organizer and carrier of the national popular will. His notion of the integral state finds its clearest expression in his following observation: "It is true that the state is seen as the organ of one particular group, destined to create favorable conditions for the latter's maximum expansion. But the development and expansion of the particular group are conceived of, and presented, as being the motor force of a universal expansion, of a development of all the national energies. In other words, the dominant group is coordinated concretely with the general interests of the subordinate groups, and the life of the state is conceived of as a continuous process of formation and superseding of unstable equilibria between the interests of the fundamental group and those of the subordinate groups, equilibria in which the interests of the dominant group prevail, but only up to a point, i.e., stopping short of narrowly corporate economic interests. 106 Against this background, it is hardly surprising that Gramsci identifies the relationship between the philosophy of praxis and religion as one of the most fundamental challenges confronted by Marxist strategists. Commenting on Croce's definition of philosophy as a secular religion, Gramsci raises this question: if, by religion, one is to understand a conception of the world with a conformant norm of conduct, what difference can there exist between religion and ideology? He accordingly suggests that the demand for the unity of theory and practice elaborated on by Marx in the Theses on Feuerbach must be viewed as a conceptual equivalent to the identification of philosophy with religion, that is, a conception of the world with a conformant model of conduct in the works of Benedetto Croce. 107 No wonder, then, Gramsci repeatedly emphasizes that Marxists must take religion seriously. As he puts it in discussing the relationship between revolutionary ideology and religion, but at this point we reach the fundamental problem facing any conception of the world, any philosophy which has become a cultural movement, a religion, a faith. Any that has produced a form of practical activity or will in which the philosophy is contained as an implicit theoretical premise. One might say ideology here, but on the condition that the word is used in its highest sense of a conception of the world that is implicitly manifest in art, in law, in economic activity, and in all manifestations of individual and collective life. This problem is that of preserving the ideological unity of the entire social bloc which that ideology serves to cement and to unify. The strength of religions, and of the Catholic Church in particular, has lain, and still lies, in the fact that they feel very strongly the need for the doctrinal unity of the whole mass of the faithful and strive to ensure that the higher intellectual stratum does not get separated from the lower. 108 The Gramscian notion of the integral state unequivocally illustrates how radically his theory departs from classical Marxism. But even more significant is its relation to Leninism in the light of the Hegelian legacy. As discussed above, the Leninist notion of hegemony contained two key presuppositions of the Hegelian notion of Sittlichkeit: the primacy of ethical normative discourse for social formation and the structural split between the leading sector and the popular masses. But Lenin carefully avoided drawing any conclusion about the normative nature of state power. He clearly recognized that the separation of the state from society is the cornerstone upon which the Marxist notion of socialist democracy as a radicalization of liberal democracy is constructed. It is in Gramsci's theory of moral intellectual hegemony that the Hegelian turn inherent in the Leninist notion of hegemony is finally realized. By specifying the integral nature of the state, Gramsci not only calls into question Marx's thesis about class and democracy but also poses a serious challenge to the foundation upon which Marx's whole theory of democracy is based: the distinction between representative and autonomous publicness, that is, the causa differentia between the ethical state and civil society. In the fashion of Hegel, Gramsci insists on the centrality of the hegemonic apparatus or the ethical state for any form of publicness, whether it is an ancien regime or a democratic society. The Weberian challenge. The notion of intellectual ethical hegemony is certainly very useful in specifying the internal contradictions of Leninism. But its accentuation on the role of hegemonic mediation in peripheral popular movements has only the effect of highlighting the striking contrast between the periphery and the West, where the vitality of bourgeois democracy lies precisely in autonomous national will formation, namely, in a clear distinction between the state and civil society. This problem compelled Gramsci to confront the challenge posed by Weber's theory of comparative religion. As we have seen, one of the central arguments of the theory is that the absence of the Protestant bourgeoisie in non-Western societies creates a kind of uncivic capitalist system, in which one should expect only a Hobbesian or Hegelian solution that compensates for instability through authoritarian institutions. As the transition from the Leninist scheme of class hegemony to the Trotskyist theory of permanent revolution clearly demonstrates, any strategy based on classical views of the centrality of class subjects for the social inevitably leads to an open endorsement of the privileged position of Occidental over Oriental history. 109 The irony, however, was that the opposite approach worked essentially to the same effect. The stress on the primacy of a popular national will in peripheral mass revolutions raised the fundamental question of how to define the social in the peripheral setting. In doing so, it underscored the bourgeoisie's vital role in Western democratic societies and thereby reinforced the Weberian division between the Kantian West and the Hegelian East. A compelling expression of this Orientalist latency inherent in the concept of ideological ethical hegemony can be found in Lacan and Mauth's joint account of hegemony. They followed Gramsci in contending that the peripheral mass revolutions in general brought home the articulatory character of social practice and the discursive constitution of a social totality. 110 But such a radically overdeterministic position on social formation, quite understandably, makes the question of the statist implications of hegemonic nationalism even more pressing and the contrast between East and West more striking. Recognizing the gravity of this challenge, Lacan and Mauth advise us to pay attention to an important differential characteristic that may be established between advanced industrial societies and the periphery of the capitalist world. While both of these two modes of totalities necessarily involve the construction of a political centrality through the logic of articulation, they differ from each other in terms of whether the centrality is constituted from a single nodal hegemonic point or from a plurality of hegemonic nodal points. 111 The characteristic of the political space in capitalist core countries is democratic subject position, which refers to the openness of the social space or a proliferation of signifieds here. The proliferation of points of antagonism permits the multiplication of democratic struggles, but these struggles, given their diversity, do not tend to constitute a people. 112 On the contrary, in the countries of the Third World, imperialist exploitation and the predominance of brutal and centralized forms of domination tend from the beginning to endow the popular struggle with a center, with a single and clearly defined enemy. Here the division of the political space into two fields is present from the outset. But the diversity of democratic struggles is more reduced. We shall use the term popular subject position to refer to the position that is constituted on the basis of dividing the political space into two antagonistic camps. 113 This line of analysis, it should be clear, reveals unmistakable acquiescence in the privileged status of the West. By opposing the democratic subject position in Western liberal countries to the popular subject position in the Third World, the two authors practically imply that the logic of equivalence exists only in the political milieu of a liberal pluralist bourgeois society, a milieu whose specific nature can hardly be explained by any notion of hegemonic mediation and whose structural limits are precisely what have brought up the issue of hegemony in the periphery in the first place. Against this background, it is hardly surprising that Weber's analysis of the religious-cultural conditions of liberal democracy held great attraction for Gramsci. As an attentive reader of the Protestant ethic, Gramsci acknowledged that Weber's comparative studies of religion and liberal democracy provided insightful clues to the complexity of modern democratic processes at the global level. The transformation of the Calvinistic doctrine of predestination into one of the major impulses for practical initiative which took place in the world of history, as he put it, is a classical example of the passage from a worldview into a practical norm of behavior. 114 By contrast, in Italy the Catholic Church fails to act as an element of cohesion between people and intellectuals. Its links to a feudal past and its disconnection to any modern social class explain why there does not exist a national popular bloc in the religious field, which holds the key to the movement of intellectual and moral reformation characteristic of Protestant countries. 115 In this sense, the Protestant Reformation, as a truly national/popular movement, is a sort of paradigm for the great moral and intellectual reform that Marxism seeks to achieve. 116 The philosophy of praxis, accordingly, must correspond to the nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. 117 In other words, the philosophy of praxis can and should be defined only as a historical alternative to the Protestant social. This quest for a Marxist equivalent to Protestant asceticism leads us to the hardcore of Gramsci's theory of hegemony, that is, the concept of civil society as the ethical content of the state. But before examining this aspect of his theory, we need to look first at a parallel development within the Comintern, that is, the Confucian shift of Chinese Marxism during the course of the Chinese Mass Revolution. Chapter 6. The Confucian Turn, New Democracy and Ethical Hegemony. The Gramscian conception of moral intellectual hegemony, as Althusser has argued, exemplified a noticeable trend among Comintern strategists to transform Marxism into an ideology, a religion, or a faith. Such a religious shift was nowhere manifested more clearly than in the Confucian turn within Chinese Marxism, a distinctive Marxist movement that emerged in the late 1930s during the course of the Chinese Mass Revolution and represented a sophisticated effort to mesh a mass democratic revolution with the Confucian ethical tradition. 2 We start with the Chinese version of the paradox of hegemony. The problem of hegemony in the Chinese Revolution. In the history of the 20th century China, the Republican Revolution of 1911, with its pathological consequences, played a decisive role in shaping the general direction of historical development. The revolution toppled the ancient regime and resulted in the founding of the Republic of China, which began with prominent attributes of liberalism, a free press, elected assemblies representing the local elites in many counties, prefectures, and provinces, and a national parliament organized by political parties. 3 Post-revolutionary China, however, soon found itself caught up in a situation characterized by warlord strife, massive social and cultural disintegration, and virtually incomprehensible chaos, for situation in which all social classes were weak and none dominant. 5 This Chinese version of peripheral liberal deformation explained why the liberal forces committed to parliamentary democracy in 1911 rapidly declined and were so readily overwhelmed by a variety of rival forces: cultural conservatives 6, anarchists 7, and, most importantly, radical forces premised on the mass movement and the agrarian revolution. 8 The crisis of liberalism also explained the tremendous appeal that the victory of the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 had for Chinese revolutionaries. 9 As we have seen, the Leninist theory and practice of hegemony provided theoretical constructs and organizational devices for dealing with similar social crises that had occurred in Russia at the turn of the century. However, what upheld the revolutionary strategies of the Chinese Communist Party in its formative period was Lenin's thesis on the national and colonial questions rather than his concept of hegemony. Until 1927, the principle of collaboration with the national bourgeoisie underlay the main thrust of Comintern instructions on the Chinese Revolution, fundamentally shaping the basic strategic program of the CCP. The profound discrepancies between the harsh reality of peripheral capitalism and the strategic program of the CCP laid the ground for heated disputes among Chinese Marxists regarding the nature and future of the Chinese Democratic Revolution. At the Congress of the Toilers of the Far East held in Moscow in January 1922, the Chinese delegates were persuaded to accept the idea that the communists should allow the bourgeoisie to retain the leadership over the nationalist movement. 10 In June 1922, 1 year after it was established, the CCP issued its first declaration on the current situation in China. Spelling out the theme of establishing a bourgeoisie-centered united front for the democratic revolution and calling for a closer relation with the Nationalist Party of the bourgeoisie, the Kuomintang. 11 This policy was further endorsed by the Second National Congress of the CCP, held in the following month. The resolutions adopted by the Congress made it clear that a successful democratic revolution would develop Chinese capitalism, which was still in its infancy, with the confrontation between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat left to the future. 12 In August 1922, the Comintern further imposed on the Chinese Marxists a policy that required the members of the CCP to join the Bourgeois Nationalist Party as individuals. 13 In January 1923, the Executive Committee of the Communist International adopted a formal resolution on the Chinese Revolution, which recognized the Kuomintang as the only serious national revolutionary group in China. 14 The CCP, therefore, had to assist the Kuomintang with its base in the liberal democratic bourgeoisie in all campaigns on the National Revolutionary Front. 15 Beginning with the First Congress of the Kuomintang in January 1924, the Comintern's policy of joining the party of the bourgeoisie was effectively put into practice on a large scale. 16 Communists, working under the banner of the Kuomintang, exerted aggressive efforts to organize increasingly rebellious workers and peasants. Between 1924 and 1927, the mass revolutionary movement spread in towns as well as the countryside with unprecedented rapidity and in radical social directions. The dynamics of the popular movement fueled the Kuomintang and the National Revolutionary Army to launch the Northern Expedition in the summer of 1926 to unify the country torn apart by the endless conflicts among warlords. 17 The victorious northward expedition of the National Revolutionary Army in 1927 to 1928 succeeded in achieving a semblance of national unification and led to the establishment of the new nationalist government in Nanjing. However, if the mass movement gave China's two modern political parties enormous strengths during those years and helped unify them in an alliance, the popular mass character of the movement, as it were, also created political tensions and intensified social conflicts within the united front. With the increasing threat to the existing local power of the gentry, the power base of the Kuomintang in the countryside, the tension between the purely nationalist aims of the Kuomintang and the social revolutionary aspirations of the masses reached a breaking point in early 1927, when the mass revolutionary movement was at its peak. In April, Chiang Kai-shek, who established himself as the political military leader of the Kuomintang in 1925, used military power to destroy the mass movement. 18 Only against this background can we understand why the implementation of the Comintern's policy of supporting the bourgeois democratic leadership had provoked a strong oppositionist trend within the Chinese Communist movement, long before the catastrophic implications of the policy turned into reality. Between 1924 and 1927, a continual debate took place within the CCP over the nature of the Chinese Revolution between, on the one hand, the Comintern and the Central Committee of the CCP and, on the other, prominent Chinese communist leaders such as Chu Kaibai, Peng Shizhi, Mao Zedong, Zhang Qiutao, and Cai Hezhen. 19 The central issue involved in this debate was the role of the bourgeoisie in the Chinese Revolution. The Comintern and the CCP's leadership insisted on the anti-imperialistic, revolutionary nature of the national bourgeoisie, advocating the necessity of the leadership of the bourgeoisie in the national bourgeois revolution. In sharp contrast, what was characteristic of the oppositionist position was a rediscovery of the theoretical and practical significance of the Leninist theory of hegemony for the Chinese democratic revolution. The oppositionists argued that the Chinese bourgeoisie, like the Russian liberal bourgeoisie during the 1905 revolution, had reconciled with the imperialist and feudal forces and therefore was unable to carry out a genuine democratic revolution. The proletariat had to establish its hegemony in the national revolution by forming an alliance with the genuinely democratic forces, the peasantry and all other strata of the laboring people. The orientation toward mass politics found perhaps its best theoretical articulations in the work of Chu Kaibai and Peng Shuzi. As early as in 1923, Chu openly challenged the Comintern's policy of colonial nationalism, contending that the proletariat in the backward countries should follow the model of the 1905 revolution in Russia 20 and work for the establishment of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the common people 21. He further argued in an article written in early 1927 that one of the most fundamental issues concerning the future of the Chinese Revolution was the question of which class should assume leadership in the united front of the national revolution, that is, the question of class hegemony. The communists, he emphasized, should establish a clear understanding of the profound significance of the competition for hegemony between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. 22. In the same vein, Peng compared the Chinese national revolution of the 1920s with the Russian revolutions during the 1905 to 1917 period, contending that the Chinese proletariat was facing the same task as its Russian counterpart, that is, the assumption of the leadership of the bourgeois democratic revolution. After analyzing the class relations in Chinese society, Peng pointed out that the native bourgeoisie, due to its close ties with the warlords, the gentry, and imperialists, could never lead the national revolution against these anti-democratic forces and would therefore inevitably become reactionary. Based on his observation, he drew this conclusion: in the present situation, the Chinese proletariat must become the leader of the national revolution and carry the bourgeois national revolution through to the end. For this purpose, the proletariat must unite around itself all strata of the petty bourgeoisie to fight against imperialists, the feudal warlords and the comprador bourgeoisie. Only in this way is it possible for the Chinese national revolution to achieve its goals. 23. A similar analysis can be found in the works of Mao Zedong. In his famous article on classes in Chinese society, Mao directly questioned the Comintern's assertion about the revolutionary character of the national bourgeoisie, contending that the attempt of this class to form a state ruled by the bourgeoisie has proved to be completely infeasible. 24. And the main revolutionary force is and can only be the industrial proletariat and urban coolies. 25. Later, Mao further pointed out that the Kuomintang actually represented the alliance between the bourgeois comprador class in the cities and the landed gentry in the countryside. 26. This accounted for why the bourgeois democratic revolution in China was bound to lead to a revolution restoration. Therefore, China is in urgent need of a bourgeois democratic revolution, and this revolution can be completed only under the hegemony of the proletariat. Because the proletariat was not firm in asserting its hegemony over the revolution of 1926-27, which started from Guangdong and spread toward the Yangtze River, the comprador class, the local bullies, and the bad gentry seized hold of it and changed the nature of the revolution. The bourgeois democratic revolution thus met with a defeat of historical significance. Broadly speaking, this defeat was similar to that of the Russian Revolution in 1905.27. After the catastrophic failure of the mass movement and the split of the Nationalist-Communist alliance in 1927, the 8th plenum of the ECCI adopted a resolution on the Chinese Revolution in May 1927, proclaiming that the national bourgeoisie represented by the Kuomintang had betrayed the cause of the democratic revolution and the proletariat therefore had to assume hegemony in the national revolution. 28. 3 months later, the CCP Political Bureau held its emergency conference of August 7, which was followed by the 9th plenum of the ECCI, the 6th Comintern Congress, and the 6th National Congress of the CCP. Through these meetings, a new revolutionary program was developed for carrying out the agrarian revolution and establishing the democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants, signifying that the Comintern, headed by Stalin, and the CCP leadership were forced to abandon the schema of colonial nationalism and accept the oppositionists' program of proletarian hegemony. 29. The concept of hegemony became the basis of the CCP's new strategy, which marked the beginning of the Chinese mass revolution under Marxist leadership. State and peasantry. The problem with the thesis of colonial nationalism lies in its untenable assumptions about the abnormality of hegemony and the mass movement. These assumptions were soon undermined by actual events in the periphery, as clearly shown in the historical experience of the Chinese National Revolution of the 1920s. Nonetheless, the failure of the Leninist solution to the ambiguity of hegemony by no means indicates that Lenin's concern over the paradoxical implications of the mass revolution was unfounded. On the contrary, the adoption of the program of hegemony immediately confronted the Chinese Marxists with the question of how to deal with the structural split between the vanguards and the popular masses within the mass movement. To understand the central significance of this issue for Chinese Marxist deliberation on radical politics during the post-1927 period, it is necessary at this juncture to examine the peculiar way the paradox of hegemony within the Leninist tradition was manifested in the Chinese context. As defined in our preceding discussion, the paradox of hegemony refers to this dilemma: on the one hand, no mass revolution is possible without a high-level hegemonic mediation; on the other hand, the separation between leading sectors and the masses makes virtually impossible the development of autonomous publicness that constitutes the nucleus of any democratic politics. Translated into the Chinese Marxist discourse, this paradox becomes the question of the relationship between the peasant movements in Chinese history and the modern-day mass revolution. The National Democratic Revolution, as Chu Kaiubai notes, was a plebeian revolution. Its final goal was the overthrow of the rule of the aristocracy, the despotic gentry, the warlords, the comprador bourgeoisie, and the other holders of power in society, and the establishment of a regime of the popular masses. Since the peasantry constituted the main body of the plebeian people, the democratic revolution in China had to aim at establishing the regime of the peasantry by carrying out the agrarian revolution. 30. From this perspective, the current democratic revolution should be considered the continuation of the numerous peasant revolutions in Chinese history. However, Chu immediately pointed out that this continuity between the past and the present forced the 20th century revolutionaries to face a question of vital importance: how to ensure that the current mass revolution would be a social revolution rather than a mere repetition of the numerous peasant revolts in Chinese history, which had invariably resulted in the dominance of a new bureaucratic elite. As Chu puts it, a historical account of the Chinese Revolution should begin with the uprising of Chen and Weigang of the Qin dynasty 31 and down to the White Lotus Rebellion 32, the Boxers 33, and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom 34 in the Qing dynasty. The previous history of the Chinese Revolution therefore is a history of peasant revolutions. However, whenever a peasant revolution achieved a success, political power invariably came to others, and the peasantry has never succeeded in establishing its own regime. 35 Similar conclusions have been drawn by Mao, who attributes the failure of the two great peasant revolutions in modern China, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and the Boxer Rebellion, to the fact that these revolutionary organizations have no broad united front and do not understand political strategies, and so can never do anything of great significance. 36 The historical predicament of the peasant revolution was later characterized by Wang Ming, a prominent Chinese Marxist theoretician and perhaps the most influential leader of the Bolshevik factions within the CCP, as the fate to be a mere tool for bringing about dynastic changes. He notes that the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement was a great peasant revolutionary movement in China. But because there was at that time in China no independent class which was capable of creating a new social system and playing the role of leadership, the movement could not but repeat the tragic fate of all the other peasant revolts, to start with the revolutionary struggle of the broad peasant masses against the landlords, but end with a mere dynastic change, with the old social system remaining untouched. 37 At issue here is the generally unhappy fate of the peasant revolutions in traditional China. The peasant uprisings started in the form of social revolution, which promised to bring about radical changes in social and political structures, i.e., to create an egalitarian society and establish the peasant regime, but they unexceptionally ended with a revolution restoration. The force of the peasantry alone, for lack of effective forms of integration and organization, was insufficient to challenge the established order. This is why in traditional China, The peasants seldom contributed more than the rank and file to a rebel movement. The success of a peasant uprising always required the support and participation of a large number of scholar gentry elite. 38 The dependence of the peasantry on the intellectual political hegemony of the bureaucratic elite, in turn, explains why after each great revolution of the peasantry, the old social and political orders of the ancient regime remained unchanged. To achieve a better understanding of the acuteness of the problem of the peasant revolution for Chinese Marxists, it is useful to compare their inside perceptions of rural revolution with the analyses of the same issue developed by some outside analysts. In this connection, Philip Kuhn and Franz Schermann's analyses of the structural parallels between the communist revolution and the traditional elite system are relevant. Both authors attempted to address the question, how do we explain the fact that the CCP was able to make a successful peasant revolution whereas the peasant rebellions in imperial China had invariably failed to establish a peasant regime? This question, Kuhn suggests, needs to be addressed in the light of certain striking resemblances between the orthodox structure of the Confucian elite and the organizational and strategic context of the communist revolutionary system. Both the traditional orthodox structure and the communist organization were characterized by a system of multilevel hierarchies through which the elites on various levels were bound together by effective techniques of organization and a set of common orientations. 39 Likewise, Sherman attributes the success of the communist mass revolution in China to the fact that both social system of the traditional gentry and organization of the communist elite share some core elements from which authority is derived. For the former, these elements include ethos, status group, and modal personality, and their functional equivalents in the communist organization are ideology, political status associated with the party hierarchy, and cadre, or the revolutionary leader in organization. 40 When a revolution destroys a social system, Sherman explains, it also annihilates its elite. The new revolutionary regime can only pull society together again through organization. Political centralization is one of the forms that post-revolutionary organization has taken. 41 There are obviously some striking convergences between the outside analyses of the role of Marxist intellectuals in constructing revolutionary organizations and these Marxists' ideas of hegemony that contributed significantly to the reality of such organizations. But even more significant is the sharp divergence between the two perspectives as to how the resemblances between traditional hegemony and revolutionary hegemony should be perceived. While, from the point of view of the outside analysts, the ideological organizational resemblances between the ancient regime and the revolutionary regime enable us to see how Marxist revolutionaries were able to solve the problem of carrying out a modern mass revolution. The revolutionaries conceived of such resemblances precisely as what was at issue. This is because any attempt to initiate a peasant revolution through the practice of hegemony would inevitably face a fundamental question. How and in what sense can a mass struggle for the construction of a new hegemonic order be considered a social revolution if it is not concomitant with a radical reconstruction of political and socio-economic structures? 42 It was this question that accounted for Chinese Marxists' fundamental concern over the ambiguity of the peasant revolution. Thus, Chu argues that any political force that conceives of the modern-day democratic revolution as the successor of peasant revolutions in history will encounter formidable challenges. It must seek to demonstrate that its political intellectual leadership over the popular masses is fundamentally different from the cultural hegemony of the traditional gentry and that the new system of organization would prevent a revolutionary elite from co-opting the peasant movement merely as a tool for establishing its own bureaucratic dominance over society. The Revolutionary Party, Chu emphasizes, must ensure that the current agrarian revolution will lead to the establishment of the genuine plebeian democratic republic, that is, the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the toiling people. 43 It came as little surprise, then, that those Chinese Marxists who argued most forcefully for the necessity of introducing the Leninist concept of hegemony into the Chinese Revolution were also the first to recognize the urgent need to draw a clear line between revolutionary hegemony and the representative politics of the ancien regime. These Chinese Marxists, quite understandably, turned to the work of Marx for guidance. For them, The tragic fate of the peasant revolutions in Imperial China highlighted the relevance of the Marxist class/masses distinction to the Chinese situation. Drawing on Marx's account of the peasantry's dependence on the unlimited political power of the Bonapartist state, Chu contends that, historically, the peasants realized their demands for equal distribution of land with the support of upright officials and a beneficial emperor. 44 It follows that only the leadership of a strong modern political class such as the proletariat could put an end to this restorative feature of the peasant revolution. 45 Likewise, Wang Ming seeks to understand the inescapable fate of the peasant revolution in terms of Marx's account of the connection between state power and the popular masses, attributing it to the fact that the peasantry is not itself an independent political class. 46 Only against this background can we understand the following paradoxical fact: just at the moment when the mass struggle became the axis of the Chinese Revolution, there emerged within the Chinese Communist movement an overwhelming tendency toward proletarian consciousness and class strategies. Not surprisingly, Chinese Marxists found a source of inspiration in the two major Bolshevik solutions to the paradox of hegemony, Trotsky's permanent revolution and Lenin's class hegemony. This source of inspiration, in turn, enables us to understand why the controversy between Trotskyism and Stalinism in the Soviet Union over the issue of socialism in one country made an enormous impact on Chinese Marxist thought at that time. As we have noted, at the heart of this controversy was actually a clash between the two Bolshevik strategies for mass democratic revolution: Trotskyism and the Chinese Revolution. For Trotsky, the growing bureaucratization of the Soviet state attests to the validity of Marx's contention about the irresolvable tensions between democracy and the mass movement. For this reason, the Soviet regime is not self-sufficient and must be regarded as a transitional form of government. The fate of the mass revolutions in Russia and other peripheral countries, therefore, should be determined by the world revolution in the West. Only the comprehensive class identity and voluntary organization of the working class in the advanced capitalist countries can provide a solid basis for the formation of socialist autonomous publicness. Unless the democratic dictatorship of the working masses is quickly replaced by proletarian democracy, the passivity of the masses will inevitably betray the revolution to the rule of bureaucratic centralism. Trotsky's harsh criticism of the bureaucratic corruption of the Soviet regime accounts for the enormous attraction of the Russian left opposition to Chinese Marxists. 47 Between the late 1920s and the early 1930s, a large number of party members, including such prominent party leaders as Chen Duxiu, Peng Shuzi, and Zheng Zhaolin, turned toward Trotskyism. Moreover, many of the Chinese Trotskyists were Russian returned students, who had personally experienced Soviet bureaucratic corruption. 48 Formed in 1929, the left opposition within the CCP had a basic program of carrying out a political revolution that would eliminate the bureaucratic dictatorship of the Stalinist regime and lead directly to the establishment of a proletarian democratic system. 49 Nonetheless, nowhere did the weakness of Trotskyism reveal itself more thoroughly than in its programs for the Chinese Revolution, as evidenced by the dramatic shifts in Trotsky's position on China. As Michael Burawa observes, the theory of permanent revolution hinges entirely upon the assumption that the working class in Europe was prepared to grab the earliest opportunity for revolution. 50 Thus, from 1924 to 1927, when the optimist belief that the revolutionary process would soon spread to the principal European countries still remained fashionable among the Bolshevik leaders, Trotsky sided with the oppositionist faction within the CCP against the Comintern's policies of colonial nationalism. 51 He argued at that time that the current threat to the Chinese Revolution was the national bourgeoisie's attempts to compromise with feudalism and imperialism, which would make the revolution the tool of the homegrown Chinese Bonapartism. 52 Accordingly, Trotsky concluded that the only hope for the national democratic revolution in China and other colonial countries was for the proletariat to establish, along with the peasantry and the poor from urban and rural areas, a democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants, that is, the Soviet regime. 53 However, when it became increasingly clear toward the end of the 1920s that the Chinese urban proletariat had abandoned the field of battle 54 and the proletariat in the West were in no hurry to make their own revolution, Trotsky found himself caught in a dilemma. If he continued to uphold the scheme of hegemony, then the paradox of the mass revolution would remain completely unaccountable and the prospect of a new version of Bonapartism would seem to be virtually inevitable. 55 To resolve this dilemma, Trotsky took a decisive step to deny the reality of the mass struggles in China and thereby reject the necessity of constructing a hegemonic bloc. Thus, just at the time when Stalin abandoned his earlier stance and actually adopted the schema of hegemony, Trotsky suddenly proclaimed that the situation in China after 1927 had outlived the usefulness of this strategy. Now we are told that the new situation pointed to an inter-revolutionary period of indefinite duration. 56 The defeat of the workers and the peasants in China indicated that the Chinese bourgeoisie had won decisive victories. 57 This would correspond inevitably to a certain political and economic stabilization of the bourgeoisie. 58 The economic stability, in turn, would surely increase the chances of success of Chinese parliamentarism and thus stimulate the constitutional development of China. 59 Given these fundamental changes, to promote the slogan of Soviets would have been the greatest pedantic stupidity conceivable. 60 Even more importantly, the period of inter-revolutionary stabilization corresponded to the development of the productive forces, to the growth of the national bourgeoisie, and to the growth and the increase of the cohesion of the proletariat. 61 The situation in China therefore demonstrated that the formula of the democratic dictatorship of the workers and the peasants has hopelessly outlived its usefulness. 62 To stick to the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry is to devote oneself to a reactionary attempt that seeks to drag the revolution back to stages already traversed by the coalition of the Kuomintang. 63 Accordingly, the CCP had to adopt a transitional program of democratic demands, an 8-hour workday, freedom of speech, press, assembly, and association, and the creation of a constituent assembly, elected by universal suffrage. 64 All this should be regarded as preparations for a genuine proletarian revolution of the future. Trotsky's new stand on democratic revolutions in the colonial world constituted the cornerstone of the revolutionary strategies of the Chinese Trotskyists during the post-1927 period. All his basic arguments, the formula of hegemony as the source of the Soviet bureaucratization, the predominance of the native bourgeoisie in post-1927 China, and the necessity of carrying out constitutional struggles were strictly followed by the Chinese Trotskyists and accurately replicated on their platforms and reverberated in their writings. Thus Chen Duxiu and other Trotskyists argued in their famous manifesto an outline of our political views that the rapid bureaucratization of the Soviet state in post-revolutionary Russia was attributable primarily to the dual power structure of the Soviet state. 65 The non-proletarian elements, particularly the majority of the peasants who had become new rich peasants as a result of the land reform, took over state organs and established a powerful bureaucratic system to impose their interests and way of thinking on the proletariat and its vanguard party. The deproletarianization and massification of the Soviet state, therefore, prepared the ground for the inevitable transformation of the revolutionary regime to a Bonapartist dictatorship. 66 The crux of the theory of permanent revolution is the assumption that the statist implications of the mass revolution in the abnormal East could be remedied by the world revolution in the normal West. The problem with this position is evident. Once the prospect of an international revolution turned out to be a delusion, Trotsky had no other choice but to turn back to the classical stagism, that is, to deny the abnormality of the East itself. Now he was compelled to argue that the appeal of the Chinese bourgeoisie to the autocracy of the landed gentry and the state bureaucracy would lead to parliamentary democracy rather than any enlargement of state power. This is because, according to the theory, the autocratic forces in China had already bourgeoisified themselves. As Trotsky explains, large and middle-scale landed estates are most closely interlinked with city capital, including foreign capital. There is no caste of feudal landlords in China in opposition to the bourgeoisie. The most widespread, common, and hated exploiter in the village is the colloquieur, the agent of finance capital in the cities. The agrarian revolution is therefore just as much anti-bourgeois as it is anti-feudal in character. 67 Here Trotsky is clearly caught in a vicious circle. He starts with the assertion that the bourgeoisie has betrayed the revolution to the Cesarist or Ancien regime absolutist reaction 68 but ends only with the contention that such absolutist reaction is actually the prelude to liberal democracy. This theoretical vacillation bears out our earlier observation that the weakness of Trotskyism lies in its propensity to sidestep rather than to face squarely the crucial problems created by the friction between hegemony and democracy. Not surprisingly, the majority of the party leaders and members within the CCP remained detached from the left opposition throughout the Chinese mass revolution, notwithstanding the sympathetic attitude many party members held toward the Trotskyists' condemnation of the bureaucratization of the party and the Soviet regime. As Gregor Benton has rightly pointed out, the notion of permanent revolution and the Chinese Trotskyists were completely unable to influence the course of Chinese politics between 1931 and 1949-69. Class hegemony and Soviet China. What enjoyed popularity and support among Chinese Marxists during the post-1927 period was Lenin's theory of class hegemony, which, through the Stalinist doctrines of socialism in one country, had firmly established itself as the official ideology of Soviet Russia at the end of the 1920s. As indicated above, at the heart of the idea of class hegemony is the conviction that proletarian hegemony in the form of the Soviet system can combine two distinct goals that previously appeared to be uncombinable: organizing and representing the toiling masses while ensuring democratic control from below. From this point of view, the practice of hegemony would most likely bring about the bureaucratization of the revolutionary regime, a tendency that is attributable primarily to the cultural and organizational weaknesses of the popular masses, which make virtually unavoidable a structural separation between the leading sectors and those who are led within the mass movement. The only solution to the state versus mass dichotomy, according to Lenin, is to forcefully promote and advance the political power of organized workers within the Soviet system, whose class consciousness and organizational capacity would significantly reduce the dependence of the masses upon the revolutionary elites and thus ensure the materialization of Soviet democracy. The Leninist formula of class hegemony laid the foundation of the party's policies of the Soviet era, with its principal tenets literally recounted in the resolutions and directives of the CCP during this period. These resolutions all insisted on the centrality of the strategy of hegemony, stating that the peasants can achieve their emancipation only under the direction of the proletariat, just as the proletariat can lead the bourgeois democratic revolution to victory only in alliance with the peasantry. 70 To meet the demands and interests of the peasant masses, the party had to regard agrarian problems as the axis of revolution in China. 71 At the same time, however, all these resolutions underline the central importance of establishing a Soviet democracy so as to remove the possibility that a bureaucratic elite would develop. 72 In light of Lenin's 70 C. Schwartz, Chinese Communism and the Rise of Mao, p. 122. 71 Thus, the resolutions of the 6th National Congress of the CCP set up the following line for the party's strategies. The central tasks of the mass revolution were to overthrow the rule of the imperialists and that of the landlord-warlord bourgeoisie Kuomintang and to carry out the agrarian revolution. These tasks could be accomplished only by setting up a democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants' Soviets under the hegemony of the proletariat. 72 The resolution on the question of the organization of Soviet political power, adopted at the 6th Party Congress of the CCP, asked the party to take all necessary measures to establish and strengthen the regime of councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers' deputies in the areas controlled by the Red Army. The mission of the Soviet regime was setting up a state based on the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. All the power of the Soviet was to belong to the entire laboring people, including workers, peasants, and Red Army soldiers. The supreme power in the Chinese Soviet Republic was to be vested in an all-China Congress of Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers' deputies and its government organs. In order to ensure that the laboring masses actually hold the reins of power, the following regulations regarding Soviet state organs were established. the entire laboring population was to have the right to elect their own deputies to power. And 178 Chapter 6. Account of the reliance of Soviet democracy on organized labor. The CCP leadership put the organization of the rural proletariat at the center of the agrarian revolution, despite its non-industrial handicraft worker, coolie, and hired farmhand constituency. 73 The policies outlined in the resolutions and directives of the party leadership during the Soviet period all stressed that the most fundamental task of the new Soviet state was to emphasize and advance the interests of both agricultural and non-agricultural laborers at the expense of the non-proletarian strata. 74. The party leadership's ongoing determination to advance proletarian primacy, as might be expected, created an inevitable clash between the narrow class interests of rural labor and those of the peasants' majority and of the Soviet area as a whole. Officially organized and unimpeded labor militancy and costly worker benefits forced many local capitalists, merchants, and handicraft factory owners to close their businesses entirely or to flee with their capital from the Soviet areas, leading to increased unemployment, commodity shortages, and rising prices. 75 All this had the effect of leaving the fragile small peasant, mercantile, and handicraft economy in shambles in the Jiangxi Soviet. In face of such a desperate situation, the CCP leadership attributed economic distress to the counter-revolutionary activities of rich peasants, merchants, capitalists, and remnant landlord elements in the Soviet areas. It was against this backdrop that the CCP launched the land investigation movement in mid-1933, which represented the party's attempt to combine economic construction measures with a sharply intensifying class struggle. 76 This new phase of escalated rural class war soon turned into a campaign of red terror and indiscriminate policy of total confiscation, mass conscription into hard labor corps, concentration camps for dependents, and even the physical elimination of landlords and rich peasants. The increasingly harsh repression inevitably served to increase active opposition to the Soviets, not only from landlord gentry elements, rich peasants, capitalists, and merchants, but also from the majority of the middle peasants as well. 77 These measures and their harsh consequences largely undermine the very foundation upon which the Soviet regime was built, namely, mass support, and directly accounted for the ultimate demise of Soviets in China in 1934. In October 1934 the CCP was forced to abandon the Jiangxi Central Soviet area and set off on what came to be known as the Long March. The Chinese mass revolution regained vitality only until Mao's strategic formula of new democracy was effectively implemented in the late 1930s. 78. The collapse of Soviet China provided unequivocal evidence of the inability of Leninism to resolve the contradiction between the Marxist vision of the radical state rooted in class subjectivity and the hegemonic constituency of mass struggle. All this forced Chinese Marxists to make a radical departure from Marx's class essentialism to come up with a revolutionary strategy suited to mass revolution in the colonial world. Such an endeavor was clearly expressed in Mao's famous theory of new democracy. 79 In the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, written in 1939, Mao introduced the concept of new democracy in the following way: the bourgeoisie democratic revolution in present-day China is no longer of the general, old type, which is now obsolete, but of the special, new type. This kind of revolution is developing in China as well as in all other colonial and semi-colonial countries, and we call it the New Democratic Revolution. A new democratic revolution is a revolution of the broad masses of the people led by the proletariat and directed against imperialism and feudalism. It is a revolution of the united front of several revolutionary classes. 80. A new democratic state, Mao further explains, is a form of the state and political structure in colonial and semi-colonial countries, where the bourgeoisie is unable to fulfill the responsibility of bringing about Western bourgeois democracy. 81 Consequently, the proletariat, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, and other sections of the petty bourgeoisie become the basic forces determining the fate of the democratic revolution. These classes constitute the basic component parts of the structure of political power of the democratic republic, with the proletariat being the leading force. This, according to Mao, explains why the new democratic form of the state, which is under the joint dictatorship of all anti-imperialist and anti-feudal people and led by the proletariat, should be adopted universally by revolutions in colonial and semi-colonial countries. 82 The most striking and certainly the most important aspect of the theory of new democracy is its distinction between the two types of democracy in terms of the class/mass dichotomy, one-class democracy and multi-class democracy. On the one hand, there are democratic states characterized by the dominance of one industrial class, such as European American liberal democracy and socialist democracy. 83 Mao makes it quite clear that there is a causal link between these two one-class types of democracy, in the sense that socialist democracy is consequential to bourgeois democracy and thereby is the future form of state structure in all the advanced capitalist countries. On the other hand, what is characteristic of new democracy is its multi-class character. This model of democracy is applied to the peripheral countries in which no class is strong enough to establish its dominance over other groups. For this reason, it is not the identity of a dominant class but the common identity of a multi-class bloc that constitutes the social base of the democratic revolutions in these areas. The differentiation between one-class democracy and multi-class democracy marked a radical departure from the essentialist interpretations of hegemony in the Leninist tradition. As we have seen, the Soviet system was designed specifically to overcome the authoritarian effects of the practice of hegemony in the mass revolution. It was assumed that the ideals of the commune state could be materialized even in a mass-based movement, given that the self-governing apparatus of the masses was used as a state form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This assumption, in turn, rested on the assertion that the class consciousness and organizational capacity of the proletariat should effectively restrain the process of bureaucratization that would be otherwise virtually unavoidable in a peasant-dominated revolution. All these assumptions, as we have further observed, presuppose the Marxist premise regarding the inseparable links between democracy and industrial classes. Now it is precisely in this premise that Mao and his colleagues had found the source of all the errors of the Bolshevik platform. Mao did not deny that the Chinese Soviet movement represented a heroic effort to create a society built on foundations of popular participation and egalitarian ideals. Nonetheless, the experience of Soviet China offered overwhelming evidence that what accounted for the bureaucratization of the Soviet state was not so much the backwardness of the masses and hence the practice of hegemony as the Leninist formula of class hegemony per se, which had been implemented, ironically, to curb the authoritarian effects of the strategy of hegemony. The proletarian leadership over the agrarian revolution, in its hegemonic sense, involves the construction of a cross-class bloc that incorporates a multiplicity of antagonisms and demands of the entire laboring masses against the coercive domination of warlords, landlords, and the gentry. In order to assume the roles of the organizer of the popular collective identity, the proletariat must move beyond its corporative interests and modify its very nature and identity through the practice of hegemony. Indeed, a majority of the Marxist success in mobilizing rural masses was attributable precisely to the roles of the class as the vanguards of the entire people. However, in order to overcome the statist implications of hegemony, the Bolshevik leadership had deliberately opposed class identity to the popular mass identity, in the hope that its policies for promoting the self-activity of organized labor would facilitate Soviet democracy. As a result, the demands and interests of the masses as well as the hegemonic links constructed on them were all taken as the sheer means of advancing the class interests and consciousness of the proletariat. An unavoidable consequence of such class war policies was the emergence of a coercive apparatus unconstrained by any publicly accepted norms, a state power that projected itself as above and beyond the will of the masses. The proletarian class struggles so vehemently promoted by the Bolshevik internationalist leadership only served to alienate the majority of the peasantry and was directly responsible for the ultimate failure of the agrarian revolution. These errors, Mao proceeds to argue, derived from the Bolsheviks' mistaken assumptions about the ontological privileges of fundamental classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. It was on the basis of such an assumption that Trotskyists had appealed to the progressive character of the native bourgeoisie, which they believed was bound to thrive under the pressure of colonial exploitation and would thus lay a solid foundation for the establishment of liberal democracy in China. It was on the basis of the same assumption that Bolsheviks had intentionally pitted the interests of the proletariat against those of the majority of the popular masses. For this reason, the peasantry had been regarded as being secondary and ignored. All the non-proletarian constituents of the popular masses, including middle peasants, rich peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and other intermediate groups, had been excluded from the revolutionary campaign. For such class struggle policies, Mao asserts, had not only undermined the mass revolution itself but also the hegemony of the proletariat. For how can one have a mass revolution if the majority of the peasantry have been excluded, and how can the proletariat assume its leadership if there remained nobody to be led? 85 The errors in both Leninism and Trotskyism, therefore, had the same source. Reliance on the political centrality of fundamental classes and a lack of understanding of the mass character of the democratic revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries, where the orthodox postulates of class subjectivity are simply irrelevant. It is true, Mao acknowledges, that the peasant masses, historically, have never been the political subjects in the making of their own history. The fragmented masses have to be organized and subjected to political direction if revolutionary democratic goals were to be attained. 86 As Mao himself states, if the masses alone are active without a strong leading group to organize their activity properly, such activity cannot be sustained for long, or carried forward in the right direction, raised to a high level. 87 For this reason, the success of the mass democratic revolution depends upon the attainment of a hegemonic unity organized by an advanced class, through which a multiplicity of dispersed will among the popular masses is welded together with a single collective will and a unified aim. But this does not mean that the proletariat should take advantage of its hegemonic roles to achieve its class dominance or class democracy. The question of hegemony arises in a situation in which, as a result of the political and ideological impotence of the bourgeoisie, the mass-based democratic revolution becomes the only alternative for modern transition. Such a situation has called into question the relevance of any idea of class democracy to the peripheral world, bourgeois or proletarian, for the simple reason that proletarian democracy is and can only be contingent upon the historical actuality of bourgeois democracy. It follows that the most fundamental question concerning proletarian hegemony is not how to ensure the conquest of hegemony by class democracy 88 but how to create a democratic form of hegemony in and through which the masses themselves become the hegemonic class or the state. Thus, strictly speaking, the political agents of a mass democratic revolution are neither a historical class nor the masses but a cross-class bloc within which the masses achieve their national collective identity and thus make their own history. Class consciousness, accordingly, must be interpreted from a radical non-economic perspective. This brings us to Mao's famous theory on the uneven development of contradictions. 89 The theory aims to develop an idea of political class consciousness by analyzing the mutual conditioning of the economic and the cultural political domains. It is true, observed Mao, that the productive forces, practice, and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive role. Whoever denies this is not a materialist. But it must also be admitted that in certain conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. When the superstructure obstructs the development of the economic base, political and cultural changes become principal and decisive. 90 Such an overdetermining approach to social formation allowed Mao to develop a new notion of class subjectivity in terms of which the proletarian character of individuals and groups is determined not by their economic status or origin but by their political ethical traits as well as their capacity to assume the hegemonic leadership in the mass revolution and to elevate the masses to the level of cultural and political autonomy. In this view, the class character of a political party has no direct links to the materiality of the working class, whether urban workers or rural proletarian elements. Instead, it is dependent on whether the party is truly functioning as the representative of the interests of the masses and the concentrator of their will. 91 Accordingly, it is the moral character and the capacity to articulate and represent the collective will of the popular masses that determine whether an individual or a party truly possesses proletarian consciousness. Thus Mao maintains that the party comprises the vanguards of the whole nation and for this reason is the locus of class character. Hence, one becomes a proletarian the moment he is recruited by the party, and it makes no difference whether he came from peasantry, petty bourgeoisie, intellectual class, liberal bourgeoisie, landlords, and so on. 92 intellectuals of gentry origin, for example, are not limited in any objective sense to the production of feudal or bourgeois ideology. If their consciousness is transformed, they may be able to produce a truly proletarian culture. 93 Viewed from this perspective, class character is not connected a priori to any social class, social origin, or economic status. Class nature is composed of characteristics that can be acquired in different ways. 94 Class subjects, in this sense, are identical with collective ethical individuals. Thus Mao proclaimed in 1938, at no time and in no circumstances should a communist place personal interests first, but should instead subordinate his personal interests to the interests of the nation and the masses of the people. Hence, such things as selfishness and self-interest, inactiveness and negligence in work, corruption, degeneration, and vainglory are merely contemptible, while the spirit of impartiality, of active and hard work, of self-denial in the interests of the public and of complete absorption in arduous work, commands respect. 95 Perhaps no one in the Maoist faction had given a clearer elaboration of this ethical cultural idiom of class subjects than Liu Shaokai, who argued that proletarian consciousness was identical to the ethical qualities as prescribed in the Confucian ethical tradition. 96 No one, regardless of which socio-economic position she occupies, is born of a pure proletarian revolutionary character, just as, in Confucius's words, no one is born a sage. The proletarian character primarily indicates the possession of the highest human virtues, for instance, the Confucian virtue of being the first to worry and the last to enjoy. 97 This was the context in which there emerged among Chinese Marxists a rigorous effort to mesh a new communist ethic with Confucian thought. 98 And to reconstruct the Marxist notion of class subjectivity in terms of the Neo-Confucian framework of self-cultivation. Thus Liu, in his renowned work on the cultivation of revolutionary subjects, insisted that Marxist revolutionaries must reappropriate the methods and forms of cultivation of various religious traditions, particularly those of the Confucian tradition. In ancient China, there were many methods of cultivation. There was Zhengzi 99 who said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day." The Book of Odes has it that one should cultivate oneself as a lapidary cuts and files, carves and polishes. Another method was to examine oneself by self-reflection and to write down some mottos on the right-hand side of one's desk or on one's girdle as daily reminders of rules of personal conduct. The Chinese scholars of the Confucian school had a number of methods for the cultivation of their body and mind. Every religion has various methods and forms of cultivation of its own. The investigation of things, the extension of knowledge, sincerity of thought, the rectification of the heart, the cultivation of the person, the regulation of the family, the ordering well of the state and the making tranquil of the whole kingdom as set forth in the Great Learning also means the same. All this shows that in achieving one's progress one must make serious and energetic efforts to carry on self-cultivation and study. 100 Within this Confucian scheme of revolutionary subjectivity, as David S. Nivison has rightly pointed out, the problem of class consciousness in Marxism and that of self-cultivation in Neo-Confucianism are seen as being so essentially similar that at every step the concepts of the latter may be used to elucidate the former. 101 Liu's description of the sort of individual who exemplifies the new ethic is thus studied with classical and traditional moral idioms, as Nivison illustrates with the following summary: the good communist grieves before all the rest of the world grieves and is happy only after all the rest of the world is happy. By such selflessness, he is morally liberated from the bonds of material circumstance, he is able to have great firmness and moral integrity which riches cannot corrupt, poverty cannot alter, and terror cannot suppress. Having no private-mindedness, he is fearless, his principles being correct, his spirit is strong, and he will defend these principles to the death, even when he stands alone opposed by all. He fears no criticism because he is his own most willing critic, and he is able to courageously and frankly to criticize others because he desires no favors or flattery. He is able to stand against the current and defend the truth, never drifting with the waves or flowing with the stream, and the good communist is capable of that most prized of Confucian virtues, the ability to watch himself when he is alone, i.e., he can be thoroughly trusted to do right even when no party supervision is present or possible. 102 The Confucian turn of Chinese Marxism confirms Lacan and Mao's observation that the Maoist formula of new democracy should be seen as part of the general post-Leninist effort within the Comintern to relocate revolutionary strategies on a terrain that was difficult to define theoretically within Marxist parameters of class essentialism. 103 In this connection, the formula can be said to stand for a position analogous to that which Gramsci holds in relation to the Leninist legacy. Both represent a fundamental shift from the class-centered conception of hegemony within the Leninist tradition to the ethical political sphere. Both, therefore, carry the concept of hegemony forward to its logical conclusion by replacing the political leadership of a fundamental class with the moral intellectual hegemony of an integral state. The fundamental impact of the Confucian turn of Chinese Marxism on later developments in the Chinese Revolution and the post-communist world order can hardly be exaggerated. It had the effect of transforming a political party into a community of virtuosos and played a central role in building up a popular national identity in the Gramscian sense. Indeed, it was this innovative reconstruction of the theory and practice of revolutionary hegemony that allowed Chinese communists to accomplish what Mark Selden has termed the greatest rural revolution of the 20th century, which stood at the crest of the great wave of anti-colonial movements that swept across Asia and Africa after World War II. 104. Part 3. Confucian Marxism and the Protestant Social. Chapter 7. Communal Cults and World Religions. As both a religious movement and an integral part of the Comintern, the Confucian turn of Chinese Marxism bridges the gap that separates Marxist mass revolutions from more recent religious popular movements in the peripheral world. As a result, it casts valuable light on the newly forged alliances between religious traditionalists and secular intellectuals that would have seemed inconceivable during the Cold War era. 1 In particular, the Confucian shift demonstrates clearly that the Leninist theory and practice of hegemony, which played a pivotal role in the making of the Marxist mass revolutions, may be construed as an analytical counterpart of the Weberian scheme of comparative religion, and that the disparity between the discursive organizational formation of hegemony and its cultural religious roots holds the key to our understanding of the fall of communist regimes and the ascendancy of peripheral religious nationalism in the post-Cold War world. Given the implicit congruity between Weberianism and the Marxist tradition of hegemony, however, it should not be surprising that Chinese Marxists, like Gramsci, found themselves standing face to face with the paradox of hegemony that had plagued Lenin, Trotsky, and other Bolsheviks for decades. How and in what sense can a mass struggle for the construction of a new hegemonic order be considered a democratic transformation if it is not concomitant with a radical deconstruction of the hegemonic split between the political elite and the popular masses? The rapid bureaucratization of the revolutionary regime, as Chinese Marxists acknowledged openly, was created by the practice of hegemony, that is, by the juxtaposition between leaders and the led. 2 The current mass revolution, therefore, faced the danger of going the way of the revolutions of the past, which had invariably resulted in the dominance of new bureaucratic elite. 3. This was the context within which the question of how to develop a new conception of the social became a matter of vital concern for Chinese Marxists. In view of the disastrous consequences of the Bolshevik practice of class hegemony, Mao Zedong and his associates strongly believed that the solution to the paradox of the mass movement could and should be found only within the resources of mass movements per se. In other words, the real question was how the laboring masses could transform themselves into a ruling class by achieving cultural and organizational autonomy. To theorize this approach, they raised a question of profound importance. If the dominance of the Confucian elite derived primarily from their cultural hegemony, Then why did peasant religions with their distinct values and meanings fail to produce the same effects? It was in response to this challenging issue that Chinese Marxists proposed their own interpretation of the legitimation logic of the Confucian polity, an interpretation that was in sharp opposition to the common religion argument, which we saw constituting the point of departure for Weber's account of religious rationalization. Unlike the Rousseauian Hegelian view that political authority relied for its legitimation on a dominant religious tradition functioning to unite social groupings around a common set of religious beliefs and practices, Chinese Marxists specified Confucian hegemony as a mode of legitimation within which the ruling elite maintained its domination over the laboring masses precisely through creating and securing a strict separation between dominant and popular religions. On the basis of this analysis of the religious source of mass subordination, they advanced the core theorem of Confucian Marxism, namely, the assertion that the relationship between the realm of the ethical and social labor should be seen as the most decisive factor for achieving the social and political autonomy of the toiling masses. The elevation of social labor into the public realm, therefore, is to be understood as a historical process through which the laboring masses reappropriate the ethical public sphere of political society, and the party of the toiling masses must serve as the site for building up such public hegemony. By excluding economic relations at the level of civil society, the theory of public hegemony presents a powerful Marxist alternative to the Weberian scheme of the Protestant social. In so doing, it provides us with an indispensable vantage point for examining the hardcore of Gramsci's theory of hegemony, that is, the concept of civil society as the ethical content of the state. Point 4 In view of the close linkage between the theory of public hegemony and Weber's Confucianism/Puritanism polarity, we shall specifically designate it as the Confucian Marxist approach to the problem of the social, or, more simply, Confucian Marxism. The following chapters aim to articulate this ethical notion of civil society. We begin by examining more closely the conceptual connection between the common religion thesis and Weber's comparative religion, with special attention to his analysis of religion in China. Then we shall go on to explore the thesis of legitimation by religious differentiation. The exploration paves the way for our elaboration on the Marxist notion of public hegemony and its theoretical implications for the understanding of the East/West distinction. Communal cults and world religions, Confucianism versus Puritanism. In Chapter 3, it was noted that the principal aim of Weber's comparative religion was to reconstruct the dichotomy between Sittlichkeit and moral autonomy in terms of the contrast between religious legitimation and theodicy. Starting with the microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation, Weber concurred with Durkheim in holding that all traditional social structures, from a household, clan, or tribal confederation to the Greek city-state and to patrimonial states, are essentially religious or cult associations and may therefore be seen as different expressions of the same paradigm of the sacralized polity. 5 Or what Joachim Wach calls natural religion. 6 Religion in this communal sense refers to a religious system having its theology, cultus, and personnel so intimately diffused into one or more secular social institutions that they become a part of the concept, rituals, and structure of the latter, thus having no significant independent existence. 7 For Weber, the Chinese ideal of the unity of order in the cosmos and in society, 8 in particular, illustrates the paramount importance of communal religion as an undergirding force for the legitimation of secular institutions and the general social order. The two pillars of the traditional Chinese social structure were the patrimonial state and the kinship organizations. 10 In a country as large as China, centralized administration was necessarily limited. The weakness of the central government was reflected in the fact that the emperor had a completely free hand only in the appointment of provincial governors. 11 The failure of the formal central administration to reach directly down to the local population accounted for the village's self-government and the predominant roles of the extended kinship groups in local social structures. The kinship group functioning as a unit owned or leased property. All taxes and other public charges were allocated to the extended family rather than the village. As a result, a large number of social and economic functions were regarded as familial obligations, including the granting of credit, aid to the needy such as widows and the elderly, and the provision of medical care, education, and funeral services. In performing these and many other functions, kinship councils exercised extensive legally recognized authority over the members of extended kinship groups. 12 The dualist structure of the patrimonial state and the kinship system, in Weber's view, was sustained by the compromise between the state cult and the ancestor cult. While the cohesion of the kinship group rested on the belief in the power of ancestral spirits and, hence, on the need to satisfy them and win their favor by sacrifices. 13 The authority of the patrimonial state was predicated on the fusion of the spirit of heaven and the spirits of land and the ancestors. Thus the founder of the Zhou dynasty worshipped as a dualist unit the god of heaven together with the local spirit. 14 Hence, sacrificial rites to heaven became the monopoly of the emperor, who identified himself as the son of heaven, just as the heads of households, serving as the house priests, made sacrifices to the ancestral spirits of their own kinship groups. 15 The decisive role of this one lay religion in sustaining family solidarity and socio-political integration, according to Weber, explains why Gesellschaft or voluntary associations and institutions such as autonomous cities, an independent bourgeois class, and rational, formal law were totally absent in China. Here, with the absence of a powerful urban piety to tame the unrestricted quest of gain of profit makers, any economic organizations that went beyond the scope of the individual establishment had no other choice but to rest upon actual or imitated personal civ relationships for normative regulation. 16 Such civ fetters or overly restrictive family bonds constrain the development of the impersonal social ties necessary for autonomous public life. 17 From this perspective, bourgeois civil society in the modern West arose from the process of the religious disenchantment of the world, that is, the dual process of disenchanting the established mythical metaphysical world order while simultaneously religionizing the domain of social labor. 18 Such a profound cultural breakthrough, as we may recall, was closely related to the problem of theodicy. Even the greatest conventionalism imaginable had to confront the actual distribution of fortunes and the unpredictability of one's fate or destiny. It could hardly explain why there were misfortunes and injustice in this best of all possible social orders, let alone satisfy even modest demands for justice. 19 This personal aspiration for salvation unavoidably raises the question of justifying the unequal distribution of life's goods, challenges the validity of any traditional microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation, and hence gives rise to major world religions, from Judaism and Christianity in all its variety to Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism and to Islam. 20 We may then judge the level of rationalization of a world religion in accordance with how the relation between God and the established cosmic social world order is conceived of in that religion. 21 Political religion, with Confucianism as its purest type, has never succeeded in developing a notion of a transcendental God that is above and beyond the traditional cosmic and social orders. As a result, all tension between the imperatives of a supramundane God and a creatural world, all orientation toward a goal in the beyond, and all conception of radical evil were absent. 22 This aborted form of religious rationalization leads naturally to the Confucian adjustment to an affirmation of the established sacralized world order. The Confucian denial of any fundamental distinction between the transcendental realm and the traditional sacralized world, according to Weber, manifests itself most prominently in the notion of the Deo of heaven, an impersonal celestial power or an eternal cosmic order encompassing both heaven and earth, of which the social orders of society were but a special case. 23 The Confucian identification of Deo with the traditional cosmic social world order allows virtually no latitude for questioning heaven's inscrutability or even for raising the questions of theodicy. Such attempt to immanentize heaven leads inevitably to the Confucian tolerance of the masses' unbroken faith in magic and affirmation of the established cosmic social world order. The Confucian way of rationalizing the established microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation explains why the state cult and the ancestral cult remained untouched in China, in spite of the evident rationalistic character of the Confucian ethic. Indeed, the cult of the state and the cult of the ancestors, the conceptual world of the eternal impersonal order and the animistic conceptual world were joined. 24 Ethical elements were accordingly linked with magical ones. As Weber put it, This ethic of unconditional affirmation of and adjustment to the world presupposed the unbroken and continued existence of purely magical religion. It applied to the position of the emperor who, by personal qualification, was responsible for the good conduct of spirits and the occurrence of rain and good harvest weather. It applied to ancestor worship, which was equally fundamental for official and popular religiosity, and it applied to unofficial magical therapy and the other survival forms of animist compulsion of spirits. 25 In this regard, the Confucian affirmation of the world and sanctification of tradition can be properly termed a rationalization of the theodicy of good fortune. 26 This contrasts sharply with salvation religion, or what can be called the theodicy of misfortune. All forms of salvation religion are characterized by an emphasis on the grandiose incongruity between God and the cosmic social world, and by a radical rejection of the world as it is. In other words, common to all the salvation religions is the disenchantment of or negation of the world, defined as the sacralized political structure and the surrounding divine nature. 27 There was, however, a further distinction between two primary types of salvation religion, which Weber terms contemplative mysticism and innerworldly asceticism. 28 This distinction is closely related to the contrast between cosmocentric and theocentric orientations. Whereas the mystic, exemplified by the Buddha and the Hindu ideal of sannyasin, is engaged in a contemplative flight from the world and a mystical union with the transcendental, and thus leaves the immanent cosmic social world untouched, the worldly ascetic is a rationalist characterized by a dialectical combination of rejection of the world and of an attempt to reconstruct it in accordance with God's commands. 29 It follows that only the Protestant inner-worldly asceticism can carry through the complete demagification and disenchantment of the traditional cosmic political order, and accordingly provided the religious prerequisites for the public reorientation of social labor. Weber's comparative religion may be summarized as follows: holding constant the legitimating efficacy of the unity of order in the cosmos and in society. In historical societies 30 we can assess the capacity of a given rational religious worldview for rationalization in terms of its relation to the established cosmic social order. It is in line with this presumption that Weber characterizes Protestantism and Confucianism as the two ends of the whole spectrum of religious rationalization. Whereas a lack of a transcendental tension accounts for the Confucian tradition's optimistic affirmation of the traditional cosmic social world order and its tolerance of the magic communal religiosity, ascetic Protestantism alone has cut off all trust in superstition and magical manipulations, thereby carrying 26 Weber, The Social Psychology of the World Religions, p. 271. 27 Eisenstadt, This Worldly Transcendentalism and the Structuring of the World, p. 47. 28 Morris, Anthropological Studies of Religion, p. 77. 29 Morris, Anthropological Studies of Religion, p. 77f. See also Eisenstadt, This Worldly Transcendentalism and the Structuring of the World, p. 47. 30 Weber, The Religion of China, p. 153. 200 Chapter 7. Through the complete disenchantment of the existing sacralized world with the greatest consistency. 31. The Confucian Challenge. Weber's analysis of Confucianism, especially his claims to the Confucian denial of the transcendental tension and to the uninterrupted power of magic in China, has evoked quite a few critical responses. Thomas A. Metzger, for instance, questions the Weberian characterization of Confucianism as an ethic of adjustment to the world, calling attention to the conspicuous parallels between the Neo-Confucian sense of predicament for the moral fulfillment of the self and Weber's Protestant tensions. 32 Similarly, Benjamin Schwartz and Tu Weiming argue that in the Analects one may find considerable emphasis on heaven, which is treated not simply as the immanent Deo of nature and society but as a transcendental will interested in the Confucian redeeming mission. 33 More recently, Heiner Roth suggests that Confucian moral philosophy, with its evident indifference toward the ancestral and natural spirits, is to be analyzed as a rational ethic that transcends the conventional level of Sittlichkeit and may therefore be seen as a Chinese version of the post-conventional ethics of responsibility. 34 Michael J. Put counters Weber by bringing into focus the perceived tensions between nature and culture in ancient Chinese thought. 35 Especially the rivalry between the attempts to anthropomorphize the divine and the opposite tendency to seek to attain divine powers so as to become a god. 36 And Wei Shang's study on Confucian ascetic ritualism takes a step further to highlight the world rejection dimension of the Confucian tradition. 37 These criticisms direct our attention to unquestionably the most distinctive feature of the Confucian ethical polity, namely, domination by religious differentiation. The work of the Confucian philosopher Sun Tzu furnishes an appropriate reference point for examining this feature. Like Hobbes, Sun Tzu began with a world of self-regarding, egocentric individuals in a state of nature. 38 Also like Hobbes, he argued that the state of nature was and could not but be a war of all against all, since egocentric impulses are by nature inexhaustible and know no limits. 39 It was from this insight that the founding sages arrived at the realization that the only way to curb the boundless desires and confine them within proper limits was to create and impose the system of Li, a clear system of rules of behavior and institutions characterized by a strict hierarchy and a rigid division of roles between rulers and subjects, father and son, husband and wife, superiors and subordinates. 40 The realm of Li, accordingly, implicates a body of objective norms of behavior involving ritual, ceremony, manners, social roles that bind human beings and the spirits together in networks of interacting roles within the family, within human society, and with the numinous realm beyond. 41 In this regard, Li is congruent with the Indian notion of Dharma or the Islamic notion of Sharia. All these concepts point to Sittlichkeit in Hegelian terms, an objective normative order embodied in the religious rites, practices, and basic norms and institutions of a society. 42 For Sun Tzu the realm of Li is of crucial importance because normative behavior or the habit of acting rightly is an end product of the habitual practice of the prescriptions of ritual. 43 His famous account of the origins of ritual is virtually identical to Durkheim's functionalist interpretation of ritual. 44 Durkheim, we may recall, holds that the key to the problem of social reproduction lies in the formation of the homo duplex that alone possesses the capacity to be constrained by moral compulsion. 45 Much the same functionalist view of ritual can be found in Sun Tzu's theory of ritual. While the theory traces the origins of ritual to the distant past with the ancient kings, it aims to explain ritual's rationale with appeals to the efficacy of ritual for overcoming a fundamental obstacle to human flourishing anywhere and anytime. 46 Ritual enables human community to exist precisely through curbing underserved desires and nurturing deserved desires, that is, by mitigating the innate, disorderly tendencies of human nature. 47 Yet, in spite of such apparent overlap, Sun Tzu and Durkheim stand diametrically opposed in their respective accounts of the nature of ritual performance. Whereas Durkheim ascribes social solidarity to the role of rituals in creating and privileging a qualitative distinction between the sacred and the profane, 48 The main thrust of Sun Tzu's argument goes just in the opposite direction. According to this Confucian philosopher, no rites may exert moral effects unless they are demythologized, that is to say, unless they are totally detached from whatever supernatural or numinous beings the common people choose to worship. As Sun Tzu puts it, hence the sacrificial rites originate in the emotions of remembrance and longing, expressing the highest degree of loyalty, love, and reverence, and embody the finest in ritual conduct and formal bearing. Only a sage can fully understand ritual. The sage has a clear understanding of it, the gentleman finds comfort in practicing it, the official takes it as something to be preserved, and the common people accept it as a custom. To the gentleman, ritual is the way of being human, to the common people, it is a matter of serving spirits. 49 It is clear from this utterance, as Campany has rightly pointed out, that Sun Tzu introduces a hierarchy of different ways of understanding the nature and significance of ritual performance. 50 To those who understand its true nature, it is seen for what it really is, the way of being human. To see ritual as the way of being human is to see it as a symbolically and functionally indirect activity that is not, contrary to appearances, directed at the gods and ancestral spirits but at the human community and the human self. By contrast, to the common people who do not understand the true nature of ritual, ritual performance is a matter of serving spirits. 51 Put simply, to secure the normative effects of ritual is to shift the meaning of ritual from the divine to the human sphere. 52 It follows that for the system of prescriptions of ritual and righteousness to function properly, the system must be fashioned as a symbolic hierarchy characterized by the strict split between the way of human of the vanguard elite and the way of spirits of the common people. This is because ritual is a kind of law which can be actualized in society only by men who are able to actualize it in their own personal lives. 53 It is noteworthy that Sun's theory of ritual hierarchy exemplifies the basic orientation of Confucianism. As so many commentators have long noticed, what has been crucial in the Confucian tradition from beginning to end is its ongoing accentuation on the quality of the vanguard elite as the key to political legitimacy. 54 Suffice it at this point to recall how Mencius justified the ethical and political domination of the elite over the laboring masses in terms of the former's inner moral quality. To have a constant mind without a constant livelihood, only a scholar is capable of that. As to the people, if they have no constant livelihood, they will abandon themselves to every unrestraint, eccentricity, and excess. 55 The source of political legitimation, then, is the way of human of the vanguard elite, i.e., their moral will and quality. Where Mencius differs from Sun lies in the question of the source of the way of human per se. While for Sun the way of human is by nature artificial or man-made, as opposed to the state of nature, Mencius follows Confucius in relating it directly to the early Zhou teaching of the mandate of heaven. 56 Political rule is then at the same time legitimized by and obliged to the moral will of heaven. 57 In this view, while heaven has endowed every man with one and the same good nature, which distinguishes him from animals and makes him a being of intrinsic dignity, the human in the real world may easily lose his or her original moral nature. 58 Accordingly, the moral will of heaven manifests itself only in the noblemen who uphold a constant mind even without a constant livelihood. Hence, Sun's distinction between the way of human and the way of spirits becomes in Mencius the opposition between the way of heaven and mass religiosity. Weber was, of course, well aware of the rationalist character of Confucianism, especially its skepticism toward magical conceptions of the world. 59 The Confucian demand for constant and vigilant self-control, as he admitted, bears striking similarity to the ideal of the self-constitution of the Puritan self. 60 Indeed, Confucianism resembles Puritanism insofar as it represents a type of religiously motivated rational treatment of the world. 61 But for Weber such external similarity has only the effect of highlighting the greatest internal differences between Confucian rationalism and Puritan rationalism. 62 This internal divergence manifests itself most prominently in the capacity of the carrier strata of each tradition to penetrate the broad masses with its image of the world and mode of life conduct. Whereas the carriers of Judaism and ascetic Protestantism are the plebeian or bourgeois strata in the widest sense of the term that are active in economic life in the domain of social labor. 63 The Confucian ethic remains only the ethic of a particular status group, and its bearers never have the goal of eradicating magic among the masses. 64 To put it differently, while the Protestant ethic transforms the laboring masses into the bourgeois strata and remains to be the urban piety of the broad plebeian population, there is in Confucianism a sharp differentiation between the Confucian ethic of intellectuals and the Confucian traditionalism for the popular masses. Confucian rationalism is therefore necessarily limited in its significance for the broad masses. 65 This explains why it is Confucian traditionalism characterized by the Confucian emphasis on family piety and tolerance of magic that has been by far the strongest influence on man's conduct in China and hence shaped the basic traditionalistic value orientation of Chinese civilization. 66 The same pattern of the mixture of literary religious rationalism and a literary mass religiosity, according to Weber, can be applied to the analysis of all non-Protestant post-axial age civilizations, political or salvational. In all these religious systems, the majority of society, in spite of the rational temperament of the carrier strata in each of them, has remained satisfied with magical and religious traditionalism, that is, cults of saints, heroes, or functional gods. 67 Thus Confucianism permitted such cults, in the form of the Taoist pantheon, to continue their existence by its side. Similarly, as popularized Buddhism spread to many lands, it allowed the various gods of their lands to live on as recipients of the Buddhist cult, subordinated to the Buddha. Finally, Islam and Catholicism were compelled to accept local, functional, and occupational gods as saints, the veneration of which constituted the real religion of the masses in everyday life. 68 In summary, all religions other than Judaism and Protestantism have failed to penetrate the masses and disenchant the world. 69 The distinction between the Confucian rationalism of intellectuals and Confucian mass religiosity, therefore, exemplifies the ways in which all non-Occidental religious traditions, in spite of the rational tendency of their carrier strata, have had the effect of impeding the disenchantment of the world, thereby producing a constellation of factors for the preservation and expansion of a magical garden. 70 These differences, as Schluchter interprets Weber 71, could be attributed to the contrasting character of the carrier strata that have most strongly influenced the practical ethic of their respective religions. 72 And of the two basic solutions to the problem of theodicy, which defined and to a large extent still underlies the fundamental distinction between Oriental and Occidental religiosity. Of fundamental importance, thus Weber reminds us, is the fact that all the great religious doctrines of Asia are creations of intellectuals. 73 The great reforms of Hinduism were accomplished by aristocratic intellectuals, particularly members of the Kshatriya nobility, who had received a Brahminic education. Moreover, the salvation doctrines of Buddhism and Jainism were carried by an intellectual elite that had undergone training in the Vedas. 74 Likewise, Confucianism, as the official ethic of China, was entirely borne by a group of aspirants to official positions who had received a classical literary education. 75 In all these cases, the intellectual strata were relatively high on the social scale and possessed philosophical training that corresponded to that of the Greek schools of philosophy. The privileged status of these intellectual strata, accordingly, exerted a decisive influence upon the character of the Asiatic and Oriental salvation doctrines. 76 Such influence was markedly manifested in the general propensity of Oriental religiosity for embracing the conception of God as the cosmic order that was presumably eternal, unchangeable, and therefore had no history. 77 This immanent conception of God not only allows us to understand why the Confucian notion of the way and the Hindu karma doctrine functioned to represent and justify the world as an order that God has established for all time. 78 Even more significantly, it also allows us to see why in Oriental religiosity the question of the justification of manifest injustices was not treated as an ethical issue. Indeed, here the denial of the world or the quest for salvation did not reject suffering or sin or the imperfection of the world, rather, it rejected only the transitory nature of the world. 79 Thus, in a world where transitoriness adhered to everything, only two non-temporal realities could be found in it, the eternal order itself, and those beings who, through escape of ongoing rebirths, must be conceived of as their subjects, that is, the souls. 80 This image of the world necessarily gave rise to the idea of individual salvation through mystical identification with the divine being. 81 As Weber saw it, this cosmocentric solution to the problem of suffering accounted for one of the most striking characteristics of Oriental religiosity, namely a paradoxical combination of world affirmation with world rejection, or an intriguing blending of active and passive forms of life, the vita activa and the vita contemplativa. 82 The well-integrated, unique caste system, for instance, could not have originated, or at least could not have lasted, without the pervasive and all-powerful influences of the Brahmins. Only the wedding of the specific Brahminical karma theodicy to the empirical social order through the promise of rebirth could give this order the irresistible power over thought and hope of the Indian masses. 83 Indeed, as long as the idea of retribution is accepted, there is no room for a radical change of the caste order or for any idea of progress, since the lower castes have most to gain, at least in the long run, from the strict observance of their duties. 84 On the other hand, however, the Brahmin aspiration for emancipation from worldly entanglement exemplified arguably the most passive, a political form of life that was set apart from practical activities and devoted to contemplation akin to the vita contemplativa or the bios theoreticos in Greek philosophy. 85 It is to be remembered, Weber wrote, that all genuine Indian soteriologies found gnosis the single way to the highest holiness and the single way to correct practice. This unique way was therefore attained by an intensive training of body and spirit, either through asceticism or, and as a rule, through strict, methodologically ruled meditation. 86. The gnosis and also the highest holiness were accordingly denied to the laity. How, after all, could any system of rational, inner-worldly ethic of conduct be established on the basis of a religiosity which demanded of the laity life as a boggart, as a holy ascetic, not simply as an ancient ideal goal but a contemporary existence as a wandering beggar during workless times of his life in general? 87 The same was true of the Confucian literati. The Confucian demand for constant and vigilant self-control is best seen as the means to maintain the dignity of the universally accomplished man. 88 More precisely, self-control appeared to the Confucian a personal necessity that followed from his disesteem for plebeian irrationality, the disesteem of an educated gentleman who had received classical training and had bred along lines of honor and dignity. 89 In other words, the watchful self-control of the Confucian was to retain the dignity of external gesture and manner, to maintain face. 90 It was accordingly of an aesthetic and essentially negative nature. 91 Such self-control for the sake of dignity unavoidably resulted in the Confucian tolerance of the masses' unbroken faith in magic, intentionally leaving people in their personal relations as naturally grown or given by relations of social super and subordination. 92 In Weber's view, it is precisely in such negative, aesthetic or theoretical rationalism that we may discern the general character of Asiatic religion. 93 All philosophies and soteriologies of Asia were essentially the religions of intellectuals, which are detached from the daily life and practical activities of the uncultivated plebeian masses, and therefore tended to be apolitical in their orientation. In fact, all Asian religions held one common presupposition, that knowledge, be it literary knowledge or mystical gnosis, is finally the single absolute path to the highest holiness here and in the world beyond. 94 It follows that the interests of Asiatic intellectuality, so far as everyday life was concerned, lay primarily in directions other than the practical and political. 95 The orthodox or heterodox Hindu and Buddhist educated classes found the true sphere of their interests quite outside the things of this world. Their focal point was in the search for mystic, timeless salvation of the soul and the escape from the senseless mechanism of the will of existence. 96 Such unpractical, apolitical stance was also characteristic of the Confucians. These so-called political intellectuals were actually aesthetically cultivated literary scholars and conventionalists rather than politicians. Indeed, politics and administration represented only their prebendary subsistence. In practice these were usually conducted through subaltern helpers. 97 Briefly put, both the mystical and the aesthetic aims of self-discipline could be pursued only by turning away from the mundane world. 98 No wonder, then, that in Asia the social world was divided into the strata of the wise and educated and the uncultivated plebeian masses, such that the factual, inner order of the real world of nature as of art, ethics, and of economics remained concealed to the distinguished strata because this was so barren to its particular interests. 99 The cleft between the literary cultivated and the illiterary masses of Philistines hence came to mold the general character of Asiatic religiosity. 100 A striking contrast to Asiatic intellectuality, according to Weber, was presented by the radical anti-intellectualism of Occidental religiosity. 101 The distinctive characteristics of primitive Christianity, for instance, were its rejection of both the ritualistic and legalistic scholarship of Judaism and the soteriology of the Gnostic intellectual aristocrats, its strongest repudiation of ancient philosophy, and its affirmation that the exemplary Christians were those endowed with pneuma, the poor in spirit, rather than the scholars. 102 The predominance of anti-intellectualist currents in early Christianity, according to Weber, is largely attributable to the social situation of its carrier strata, the underprivileged plebeian strata in the widest sense of the word. In general, plebeian strata, in contrast to ruling intellectual strata, demonstrate a greater affinity for ethically conceived ideas of salvation and for theodicies of suffering, theodicies that tend to reject the world rather than to escape from it. 103 These Occidental types of salvation religiosity, as Weber further argues, took root in a conception of the divine as the personal and transcendental God who has created the world out of nothing and will one day destroy it. 104 Before this God, all human beings were lowly and guilty creatures, for whom any attempt to achieve a mystical union with the deity would amount to self-deification, and, more importantly, for whom any determined effort to try to resolve the paradox of an imperfect world created by a perfect God would betray a lack of faith leading away from God. 105 Hence, whereas Oriental religiosity remained purely intellectual due to its persistent attempt to reveal the meaningfulness of the world and to seek the unity of the imperfect world and the perfect God through knowledge or spiritual illumination. 106 Occidental religiosity was decisively designated as faith. In the Old Testament, Weber reminded us, the faith that was accounted to Abraham to righteousness was no intellectual assertion of dogmas, but a complete reliance upon the promise of God. 107 Eschatology or the absolute faith in God's promise accordingly became the initial Occidental solution to the problem of theodicy, as Weber put it when comparing Hinduism and ancient Judaism. The maintenance of the caste status quo involved not only the continued position of the individual within the caste, but also the position of the caste in relation to other castes. This cultural conservatism was prerequisite to salvation, for the world was unchangeable and had no history. For the Jew the religious promise was the very opposite. The social order of the world was conceived to have been turned into the opposite of that promised for the future, but in the future it was to be overturned so that Jewry could be once again dominant. The world was conceived as neither eternal nor unchangeable, but rather having been created. Its present structures were a product of man's activities, above all these of the Jews, and of God's reaction to them. Hence the world was an historical product designed to give way again to the truly God-ordained order. The whole attitude toward life of ancient Jewry was determined by this conception of a future God-guided political and social revolution. 108 The absolute faith in God's providence, from the Weberian point of view, has produced a number of consequences of vital importance. In sharp contrast to the cosmocentric orientation of Oriental religiosity, what was characteristic of Occidental religiosity was a transcendental notion of God standing absolutely above and beyond the Crete-Ural world. Within this context of messianic experiences, the problem of manifest injustice was conceived of as an inevitable outcome of the transcendental tension between the sinful world and what God had promised for the future, the truly God-ordained order. 109 As a result, the relationship between cosmos and history had been turned into just the opposite of that as conceived in the entire Oriental world. With the cosmos being devalued and no longer perceived as an eternal order set by God for all the times, history acquired a new dimension, a hitherto unknown meaning. It came to represent a theophany inasmuch as it assumed an eschatological function. In Occidental monotheism, thus Iliad argued, echoing Weber, for the first time, we find affirmed, and increasingly accepted, the idea that historical events have a value in themselves, insofar as they are determined by the will of God. This God of the Jewish people is no longer an Oriental divinity, creator of archetypal gestures, but a personality who ceaselessly intervenes in history, who reveals his will through events. Historical facts thus become situations of man in respect to God, and as such they acquire a religious value that nothing had previously been able to confer on them. It may, then, be said with truth that the Hebrews were the first to discover the meaning of history as the epiphany of God, and this conception, as we should expect, was taken up and amplified by Christianity. 110 In stark contrast to Asian intellectuals, whose partly purely mystical, partly purely inner aesthetic goal of self-discipline lay remote from the interests and practical behavior of the masses and left them in undisturbed magical bondage, the rational, inner-worldly ethic of ascetic Protestantism represented the modern Occidental search for the individual self. 111 As a result, the self of the Occidental plebeian strata has been pulled out of the mud of magic and transformed into the personality of the modern bourgeois class. 112 That is, the free and autonomous moral agent who can put public interest over parochial private and class interests. 113. In summarizing the contrast between Asiatic intellectuality and Protestant activism, Weber writes, the Taoistic Wu Wei. The Hinduistic emptying of consciousness of worldly relations and worldly care, and the Confucian distance of the spirit from preoccupation with fruitless problems, all represent manifestations of the same type. The Occidental ideal of active behavior, be it in a religious sense concerning the beyond, be it inner-worldly, centrally fixes upon personality. To all highly developed Asiatic intellectual soteriology, this could only appear either as hopelessly one-sided Philistinism or as barbaric greed for life. 114. Such personality, Michael Walzer observed in his powerful Weberian analysis of the revolutions of 17th-century England, was none other than the saint or the band of saints molded by the Calvinist or classical Puritan creed, the type of the first revolutionary preceding the citizen in modern Europe. 115. These saints or citizens rendered devilish all magic and sacralized political orders, even magic in the most sublimated form of sacraments and symbols. 116. And thus marked the emergence of the practice of public reasoning by private people in the modern Occidental world. As Walzer put it, T was the Calvinists who first switched the emphasis of political thought from the prince to the saint and then constructed a theoretical justification for independent political action. What Calvinists said of the saint, other men would later say of the citizen. The same sense of civic virtue, of discipline and duty, lies behind the two names. Saint and citizen together suggest a new integration of private men into the political order, an integration based upon a novel view of politics as a kind of conscientious and continuous labor. This is surely the most significant outcome of the Calvinist theory of worldly activity, preceding in time any infusion of religious worldliness into the economic order. The diligent activism of the Saints Genevan, Huguenot, Dutch, Scottish, and Puritan marked the transformation of politics into work and revealed for the first time the extraordinary conscience that directed the work. 117. The Weberian contrast between Asiatic intellectuals and Calvinist saints brings us directly to the Confucian scheme of legitimation by religious differentiation. In the following chapters, we shall seek to explore the scheme as well as its important implications by drawing on one of the most intriguing issues regarding Confucian religiosity, namely the puzzle of Confucian divine humanism. It will be argued that, contrary to Weber's assertion about the concomitance of the Confucian rationalism and the traditionalism of mass religiosity, the Confucian puzzle suggests that the power of the ethical polity is achieved precisely through a deliberate creation of symbolic isolation of the masses. In other words, Confucian domination arises directly from a fixed differentiation between mass religiosity and religions of intellectuals, or, to put it more straightforwardly, between Sittlichkeit and the ethical state. Chapter 8. God's Justice on Earth. Sittlichkeit versus the ethical state. The puzzle of divine humanism. Confucianism is well known for its radical humanistic orientation. This tendency has found arguably its most forceful expression in the following statement in the Analects: it is the human that can make the way great, and not the way that can make the human great. 1 Similarly, the doctrine of the mean, one of the four basic canons of Neo-Confucianism, states, what heaven imparts to man is called human nature. To follow human nature is called the way. Cultivating the way is called teaching. The way cannot be separated from us for a moment. What can be separated from us is not the way. 2 There is little doubt that these statements betray an extreme brand of humanism. 3 Or, in Weber's terms, an extreme form of this worldly orientation. In so doing, however, the statements confront us with an evident conceptual dilemma. On the one hand, these statements indicate clearly that there exists a purposive and caring heaven that is beyond and absolutely transcends the human world and thus acts as the ultimate arbiter of human affairs. 4 In this context, the term heaven in Chinese thought refers to the sum total of ultimate and highest truths about the universe and the human world, against which everything under heaven is to be judged and measured. The Confucian notion of the way of heaven, then, comes very close to the term truth or God in religious and philosophical writings in the West and other parts of the world. On the other hand, however, we are also told that heaven is dependent upon the human being. In the sense that it is through and only through human activities that the way of heaven manifests itself. But how can heaven be both beyond and dependent upon human activities? How, after all, can we conceptualize the relationship between heaven and the human world in this connection? A standard answer to this paradox of Confucian humanism is provided by Tu Weigang in his well-known interpretation of the doctrine of the mean. What holds the key to this perplexity, according to Tu, is the mutuality of heaven and man, or what Mircea Eliade terms the anthropocosmic unity. 5. Like the Judeo-Christian tradition, the Confucian mode of thinking is not anthropocentric in the sense of insisting that human nature is imparted by heaven. In this regard, it is inconceivable from the Confucian perspective that man can be alienated from heaven in any essential way. 6. Yet, in sharp contrast to the theocentric orientation of the predominant religious trends in the West, Confucianism maintains that heaven also charges the human with the mission of bringing the cosmic transformation to its fruition. 7. Hence the way is nothing other than the actualization of true human nature, and to know heaven, accordingly, is to penetrate deeply into the human's own ground of being. 8. In this light, since the way of heaven is identical with the way of human, the path to transcendence is none other than the path of self-discovery. The way to the outer is thus through the inner. 9. In spite of its evident insightfulness, Tu's anthropocosmic interpretation has regrettably failed to pinpoint where the paradox posited by the Confucian version of divine humanism actually lies. It is of course not paradoxical, as Tu argues, to assert that the human being cannot be alienated from heaven in any essential way. 10. But it is certainly paradoxical to imply, as Confucius obviously does, that heaven cannot be alienated from the human being in any essential way. Given that the presumed identity between the way of heaven and the way of human derives from heaven's endowment of human nature, it would logically follow that it is heaven that makes human beings truly human, or, to put it more straightforwardly, it is heaven that makes human beings great. If so, why does the Analects bother to argue precisely the contrary? In the discussion that follows, we shall seek to decipher this puzzle of divine humanism and its implications in light of Weber's account of religious rationalization. It will be argued that the Confucian puzzle calls into question the cornerstone of Weber's comparative religion, namely his influential contrast between religious legitimation and theodicy. In particular, the puzzle suggests that in the pre-Confucian China there was no legitimate cosmic social world order to which Confucianism managed to adjust, let alone to affirm. As a matter of fact, it was the Confucian solution to the problematic of theodicy that laid the foundation for the legitimacy of the ethical polity. Hence, inverting what Weber and neo-Weberian theorists have asserted about the religious breakthroughs in the axial age, theodicy constituted the religious prerequisite for political legitimation. Sittlichkeit and amoral familism, the problem of political reproduction. Weber's comparative religion, let us recall, started with the microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation. Informed primarily by the Hegelian dichotomy between Sittlichkeit and Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, the scheme assumed that the reproduction of social order in pre-modern societies relied on the legitimating effect of a variety of magical communal cults or traditionalist worldviews, which presumably projected traditional social structures and social practices as a faithful reflection of the divine cosmic structure. Such a communalistic perspective on social reproduction prepared the ground for Tönnies' dichotomy between a traditional, kinbest Gemeinschaft resting on a collective sense of solidarity and a modern, impersonal Gesellschaft resting on economic exchange and self-interest. It is of crucial importance at this juncture to notice that while contemporary social theory has borrowed heavily from the distinction between Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft, this conceptual dualism has been questioned and defied by an increasing number of studies. There is little doubt that in a typical Hobbesian situation, a strong family system can be seen as an essentially defensive mechanism against a hostile and capricious environment. 11 In this connection, family and broader forms of kinship, like clans or tribes, can be considered as an avenue to sociability. 12 The question is whether family and kinship or communal structures in general are to be seen as the locus of ethical public life, as the life world that generates legitimate orders and is therefore what makes the traditional ethical polity possible. In his classic study The Moral Basis of a Backward Society, Edward Banfield challenged the conventional romantic idealization of Gemeinschaft as a community of trust, stability, and congeniality by arguing that the dominant ethos of a familistic society is by definition the amoral familism. 13 Based on his study of social life in a southern Italian peasant community Montegrano after World War II, Banfield observed that social ties and moral obligations in a typical kin-based society were limited to the family and the kinship structure alone. Outside of this, individuals did not trust each other and therefore did not feel a sense of responsibility to any larger groups. 14 In the Montegrano mind, any advantage that may be given to another is necessarily at the expense of one's own family. Therefore, one cannot afford the luxury of charity, which is giving others more than their due, or even of justice, which is giving them their due. The world being what it is, all those who stand outside of the small circle of the family are at least potential competitors and therefore also potential enemies. Toward those who are not of the family, the reasonable attitude is suspicion. The parent knows that other families will envy and fear the success of his family and that they are likely to seek to do it injury. He must therefore fear them and be ready to do them injury in order that they may have less power to injure him and his. 15 The dominant moral code in Montegrano can therefore be properly characterized as the amoral familism, maximize the material, short-run advantage of the nuclear family, assume that all others will do likewise. 16 Robert Putnam has extended Banfield's findings by linking amoral familism with what he has termed vertical bonds of patronage, clientelism, and the mafia. In such an atomized society, recourse to patron-client ties was both a sensible response to social fragmentation and a rational strategy for survival. 17 As one report from 1876 noted, every local notable in his jurisdiction of power was the head of network of persons who depended on him for their economic survival and social prestige and who furnished him legal support in terms of electoral suffrage and illegal support in the recourse to private violence in defense of his particular interests. 18 In fact, peasants feared exclusion from the patron-client system, for it alone assured their physical subsistence, so long as the peasant-client remained obedient and faithful to the landlord-patron. 19 Like the conventional clientelism it mirrored, the mafia provided a kind of privatized Leviathan. In addition to offering protection against bandits, rural theft, and inhabitants of rival towns, mafia enforcers enabled economic agents to negotiate agreements with a modicum of confidence that those agreements would be kept. 20 Ironically, the most specific activity of mafiosi consists in producing and selling a very special commodity, indispensable in economic transactions, yet definitely in short supply in the absence of credible state enforcement of laws and contracts. Trust. 21 Needless to say, such products of a disorganized society as clientelism and the mafia tend to preserve and perpetuate social fragmentation and disorganization. 22 The phenomenon of amoral familism is certainly not unique to Italy or to Latin Catholic cultures in general. In fact, as Francis Fukuyama has pointed out, it finds an even purer expression in Chinese societies. 23 As in southern Italy, there is a very strong inclination on the part of the Chinese to trust only people related to them by kinship relations, and conversely to distrust people outside their family and kinship group. 24 According to Gordon Redding, the key feature would appear to be that you trust your family absolutely, your friends and acquaintances to the degree that mutual dependence has been established and faith invested in them. With everybody else you make no assumptions about their goodwill. You have the right to expect their politeness and their following of the social proprieties, but beyond that you must anticipate that, just as you are, they are looking primarily to their own, i.e., their families, best interests. 25 Given the pervasive lack of trust and security, people in a familistic society are typically forced to rely on the forces of order. State power, then, provides the only alternative to anarchy. 26 Against this background, it is not difficult to see why the Platonic Aristotelian contrast between the private realm of social labor and the public realm of the polis runs directly counter to the modern polarity of Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft. In sharp opposition to the modern idyllic portrait of the kinship system, the classical scheme sets the boundary not between the economic and the family, but between labor and the polis. In this view, both the family and the economic are related exclusively to the maintenance of life and stand for something that human life has in common with animal life. To put it otherwise, both the kin-based community and the market society, from the classical point of view, represent the sphere of human nature as it happens to be, or the sphere of the private self, which is tied to needs and wants and therefore not considered to possess sufficient dignity to constitute a way of life defined by the human telos. 27 The phenomenon of amoral familism hence brings back the Hobbesian problem of public order and compels us to confront, once again, the paradox of social reproduction. In view of such challenge, Fukuyama has suggested making a distinction between at least two broad paths to sociability, one based on family and kinship and the other on the state. 28 The natural and spontaneous bonds of Gemeinschaft provide an institutional framework for the operation of economic activities and organizations, which lack the capacity for self-reproduction, but the same ascriptive bonds also explains why family and kinship have a great deal of trouble creating large, durable national organizations and therefore have to look to the state to provide an institutional framework within which their own self-reproduction becomes possible. For analytical reasons, it would be necessary to differentiate political reproduction from social reproduction. While the latter refers specifically to the problem of the reproduction of communal structures, the former concerns exclusively the reproduction of political institutions. But here the real problem comes in. How should we conceptualize the difference between the two modes of reproduction? Since both Sittlichkeit and the polis represent non-economic, discursive relations, why should the one have fallen and the other have succeeded in breeding the public ethical domain that embodies an autonomous and authentically human way of life? 29 In a word, what makes a state the state? The beginnings of the answer to these questions, I would suggest, lie in the problem of religion and political legitimation. Cosmicization versus legitimation, fate or divine justice. Fundamental to the Hegelian approach to social reproduction, as we have noted in Chapter 1, was a conception of legitimacy that was later fully worked out by Weber. In conformity with Rousseau's idea of the Volent General and Hegel's notion of Sittlichkeit, Weber proposed to conceptualize legitimacy as the intersubjective belief in the validity of an order. In this view, societies can neither be created nor sustained through force or strategic action alone. Social order and collective identities rely upon a mutual recognition of the binding force of consensual norms and values. 30 A configuration of social relationships is called an order, as Weber pointed out, only if the conduct is oriented to determinable norms, but such actions would occur only if the order is held by at least part of the actors to be valid. Exemplary or binding. 31 The legitimacy of a regime is then to be defined as its capacity to engender and maintain the belief that the existing political institutions are the most appropriate ones for the society. 32 And the view that the established order stands for the best of all possible social orders. 33 In view of the decisive role of cultural consensus or collective ethos in determining the legitimacy of an institutional order, the question of the binding force of the consensus or dominant ethos of a given society per se becomes essential to the reproduction of the existing order. This problem, according to many working within the communitarian tradition, is exactly what accounts for the pivotal role of religion in social life. To sustain its binding force, the dominant ethos of a society must be construed as a faithful reflection of a pre-established order outside of and independent of human choice and will. 34 In other words, it must be seen as a direct manifestation of the divine cosmic structure. Traditional social structures and social practices, as Robert N. Bella put it, are considered to be grounded in the divinely instituted cosmic order, and there is little tension between religious demand and social conformity. Indeed, social conformity is at every point reinforced with religious sanction. 35 Here lies the source of the pervasiveness of communal religion throughout human history. By projecting the natural and ascriptive bonds of Sittlichkeit or Gemeinschaftliche communities as manifestations of the divine structure of the cosmos, The macro-COSM/microcosm scheme of communal religion converts these communities into a sort of objective moral universe, within which what has usually been termed the encumbered self 36 or the situated self 37, namely, historical agents who are embedded in the collective ethos of a society and accordingly capable of collective action, are produced and reproduced. Due to the resulting dialectic relationship between such encumbered agents and constraining institutions, these communal structures come to possess the capacity for self-reproduction and consequently serve as the institutional framework for regulating economic activities in the sphere of social labor. It is largely in view of the efficacy of the microcosm/macro-COSM scheme of legitimation 38 in sustaining social integration that many of those who would come to be seen as the founders of modern social theory, notably Rousseau, Hegel, Marx, Durkheim, Tönnies, and Weber, advanced various versions of the common religion thesis in their efforts to come to grips with the nature of traditional political societies. The thesis, let us recall, attributes social reproduction and political legitimation to the role of a common religion that effectively incorporates all social groupings into the existing institutional order. Social reproduction and political legitimation are then to be attributed to the role of a common communal religion that projects the established socio-political order as reflective of the divine cosmic order. While in contemporary social theory the usefulness of Weber's concept of legitimacy, with its focus on the distinction between force and consent, remains undisputed. 39 The concept has not gone unchallenged. John Schaar, for instance, questioned whether the Weberian attempt to identify legitimacy with cultural consensus has left aside exactly what constitutes the hardcore of any legitimate order, i.e., the right to rule. 40 The phenomenon of legitimacy, far from being identical with consensus, is rather, as Carl J. Friedrich says, a very particular form of consensus which revolves around the question of the right or title to rule. Legitimacy is that aspect of authority which refers to entitlement. 41 This criticism brings into focus a massive inconsistency in Weber's account of legitimacy. All modern social theory, as Lawrence Scaff has put it, starts from the assumption that a government or state is considered legitimate if and only if it possesses the right to rule. 42 Yet this definition, obviously, leaves open the most crucial question: in what does right consist, and how can its meaning be determined? 43. It is noteworthy that this question has been answered by Weber in two different ways. The first answer is provided in Weber's discussion of the theodicy of good fortune. For Weber, we may recall, to say someone has a right to his good fortune is to assert he deserves it and, most importantly, he deserves it in comparison with others. Desert or merit, then, is what makes good fortune legitimate fortune. 44 This concept of religious legitimation presupposes an all-embracing divinity that presumably punishes and rewards according to individuals' merits or demerits, and the equal distribution of fortune in such a way that religion must provide specific reasons to explain, regulate, and justify any unequal distribution of such goods. The major function of religion is therefore to explain legitimate fortune in ethically rational terms. Applying this conception of religious legitimation to the right to exercise political power, the right to rule would indicate everyone is originally equal, such that whoever dares to make a claim to political power must provide sufficient or good reasons to explain why it is the claimant rather than anyone else that should be put in power. Legitimacy is then be defined as follows: a regime or a state is considered legitimate if and only if those who claim to political authority possess sufficient merits and thereby deserve the right to exercise political power in comparison with others. For the convenience of analysis, let us call this definition of legitimacy the conception of legitimacy as the right to rule. In this light, the claimant's de facto possession of merit or desert constitutes the prerequisite for the public's perception of the validity of an institutional order. Yet Weber's second answer to the question of the right to rule has evidently inverted this relationship between the right to rule and acceptance or acquiescence. Weber's own usage of legitimacy, let us recall, defines the legitimacy of a regime as its capacity to engender and maintain the belief that the existing political institutions are the most appropriate ones for the society. 45 Thus, instead of ascertaining the legitimacy of a regime in terms of whether it possesses sufficient merits and is therefore entitled to hold the right to exercise political power, Weber's own usage of legitimacy dissolves legitimacy into belief or opinion, thereby reducing the right to rule to belief in the right to rule. 46. In fact, the Weberian definition of legitimacy has actually marginalized and consequently rendered simply irrelevant the very notion of the right to rule. As a result, the definition amounts to saying, if a people hold the belief that existing institutions are appropriate or morally proper, then those institutions are legitimate. That's all there is to it. 47. For the convenience of discussion, we may characterize the second answer to the question of the right to rule as the consensus-centered conception of legitimacy, or, more simply, the conception of legitimacy devoid of the right to rule. The disparity between these two conceptions of legitimacy confirms Friedrich's above-cited observation that Weber's usage of legitimacy may conflate authority with legitimacy. 48. In his widely quoted definition of authority, Weber argues that both power and authority involve the possibility of imposing one's will upon the behavior of other persons. 49. What distinguishes authority from power, coercion, or force is that authority is present only in the situations in which the exercise of power is not derived from constellations of interests. 50. The manifested will of the ruler or rulers is meant to influence the conduct of one or more others, and actually does influence it in such a way that their conduct to a socially relevant degree occurs as if the ruled had made the content of the command the maxim of their conduct for its own sake. 51. In other words, for authority to be present, there must be not only evidence of the influence of the rulers in terms of the objective degree of compliance with the command, but also evidence of that influence in terms of the subjective acceptance with which the ruled obey the command. 52. Obviously, this definition of authority is identical with the consensus-centered conception of legitimacy but different from the right-centered one, which, to use Friedrich's words, involves exclusively the type of authority that points to entitlement or the right to exercise political power over others. The distinction between authority and legitimacy becomes especially relevant when it comes to the analysis of a Gemeinschaft such as family or kinship. As a mode of sociability, family and kinship are usually seen as representing the natural and spontaneous integration defined by ascriptivism. 54. The ascriptive nature of Gemeinschaft is determined by two factors: natural or biological membership, 55, and natural authority. Strictly speaking, the question of the right to rule could hardly be posed within this framework of natural authority, since the domination of parents, clan elders, or tribal chiefs is biologically or naturally given and cannot be questioned. To put it differently, the authority of parents over children or that of clan elders over other clan members does not revolve around the question of entitlement, and the biological or kinship bonds are sufficient for sustaining the reciprocal relationships between superiors and inferiors, and therefore securing the subjective compliance of the inferiors with regard to the content of the command of the superiors. This may explain why natural religion is essentially cosmological. As Charles Taylor observes, echoing Mircea Eliade, the effectiveness of a cosmic archetype in social integration derives from its capacity to cast the world as the embodiment of an underlying cosmological framework, to envision the different levels and types of existence as expressions of the same scheme. 57. Within this cosmic logos, each individual or group has a necessary place and cannot be otherwise, each is therefore necessary for the others, and for the whole, and the place of each relative to the others is thus natural, right. According to the order of things, different classes and functions correspond to different links in the chain of being, and different groups can then be seen as expressing complementary principles. 58. Once the parallelism between cosmos and 54. Kim, Max Weber's Politics of Civil Society, p. 66. 55. Wash, Sociologie of Religion, p. 55. 56. Weber, The Religion of China, p. 241. 57. Taylor, Philosophy and the Human Sciences, Philosophical Papers 2, p. 256. 58. Taylor, Philosophy and the Human Sciences, Philosophical Papers 2, p. 274. God's Justice on Earth 227. society is assumed, these complementary principles come to act as a general formula for the service of justification. Thus the lion represents in the kingdom of animals what the eagle does among the birds and what the king does in the human realm, etc. 59. There is little doubt that such correlative cosmology has been the traditional justification of hierarchy in pre-political societies. 60. The correspondences or resemblances between the hierarchical order in the physical cosmos and the natural authority characteristic of a Gemeinschaft are obvious. Both hierarchical orders are naturally grown and therefore have no pertinence to any assumption about the entitlement to domination. But it should be obvious that the presumed parallelism between cosmos and society would sooner or later fall apart whenever the question of the right to rule has to be posed, either in the transitions from tribal societies to political societies or in the situations in which competition between families, lineages, or clans renders the third-party enforcement of state power simply indispensable. For how can we seriously expect that, in the kingdom of animals, some dominated species, say the rabbit or the lamb, goes to the lion and asks why it is the lion rather than any other species that deserves the dominant position among animals? The survival of the fittest, that's the way of life in the physical cosmos. On the other hand, how may we ever talk about legitimation in any meaningful way, if, in the human realm, we never ask or cease asking the fundamental question as to who is entitled to rule or who deserves the right to exercise power over others? Indeed, how can we even identify ourselves as human beings, if, in the human world, we simply take it for granted and regard it as being natural or by a necessity of things or according to the order of things that the strong prevails over the weak, the powerful over the powerless, and the victorious over the conquered? These are not merely counterfactual questions. Over the period of the first millennium BC during the Axial Age, it was precisely by asking and addressing these vital questions concerning our human identity that certain creative minorities in the high civilizations of the ancient world initiated simultaneous cultural breakthroughs, which marked a total rupture with the cosmological correlative mentality of archaic communal religions, sparked off a global process of the rationalization of worldviews, and paved the way for the emergence of the major world religions. 61. One salient illustration of such ontological clash between cosmicization and religious legitimation, between communal cults and world religions, is found in ancient India. Essential to our understanding of the origins of the Indian caste system is the religious sanction in the sacrifice of the Purusha in Rig Veda X.90. As is well known, the myth described how the gods had simultaneously created society and cosmos by dismembering the giant as the victim at the cosmic sacrifice, thereby providing a common reference point for the parallelism between cosmic and social orders. 62. Thus, just as the feet of the Purusha are his base, so the Sudras, the servile class, are the base of the society, and the earth is the base of the cosmos. By contrast, the head of the Purusha is related to the most important elements of society and the cosmos, namely the Brahmins and the heaven. The cosmos, human society, and the sacrifice are then seen as parallel orders of reality of equal antiquity and permanence. 63. The myth of the Purusha, needless to say, perfectly matches the logic of cosmicization as depicted by Charles Taylor. By virtue of the correspondence between the different levels and types of existence, what the Aryan conquerors represent in the human society is what the heaven does in the cosmos and what the lion does in the kingdom of animals. The domination of the victorious is then justified on the grounds that they, just like the lion among animals, are born to be the pure, the superior, and therefore the powerful. Ironically, the match only has the effect of highlighting the conceptual incongruity and practical improbability of the microcosm/macro-cosm scheme of legitimation. Whereas it makes little sense to ask, in the physical cosmos, why a lion is born to be a lion or why a rabbit is born to be a rabbit, it certainly makes perfect sense and is absolutely essential to ask, in the human society, why you are born to be a Brahmin while I am born to be a Sudra. The significance of this question for our understanding of the real legitimation base of the caste system can hardly be overestimated. During the Axial Age, As Weber conceded 64, it was exactly in response to this challenging question that Upanishad philosophers came to produce what has widely been recognized as the pillars of the classical Hinduism, the idea of karma and the idea of samsara. By holding that an individual's fate in this life is exactly proportional to the ethical merits or demerits that he has earned for himself in his previous life, the new theory of retribution rejects bluntly the view that one's position in society results from the accident of his birth. 65 In so doing, it marks a total rupture with the earlier cosmic mentality. Now no one may claim that he enjoys a high caste status simply because he is born to be the privileged. Instead, everyone is born in the caste that he deserves as a result of his conduct in a previous life. 66 No less striking was the conflict between cosmicization and religious legitimation that took shape in the pre-Confucian China. We may start by noting that more recent studies on religion and state structure during the Shang dynasty do confirm Weber's observation 67 that early Chinese civilization was permeated with a buoyant commitment to a fusion between the ancestral worship and the Caesaro-Papist bureaucracy. David N. Cately, for instance, characterized the religious logic of Shang theology as an inextricable blending of the ancestral cult and the legitimation of the Shang state. 68 The Shang theology was based on the belief that Shangdi, the High Lord, conferred fruitful harvest and divine assistance in battle, that the king's ancestors were able to intercede with Shangdi, and that only the king could communicate with his ancestors. Worship of the Shang's ancestors, therefore, provided powerful psychological and ideological support for the political domination of the Shang kings. The king's ability to determine through divination, and influence through prayer and sacrifices, the will of the ancestral spirits legitimized the concentration of political power in his person. All power emanated from the theocrat because he was the channel, the one man, who could appeal for ancestral blessings, or dissipate the ancestral curses, which affected the commonality. It was the king who made fruitful harvest and victories possible by the sacrifices he offered, the rituals he performed, and the divinations he made. 69 The emergence of Shangdi as the High Lord coincides with the supremacy of Shang and its ruling clan. 70 The Shang king's claim to universal supremacy within the civilized world thus parallels the emergence of a supreme ruler within the divine world. 71 The king is naturally the high priest of his lineage's ancestral cult, as is the patriarch of any patrilineal-based king group. Beyond this, by dint of his monopoly of access to the high god, he certainly is also in some sense the high priest of the worship of Ti as well. Indeed, through his special relationship to Ti, he claims hegemony over all the tutelary deities throughout his realm. 72 The Shang theology, with its distinctive mixture of the ancestral and state cult, therefore marks the genesis of what Weber terms the one-lay religion, the Chinese version of the microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation. That takes roots in kinship relations and accounts for the virtually permanent familistic character of Chinese society. 73 Some analysts have accordingly followed Weber to suggest that the leading role played by lineage groups in establishing the foundations of state structure in early China highlights the ancestral cult as an ultimate source of political legitimation. 74 The problem with this line of analysis, as Benjamin Schwartz has forcefully argued, is that it confuses the motivations behind the Shang theology with its conceptual coherence and practical effectiveness. No doubt the Shang state intended to justify its domination over the conquered peoples by linking the High Lord descriptively to the fate of its royal lineage. 75 But it is precisely in this intention that we may discern the serious limitations of the Shang's kinship paradigm of political order. The royal lineage's ultimate source of authority lies in the presumed connection of its ancestors with the High Lord. Hence, even if the success of the royal lineage in pursuing and obtaining power may itself prove the particular numinous efficacy of the royal ancestors, this cannot prevent the conquered clans or tribes from competing for power by making a claim to a similar connection. Everyone, after all, has ancestors. 76 In this regard, the kinship paradigm of political order renders true state power, i.e., The right to rule or the source of political legitimacy simply unaccountable. 77 Only against this background may we fully comprehend the nature and significance of the religious breakthrough that crystallized in ancient China toward the end of the second millennium BC 78 when the Zhou people overthrew the dynasty of the Shang in the name of Tianming. At the core of the whole notion of the heavenly mandate, which is to figure centrally in the religious ideology of the Western Zhou era, is the centrality of Tian itself. In stark contrast to the Shang notion of the High Lord, the transcendental powers of heaven are by no means inextricably tied to the claims of any lineage. 79 Instead, the Zhou people justify their rebellion by an argument which can count among the most efficacious of Chinese history. Heaven confers a dynastic mandate for rule to the most virtuous. If the dynasty becomes tyrannical, it loses its legitimation. It will be removed by a rebel who acts in heaven's name and founds a new dynasty. 80 As the Duke of Zhou, speaking in the name of the king, declares, "It was not that our small state dared to aspire to the mandate of the Shang dynasty, but that heaven was not with yin. It would not strengthen its misrule. It helped us. Was it we who dared to seek the royal throne? Shangdi was not for them." 81 This is why a poem in the Book of Odes proclaims, "Don't you mind your ancestors. Cultivate your virtue. Always strive to be in harmony with heaven's mandate. Seek for yourselves the many blessings." 82 What makes the grand idea of the mandate of heaven truly new and innovative is the clear elevation of heaven to a central and transcendental position in the cosmos and in the ethical life of society. 83 Thus, if the Shang theology of the High Lord represents an attempt to construct a divine cosmic order in light of the metaphor of lineage hierarchy on earth and then to justify the earthly hierarchy in terms of the identity of cosmic and social orders, the religion of heaven in the Zhou dynasty represents a bold effort to reconstruct the divine cosmic order as the locus of objective, universalistic criteria of behavior, which is in no way bound to any royal lineage and in terms of which everything under heaven is to be judged and measured. 84 Heaven is the God of justice. The rupture between cosmicization and religious legitimation is fully reflected in the nuances and ambiguities of the very notion of Tianming per se. The word Ming initially meant a command, but it has also come to mean fate or destiny. 85 The notion of Tianming then refers both to God's command or God's justice and to the impersonal cosmic order that predetermines the distribution of fortunes and misfortunes for an individual, a community, or a people. The antagonism between these two connotations of Tianming is evident. Since heaven in the mandate theory is an ethical deity and the theory subordinates political rule to morality, it is hardly surprising that the early Zhou people held the conviction that the good will earn the reward, and the bad the punishment, of heaven. 86 Whether heaven will send calamity or happiness, the Shujing states, depends on one's virtue. 87 This ethical interpretation of Tianming paves the way for the rise of Confucian ethic which, as Weber has put it, operates with the polar opposites right and wrong or justice vis-a-vis injustice. 88 In contrast, the interpretation of Tianming as fate points towards the impersonal order of the cosmos that is apparently beyond human ability to choose. 89 In this connection, the ancient Chinese concept of Ming is parallel to the Greek notion of Moira, the Hindu notion of Rita or the Persian notion of Asha. 90 This concept takes root in the Shang state cult and the cult of the ancestors, anticipating the later development of the Daoist cosmology which, as Weber has also pointed out, operates with the polarity of clean vis-a-vis unclean. 91 Or, in Mary Douglas's terminology, purity vis-a-vis impurity or order vis-a-vis liminality. 92 Given the antinomies inherent in the notion of Tianming, it is not surprising that the conviction of heaven was utterly upset during the Chen Kaiyu era. During this turbulent period there is not a single text in which one does not find the motives of chaos, decay, worry, fear, and deliverance vocables that reflect the mood of the time. 93 Earthquakes, famines, and political chaos all raised the question of theodicy. How could heaven, as the supreme ethical power, tolerate these calamities which struck right at the innocent? 94 The power of Confucianism, as we shall see presently, lies precisely in its answer to this fundamental challenge. God's justice on earth, theodicy as the source of state building. The preceding discussion provides exemplary situations in which one may seriously repraise Weber's polarity of religious legitimation versus theodicy. The Weberian polarity, we may recall, consists of two premises. 1. All traditional social structures, from a household, clan, or tribal confederation to the Greek city-state and to patrimonial states, relied for their reproduction on a central communal religion, which provided a powerful legitimation for the existing order through a microcosm/macrocosm scheme. 2. The sources of social change and transformation are to be found in the problem of theodicy, which brought about a fundamental cultural breakthrough during the Axial Age, providing a common point of departure for all the major world religions and sparking off a universal process of the rationalization of worldviews. We may therefore assess the transformative capacities of a given world religion and gauge the developmental direction of the civilization shaped by it in light of how the relation between God and the established cosmic social world is perceived in that world religion. The question, however, is whether cosmicization and religious legitimation are the same. As Weber has himself acknowledged, religious legitimation, when defined as the theodicy of good fortune, presupposes the monotheistic concept of a rewarding and punishing God who determines the distribution of fortune and misfortune solely in terms of one's merits or demerits. 95 But such a concept, as previously noted, makes no sense at all in the physical cosmos and for this reason is absent in virtually all versions of natural religion, primitive ontology or communal cults. This indicates that, contrary to what Weber and other proponents of the microcosm/macrocosm thesis have asserted about traditional societies, there was no legitimate political order prior to the Axial Age, waiting there for a world religion to reject or to affirm. Rather, the pre-Axial Age world was one dominated by the cosmic force of fate, which predetermined the distribution of fortune or misfortune in a natural, ascriptive, and ethically senseless way. And the great achievement of the world religions lay precisely in their capacity to produce a new idea of divinity, namely God of unconditional justice, in opposition to the cosmic order of archaic communal religion. In so doing, they established the question of the right to rule or the principle of political legitimacy as what defines the human condition, that is, as what makes us uniquely human and moral. In this sense, all the world religions were historically political religions. On the political nature of the cultural breakthrough during the Axial Age and its enormous impact on the subsequent development of human history, S.N. Eisenstadt offers some telling insights. For him there developed in all the civilizations that have crystallized in the Axial Age, namely in ancient Israel, later on in Christianity, in ancient Greece, in China in the early period, in Hinduism and Buddhism and much later, beyond the Axial Age, in Islam a perception of the tension between the transcendental and the mundane order. The given, mundane order was perceived in these civilizations as incomplete, often as faulty, and as in need being reconstructed according to the conception of the resolution of the basic tension. 96 Most significantly, in all these civilizations there took place a far-reaching reconstructing of the conception of the relation between the political and the higher, transcendental order. The political order as the central locus or framework of the mundane order in these civilizations has usually been conceived of as lower than the transcendental one and accordingly had to be reconstructed according to the premises of the latter. 97 In sum, the challenge facing all the civilizations that crystallized in the Axial Age was to reconstruct the pre-Axial Age political order in light of the tension between God's justice and the cosmic social world of fate and to change it into a legitimate political order. This challenge for state building brings us to a central issue that has been utterly ignored within Weber's scheme of comparative religion, namely the close linkage between theodicy and political legitimacy. Weber is certainly right in arguing that any attempt to relate the social order to a rewarding and punishing divinity would sooner or later run into the problem of theodicy or the theodicy of misfortune, the enormous incongruity between God's omnipotent providence and the established cosmic social world. 98 Why do the righteous suffer? Why do the wicked prosper? These questions arise inevitably whenever the belief in one just, all-powerful deity is juxtaposed with the experienced reality of the suffering of the innocent. 99 Theodicy may then be thought of as the effort to defend God's justice and power in the face of a de facto world ruled by the impersonal force of fate, wherein the distribution of fortunes is subjected to the blind play of cosmic, natural, or social forces. One of the most powerful and most rational solutions to the incongruity between fate and merit has been the individual quest for salvation that leads readily to various consistent forms of world rejection. The need for an ethical interpretation of the meaning of the distribution of fortunes among men, 100 as Ronald Green has observed, was a major impetus for the emergence of a variety of compensation theodicies in the axial age, as illustrated by the Indian karma samsara complex and by eschatological theodicies in biblical religions. 101 Common to all these recompense positions on the problem of innocent suffering is the conviction that unmerit or innocent suffering must be placed in a larger context of experience and meaning, far beyond death. 102 Hence, in the Indian context, for any unjust suffering in this life there will definitely be a just compensation in some future life. In eschatological theodicies, on the other hand, human life is held to transcend personal death and the righteous eventually receive their full reward while the wicked receive appropriate punishment. 103 Since these religions of salvation assume that God's justice can never be fully realized in this sinful world or in any cycle of rebirth in this world, it comes as no surprise that all of them hold a negative attitude toward the world. For instance, while it is certain that deeds which generate good karma will lead to prosperity or bliss in some future life, it is absolutely certain that such a state will not endure. 104 Suffering is virtually inescapable within samsara. Salvation, accordingly, is to be defined as moksha or liberation from samsara. The question to be raised in this context is, granted that what Eisenstadt designated as the challenge for reconstructing the world in the axial age requires a positive attitude towards the world, how then can such world affirmation be compatible with the radical split between God and the cosmic social world of fate, a split that is characteristic of virtually all the axial age religious worldviews? In other words, how can God's justice be authentically revealed and actually realized in the world ruled by the fatalistic laws of the cosmos, wherein innocent suffering or unmerit misfortune is a rule rather than an exception? For the purpose of this study, we may term this question the problem of God's justice on earth, or, to use Kant's nomenclature, the mystery of the divine call. 105 The divine call to the building of a kingdom of God on earth, 106 as Kant argues, presupposes a bifurcation of two realms of action, namely the distinction between the intelligible world and the sensible world. The rational being, thus Kant writes, has two perspectives from which he can consider himself and from which he can acknowledge the laws governing the use of his powers and consequently governing all his actions. He can consider himself first so far as he belongs to the world of sense, under laws of nature, and secondly so far as he belongs to the intelligible world under laws that are not empirical but, being independent of nature, are founded on reason alone. 107 On the one hand, humans inhabit the sensible world wherein our actions are determined by the fatalistic laws of nature and the regularities of cause and effect. Here I am only an empirical being, incapable of freedom. Every exercise of my will is conditioned by some interest, desire, or need. All choice is heteronymous choice, governed by the pursuit of some end. My will can never be a first cause, only the effect of one or another impulse or inclination. 108 On the other hand, however, humans can construct an intelligible world. Here, being independent of the fatalistic laws of nature, we are capable of autonomy, that is, capable of acting according to the laws we give ourselves. 109 According to Kant, only from this intelligible standpoint can we regard ourselves as free, for independence from the determining causes of the sensible world is freedom. 110 And once we think of ourselves as free, we transfer ourselves into the intelligible world as members and recognize the autonomy of the will together with its consequences. Morality 111 Moreover, for Kant the moral experience itself may legitimately be regarded as an experience of the divine. In other words, it is in the categorical imperative and in the human freedom that God reveals himself. Absolute moral obligation then implies a relation between human who is obligated and an objective, transcendental reality capable of evoking this strong sense of duty. 112 Viewed from this perspective, the tension between the fatalistic order of the cosmos and God's justice holds the key to the process of political reproduction. And whoever holds the capacity to respond to the divine call to the ethical state and to act as the carrier of the intelligible world possesses the right to rule. Here is where the intrinsic linkage between theodicy and political legitimacy comes to light. Given the enormous incongruity between divine justice and the ethically irrational cosmic order of fate, I would argue, the only feasible way for any world religion to resolve the problem of God's justice on earth is to have recourse to a notion of predestination. In this light, theodicy constitutes the religious foundation for any mode of political legitimacy. Let me explicate this point by taking a close look at Weber's analysis of the Calvinist concept of predestination as the foundations of inner-worldly asceticism. For Weber, let us recall, the belief in eschatology represents a unique Judeo-Christian response to the problem of theodicy and has played, under the Calvinist interpretation of predestination, a cardinal role in transforming Christianity from a world-rejecting religion into the religion of the inner-worldly asceticism, that is, a religion aiming at mastering the world via world rejection. 113 Behind the mystery of innocent suffering, according to Weber, is an unimaginably great ethical chasm. Between the transcendental God and the human being continuously enmeshed in the toils of new sin. 114 Indeed, God's providence is so absolutely transcendental and his will so inscrutable that they lie completely beyond the reach of human comprehension. 115 The experienced reality of unmerited suffering, then, only confirms that God made a decision or decree about who over the course of the ages would be saved prior to any decision or action that those who are saved might take during their lifetime in quest of their own salvation. 116 It is noteworthy that the idea of predestination in this light comes to imply just the opposite of what compensatory theodicies aspire after. In contrast to the eschatological view that a true believer, with good faith or benevolent works, will be granted salvation in the end, now all that can be known is that a few who are predestined shall be saved in the end and the rest damned eternally. 117 From this standpoint, God's providence and decision can never be affected by human conduct and are absolutely independent of whatever humans do. No amount of good work and no sincerity of religious practice can guarantee salvation. 118 To assume that human merit or guilt play a part in determining this destiny would be to think of God's absolutely free decrees, which have been settled from eternity, as subject to change by human influence, an impossible contradiction. 119 At first sight, the notion of predestination thus interpreted seems to have dissolved the problem of theodicy by undermining the very notion of a rewarding and punishing God who treats everyone absolutely equally, and determines the distribution of fortune solely in terms of one's merit or demerit. It thereby would logically lead believers back to pre-axial age fatalism. 120 Quite the contrary, according to Weber. In fact, the psychological effect of the Calvinist doctrine of predestination has been a dire need for gaining assurance of one's salvation. To attain the necessary self-conviction, the Puritan self needs proof, indeed, more than proof, tangible proof. 121 Faith, as Weber put it, had to be proved by its objective results in order to provide a firm foundation for the certitudo salutis. 122 In this light, worldly labor in one's calling thus becomes the only sign of salvation in this world. Of course, this does not imply that I can alter my predetermined status through my performance of worldly works. Indeed, such an endeavor is useless. 123 Nonetheless, these works are still indispensable as a sign of election. They are the technical means, not of purchasing salvation, but of getting rid of the fear of damnation. 124 It is this necessity of self-conviction through the worldly life that pushes the Puritan self to adopt an affirmative attitude toward the world, thereby cutting off the fatalistic consequences of logic. 125 This brings us to the Calvinist version of God's justice on earth a la Weber, namely the inner-worldly asceticism. A true believer should not only abstain from worldly happiness and pleasure, but also conquer this imperfect, sinful world according to God's will in order to bring it closer to perfection. In so doing, one may affirm his sense of election and attain the psychological assurance. 126 Over the past few decades, the Kantian nature of Weber's examination of ascetic Protestantism has arrested increasing scholarly attention. In his study on Western rationalism, for instance, Wolfgang Schluchter argues that the linkage between the Kantian ethics and the Protestant ethic is critical for our understanding of Weber's systematic sociology of religion. 127 In an excellent analysis of Weber's Politics of Civil Society, Sung-Ho Kim goes a step further to claim that Weber's notion of the Puritan Berufsmensch can be construed as a sociological counterpart to the Kantian package of value, rationality, and freedom as the foundation of moral agency. 128 It is then not by coincidence that Weber asks his audience to give a special heed to the Protestant origins of the Kantian moral theory. Ovel's fulfillment of duty stands higher ethically than sentimental philanthropy. The Puritan ethics would accept that in essentials. Kant in effect also comes close to it in the end, being part of Scotch ancestry and strongly influenced by Pietism in his bringing up. Many of his formulations are closely tied to ideas of ascetic Protestantism. 129 It may be argued, however, that all these apparent parallels have only the effect to highlight a fundamental deviation between Weber and Kant, a deviation that is of considerable theoretical significance for our understanding of predestination as one of the most basic cross-cultural categories that have shaped the moral imagination of humankind. For Weber, it was the idea of the necessity of affirming one's election and proving one's faith in world activity that forced the Puritan self to pursue one's ascetic ideals within mundane occupations. This idea gave the broader groups of religiously inclined people a positive incentive to asceticism. By founding its ethic in the doctrine of predestination, it substituted for the spiritual aristocracy of monks outside of and above the world the spiritual aristocracy of the predestined saints of God within the world. 130 In stark contrast to this teleological view that the need for attaining self-conviction about one's election serves as the psychological incentive for the Puritan self's worldly morality and worldly activity, the defining feature of the Kantian ethics is its relentlessly deontological stress on the antithesis between duty and inclination. According to this preacher of duty for the sake of duty, 131 For any action to be morally good, it is not enough that it should conform to the moral law, it must also be done for the sake of that law. 132 In other words, the only motive that confers moral worth on an action is the motive of duty, by which Kant means doing the right thing solely because it is right. 133 Thus, if we act out of some motive other than duty, our action lacks moral worth. This is true not only for self-interest but also for any and all attempts to satisfy our needs, wants, desires, and preferences. 134 Even if it comes to such sublime or spiritual personal inclinations as beneficence or compassion. 135 An action done from duty, thus Kant writes, derives its moral worth, not from the purpose to be attained by that action, but from the maxim in accordance with which the action is decided upon. It depends, therefore, not on actualizing the object of the action, but solely on the principle of volition in accordance with which the action was done, without any regard for objects of the faculty of desire. 136 For this reason, the moral worth of an action consists not in any possible consequences that flow from it, but in the motive of duty from which the action is done. A good will is not good because of what it affects or accomplishes. It is good in itself, whether or not it prevails. 137 Even if this will were completely powerless to carry out its aims, even if with its utmost effort it still accomplished nothing, even then it would still, like a jewel, glisten in its own right, as something that has its full worth in itself. 138 Viewed from this perspective, the significance of the concept of predestination for worldly morality or worldly activity lies not in any motive it produces for banishing the anxiety about one's election. Rather, the concept may inspire a true believer to act upon the imperfect world, precisely because it cuts off whatever connections there might be between the duty for obeying God's divine commands and one's concern over personal gains, including the concern over one's salvation. Indeed, the moral law as a divine command requires the capacity for respect for the moral law as in itself a sufficient incentive of the will. 139 The concept of predestination in this deontological light comes to imply, then, my action has moral worth when and only when it is done solely out of my duty to stand by God's justice. Motivated neither by any concern over the arbitrary whirl of fate nor by any ulterior motive to attain a firm foundation for the certitudo salutis, it is noteworthy that such a deontological understanding of predestination is not limited to any single world religion. It actually goes to the core of worldly morality of virtually all the axial age civilizations. A compelling case in point is the Bhagavad Gita, whose greatness and continuing importance lies precisely in its success in generating a fundamental shift within Hinduism from world rejection to inner-worldly asceticism in unveiled defiance of the orthodox ideal of world renunciation. The Gita argues that the right path to liberation or freedom is precisely karma yoga asceticism of inner-worldly conduct. 140 In this light, it is not the actions themselves that cause rebirth, but the concern over the fruits or outcomes of actions. 141 Action aiming at obtaining worldly gains or bettering one's chance in the future life is surely a sign of being incapable of freedom, but the same is also true of any inaction aiming at escaping from the effects of karma. For both are motivated by one's concern over personal gains or losses. The true sannyasin, therefore, is not the person who has given up all one's ethical duties, but the person who has performed one's duty purely for the sake of duty, without any attachment to its outcomes, including the outcome of personal salvation. 142 A similar deontological interpretation of predestination is provided in the Jodo Shinshu, a Japanese Buddhist sect founded by Shinran Shonin. The cornerstone of the Shin belief is the doctrine of predestination that stresses the absolute incapacity of humans to save themselves and the necessity of faith alone. 143 Given the close parallelism between the Shin stress on faith alone and the Calvinist notion of predestination, it is hardly surprising that the Shinshu took ethical conduct in the daily life as the best way of actualizing one's absolute faith in the grace of Amida. As a Shinshu tract of the Tokugawa period put it, a person who lacks faith can easily do unreasonable evil deeds. Therefore, although he should not expect the complete atonement of his inborn evil qualities, it would be well for him daily to improve his bad heart as a sign of his having attained a believing heart. 144 In sharp contrast to the Weberian interpretation of predestination, however, the Shin belief severs faith from any personal concern over one's salvation or any personal need for attaining the sign of election. This faith for the sake of faith thesis is most eloquently articulated in the following quote from Shinran: "Your aim in coming here, traveling at the risk of your lives through more than 10 provinces, was simply to learn the way of rebirth in the Pure Land. Yet you would be mistaken if you thought I knew of some way to obtain rebirth other than by saying the Nembutsu, or if you thought I had some special knowledge of religious texts not open to others. Should this be your belief, it is better for you to go to Nara or Mthi, for there you will find many scholars learned in Buddhism, and from them you can get detailed instruction in the essential means of obtaining rebirth in the Pure Land. As far as I, Shinran, am concerned, it is only because the worthy Honen taught me so that I believe salvation comes from Amida by saying the Nembutsu. Whether the Nembutsu brings rebirth in the Pure Land or leads one to hell, I myself have no way of knowing. But even if I had been misled by Honen and went to hell for saying the Nembutsu, I would have no regrets." 145 Implied in the Asiatic ontological understanding of predestination is the notion of a becoming God, a distinctive solution to the problem of theodicy that is theoretically formulated by Hans Jonas but traceable to Friedrich W. I. Schelling. 146 The divine calling to an ethical state, according to Schelling 147, would remain ultimately inscrutable unless we recognize that evil, as illustrated by the fatalistic laws of nature that determine the distribution of life goods in an ethically senseless way and thereby account for the prevalence of innocent suffering, is a real force. This means that we have to directly confront the vital question which springs from such recognition and stands at the core of the mystery of predestination. How can evil come from God, who is regarded as utter goodness in the first place? 148 What holds the key to this question is the distinction between two dimensions of being, namely, actual existence and the basis or ground of this existence. 149 With regard to God, the two dimensions are closely linked and inseparable. As there is nothing before or outside of God, he must contain within himself the ground of his existence. 150. This means that the ground of his existence, though contained in God, is not God viewed as absolute, rather, it is only the basis of his existence or nature in God which, to be sure, is inseparable but yet distinguishable from him. 151. What emerges here is the notion of a becoming God, a steady self-manifestation or epiphany of God. 152. For Schelling, it is this notion of a becoming God or the epiphany of God that allows us to decipher what Kant has termed the mystery of the divine call of men to an ethical state. Divine becoming aims at progressive spiritualization or God's revealment as spirit that requires an otherness or a foil to testify to this process. This foil is humankind or human being as his counterpart, though distinct from God. 153. As a creature, human beings are rooted in nature or the ground of divine becoming. At the same time they are the receptacle of divine light, the locus where God's existence can become most fully apparent. 154. This unique divine condition of humankind gives rise to the fundamental distinction between nature and freedom, which for Kant defines the basic human condition in Heidegger's words. Freedom as interpreted by Schelling is not a human property or attribute, but the other way around. Human Dasein figures as property of freedom in terms of which human beings become human in the first place. 155. The notion of divine becoming in this light thus implies a God emerging in time instead of possessing a completed being that remains identical with itself throughout eternity. 156. In contrast to certain Hellenic eternal divinity, the notion can be better reconciled with the portrayal of God in the Hebrew Bible, where God is affected and indeed altered by what human beings do. 157. Historical events for the Hebrews thus become situations of reciprocity between God and humans, and as such they acquire a religious value. 158. It may then be said that human history is theophany or the epiphany of God. 159. What this view of God's dependence on humans implies, as Fred R. Dahlmeyer observes, is a radical revision of the conception of God as all-powerful or omnipotent. 160. It follows that God must assist humans in becoming properly human, while humans need to assist God to be properly God. 161. It is only a short step from this notion of the divine human condition to the Confucian scheme of divine humanism. As previously noted, Confucianism arose in response to the problem of theodicy that utterly upset the belief in heaven during the pre-Confucian era. Given the enormous incongruity between God's divine justice and the experienced reality of innocent suffering rooted in the ethically irrational cosmic order of fate, the only feasible way to resolve the problem of God's justice on earth is to forsake the notion of God's providence over the universe. Holding that divine justice may manifest itself only in and through the human aspiration for constructing a just political order, an order which defies and stands in opposition to the arbitrary and ethically irrelevant arrangements of the world of fate. It is hardly surprising, then, that classical Confucian thinkers tended to attach great significance to the moral will of humankind as the direct manifestation of the way of heaven. As Mencius put it forcefully, he who exerts his moral will to the utmost knows his human nature. He who knows his human nature knows heaven. 162. This conception of the moral will as the revelation of the will of heaven carries two important implications: that it is only in and through human freedom defined as the moral will to achieve independence from the fatalistic causality of the surrounding physical world and the capacity to choose between good and evil that the way of heaven reveals itself, and that freedom as the manifestation of the will of heaven, in turn, is what alone makes us uniquely human. In this light, it is our heavenly endowed moral will that determines our human nature. To know our human nature is accordingly to know the will of heaven. But even more crucial in this divine human condition is the role of humankind as the counterpart of God in the process of divine becoming. As Mencius further argues, the point of knowing heaven is to serve heaven, that is, to respond to the divine call of humans to the realization of God's justice on earth. To accomplish this mission, we must preserve our moral will and nurture our human nature. By retaining one's moral will and nourish one's human nature, one is serving heaven. 163. This means that one has to stand against the ethically senseless arrangements of fate and always be ready to give up one's life for the sake of rightness. 164. In other words, the way of serving heaven is to defy the blind play of cosmic, naturalistic forces so as to establish the righteous fate for oneself. To remain steadfast to our moral will no matter whether we are going to die young or to live a ripe old age, to build up our moral character no matter what fate is to befall us. This is the way to establish the fate. 165. In so doing, we can transform our moral will into upright vital energy or flood-like vital energy and let this upright vital energy to fill the space between heaven and earth, thereby making heaven's divine justice to prevail over the world. 166. In this sense, it is human ethical conduct, and human ethical conduct alone, that renders possible the realization of God's justice on earth. Only against this background may we understand why Confucius insists that it is the human that can make the way great, and not the way that can make the human great. 167. And why the doctrine of the mean states that to follow human nature is called the way and that what can be separated from humans cannot be the way of heaven. 168. In view of the close linkage between the notion of divine becoming and Confucianism, it may be said that the following quote from the diaries of Etty Hillesum, a young Jewish woman from the Netherlands who perished in Auschwitz in 1943, may best catch the essence of the Confucian concept of divine humanism: I will always endeavor to help God as well as I can. With every heartbeat it becomes clearer to me that you cannot help us, but that we must help you and defend up to the last your dwelling within us. 169. Chapter 9. Public Hegemony and Sect-like Society. The significance of the dichotomy of Sittlichkeit and the ethical state for the concern of this study can hardly be overestimated. By drawing a sharp line of demarcation between social and political reproduction and by placing the practical role of the intellectuals at the center of political reproduction, it poses fundamental challenges to the ways in which we think about the nature of political order. In so doing, it casts the entire problem of the social in a very different perspective, thereby shedding valuable light on the hard core of Confucian Marxism, namely, the idea of public hegemony. But before pursuing this line of analysis, we need to bring together several links in our previous discussion. In the discussion that follows, I begin by returning to the linkage between the common religion thesis and Weber's comparative religion, with a special regard to the bearing of this linkage on his vision of civil society as sect-like society. This will be followed by an explication of the Confucian scheme of legitimation by religious differentiation. It will be argued that the Confucian scheme is essential to our understanding of Gramsci's fiercely contested concept of civil society as the ethical content of the state, a concept that might be properly construed as a claim to church-like society. The stark opposition between this Confucian view of civil society and Weber's notion of sect-like society prepares the ground for exploring the themes of public hegemony and equal justice. Sect-like society, institution contra civic community. Our concern over the role of religion in social formation, as stated previously, arose out of the dilemma of institutional performance or the problem of social reproduction that dominates the sphere of social labor and economic activities. The dilemma implicates a fundamental schism between société naturelle and the public dimension of social life, leading to the Hobbesian appeal to the impartial force of the absolute state. But such an institutionalist solution runs inevitably into a fundamental conundrum: what force can prevent those who control the state's coercive force from using that force in their own interest at the expense of the rest of society? In other words, institutionalism can hardly confront the paradoxical fact that institutions that are supposed to constrain human behavior are themselves nothing more or less than stable, valued, recurring patterns of behavior. 3. Thereby leaving utterly unaccountable the public nature of constraining institutions per se. Such a paradox underscores the discursive nature of social reality and compels us to confront a fundamental paradox: what, after all, causes what collective action that appears to be the product of constraining institutions or institutions that exist and may only exist in and through collective action? This paradox of social reproduction, as we have also observed, highlights the decisive role of inner convictions in collective action, renders the making of the homo duplex a crucial issue for the reproduction of an institutional order, and, in so doing, necessitates a structural distinction between two spheres of human life. Whereas labor as the sphere of life necessities is the domain of purposive rational actions in which rules are taken as the means for adapting to the surrounding world and actions are regulated through external sanctions, interaction constitutes the domain of value-oriented actions in which norms or rules are themselves taken as the very ends of action and actions are accordingly regulated primarily through inner sanctions or moral compulsion. Since the 19th century, our understanding of the labor/interaction polarity has been informed primarily by the Hegelian dichotomy between Sittlichkeit and Bürgerliche Gesellschaft and Tönnies's antinomy between Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft. The notion of Sittlichkeit, defined as the ethical life or what Habermas terms the life world of a society, posits community or the ethos community subject complex as the key to the process of social reproduction. In this view, the most important function of society is to provide a collective ethos or a stock of unproblematic, background convictions that define the basic structure of a society, especially the maxims of the distributions of wealth, income, and status. Point 4 Society, then, is to be seen as a moral community that is detached from and stands above individuals' calculated needs. This normative community secures the dialectic relationship between institution and human action, serving as the formative site in which historical subjects capable of value-oriented actions are produced and reproduced. These subjects, in return, tend to perceive the existing institutions as justified and legitimate. It is in and through their subsequent value-oriented actions that society becomes a reality sui generis. 5. A more recent formulation of this ethos community subject complex is provided by Habermas in the following characterization of the structure of the life world. I call culture the store of knowledge from which those engaged in communicative action draw interpretations susceptible of consensus as they come to an understanding about something in the world. I call society the legitimate orders from which those engaged in communicative action gather a solidarity, based on belonging to groups, as they enter into interpersonal relationships with one another. Personality serves as a term of art for acquired competence that renders a subject capable of speech and action and hence able to participate in processes of mutual understanding in a given context and to maintain his own identity in the shifting contexts of interaction. Point 6 Hegel's antinomy between the system of needs versus the system of integration, as we have seen, was a major impetus for the rise of the common religion tradition in social theory, which attributes social reproduction and political legitimation to the role of a common religion that effectively incorporates all social groupings into the existing institutional order. Social reproduction and political legitimation should then be accredited to the role of a common communal religion that projects the established socio-political order as reflective of the divine cosmic order. In an important sense, Habermas's Kantian genealogy of the bourgeois public sphere can be seen as a liberal response to such a communal vision of political order. According to this line of analysis, the defining feature of modern bourgeois society is the institutionalization of public reasoning by private people, that is, bourgeois publicness within which a common will or consensus regarding the public interest and the general rules governing publicly relevant affairs is generated through rational discussion among free and equal individuals. Point 8 This new mode of public life, according to Habermas, is contrasted with a variety of traditional forms of representative publicness, in which the public authority acts as the articulator, transmitter, and carrier of the general will of a society, positioning itself as the locus of the public realm. Point 9 The rise of bourgeois public life has resulted primarily from a split within the realm of material production between the marketplace and the public sphere, where citizens define the terms and conditions of their common life through public use of their reason and where debates and arguments about collective norms, social policies, and political decisions take place. Point 10 In this light, it is the practice of public reasoning in the public sphere that generates the public of private people and thus provides a normative framework for the operation of the market economy in the private domain of labor, as shown in Table 3. The emergence of bourgeois publicness, Habermas proceeded to argue, is attributable to a fundamental shift in the socio-cognitive competencies of social actors, from speaker perspectives to world perspectives. From this liberal perspective, the Hegelian notion of Sittlichkeit can be reconceptualized as the life world of a specific society, which offers a storehouse of unquestioned cultural givens and serves as the discursive prerequisite for the formation of collective identity and norm-oriented actions. The ethical life constitutes the core of the conventional level of moral development by building up speaker perspectives in social interaction. These perspectives take shape when individuals learn to acquire their identity as carriers of generalized behavior patterns by being embedded in the habitual concrete life conduct of the community with which they identify. Point 11 Whereas speaker perspectives are built into the culturally transmitted and linguistically organized repertoire of behavior patterns in the life world, the most distinctive dimension of post-conventional moral consciousness lies precisely in the development of world perspectives, which enable interacting participants to step out of the background certitudes of the life world and adopt a hypothetical attitude towards socially accepted norms. Point 12 The shift from speaker perspectives to world perspectives, according to Habermas, brings about two intertwined changes: the de-ethicalization of the social world and the emergence of post-conventional moral consciousness. These changes have found their clearest expression in the development of modern bourgeois subjectivity characterized by a dual character. On the one hand, the bourgeois self is the carrier of strategic action that arises from the rationalization of the social world and hence submits to the requirements of the market, and, on the other, it also acts as the subject of pure interiority that follows its own laws rather than any external constraints, whether such constraints are imposed by the prescription of culture or by the necessity of life. Point 13 In this connection, the split within bourgeois civil society between the marketplace and the bourgeois public sphere is best seen as the institutional expression of the dualistic construction of bourgeois subjectivity. Obviously, the liberal presumption about bourgeois subjectivity presents a clear case for what Michael Sandel has called the unencumbered subject. 14 A modern liberal self being empowered, ironically, through decontextualization. 15 This difficulty, as we have also observed, permits us to see why both Marx and Weber put so much emphasis on the distinction between masses and classes. Indeed, historical materialism and the Protestant ethic thesis can be construed as parallel efforts to resituate the modern liberal self by casting modern capitalist society as an economic mode of sociability and the bourgeois class as its agent. But Weber categorically rejected Marx's materialist explanation of the nature of economic interaction, arguing that the self-legitimation of economic structures should be seen as an effect of the emergence of the Puritan Berufsmensch rather than its cause. It was the prior existence of the Western bourgeoisie with its peculiar economic ethic that had created an economic legitimation and paved the way for the peculiar modern form of capitalism in the Western Hemisphere. 16 The source of this economic ethic was found in the urban piety of the Western bourgeoisie, which disposed of any communal religion or any system of Sittlichkeit but was nonetheless capable of anchoring purposive rational action and, hence, of producing rigid rule. Regulated conduct in the marketplace. For Weber, as we have further observed, the origin of such urban piety can be traced back to the profound religious breakthrough that took shape during the Axial Age. Beneath this phenomenal breakthrough was the problem of theodicy, which raised the question of justifying the unequal distribution of life's goods, challenged the validity of any traditional microcosm/macrocosm scheme of legitimation, and hence paved the way for the emergence of the major world religions during the Axial Age, from Judaism and Christianity in all its variety to Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and, later, to Islam. All these axial world religions, according to Weber, can be properly characterized as religious world rejections in the sense that all of them transferred the ancient ethic of kinship and neighborliness to the relations among brethren of the faith. 17 And such brotherly ethic of salvation clashed inevitably with the orders and values of this world. 18 The tension between brotherly religion and the world has been especially salient in the political sphere. 19 The state is, by definition, an association that claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of violence. 20 And to provide the justification or legitimacy for the use of force was one of the key roles played by traditional magic religiosity or communal cults. After all, the gods of locality, tribe, and polity were only concerned with the interests of their respective communities. 21 But it was precisely such legitimacy for the use of force that had been challenged by the brotherly ethic of world-rejecting religions. In face of the tension between universal brotherliness and politics, there emerged from the axial rational religions two consistent solutions: mysticism and asceticism. The starting point for exploring Weber's polar concepts of mysticism and asceticism can be found in the aforementioned decisive historical differentiation between Oriental intellectualism and Occidental asceticism. 22 As indicated in Chapter 7, Weber was fully aware of the rationalist character of Oriental and Asiatic types of salvation religiosity, as illustrated by the striking resemblance between the Confucian demand for constant and vigilant self-control and the Puritan ideal of self constitution. 23 Indeed, both Confucian intellectuals and Protestant saints developed a similar rationalism to fight the irrationality of mass religiosity. But for him such external similarity had only the effect to highlight the fundamental difference between Oriental contemplative rationalism and the Occidental ideal of active behavior. 24 In this view, the defining feature of the Oriental and Asiatic types of salvation religiosity was a persistent contemplative attempt to reveal the meaning behind the unfathomable problem of the imperfect world in light of the perfect God. Such an intellectualistic endeavor to provide a rational solution to the problem of theodicy, according to Weber, readily explained why all these mystic religions tended to conceptualize the divine as the impersonal and immanent cosmic order that was eternal and had no history. 25 Treating the question of innocent suffering not as an ethical issue but as an inevitable outcome of the transitory nature of the world. 26 Hence, the path to salvation was conceived of either as the mystical unification with the divine or as the contemplative possession of the holy. 27 The consequential otherworldly orientation of the mystic religions, in turn, allows us to see why these religions are essentially the religions of intellectuals, which are by nature contemplative, anti-political, and have produced virtually no substantial impact on the life conduct of the lay populace. This is why, when it comes to the problem of social control, these religions have no other choice but to embrace and actually endorse the traditionalistic values of magic religiosity or communal cults. According to Weber, the situation was altogether different in the case of Occidental religiosity, which was characterized by a conception of the divine as the personal and transcendental God who had created and would one day destroy this world. 28 Within this eschatological framework, the prevalence of innocent suffering clearly indicated that the existing cosmic social world had turned into just the opposite of that promised for the future. 29 Insofar as the world was designed to give way again to the truly God-ordained order, 30 The Messianic eschatology pointed to a political and social transformation of this world. 31 In spite of its messianic implications, however, the eschatological mode of world rejection might also involve a world-denying orientation. Whenever the supervention of the messianic kingdom appeared to be unduly delayed, it became inevitable that consolation should be sought in genuine otherworldly hopes. 32 But the world-fleeing tendency inherent in the eschatological process was radically reversed in the Book of Job, wherein the insoluble problem of the imperfections of the world in light of God's omnipotence led to the ultimate conclusion that God's absolute power over his creatures is beyond all the ethical claims of his creatures, impervious to limited human comprehension, and therefore that the criteria of human justice are utterly inapplicable to his behavior. 33 It is no accident, then, that the inner-worldly ascetic had become afflicted with a sort of happy closure of the mind regarding any question about the meaning of the world. 34 Hence, whereas Oriental religiosity remained purely intellectual due to its persistent attempt to reveal the meaningfulness of the world and to seek the unity of the imperfect world and the perfect God through knowledge or spiritual illumination. 35 Personal attachment to God in Occidental religiosity was decisively designated as faith, a complete reliance on the promises of God. 36 With such unlimited trust in God, the external observance of sacred law is displayed by a more radical and intense cultivation of a sacred inner religious state. 37 As a result, the self of the Occidental plebeian strata had been pulled out of the mud of magic and transformed into the carrier of an ethic of inner conviction. 38 Who was diligently executing the will of God through his rational actions in this world. 39 The contrast between these two theological orientations is interpreted by Habermas as the polarity of cosmocentric and theocentric worldviews. Weber contrasts above all the two basic conceptual strategies. 1. The Occidental employs the conception of a transcendental, personal Lord of creation. The other strategy, widespread in the Orient, starts from the idea of an impersonal, non-created cosmos. Weber also refers to these as transcendent and immanent conceptions of God. The God of action is developed in an exemplary way in the form of Yahweh, the God of order in Brahman. The faithful must enter into a different relationship with the Lord of creation than they with the static ground of the cosmic order. They understand themselves as instruments of God and not as vessels of the divine. In the one case the believer seeks to win God's favor, in the other to participate in the divine. 40 Within this context, the form of Christianity that had finally become dominant in medieval Europe represented a retrogressive step in terms of the radical disenchanting motifs of Old Testament religion. 41 The whole host of angels and saints with which Catholicism populated religious reality, culminating in the glorification of Mary as mediator and co-redeemer, clearly indicated significant modifications in the radically of the Israelite conception of transcendence. 42 In this sense, it can be said that in Catholicism the world was re-enchanted, or, if one wishes, orientalized. Indeed, one might as well contend that Catholicism succeeded in re-establishing a new version of cosmic order in a gigantic synthesis of biblical religion with extra-biblical cosmological conceptions. 43 From this perspective, the crucial Catholic doctrine of the analogia indis between God and man, between heaven and earth, constitutes a replication of the mimesis of archaic, pre-biblical religion. 44 In fact, whatever their other important differences, one could see both Latin and Greek Catholicism performing essentially the same replication on this level. 45 The Catholic re-enchantment of the world, according to Weber, enables us to discern the close parallelism between the polarity of Asiatic intellectuality and Occidental asceticism and the church/sect dichotomy within Western Christendom. Per se This is why in the Protestant ethic, the sociology of religion in economy and society, and the famous essay Religious Rejections of the World and Their Directions, Weber uses his typology of religious world rejections, mysticism and asceticism, not only to distinguish between Asiatic types of world-fleeing religiosity and Occidental asceticism. 46 But also to draw distinctions within the traditions of Christian salvation religions between otherworldly mysticism and inner-worldly asceticism. 47 In the context of the typology of religious world rejections, as Robert N. Bellat put it, Weber cites Hinduism and Catholicism as the archetypal examples of otherworldly mysticism. It is therefore ascetic Protestantism that alone provides the religious archetype relative to which everything else is compared. 48 For Weber, while both asceticism and mysticism seek to devalue kingship and marriage, replacing the magical ties and exclusiveness of kinship with the religious ethic of brotherliness. 49 These two major types of religious world rejections represent two polar orientations toward the relationship between God and the world. Due to its presumption about the divine human continuity, mysticism attributes undeserved suffering to the imperfections and depravities of empirical reality. 50 This cosmocentric solution to the problem of theodicy carries the implication that divine justice can never be realized in the temporal order. 51 And that salvation is to be achieved only in the eternal order beyond human history. Given that innocent suffering is an inevitable attribute of this imperfect world, it comes as no surprise that in all forms of mysticism the ethic of brotherliness could lead to a communism of loving brethren and to an inner attitude of caritas, love for the sufferer per se, for one's neighbor, for man, and finally for the enemy. 52 The euphoria produced by such brotherly loving communism, related to a direct feeling of communion with God, can incline the believers toward an objectless world-denying love. 53 While the psychological tone of the ethic of world-denying benevolence can vary widely, it moves in the direction of a universalistic brotherliness, which goes beyond all barriers of social association, often including that of one's own faith. 54 In the Zwischenbetrachtung and twice in politics as a vocation, Weber cites the three figures of the Buddha, Jesus, and Francis of Assisi as the archetypal examples of such world-denying love. 55 The world-denying benevolence, according to Weber, readily explains why Catholicism, just like Asiatic intellectuality, is essentially apolitical, contemplative, and unpractical. The anti-political and unpractical character of Catholicism has found its clearest expression in the Church's status as an institution of grace. 56 Drawing on the vision of world-denying love, the Church feels responsible before God for the souls of everyone, or at least of all the men entrusted to it. Such an institution will therefore feel entitled, and in duty bound, to oppose with ruthless force any danger through misguidance in faith. It feels bound to promote the diffusion of its saving means of grace. 57 The compulsory and universalist nature of such institutional grace determines that its operation involves a number of basic principles. Of them the most important is that salvation is universal. This means that the personal religious qualification of the individual in need of salvation is altogether a matter of indifference to the institution which has the power to distribute religious grace. 58 Indeed, implied in this theory is the assumption that all human beings are capable of finding salvation if they but obey God's requirements enough for the accession of grace distributed by the Church. 59 The level of personal ethical accomplishment must, therefore, be made compatible with average human qualifications. And this in practice means that the person in need of salvation is spared the necessity of developing an individual pattern of life based on ethical foundations. 60 In other words, the operation of institutional grace hinges practically on a radical split between the quest for salvation and the development of ethical personality. The significance of this split will come into full light when institutional grace is examined against the backdrop of Otto von Gierke's antinomy between Anstalt and Genossenschaft. 61 The antinomy was drawn chiefly from the contrasting mode of associational integration by which he attempted to contrast Anstalt's mechanistic solidarity, either contractual or bureaucratic, with the organic and spontaneous solidarity of Genossenschaft. 62 Whereas the latter draws its strength from the particularistic social bond among members of such a natural association as kinship, ethnic, or linguistic groups. The former lacks a spontaneous and cohesive integration precisely because it dispels the communal elements or a visible self-other distinction and turns to an universal, cosmopolitan, or decontextualized alternative for social integration such as contractarianism, the market, or bureaucracy. 63 In this regard, Gierke's antinomy of Anstalt and Genossenschaft may be construed as the analytical equivalent to the Tunisian dichotomy between Gesellschaft and Gemeinschaft, which isolates the capacity of the Gemeinschaft mode of association for generating identity formation and social integration precisely in terms of its particularistic, exclusive, or ascriptive character. For Weber as for Gierke, group formation depends on the particularistic nature of sociability as illustrated by the Gemeinschaft mode of association. 64 In this communitarian view of sociability, to say that the members of a society are bound by a sense of community is not simply to say that a great many of them profess shared sentiments and pursue common aims, but rather that they conceive their identity as being defined by the community of which they are a part. 65 For them, community is not merely an attribute, but a constituent of their identity. 66 And any social imagination with no appropriate place for this constitutive sense of community cannot properly account for social integration. 67 In this light, institution is precisely such a poor substitute for community. The Catholic Church, in particular, exemplifies the incapacity of the Anstalt mode of association for sociability. The defining feature of its institutional grace, as we have seen, is its presupposition of the split between the quest of salvation and the development of ethical personality, which essentially spares the person in need of salvation the moral obligation of the ethical patterning of individual life. This means that the burden of socialization and identity formation, so essential to the stability of a political order, is put on magic religiosity or communal cults, which are alone responsible for producing historical subjects capable of value-oriented collective action. Here lies the source of what Weber called the organic social ethic 68 or the organic ethic of vocation 69, an ethic that represents the always unavoidable collapse of even the highest states of tension with the world in favor of compromises and relativities 70. In his typology of religious world rejections, this ethic indicates that a religion of universal brotherliness, which has always clashed with the orders and values of this world, is now making paradoxical attempts to actually endorse the existing cosmic social order by embracing and rationalizing the macro-cosm/microcosm scheme of communal cults. One telling instance of such an organic, traditionalistic ethic of vocation can be found in the Hindu caste system. Within this system, the various social positions or castes have been providentially ordained, and each of them has been assigned some specific, indispensable function desired by God or determined by the impersonal world order, so that different ethical obligations devolve upon each status 71. Furthermore, the diverse occupations and castes are compared to the constituent portions of an organism. The various relationships of power which emerged in such a social system must therefore be regarded as divinely ordained relationships of authority 72. Another instance of the organic social ethic is the so-called five cardinal relations in Confucianism. All social ethics in China merely transferred the organic relations of piety to other relations considered similar to them. Within the five natural social relations, the duties to master, father, husband, older brother, and friend comprised the sum total of the ethically binding. 73. Medieval Christian doctrine, as formulated by St. Thomas Aquinas, provides a further exemplification of this organic conception of ethical obligations. This doctrine assumed the view, already common in animistic beliefs regarding souls and the world beyond, that there are purely natural differences among men, completely independent of any effects of sin, and that these natural differences determine the diversity of destinies in this world and beyond. 74. Only against this background, Weber alleges, can we make sense of the striking overlaps between the Confucian ethic and the medieval and the Lutheran traditionalistic ethics of vocation 75. So far as their social ethical teachings are concerned, both Confucianism and medieval Christianity actually rested on a general presupposition that power relationships in the economic and political spheres have a purely personal character, and that in these spheres of the execution of justice and public administration, a whole organized structure of personal relations of subordination exists which is dominated by caprice and grace, indignation and love, and most of all by the mutual piety and devotion of masters and subalterns, after the fashion of the family. 76. In this context, it is not surprising that common to all non-Protestant post-axial age civilizations has been a mixture of literary religious rationalism and a literary mass religiosity. From Confucianism to Buddhism, and from Islam to Catholicism, all the non-Protestant religions were compelled to accept local, functional, and occupational gods as saints, the veneration of which constituted the real religion of the masses in everyday life. 77. In all these cases, ethical rationality is limited merely to a small number of intellectual virtuosi or the community of the chosen few that remains the invisible church. 78. And has produced no substantial impact on social and political life in traditional political societies. What really accounts for their dominant role in taming the laboring masses is the organic social ethic, a product of the adjustment of these rational axial religions to the microcosm/macrocosm scheme of magic religiosity or the religion of functional gods. No wonder, then, that the pattern of everyday life could be influenced by these religions only in the direction of traditionalism. 79. Weber's analysis of the Anstalt mode of organization of Asiatic and mystic religions puts us in an excellent position to realize why the theme of sect-like society, the formative site within which the Puritan Berufsmensch are socialized to become the ethical total personality, occupies a central place in his discussion of the dynamics of Western bourgeois civil society. We may as well characterize such sect-like society as the Protestant social so as to underline its connection to the problem of the social. 81. The history of Protestantism, thus Weber reminds us, is a history of the external and internal conflict of the two structural principles of the Church as a compulsory association for the administration of grace, and of the sect as a voluntary association of religious qualified persons, a conflict that runs through the centuries from Zwingli to Kuyper and Stocker. 82. Weber characterizes the fundamental difference between these two forms of religious congregation in the following terms: a church wants to be an institution, a kind of divine foundation for the salvation of individual souls who are born into it and are the object of its efforts, which are bound to the office in principle. Conversely, a sect is a voluntary community of individuals purely on the basis of their religious qualification. 83. For Weber, as we have seen, the Confucianization of medieval Christianity arose out of the antinomy of Anstalt and Gemeinschaft, that is, out of the Catholic Church's failure to build itself up as a true community of faith. Here is where Weber's conception of sect as a voluntary community 84 becomes so relevant. We follow Kim in using the Tunisian contrast between Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft as the point of reference for probing this crucial conception. 85. The contrast in this context involves two antinomic modes of association. The natural and spontaneous integration of a Gemeinschaft is seen to draw its strength from particularism and descriptivism. By contrast, the modern voluntarist and universalist principle has ushered in the modern society of atomized individuals and universal sovereignty of the state. 86. Yet what is characteristic of sect-like associations, according to Weber via Kim, is precisely their propensity for cutting across such a conventional dichotomy. 87. In this light, these associations are voluntary associations that are nevertheless predicated on a particularistic principle, permeating the intermediary sphere between the state and individuals. 88. American democracy, in Weber's view, best illustrates the voluntarist particularistic character of a sect-like society as well as its decisive role in the making of autonomous public life. In the past and up to the very present, he thus wrote, it has been a characteristic precisely of the specifically American democracy that it did not constitute a formless sand-heap of individuals, but rather a buzzing complex of strictly exclusive, yet voluntary associations. 89. These sect-like associations are voluntary in that they did not recognize the prestige of birth and inherited wealth, of the office and educational diploma, at least they recognized these things to such a low degree, as has only very rarely been the case in the rest of the world. 90. In other words, these sects do not draw their strength from the ascriptive and primordial nature of group formation, that is, from what Weber calls being born into it or sheer chance. 91. Instead, what is remarkable about these associations is their voluntary nature, defined as conscious and free choice and formation by the individuals of the purposive social group. 92. In this respect, they are close to Tönnies' Gesellschaft. However, for Weber, such non-ascriptive character of sect-like associations by no means indicates that these associations rest upon the universalistic principle, accepting anybody with open arms as an equal. 93. Rather, they are strictly particularistic or exclusive in the sense that in a sect-like society, while associational membership is in principle voluntary, the entry and maintenance cost for the individual members is considerable. 94. To join and remain a sect member, one must prove oneself as the bearer of revelation, that is, as the bearer of the highest ethical rigorism. 95. It is the propensity of Puritan sects to claim a religious elitism or spiritual aristocracy. 96. That posits them as an antithesis to the Catholic Church, a compulsory organization for the administration of grace. The Catholic Church, above all, is not particularly interested in the ethical qualities of its lay population, because it is vested with the power to redeem their sin periodically. Thus the church members include periodic sinners as well as religiously sincere personalities. 97. By contrast, the organizational principle of Protestant sects can be characterized as the principle of the believer's church in the most strict sense of the word. 98. This principle restricts the congregation to true Christians. Thus it means a voluntary association of really sanctified people segregated from the world. 99. The member of the sect has to have proven qualities in order to enter the community circle. Moreover, in order to hold his own position in this circle, the member had to prove repeatedly that he was endowed with these qualities. They were constantly and continuously bred in him. For, like his bliss in the beyond, his whole social existence in the here and now depended upon his proving himself. 100 As opposed to the Catholic compulsory constituency, infant baptism is rejected and adult baptism demanded in virtually every denomination. 101 Indeed, for Puritans, as their name indicates, only the pure can be admitted to the Lord's Supper, and it is a sin not to purge the sacramental communion of non-believers. 102 A Puritan sect, in sum, is not a universal organization that embraces everybody and anybody. It is in a sense an elite group of those who have passed the strict test of admission, usually decided by a ballot of members. 103 Those belonging to sects are hence the new elites and aristocrats by virtue of proven ethical qualities. Next, and even more important, closely associated with the extraordinary strict moral discipline of sects is the principle of the self-governing congregation. 104 That is, the anti-intellectualistic tendency of sect-like associations. 105 This tendency, according to Weber, is unavoidable because of the interest in the purity of the sacramental community. 106 In fact, the discipline of a Puritan sect is far more rigorous than the discipline of any church. In this respect, the sect resembles the monastic order. The sect discipline is also analogous to monastic discipline in that it established the principle of the novitiate. 107 The monastic nature of the sect community, according to Weber, indicates that a sect-like association is nothing more and nothing less than the substitution of the spiritual aristocracy of monks outside of and above the world by the spiritual aristocracy of the predestined saints of God within the world. 108 This is why there is no longer any need for a demarcation within the sacramental community between religious professionals and lay people, and why the sect placed disciplinary power predominantly into the hands of laymen. 109 Hence, no spiritual authority could assume the community's joint responsibility before God. The Protestant sects, notably the Baptists, signify a struggle against the domination of the congregation by theologians. 110 This struggle leads naturally to the clericalization of the lay members, who now took over the functions of moral control through self-governance, admonition, and possible excommunication. 111 In legitimizing this anti-intellectualistic demand, according to Weber, reference has been made to the conditions of the early Christian community, which carried the anti-intellectualism of the Jewish prophets to its extreme. 112 Jesus, like other Jewish prophets, clashed with the intellectuals of the Pharisees. 113 Early Christianity was a non-intellectual's proclamation to non-intellectuals, to the poor in spirit. 114 Indeed, a considerable portion of the inner history of the early Church, including the formulation of dogma, represented the struggle of Christianity against intellectualism in all its forms. 115 The domination of laymen in Protestantism, then, found its expression in an opposition to any professional theologian and preacher. 116 Only charisma or ethical qualities, not academic training or pastoral office, should be recognized. 117 For Weber, such a demand for self-governance further reinforces and highlights the sect as a voluntary community of individuals purely on the basis of their religious and moral qualification. 118 Given this demand, it is not the ethical doctrine of a religion, but that form of ethical conduct upon which premiums are placed that matters. 119 In other words, the premiums are placed upon proving oneself before God in the sense of attaining salvation and proving oneself before men in the sense of socially holding one's own within the Puritan sections. 120 It is the mutual supplementation of these two aspects of the Puritan premiums, according to Weber, that helps to deliver a specific ethos, that is, the ethos of the modern bourgeois middle classes. 121 The sinful children of the world naturally distrust one another in business, but they have confidence in the religiously determined righteousness of the pious. 122 The sect-like associations, quite understandably, provide the typical vehicles of social ascent into the circle of the entrepreneurial middle class. 123 Given that expulsion from one sect for moral offense has meant, economically, loss of credit and, socially, being disclassed. 124 It is hardly surprising, then, that the sect-like associations play a decisive role in diffusing and maintaining the bourgeois business ethos among the broad strata of the middle classes. 125 Viewed from this perspective, civil society presupposes an eclectic Combination of voluntarism and particularism that is designed to produce a most rigorous social mechanism of moral discipline of its members. 126 Kim has summarized the important implications of this Weberian notion of sect-like civil society as follows. Civil society is not a site for the free and open market for associational life in which individuals can freely enter a group and remain members. Nor is it a pre-modern communal paradise in which the emotive desire for solidarity and identity drawn from shared descriptive qualities are paramount. It is rather a disciplinary and formative site in which certain moral traits and civic virtues are cultivated via collective emphasis on individual achievement and ethical qualities. The sectarian form of social organization ensures that even in the most modern society, there will be ongoing inquiries about moral social conduct, which guarantee that the individuals with whom one interacts have the proper social correctness. 127 In this respect, the Weberian paradigm of bourgeois civil society contrasts sharply with the liberal paradigm as elaborated by Habermas. In brief, if the liberal formula for the public sphere aims at formal compromise among presumably irreconcilable private interests and identities, Weber envisions a public sphere of social integration predicated on a certain type of ethical individual he calls Berufsmensch, who can be cultivated only by a buzzing complex of sect-like associations located in the private realm. 128 It follows that civil society, defined as the public of the private people, must be a sect-like society, a purposefully formative site in which certain moral characters and civic virtues are cultivated through ethical discipline in everyday life. 129. Civil society in this light involves a dualistic structure, liberal culture and institutions at the national and societal level, on the one hand, and bourgeois ethos and voluntary sect-like associations at the subnational and subsocietal level, on the other. In this regard, Habermas is certainly right to assert that the bourgeois public sphere provides a normative framework for the operation of the market economy in the private domain of labor. But he errs in failing to recognize that the public sphere can serve as the site of the private people's public use of reason only insofar as it is grounded in sect-like associations at the subcultural/subnational level, where the private self has to be cultivated into the bourgeois subject capable of public reasoning in the first place. It is noteworthy that this subcultural formula of bourgeois civil society anticipates contemporary social capital theories. 130 Social capital in this context refers to membership in voluntary sect-like associations and the interpersonal trust associated with such membership at the subnational or subcultural level. 131 Such capital, according to this line of analysis, allows us to make sense of the close parallelism between racial disparities within Western democratic societies and the East/West distinction at the global level. Just as the lack of social capital has been the most decisive factor impeding the social mobility of non-Western minorities in Western democratic societies, so the absence of voluntary sect-like associations and civic traditions in non-Western civilizations readily explains why the imposition of basic ideas and institutions of bourgeois modernity, which has contributed to the vitality and prosperity of the advanced capitalist center in the West, has become a standard recipe for socio-political disasters and economic stagnation in the periphery. 132. Legitimation by religious differentiation, intellectuals and political order. Weber's comparative studies of Confucian, Indian, Jewish, and Protestant civilizations, to summarize our argument so far, were organized around the relationship between God and the world. What, then, is the world that Weber saw being affirmed by Confucianism, rejected by Indian soteriologies, and finally conquered by ascetic Protestantism? The world as understood by Weber refers to the traditional sacralized socio-political order legitimized by a variety of magical communal cults or traditionalist worldviews and characteristic of all pre-modern social formations, from kinship structures to kingdoms and empires. In other words, the whole Weberian scheme of comparative religion rests upon the common religion thesis of legitimation, namely, the Rousseauian Hegelian assumption that the reproduction of social order in pre-modern societies relied on the legitimating effect of a central magical communal religion, which functioned to unite the population around a shared set of beliefs and practices. It was in line with this communalistic view of social integration that Weber characterized magic religiosity, or the religion of functional gods, as the religious footing for the state's claim to the monopoly of the legitimate use of violence in traditional political societies. 133 Only against this premise about the pre-modern world can we understand why Weber insisted that the rise of autonomous public life in the modern West must derive from the process of the religious disenchantment of the world. 134 That is, the dual process of disenchanting the established mythical metaphysical world order while simultaneously religionizing the domain of social labor, and why he viewed the tension between world and God as the key to such a process. Taking the relationship between a given world religion and the traditionalism of mass religiosity as the measure of its capacity for modern transformation. 135 It is this communalistic interpretation of the world that has been called into question by our preceding argument on the contrast between fate and divine justice, between Sittlichkeit and the ethical state. As we argued in Chapter 8, the Rousseauian Hegelian vision of social integration has just inverted the de facto relations of social reproduction and the state. While it is certainly true that the biological or kinship bonds are sufficient for sustaining the reciprocal relationships between superiors and inferiors, thereby effectively securing the capacity of communal structures for providing an institutional framework for the operation of economic activities in the domain of social labor, the same ascriptive bonds also allow us to realize why family and kinship have a great deal of trouble creating large, durable national organizations and hence have to look to the third-party enforcement of state power to provide an institutional framework within which their own self-reproduction becomes possible. 136 In face of this perplexity, Hegel sought to resolve it by distinguishing between two levels of ethical life or two modes of sociability. Hence, the idea of civil society and the state have the same ideatum. The former comprehends human sociability under the aegis of the necessity of particularity, while the later seeks to grasp freedom or the self-determination of universality as constituting its essence. 137 This solution is obviously unsatisfactory because it leaves unaccountable the most puzzling aspect of the perplexity: what, after all, accounts for the unique status of the state as the actuality of the ethical idea or the essence of the ethical spirit. 138 Since both the communal system of integration and the state presumably share the same ethical ideatum, these difficulties, as we also argued in Chapter 8, highlight the necessity of distinguishing between two modes of reproduction or two modes of sociability. Whereas social reproduction refers to the reproduction of communal structures within the domain of social labor, political reproduction is pertinent exclusively to the reproduction of political institutions within the political sphere. Beneath the causa differentia between social and political reproduction stands the ontological clash between fate and God's justice. Weber was certainly right in specifying the monopoly of the legitimate use of violence as the defining trait of the state. 139 What he has utterly ignored is the fundamental fact that the concept of legitimacy, when defined as the right to rule, presupposes an all-embracing divinity that presumably punishes and rewards simply according to individuals' merits and demerits. But such a vision of unconditional divine justice was exactly what was totally absent in the pre-axial world. The very world encountered by the world religions during the axial age was the one rooted in ascriptive bonds and natural hierarchy and ruled by the impersonal powers of fate. This was a world in which the distribution of fortunes and misfortunes was subjected to the blind play of cosmic, natural, or social forces, and within which the question of legitimacy even could hardly be posed. It was, strictly speaking, a pre-political or a political world. Viewed in this way, the so-called transcendental tension between God and the world concerned not so much the transformation of the existing political order as state building, for the simple reason that the tension in question was precisely what made a political order possible in the first place. Accordingly, the challenge facing all the axial age civilizations was precisely the question of how to reconstruct the pre-axial order in light of the tension between God's justice and the cosmic social world of fate, and to change it into a legitimate political order. The challenge for state building, as we further argued in Chapter 8, brought to light the close linkage between theodicy and political legitimacy. Underlying the insoluble problem of the imperfections of the world in light of God's omnipotence 140 was a far more basic and fundamental question: How could God's justice be authentically revealed and actually realized in the world ruled by the fatalistic laws of the cosmos, wherein innocent suffering was a rule rather than an exception? This divine call to the building of a kingdom of God on earth, 141 as Kant put it, presupposes a bifurcation of two realms of action. Whereas human beings inhabit the sensible world wherein our actions are subject to the fatalistic laws of the cosmos, we can construct an intelligible world in light of our moral will, which can be legitimately regarded as an experience of the divine, 142 that is, as the authentic revelation of God in this world. It follows that whoever holds the capacity to respond to the divine call to the ethical state and to act as the carrier of the intelligible world possesses the right to rule. Such a carrier is precisely what has been envisaged as the intellectual in most of the world religions, especially in the Confucian tradition. Contrary to what Weber said about the generally unpractical, apolitical or anti-political character of the Asiatic and mystic religions, 143 the greatest achievement of these religions of intellectuals lay precisely in their capacity to bring in the antagonism between God of unconditional justice and the cosmic order of fate, and thus establish the principle of political legitimacy as what defines the human condition. It comes as no surprise that the dynamics of the axial age civilizations, as S. N. Eisenstadt puts it, were activated by a new social element that developed within these civilizations, a new type of elites in general, of carriers of modes of the cultural and social order of the intellectuals, be they Jewish prophets and priests, the Greek philosophers and sophists, the Chinese literati, the Hindu Brahmins, the Buddhist Sangha or the Islamic ulama. 144 These intellectual elites replaced the preceding specialists in various technical, ritual, magical and sacral activities of the pre-axial civilization, and were recruited and legitimized in terms of distinct, autonomous criteria, and organized themselves in ways distinct from those of the basic ascriptive units. 145 These developments clearly indicate that the Weberian package of inner-worldly asceticism is anything but unique to the Occidental bourgeoisie, rather, it is precisely what defines the intellectuals in a non-Protestant setting and, in this capacity, constitutes the religious prerequisite for the reproduction of any mode of political order, authoritarian or democratic. No wonder, then, that in his response to the Weberian challenge, Gramsci purposely specified the Puritans as intellectual. 146 arguing that a much expanded concept of the intellectuals was crucial and simply indispensable for grasping both the dynamics of Western bourgeois democracy and the distinctive logic of the passive revolution in the non-Western world. 147 The significance of this non-Weberian interpretation of the tension for our understanding of religion and politics should be obvious. It readily explains why state building wasn't universal, and why, for instance, China developed a state at a very early point in its history, while Papua New Guinea did not, despite the latter having been settled by human beings for a longer period of time. 148 As Fukuyama has observed recently, not all societies around the world made the transition from tribalism to statehood on their own. Most of Melanesia, to cite one telling case, consisted of acephalous tribal societies prior to the arrival of European colonial powers in the 19th century, as did roughly half of sub-Saharan Africa, and parts of South and Southeast Asia. The fact that these regions had no long history of statehood very much affected their development prospects after they achieved independence in the second half of the 20th century, especially when compared to colonized parts of East Asia where state traditions were deeply embedded. 149 In particular, the non-Weberian interpretation of the tension casts illuminating light on certain vital questions standing at the heart of contemporary deliberations on religion and global politics in today's world. It enables us to see, for instance, why it is the case that almost all of the cases of successful authoritarian modernization countries like South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and China are clustered in East Asia, rather than in Africa or the Middle East, and why Afghanistan, the jungle regions of India, the island nations of Melanesia, and parts of the Middle East are still tribally organized. 150 Given the pivotal role of the religions of intellectuals in state building, what Weber terms the general character of Asiatic and mystic religiosity. 151 That is, Anstalt or a sharp differentiation between literary religious rationalism and a literary mass religiosity becomes of decisive importance to our understanding of the source and nature of political order in traditional political societies. Insofar as the juxtaposition of Sittlichkeit and the ethical polity derived from the distinction between social and political reproduction, and insofar as such a distinction was grounded and sustained by the cleft between communal cults and world religions, it can be said that social hierarchy in traditional political societies hinged exactly on a fixed separation between religions of intellectuals and mass religiosity. Domination by religious differentiation, then, constituted the bona fide legitimation logic of traditional political order. The Asiatic framework of legitimation is well illustrated by the following statement in the work of Yamaga Soko. A 17th-century Japanese Neo-Confucian thinker, generation after generation men have taken their livelihood from tilling the soil, or devising and manufacturing tools, or producing profit from mutual trade, so that people's needs were satisfied. Thus the occupations of the farmer, artisan, and merchant necessarily grew up as complementary to one another. However, the samurai eats food without growing it, uses utensils without manufacturing them, and profits without buying or selling. What is the justification for this? Hence we ask ourselves how it can be that the samurai should have no occupation, and it is only then as we inquire into the function of the samurai that the nature of his calling becomes apparent. If one deeply fixes his attention on what I have said and examines closely one's own function, it will become clear what the business of the samurai is. The business of the samurai consists in reflecting on his own station in life, in discharging loyal service to his master if he has one, in deepening his fidelity in associations with friends, and, with due consideration of his own position, in devoting himself to duty above all, though these are also the fundamental moral obligations of everyone in the land. The farmers, artisans, and merchants have no leisure from their occupations, and so they cannot constantly act in accordance with them and fully exemplify the way. The samurai dispenses with the business of the farmer, artisan, and merchant and confines himself to practicing the way. Should there be someone in the three classes of the common people who transgresses against these moral principles, the samurai summarily punishes him and thus upholds proper moral principles in the land. It would not do for the samurai to know the martial and civil virtues without manifesting them. Since this is the case, outwardly he stands in physical readiness for any call to service, and inwardly he strives to fulfill the way of the Lord and the subject, friend, father and son, older and younger brother and husband and wife. Within his heart he keeps to the ways of peace, but without he keeps his weapons ready for use. The three classes of the common people make him their teacher and respect him. By following his teachings, they are enabled to understand what is fundamental and what is secondary. 152. What strikes one the most in this passage is the structural distinction between social and political reproduction, which constitutes a sharp contrast to the accentuation on communal religion and social reproduction in the common religion thesis. Let me frame this Confucian scheme of legitimation in Hegelian terms so as to highlight its opposition to the common religion thesis. The communalistic understanding of social integration, as we observed in Chapter 1, is the essential context for understanding Hegel's trichotomy of family, civil society, and the state. Central to this trichotomy is civil society, which for Hegel is located between the private family and the public state. Civil society in this light contains two heteronymous forms: a system of needs, a purely economic sphere of market activities, and a system of integration, a social sphere of associations and corporations. 153. While the former is driven by imminent conflicts of private interests, the latter, together with the family, serves as the ethical root of the state in the domain of social labor. 154. In this context, the sphere of the family and communal corporations is what is truly responsible for social integration through the socialization of otherwise recalcitrant individuals. 155. This communal sphere constitutes an objective moral universe, which is detached from and standing above individuals' calculated needs, and in which historical subjects capable of value-oriented actions are produced and reproduced. 156. In other words, the communal sphere represents the ethical ideatum of the state and can therefore be construed as the locus of ethical public life, that is, as the life world that generates legitimate orders and is what makes the traditional ethical polity possible. 152 Yamaga Soko, The Way of the Samurai, in W. M. Theodore de Bary, Carol Gluck, and Arthur E. Tiedemann, Sources of Japanese Tradition, Volume 2, 2nd ed., pages 166 to 167. 153 Kim, Max Weber's Politics of Civil Society, p. 91. See also Hegel, Grundlinie der Philosophie des Rechts, especially 185 and 255. 154 Hegel, Grundlinie der Philosophie des Rechts, 255. 155 Kim, Max Weber's Politics of Civil Society, p. 91. 156 Berger, The Sacred Canopy, p. 4. 278 Chapter 9. In the fashion of Hegel, we may also conceptualize the Confucian scheme of legitimation in terms of three components: the family, the state, and the ethical political sphere in the Gramscian sense. 157 In this scheme, the category of the family covers all organizations operating in the domain of social labor at the level of social reproduction, including both of what Hegel calls the system of integration and the system of needs. The term structural integration highlights the dependence of these organizations on the third-party enforcement of the state for their reproduction. Here is where we may discern the most crucial distinction between the Hegelian and the Confucian schemes of the ethical polity. In the Hegelian scheme, the structural core of political legitimacy is the relationship between the system of needs and the system of integration or the communal sphere within the domain of social labor at the level of social reproduction. The communal sphere in this light constitutes the ethical ideatum, or what Habermas calls the life world of the whole society. It serves as the formative site within which historical subjects capable of collective action are produced and reproduced. The willingness of these subjects to abide by the rules of the state, in turn, accounts for the legitimacy of the state's domination over the domain of social labor. In contrast to this communistic view of social integration, the Confucian scheme of political legitimacy is structured around the relationship between the state and the ethical political sphere at the level of political reproduction. The decisive role of the state as the source of the institutional framework for the operation of social reproduction allows us to understand why Confucianism places the issue of political reproduction at its focal point. Since the reproduction of the state structure does not rely on any institutional constraints, it can be accomplished only through symbolic mechanisms. For this reason, social integration at the level of political reproduction can be properly characterized as symbolic integration. This brings us back to Yamaga's account of the Confucian polity, the essence of which can be reiterated as follows: the dominant status of the Confucian aristocratic intellectuals, who do not engage themselves in production of life necessities, can be justified or legitimized only in terms of their role in providing an institutional order for the reproduction of communal structures within the domain of social labor at the level of social reproduction. But these intellectual elites may perform this role if and only if they are capable of securing political reproduction by distinguishing themselves from the laboring masses via their specific life orientation to live and embody divine ethical commands. This means that, in contrast to the mode of structural integration at the level of social reproduction, members of the Confucian elite must engage in self-cultivation in such a way that their actions always point to what Kant terms the intelligible world, which is deliberately understood and perceived as unreal or has little relevance to one's conditions of existence. Only when actors identify themselves as the carriers of the imaginary and act accordingly, that is, only when they conduct themselves purely through inner forces, will the political as the material expression of the intelligible world be reproduced. The key to the operation of the ethical state, therefore, is what Kant calls the structural differentiation between the intelligible realm and the sensible world of Sittlichkeit. The intelligible realm arises from an imaginary projection of God's justice on earth. It is the ethical political sphere that serves as the site for the formation and reproduction of an ethical elitism called intellectuals by acting as the carriers of this imaginary world. The Confucian intellectuals allow this projection to be embodied in historical exemplary practices in such a way that it comes to be objectified and materialized in state structures and thus constitutes a sense of political reality for most people in the society. What is opposed to this intelligible world is the sensible world of Sittlichkeit, in which people experience social reality in and through the objectifications of the Confucian projection of divine justice inserted into the operation of political. 280 Chapter 9. Institutions. Thus, it is through the social practices of these intelligible actors that the intelligible realm cuts into the sensible reality, and the interaction between the ideal and the actually existent becomes possible. Viewed from this perspective, what renders possible the dominance of the polity over social labor in the Confucian scheme is the state's monopoly of the intelligible realm or the ethical political sphere. This legitimation logic of the ethical polity indicates that the differentiation between Confucian rationalism and popular magic religiosity does not signify the Confucian adjustment to the communal order of Sittlichkeit. It, rather, signifies the ruling intellectual elite's endeavor to secure its right to rule by not only tolerating but also even intentionally deepening the gap between the dominant and popular religions. The logic behind such Anstalt mode of organization is simple. The more effective magic or communal religiosity is in reinforcing kinship and primordial solidarity, the graver the problem of amoral familism becomes. The graver the problem of amoral familism becomes, the more the local kinship and corporative communities need to look to the state for third-party intervention. Such a need, needless to say, would only have the effect of highlighting the indispensable role of rational ethical religiosity in state building and political reproduction. The preceding discussion of the role of religious differentiation in legitimizing the traditional ethical polity allows us to see why Chinese Confucian Marxists regard the relationship between the ethical political sphere and social labor as decisive for the social and political autonomy of the toiling masses. The power of the state, in this view, arises directly from a fixed differentiation between social and political reproduction, between structural and symbolic integration. The domination of the political elite over the masses is achieved through a deliberate creation of symbolic isolation of the masses. More precisely, it is achieved by a conscious effort to prevent popular masses from becoming self-constituting subjects or public selves once political reproduction is secured through the role of the ruling elite as carriers of the ethical political sphere. The structural submission of production strata to the public authority of the state follows. In this sense, the monopoly of symbolic integration by the ruling elite constitutes the basis of its symbolic power, which in turn paves the way to its access to political and economic power. As Liu Shaokai put it passionately, in a society in which private ownership of the means of production has existed for thousands of years, the exploiting classes through their rule have built up great power in all fields and have grabbed everything under the sun. Their long rule has given rise to backwardness, ignorance, selfishness, mutual suspicion, deception, mutual injury, and slaughter in human society, which have persisted down the ages. It has exerted a most pernicious influence on the exploited masses and other members of society. This is the inevitable result of the efforts of the exploiting classes to preserve their class interests and rule. For they cannot maintain their ruling position unless they keep the exploited masses and the colonial peoples backward, unorganized, and divided. 158 It is on the basis of this analysis of the religious source of mass subordination that Liu puts forward the core thesis of Confucian Marxism, namely, the claim that the autonomous public life should be defined as the reappropriation of the ethical public sphere by social labor, and that the party of the toiling masses must serve as the public ethical domain for building up such a public hegemony. Confucian literati or traditional intellectuals, Liu emphasizes, do not achieve state power through hegemonic mediation. On the contrary, they can exercise hegemonic activities precisely because they are already a potential national power, a power that they acquire from their privileged access to and monopoly of the ethical political sphere as the realm of praxis. The current mass revolution, therefore, must be at the same time both a social revolution and a fundamental religious revolution. To this end, the party of the toiling masses must serve as the organizational basis for breaking down the old ruling elite's monopoly of symbolic capital and for securing a direct penetration of Confucian ethics into the masses. Thus Lu writes, Mencius said, when heaven intends to confer on a person a great responsibility, it first exercises his mind and will with suffering, toils his sinews and bones, subjects his body to hunger, exposes him to extreme poverty, and confounds his undertakings. Through all this, it stimulates his mind, hardens his nature, and remedies his inadequacies. What Mencius said applies to the process of steeling one's willpower and cultivating oneself that a great person must undergo. As Communist Party members have to shoulder the unprecedentedly great responsibility of transforming the world. It is all the necessary for them to go through such steeling and self-cultivation. 159 It is essential at this juncture to underscore the striking discrepancy between Confucian Marxism as a theoretical potential and Confucian Marxism as the de facto ideology of the revolutionary regime. By radically recasting the traditional ethical polity as domination by religious differentiation and by highlighting the structural distinction between social and political reproduction, the theory of public hegemony promises to introduce a highly innovative way of thinking about the social and thus to present a powerful alternative to the liberal paradigm of civil society. It suggests that the key to the public reorientation of the realm of labor is the construction of an autonomous ethical realm that does not hinge on any kind of modern structure of consciousness or any unique traits of Western civilization. Clearly, an effort to construct such an ethical paradigm of the social would require a thorough understanding of the practice of the public use of reason by private people in Western democratic societies. Only with such an understanding can we recapture the insights inherent in Marx's concept of modern classes as the agency of revolutionary, practical critical self-activity. But pursuing this line of inquiry was obviously beyond the capacity of Chinese Marxists. This can explain why they lacked the conceptual and institutional resources to reverse the bureaucratization of the revolutionary regime caused by the implementation of the new democracy formula and the Confucianization of the party. This dilemma had a number of far-reaching consequences essential to our understanding of subsequent developments in China. It set the stage for the long-term confrontation between Confucian bureaucrats and Maoist radicals during the post-revolutionary era, a confrontation that culminated in the Cultural Revolution of the late 1960s. If Maoist radicalism can be seen as an effort to revert to the Leninist scheme of class hegemony so as to invigorate the Marxist aspiration for plebeian civil society and radical democracy, then the post-Maoist market reforms are best analyzed as the final victory of the new democracy formula. Of particular interest is the fact the same shift from ethical hegemony to the idea of public hegemony also appeared in Gramsci. It is through his innovative reinterpretation of the asserted civic virtues and civic communities of Western bourgeoisie that the theoretical potentialities present in the idea of public hegemony have been fully developed. Chapter 10. Public Hegemony and Sect-like Society *. Civil society as the ethical content of the state. The abnormal usage of the term civil society in Gramsci's discourse has been the subject of much discussion. 1. The normal usage of the term, as Perry Anderson has rightly pointed out, has ever since the mid-18th century been preeminently associated with the sphere of the economy or Bürgerliche Gesellschaft. It was in this sense that the term was always employed by Marx, Engels, Weber, and virtually every founder of modern social theory. As we have seen, a principal aim of Weber's comparative religion was to conceptualize Bürgerliche Gesellschaft as an economic mode of legitimation so as to explain why this distinctive mode of legitimation was and remains a phenomenon peculiar to the heritage of Western civilization. In the work of Gramsci, by contrast, the concept of civil society evidently excluded economic relations and pertained directly to hegemony or moral intellectual leadership. 2 Thus Gramsci wrote in an oft-quoted passage from the prison notebooks, "What we can do, for the moment, is to fix two major superstructural levels, the one that can be called civil society, that is the ensemble of organisms commonly called private, and the other of political society or the state. These two levels correspond on the one hand to the function of hegemony which the dominant group exercises throughout society, and on the other hand to that of direct domination or command exercised through the state and juridical government. Point 3. This important passage, as Norberto Bobbio notes in his seminal essay on Gramsci's concept of civil society, clearly indicates that civil society in Gramsci does not belong to the structural sphere, but to the superstructural sphere. For civil society in this light compromises not all material relationships but all ideological cultural relationships, not the whole of commercial and industrial life but the whole of spiritual and intellectual life, or, in Gramsci's own words, the ethico-political sphere. 5. The debate on the issue of civil society in Marxism has since Marx and Engels revolved around the principal antithesis between the structural base and the superstructure. But Gramsci replaces this antithesis with a new one, the antithesis within the superstructure between civil society and the state. Point 6. Of these two terms, the first is always the positive element, while the second is always the negative. Point 7. Civil society and political society should therefore be conceived of as two major superstructural domains or two constitutive elements of the integral state. Hence civil society is the locus of consent or hegemony, while political society is the terrain of coercion and domination. The problem with such a superstructural understanding of civil society seems obvious. As Anderson has further argued, all ruling classes in history have normally obtained the consent of the exploited classes to their own exploitation, feudal lords or slave-owning latifundists no less than industrial entrepreneurs. 8. The Gramscian identification of civil society with consent has conspicuously overlooked the peculiarity of the historical consent within modern capitalist social formations. The novelty of this consent is that it takes the fundamental form of a belief by the masses that they exercise an ultimate self-determination within the existing social order. It is thus not the acceptance of the superiority of an acknowledged ruling class, but credence in the democratic equality of all citizens in the government of the nation. In other words, disbelief in the existence of any ruling class. The consent of the exploited in a capitalist social formation is thus of a qualitatively new type, which has suggestively produced its own etymological extension, consensus, or mutual agreement. Point 9. Simply put, a dialectic unity of consent and coercion is not what distinguishes democratic regimes from authoritarian orders, but what distinguishes legitimate regimes from illegitimate regimes or political power without legitimacy. And Gramsci's conflation of civil society with consent is evidently of little help in any endeavor specifying the peculiar mode of legitimacy in modern bourgeois democratic societies. This conceptual antinomy leads us to an even more intriguing theme in Gramsci's work, namely, his openly stated indebtedness to Hegel for his abnormal concept of civil society. 10. As is illustrated by the following passage, in which Gramsci speaks of the concept of civil society as understood by Hegel and in the sense in which it is often used in these notes. Point 11. This passage, as Bobbio puts it, reveals two important points. The concept of civil society, as understood by Gramsci, is a superstructural concept in the sense that it refers exclusively to the political and cultural hegemony that a social group exercises over the whole of society. This superstructural understanding of civil society derives not from Marx but from Hegel, especially the Hegelian notion of the ethical state. Point 12. Such asserted Hegelian affiliation, obviously, makes Gramsci's notion of civil society even more perplexing. Thus Joseph V. Femia contends, Gramsci claimed that his definition of civil society was taken from Hegel, but his interpretation of the German philosopher was, at least in this aspect, rather idiosyncratic. 13. Whereas Hegel clearly understood by civil society the complex of commercial and industrial life, the totality of economic instruments and relations, together with the public services needed to maintain order within them, the term civil society in the work of Gramsci is unequivocally identified with ideological superstructures, that is, the ensemble of educational, religious, and associational institutions in which social consent is formed and through which the moral intellectual leadership of the dominant group is realized and exercised. Point 14. In short, contrary to what Gramsci has asserted, the superstructural understanding of civil society is not what associates him with Hegel, but what distinguishes him from both Hegel and Marx. How, then, are we to understand Gramsci's idiosyncratic interpretation of the Hegelian legacy? In particular, how do we make sense of his persistent attempt to define civil society as the ethical content of the state, that is, as precisely the opposite of the term in its normal usage? One possible answer, according to Bobbio, can be found in Hegel's philosophy of right, in which civil society includes not only economic relations but also the institutions that regulate them, the corporations that Hegel sees, along with the family, as constituting the ethical root of the state, the one planted in Civil Society 15 in this regard. The civil society that Gramsci has in mind when he refers to Hegel pertains to the organization and regulation of the various interests, namely, the traditional forms of corporative life that provide the basis for the transition toward the state. 16 Inspired by this corporate line of analysis, Peter D. Thomas has recently argued that Gramsci's concept of civil society actually involves a distinction between two types of hegemony, civil and political. 17 Drawing on Stathis Kavlakis' liberal reinterpretation of Hegel's theory of the state. 18 Thomas maintains that the mature Hegel comprehends Bürgerliche Gesellschaft not only as a system of needs but also as a system of social and economic regulation, notably, voluntary associations and corporations. 19 In this light, Hegel's Bürgerliche Gesellschaft is not a state of nature but an ethical power that has itself already been fundamentally reshaped as bourgeois civil society by the ethical power of the bourgeois state. 20 All this, according to Thomas, confirms Manfred Riedel's observation that, for Hegel, society would not be bourgeois civil if it were not legally, ethically, and politically ordered and held together. 21 Thus, insofar as bourgeois civil society necessarily includes these mediating elements of social and political organization, it already demonstrates, so to speak, a quality of state. 22 One can therefore conclude, in Hegel's philosophy of right, the idea of civil society and the state have the same ideatum. The former comprehends human sociality under the aegis of the necessity of particularity, while the later seeks to grasp freedom or the self-determination of universality as constituting its essence. These two perspectives do not annul or exclude each other because one is capable of sublating the other and explaining its particularity as a moment of its own self-determined universality. 23 Translating this perspective into Gramsci's terminology, according to Thomas, we can see why any attempt to locate hegemony only in the social forms or superstructure levels of the integral state necessarily leads to insoluble. Gramsci leaves no doubt that the exercise of hegemony, initially elaborated within civil society, also impacts upon that other superstructural level of the integral state, political society or state. It must necessarily, because political society itself and the power concentrated in it are integrally related to civil society and its social forces, as their mediated, higher forms. 24 The essence of the corporate line of inquiry lies in its effort to explain away the Gramscian puzzle by reconstructing the civil society/state polarity as a dialectic dichotomy between two ethical entities, corporations and political society, that is, civil and political hegemony. In other words, this line of analysis seeks to construe Gramsci's concept of civil society as a conceptual counterpart of Hegel's communitarian view of Sittlichkeit as the locus of ethical life and the source of political legitimacy. Such an explanation has obviously eschewed Gramsci's rather harsh stance on Hegel's corporate doctrine, which Gramsci locates as the heart of the Hegelian theory of civil society and considers a medieval remnant in Hegel and hopelessly obsolete. 25. The more fundamental problem, however, is conceptual. The corporative argument rests primarily on the Hegelian presumption that the ethical quality of civil society understood as corporations and associations within the system of needs hinges upon and is sustained by the ethical power of the state. But this Hegelian presumption is exactly what Gramsci's concept of civil society as the ethical content of the state sets out to challenge. As Walter L. Adamson has put it so forcefully, vis-a-vis the Hegelian specification of the state as the actuality of the idea of ethical life. The Gramscian definition of civil society as an ethical state is intended precisely to denote the state of the ethical substance attributed to it by Hegel. 26 This is why Gramsci gives so much prominence to the role of civil society as the terrain par excellence of ethical life, that is, as the locus of political legitimacy where the hegemony so fundamental to the reproduction of state power is generated and secured. 27 Put succinctly, it is on the basis of this ethical understanding of civil society that Gramsci proposes his anti-statist scheme of regulated society, a society within which civil society will take over all the hegemonic functions of the state and the state will accordingly be withering away. 28. Church-like society, public hegemony and the public ethical. Then, what exactly does Gramsci mean by the ethical content of the state? How and in what sense can such ethical substance be denuded from the state? Here is where our preceding discussion of the Confucian scheme of legitimation by religious differentiation becomes highly relevant. As stated previously, the significance and peculiarity of the Confucian scheme becomes apparent only when it is examined in terms of its opposition to the common religion thesis. The thesis, as illustrated by the Hegelian dichotomy between the system of needs and the system of integration, assumes that the sphere of Gemeinschaft-type communities, grounded in and sustained by what Weber calls magic religiosity or the religion of functional gods, 29 constitutes the locus of social integration and political legitimacy in pre-modern political societies. Drawing on this communalistic understanding of social integration, Weber alleges that what holds the key to the rise of bourgeois civil society in the modern West is the displacement of traditional ascriptive communities by a new type of communities, civic or voluntary communities grounded in the urban piety of Occidental plebeian strata. He then seeks to ascertain the historical and religious uniqueness of such urban piety in terms of the divergence between mysticism and asceticism, churches and sects. What is characteristic of all forms of mystic religiosity, from Confucianism and Hinduism to medieval Christianity, is their shared intellectualistic attempt to reveal the meaning behind the unfathomable problem of the imperfect world in light of the perfect God. The consequential otherworldly orientation of the mystic religions, in turn, allows us to see why these religions are essentially the religions of intellectuals, which are by nature contemplative and anti-political and have produced virtually no substantial impact on the life conduct of the lay populace. This is why, when it comes to the problem of social control, these religions have no other choice but to embrace and actually endorse the traditionalistic values of magic religiosity or communal cults. Hence, regardless of the evidently rationalistic disposition of Confucianism and other Asian religions, the preservation of the magic garden has been a tendency deeply embedded in the entire Asian ethos. 30 Indeed, insofar as Confucian ethical rationality was accessible only to the intellectual elite and limited in its significance for the broad masses. 31 And insofar as the Chinese masses, whose way of life was influenced by Confucianism, lived in magical conceptions with unbroken faith. 32 It must be concluded that the Confucian ethic of unconditional affirmation of and adjustment to the given cosmic social world presupposed and reinforced the unbroken and continued existence of purely magical religion. 33. 29 Weber, Religious Rejections, p. 333. 30 Weber, The Religion of China, p. 230. 31 Weber, The Religion of China, p. 230. 32 Weber, The Religion of China, p. 229. 33 Weber, The Religion of China, p. 229. 290 Chapter 10. A similar archetypal exemplification of the differentiation between religious rationalism and mass religiosity can be found in the Anstaltsnate of the Catholic Church. In fact, the Church's organic social ethic best illustrated its effort to embrace a whole organized structure of personal relations of subordination constructed after the fashion of the family and, in this light, could be seen as a Christian replication of the Confucian ethic of adjustment to the existing world order. 34 The problem with this line of analysis is that it is predicated on a fundamentally flawed understanding of the legitimation logic of traditional political societies. As the aforementioned Confucian scheme of legitimation clearly indicates, given the distinction between social and political reproduction, the predomination of the state over the domain of social labor relies primarily on the state's monopoly of the ethical-political sphere, that is, on a fundamental demarcation between literary religious rationalism and a literary mass religiosity. This is why Chinese Confucian Marxists viewed the penetration of the Confucian ethic into the toiling masses as the key to the public reorientation of social labor. This brings us back to Gramsci's notion of civil society. It is of paramount importance to notice at this juncture that neither Bobbio nor Thomas has paid sufficient heed to the fact that Gramsci's characterization of civil society as the ethical content of the state is set within the context of his comparison between Catholicism and Hegelianism. Let's quote the relevant passage in full. One may distinguish civil society as Hegel understands it and in the sense in which it is often used in these notes from the sense given to it by Catholics, for whom civil society is, instead, political society or the state. As opposed to the society of the family and of the church. 35 The most obvious contrast in this passage is that between the modern concept of civil society as the ethical content of the state and the Catholic vision of civil society as political society or the state. What is involved here is Gramsci's famous antithesis between the two basic constituting components of the integral state, civil society, on the one hand, and political society, on the other. Hence, whereas for Catholics civil society refers to political society as opposed to the Church as the locus of political and cultural hegemony, the Hegelian notion of civil society goes just in the opposite direction. It points precisely to political and cultural hegemony vis-a-vis political society or the state. For Gramsci, Pope Pius X's following statement helps clarify the disparity between these two visions of civil society. Now there are three necessary societies into which man is born, two, namely the family and civil society, belong to natural order, the third, the church, to the supernatural order. Nevertheless, the family is an imperfect society, since it has not in itself all the means for its own complete development, whereas civil society is a perfect society, having in itself all the means for its peculiar end, which is the temporal well-being of the community, and so, in this respect, that is, in view of the common good, it has preeminence over the family, which finds its own suitable temporal perfection precisely in civil society. The third society is the Church, a society of the supernatural order and of universal extent, a perfect society, because it has in itself all the means required for its own end, which is the eternal salvation of mankind, hence it is supreme in its domain. 36 The statement, according to Gramsci, preserves the medieval conception of the ethical polity. 37 It indicates that in the medieval Christian trichotomy of family, civil society, and church, what makes the state universal, necessary or ethical is the church. In other words, the church represents the cultural and political hegemony of a social group over the whole of society and, in this capacity, constitutes the ethical content of the state. 38 It is of great interest to note here that Gramsci's interpretation of the medieval conception of religion and politics bears a strong resemblance to the Confucian scheme of the ethical polity. In stark contrast to Weber's assertion about the apolitical or anti-political character of medieval Christianity, especially his characterization of the Catholic Anstalt as the invisible church that produced virtually no substantial impact on social and political life. 39 Gramsci contends that in the Catholic conception, the state is just the church. 40 By contrast, civil society in the medieval context refers to the sphere of domination or political society, which is purely historical and contingent. 41 It is unsurprising, then, that Gramsci concurs with Chinese Marxists in specifying the appropriation of the ethical political sphere by the laboring masses as what defines civil society in the modern world. Thus, insofar as what is called civil society in Hegelian language is analogous to the church in the medieval Christian trichotomy, and insofar as both the modern concept of civil society and the Catholic view of the church point to the cultural and political hegemony of a social group over the whole of society, it can be said that modern civil society, just like the medieval church, constitutes the ethical content of the state. Civil society in the modern sense should therefore be envisioned as the church within the domain of social labor, Or more simply, as church-like society. Gramsci's analysis of church-like society starts with a historical analysis of the uniqueness of the Occidental bourgeoisie. One of the most conspicuous differences between the Western bourgeoisie and the bourgeois class in Latin America, Russia, and other non-Western societies, according to Gramsci, lies in the former's distinct relationships with two categories of intellectuals, traditional and organic. 42 In brief, the rise of the Western bourgeoisie as the organizer of a national popular identity is largely due to the effects of a highly unnatural process, that is, the Western bourgeoisie's deliberate effort to downplay the role of organic intellectuals as well as its capacity to assimilate and conquer ideologically the traditional intellectuals, 43 who are closely associated with the clergy and aristocracy. 44 This aberrant suture has made it possible for the Western bourgeoisie to transcend its corporative economic interests, to elevate itself to the universal plane and thus become the state. 45 To see why this is the case, according to Gramsci, one must bear in mind the fact that the hierarchical order characteristic of traditional political societies is not merely social. It is first and foremost a system of religious hierarchy or the differentiation of religion. 46 The best way to examine the crucial importance of religious differentiation for social formation in these societies is to compare classical or humanist education with vocational education in light of their distinct nature of intellectuality. 47 The division between these two types of education is a rational formula: classical education for the dominant classes and vocational education for the instrumental classes. Vocational education is characterized by its overwhelming concern for a specific practical or professional end and by its organic connection to an essential function in economic production. The limitation imposed by this organic linkage to the specific position and interests of a fundamental social group in economic life explains why organic or professional intellectuals do not possess the crucial intellectual qualities that are indispensable to governing, that is, dedication to the general interests of society as a whole as well as the public-oriented personality and will to act in accordance with this general vision. Organic intellectuals, as Gramsci puts it, may be capable of giving the economic group a class consciousness or awareness of the common interests of all members of the group and of representing such shared corporative interests in society and politics. But precisely because of such corporative character, these intellectuals can never elevate the fundamental group to the universal plane of the state. As a result, the subaltern groups can act only within the existing fundamental institutions. 48 In other words, they have to rely on the institutional framework provided by the state for their reproduction. The principle of classical education, by contrast, is the gentleman ideal that originated from Athens and Rome and intertwined with the emergence and development of the religion of the intellectuals. 49 Catholicism and ecclesiastical organization, which for many centuries absorbed most intellectual activity and exercised a monopoly of intellectual administration, including penal sanctions against those who sought to oppose or even elude the monopoly. 50 Here knowledge is learned not for any immediate practical or professional end. Indeed, the end seems disinterested, because the real interest was the interior development of personality, the formation of character by means of the absorption and assimilation of the whole cultural past of modern European civilization. 51 In this sense, classical education is directly grounded in the ideal of praxis in the Greek polis, which presupposes a sharp distinction between two ways of life or two orders of existence: political life dedicated to the public realm, and private life preconditioned by biological needs or life's necessities. 52 This general, disinterested, and deliberately unpractical nature of classical education, Gramsci emphasizes, holds the key to the domination of the state over the world of economic production in traditional societies. The political development of a social class takes place only when that class sees its role in terms of establishing its hegemony in society. 53 This means that at this level one becomes aware that one's own corporate interests, in their present and future development, transcend the corporate limits of the purely economic class and can and must become the interests of other subordinate groups. 2 This is the most purely political phrase and marks the decisive passage from the structure to the sphere of the complex superstructures. 54 In other words, Such a political class is capable of bringing about not only a union of economic and political aims, but also intellectual and moral unity. Posing all the questions around which the struggle rages not on a corporate but on a universal plane, and thus creating the hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. 55 In this regard, the public life of any society presupposes the collective man who is alone capable of accomplishing the hegemonic tasks, to create and sustain a cultural social unity, through which a multiplicity of dispersed wills, with heterogeneous aims, are welded together with a single aim, on the basis of an equal and common conception of the world. 56 For Gramsci, it is precisely in terms of the issue of creating such collective man that we may discern the dynamics of the Roman Catholic Church's historical organization and its long-enduring hegemony in European society. The medieval Catholicism as a religion of the intellectuals, that is, the religion of priests and theologians, was essentially religion in its organizational mode. 57 With the clergy acting as the collective intellectual for the entire medieval structure. 58 Accordingly, the Catholic Church acquired state-like attributes and, so to speak, became the state. 59 Gramsci further argues that the discrepancy between the ethical or universal nature of the state and the organic character of professional intellectuals have become especially widened and deepened in modern bourgeois society, where industrialization and mass education have created a large number of organic intellectuals for the new economic classes, including industrial technicians, the specialists in political economy, the organizers of a new culture, of a new legal system, etc. 60 The autonomy of bourgeois civil society relies on the construction of the hegemonic mechanism, which carries out the same functions in the private terrain of civil society as those that the ethical state performed in pre-capitalist societies. For this reason, civil society is best understood as the image of a state without a state. 61 The irony, however, is that the process of specialization, differentiation, and particularization of knowledge is pushing the organic intellectuals of the bourgeois class into precisely the opposite direction. Here, according to Gramsci, lies the crisis of the state that any modern society has to face, while regressive and conservative social groupings, to an increasing extent, have lost their role as the carrier of the ethical state and are being reduced to their initial economic corporative stage. The progressive and innovative groupings, for lack of the mechanisms of the ethical state, are staying in their initial, specifically economic corporative phase. 62 The crisis of the state in modern transformation, in Gramsci's view, allows us to understand the incalculable historical significance of the traditional intellectuals, who are detaching themselves from the social groupings to which they have been hitherto attached and, because of this, are actually the only people who possess the most extensive and perfect consciousness of the modern state. 63 All this, Gramsci concludes, allows us to understand why the abnormal suture of traditional intellectuals and the new dominant economic classes has been the most decisive factor that accounts for the emergence of an effective and stable bourgeois civil society. A remarkable historical instance of this type of unity can be found in the Protestant Reformation itself. The medieval hegemonic culture, which stretched throughout Christendom, was structured on the premise that the intellectuals controlled the masses by their organization and discipline. 64 What Luther, Calvin, and other reformers did was to destroy the hegemonic power of the centralizing authority precisely by breaking up the total separation of the religion of the clergy and the intellectuals from the people. In other words, what defined the Protestant Reformation as an intellectual and moral reforma was the aberrant suture of the traditional religious intellectuals and the people that created the terrain for a subsequent development of the national popular collective will towards the realization of a superior, total form of modern civilization. 65 The rise of the social, from this perspective, is to be defined as the private realm's appropriation of the ethical content of the state, which is now estranged from the state and assumes its own existence in traditional intellectuals and classical education. In Gramsci's words, the modern political party must secure the bonding of the organic intellectuals of a social group with traditional intellectuals so as to carry out its most critical function to lift the economic members of a social group to the level of political intellectuals, that is, Organizers of all the functions intrinsic to the organic development of an integral civil and political society. 66. Only by virtue of such bonding can the political party of an economic social group be the mechanism that carries out in civil society the same function that the state carries out in political society. 67. Seen from this perspective, the civilized nature or the autonomy of civil society is best understood as the result of a historically unprecedented development, the direct integration of the ethico-political sphere into the private realm of labor. The key to the successful transition from natural society to civil society, therefore, lies in two historical processes: the split between the ethical content and the political society within the ethical state per se, and the subsequent appropriation of the former by the private terrain. Civil society, accordingly, is to be conceived as the ethico-political sphere in the private realm of labor. This is why Gramsci proposes to redefine civil society as the image of a state without a state. 68. Or the ethical content of the state. We can therefore characterize the civil mode of public life as the public ethical, as shown in Table 7. The key to the rise of the social in a society, therefore, lies in the institutionalization of the public ethical, which comprises two key components: the public ethical sphere, in which the producers as collective intellectuals are constituted and reproduced, and the public sphere, where such public people reason publicly. This model of civil society as the public ethical sphere confirms Bobbio's observation that the antithesis between the ethico-political sphere and the coercive power within the traditional ethical state plays a central role in Gramsci's conception of civil society. 69. The Protestant social as the private ethical. It is on the basis of such a radical reinterpretation of the source and nature of the social in the West that Gramsci proposes a central thesis of his theory of civil society: bourgeois civil society as a specific form of public hegemony, that is, as the privatization of the public ethical sphere. Like Weber, Gramsci specified the church/sect dichotomy as a principal point of reference for scrutinizing the ethical underpinning of bourgeois civil society. However, his analysis of the nature of the dichotomy contrasts sharply with the analysis offered by Weber. While for Weber, the causa differentia between church and sect lies in the latter's anti-intellectualistic demand for the self-governance of laymen as well as its struggle against the domination of the congregation by theologians. 70. For Gramsci, sect is distinguished from church precisely in terms of its need for a perfect suture between intellectuals and people. 71. The keystone of the theory of public hegemony, let us recall, is the conception of civil society as the appropriation of the ethico-political sphere by the private realm of labor. This is why Gramsci views the relationship between intellectuals and people, especially in the religious field, as one of the most decisive factors facilitating the elevation of the private realm of social labor into the public realm. As he argues in comparing Protestant sects with the Catholic Church and other religious systems, in Protestant countries the difference is relatively slight. It is more noteworthy in Catholic countries, but its extent varies. It is less in the Catholic parts of Germany and in France, rather greater in Italy, particularly in the south and the islands, and very great indeed in the Iberian Peninsula and in the countries of Latin America. The phenomenon increases in scale in the Orthodox countries, where it becomes necessary to speak of 3 degrees of the same religion, that of the higher clergy and the monks, that of the secular clergy and that of the people. It reaches a level of absurdity in East Asia, where the religion of the people often has nothing whatever to do with that of books, although the two are called by the same name. 72. This remarkable statement brings into focus a glaring oversight in Weber's contrast between churches and sects. Weber is, of course, right in observing that the church and the sect represent two conflicting principles of organization. As he puts it, the church is a compulsory association for the administration of grace that sets no particular requirements for the ethical qualities of its lay population and, for this reason, is vested with the power to redeem their sin periodically, whereas the sect is a voluntary community of individuals purely on the basis of their religious and moral qualification. Weber is also right in claiming that it is such sect-like associations, namely, associations of the spiritual aristocracy of the predestined saints of God within the world, that account for the strict moral discipline of the Western civic strata and thus build them into the bourgeois class. 73 But what Weber has evidently overlooked is precisely what stands at the core of the differentiation between these two organizational principles, the precondition for reproduction. It is of pivotal importance to stress here that the Church's capacity to redeem the sin of its lay population periodically presupposes a sharp demarcation within the Church between the layman and the clergy, as the sacramental communion put very simply, for the clergy to act as the office for the administration of grace. Religious professionals cannot themselves be periodic sinners in any possible sense. They must be really sanctified people segregated from the world. The member of the clergy has to have proven ethical qualities in order to enter the office. In other words, the clergy have to comprise a religious elitism and spiritual aristocracy. In fact, this is the point of setting up a monastic order in the first place. In this light, the Church as an association for the administration of grace may exist or reproduce itself when and only when there is an organizational differentiation between the ascriptivism of the lay population and the voluntary particularism or exclusivity of the clergy. Or, to use Gramsci's terminology, the domination of the congregation by theologians actually presupposes and relies on a complete separation between the intellectuals and the people, between the religion of the clergy and that of the people. Although they too are called by the same name. 74 The sect in this light is distinguished from the Church not because of its voluntary particularism but because of the lay members' appropriation of the ethical political sphere once monopolized by the clergy. In this respect, what Weber called the clericalization of the lay members does not merely mean that the lay members now take over the functions of moral control through self-governance. Rather, it indicates first and foremost that they now act as the carriers of the ethical political sphere, that is, they now act as intellectuals. The Anglo-Saxon immigrants, as Gramsci put it, are themselves an intellectual, but more specially a moral elite. I am talking, naturally, of the first immigrants, the pioneers, protagonists of the political and religious struggles in England, defeated but not humiliated or laid low in their country of origin. 75 In short, the proliferation of sects illustrates a perfect suture between intellectuals and people. The sect-like society as articulated by Weber, then, is best analyzed as a specific form of the public ethical. Indeed, Weber's subcultural formula for bourgeois civil society not only explains why the private realm began to assume public significance in the early modern West, but also allows us to specify the very conditions under which the Western bourgeoisie as a modern class came into being. The appropriation of the ethical political sphere by private sectors has been accomplished in such a fashion that the public ethical sphere has become the private property of the dominant economic grouping, cut off from the rest of society. The public ethical sphere is thus transposed to the subsociety and subculture of the dominant economic group under the guise of its internal or intimate space. Bourgeois democracy as we observe in the West is thus characterized by a structural split between the ethical and the public sphere, as a result of the privatization of the public ethical by the bourgeoisie. For this reason, it is best termed the private ethical. Here, from Gramsci's perspective, actually lies the very source of all those speculations about the mysterious civic ethos of the Western bourgeois class: autonomous will, Protestant ethic, civic virtues, social capital, civic traditions, post-conventional morality, or modern structures of consciousness. In this sense, class structure becomes the principle for social organization when and only when the dominant economic group takes over the public ethical sphere and changes it into its own subculture. It is by possession of such a private ethical domain that the bourgeoisie comes to distinguish itself from all the remaining sectors of society through its capacity for organizing national unity and identity, thereby firmly establishing and securing its domination over these sectors. The rise of the Western bourgeoisie with its ethical mode of life conduct and high levels of political competency was indeed an occurrence of historical contingent developments. Only specific cultural, economic, and historical configurations in the West can sufficiently explain why and how the dominant economic group in Europe and North America could transcend its corporate limits and seek to construct an intellectual and moral unity by actively assimilating traditional intellectuals. For this reason, the experience of the Western bourgeoisie is unique and can be repeated nowhere else. But this by no means indicates that autonomous publicness is a mere product of Western cultural values, or that the private mode of autonomous ethical life characteristic of bourgeois civil society is the only form of the social. Whatever religious and historical contingencies have brought about this group's appropriation of traditional intellectuals, and no matter how decisive the role that it has played in the formation of the suture between the economic and the ethical political, it is the emergence of an ethical state without the state in material production and the subsequent separation of the ethical sphere from the public authority, rather than any ontological propensities of the Western bourgeois class per se, that accounts in the final analysis for the successful institutionalization of private people's public reasoning in Western democratic societies. Democracy by religious differentiation. From civic ethnicity to global uneven development. By radically redefining the Weberian subcultural formula of sect-like society as a result of the bourgeoisie's privatization and monopoly of the public ethical sphere, the theory of public hegemony suggests that bourgeois democracy is best viewed as a civic mode of domination by religious differentiation. The significance of this approach to our understanding of the problematic of equal justice cannot be overestimated. It carries a number of crucial implications that allow us to address the toughest challenge posed by Weberianism. If the social as the foundation of social justice is beyond the peculiarity of Western civilization, how do we explain the fact that only in the West has the practice of public reasoning by private people been successfully institutionalized? These implications can be boiled down to three main points, contrary to the liberal conception of bourgeois publicness. What is characteristic of Western liberal democracy is precisely a structural split between the dominant culture and the overall liberal culture, between the institutional base of public reasoning and the public sphere. This structural split helps explain why ethnic differentiation has been an essential component of bourgeois society. By implication, the core/periphery distinction is best analyzed as a global representation of ethnic disparities of capitalist core countries, and the solution to the problematic of equal justice, therefore, lies in a radical reversal of the liberal model of autonomous publicness. Let us start with the problem of civic ethnicity in Western core countries. Given the asserted civic nature of the modern West, the persistence and increasing intensity of ethnic differentiation in First World countries have come as a great surprise to most scholarly observers. 76 Amy Gutman, for instance, observes that the momentous surge of ethnic conflicts in the West since the end of World War II has posed such a challenge that it is hard today to find a democratic society that is not the site of some significant controversy over whether and how its public institutions should better recognize the identities of cultural and disadvantaged minorities. 77 Moreover, quite a few analysts have called attention to the salient analogy between domestic ethnic tensions and the core/periphery distinction abroad. Indeed, the analogy is so obvious that some have even suggested that the economic, social, and political subordination of minority groups in advanced core countries be viewed as a microcosm of the position of all peoples of color in the world order of stratification. 78. What, then, accounts for the endurance of ethnic inequalities in a civic society that is supposed to treat all persons as equals, regardless of one's ethnic, cultural, religious, or gender identity? How and why should ethnic diversity become such a crucial dimension of the social life in Western core countries, whose very existence is presumably rooted in the principles of equality and justice that ensure that all citizens come together voluntarily to form a legal community of free and equal consociates? 79 In the face of this perplexity, liberal theorists such as Habermas have sought to reaffirm the civic nature of Western bourgeois societies by distinguishing between two modes of social integration: ethical political integration based on a shared political culture, on the one hand, and ethical cultural integration rooted in diverse subcultures or life worlds, on the other. 80 The former is related to the constitutional principles of a democratic society with regard to equal rights, the autonomy of the citizens, and the practice of the public use of reason, while the latter bears on the contexts in which an individual legal person has been socialized and within which the individual has formed her or his identity. The identity of the individual, therefore, is interwoven with collective identities and can be stabilized only in a subcultural network. 81 Since political integration is a matter of agreement concerning basic constitutional principles and procedures rather than concrete forms of life, one can assume that cultural or ethnic diversity in a pluralistic society produces little effect on the individual's status as the bearer of equal rights and equal autonomy. But this assumption is precisely what has been called into question by the persistence of racial disparity in a democratic constitutional state. Against this background, it is not surprising that over the past few decades the concepts of subculture and subsociety have been used as the main basis for studying racial inequalities in Western core countries, especially in the United States. In his classic study on assimilation in American life, for instance, Michael Gordon adopts Weber's formula of sect-like society and isolates the culture/subculture polarity as the key to analyzing racial disparities in socio-economic mobility. 82 In this view, at the root of the persistence of ethnic differentiation in American society is a structural distinction between culture, which refers to the values and norms regulating formal social structures, and secondary relationships such as the state, the party, company, and interest groups, and subculture, which includes all norms regulating informal organizations of primary relationships, such as the church, family, playgroup, and neighborhood. 83 It is important to recall, Gordon advises us, that the dominant cultural patterns and basic values in American society are derived from the subculture of the dominant Anglo-Saxon group. 84 Insofar as an ethnic group is defined by virtue of its specific subculture, and insofar as there is a structural affinity between the overall American culture and the subculture of the dominant middle-class white Protestant, it can be said that social class in American society is an eth class created by the intersection of the vertical stratification of ethnicity with the horizontal stratification of social class. 85 Here, according to Gordon, lie the real origins of racial disparities. Due to the intersection between primary and secondary relations, between subculture and socio-economic status, equal opportunities are available only to those minority groups that are willing to achieve structural assimilation by constructing an effective subculture and subsociety functionally compatible with the subculture and subsociety of the dominant group, which underlie the overall American culture and social structures. 86 Racial disparities, then, derive from the discrepancy between, on the one hand, the subculture and subsociety of the dominant group, which underlie and sustain the overall liberal culture and institutions, and, on the other, the subculture/subsociety of non-Western immigrants. Precisely because the U.S. Constitution created a land of equal opportunity for each individual, Gordon asserts, it is imperative for immigrants and minority groups, who came mostly from non-Western societies where such civic traditions have never existed, to learn how to behave in accordance with the basic norms of the core culture of American society, namely, the subculture of the middle-class white Protestants. 87. A more recent version of this subculture theory has been offered by Huntington. It has been widely accepted, Huntington argues, that American identity is defined solely by the American Creed, a set of political principles concerning liberty, democracy, individualism, equality before the law, constitutionalism, and private property. 88 But this claim is at best partially true because it does not tell us anything about the culture that produced and has historically sustained the creed, namely, the core Anglo-Protestant culture. 89 Insofar as the American creed is predicated on and sustained by the subculture of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, it is virtually impossible for people who are not white Anglo-Saxon Protestants to assimilate themselves into America's mainstream culture and society by simply adopting an abstract, shallow civic identity dependent on commitment to certain political principles. Rather, Americanization for these immigrants can only mean that they seek to become Americans by adopting the Anglo-Protestant culture. In fact, millions of immigrants and their children achieved wealth, power, and status in American society precisely because they assimilated themselves into the prevailing American culture, that is, The core subculture of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. 90 It follows that civic ethnicity occurs and persists because and only because immigrants from other civilizations adhere to their own subnational cultures and are incompetent or unwilling to assimilate at the subcultural level. 91 Simply put, the problem of racial disparity is actually introduced from without, created by immigrant groups' failure to assimilate into the civic traditions of Western democratic societies, whether due to reluctance, incompetence, or refusal. It is in this context that the model minority phenomenon, that is, the phenomenal advance of Asian Americans in socio-economic status in recent decades, has captured the interest and attention of analysts of different persuasions. Since the end of World War II, with the abolition of the exclusionary laws against Asians, the socio-economic status of Asian Americans has improved dramatically. Data from the most recent national census clearly shows that today, in the country as a whole, Asian Americans have significantly higher levels of educational attainment, employment in high-skill occupations, and median household income than all other broad ethnic groups, including whites. 92 In explaining the Asian American success story, analysts generally agree that the impressive socio-economic upward mobility of Asian populations is largely due to their extraordinarily high educational achievement. Educational achievement, in turn, is attributed to the specificity of Asian American subcultures and ethnic communities. 93 Or their peculiar social capital, such as work ethic, thriftness, and morality. 94 At first glance, the Asian American experience seems to provide strong support for the internal civilizational conflict theory. It appears to confirm that the United States is indeed the land of equal opportunity, open to all minorities and immigrants who are willing to assimilate. 95 A closer look at the data on Asian achievement, however, reveals that just the opposite is true. As a number of in-depth studies on the Asian American success story have shown, 96 the most surprising and certainly the most significant aspect of the story is actually an inverse correlation between the degree of assimilation and the level of educational attainment. Asian students from a relatively highly acculturated home tend to have much lower levels of academic achievement than those coming from homes with low acculturation. In other words, the more the immigrants have been Americanized, the less educational attainment and social advancement their younger generations are likely to achieve. To put it emphatically, de-Americanization proves to be a prerequisite for minority social mobility. This pattern of minority advancement clearly indicates that the principal mechanism for the reproduction of racial inequalities in American society is a structural split between the mainstream liberal culture of American society and its dominant culture, that is, the subculture of its dominant group. The split may account for the remarkable effectiveness of the strategy of Asian Americans to achieve social mobility by their failure to Americanize. The preceding discussion forces us to question whether the liberal paradigm of the social is adequate, even if it is considered merely a self-interpretation of the modern West. As we have seen, the liberal paradigm starts from the recognition that the basic norms and values of liberalism alone are insufficient to generate and secure public order in a market society. For this reason, liberal theory from Kant to Weber and Habermas has been marked by a general tendency to locate the source of the public reorientation of social labor in the private autonomy or subjectivity of the bourgeois class, which sets itself against both the ethical life of political society and individual selfish drives. Thus social integration in modern civil society, in the final analysis, depends upon and presupposes the duality of the bourgeois character, on the one hand, the owner of goods who submits to the requirements of the market, and, on the other, the subject of pure interiority that follows its own laws rather than any external purpose. Such a duality, according to Habermas, finds its institutional expression in a separation within the realm of the social between the market society and the bourgeois public sphere. It is the practice of public reasoning in the public sphere that accounts for the formation of the public of private people and thus provides a normative framework for the operation of the market economy in the private domain of labor. The problem with this line of analysis, as public hegemony theorists have forcefully argued, is that it is actually based on an illusory understanding of the source and nature of the social in the modern West. In particular, it has reversed the de facto relationship between the social and class. The public significance of modern civil society issues from public hegemony, that is, the appropriation of the public ethical sphere by the domain of social labor. Class structure becomes the organizational principle of bourgeois society because and only because the dominant economic group takes over public hegemony and changes it into its own subculture. What distinguishes bourgeois domination from traditional state hegemony lies in the precondition for social reproduction. In traditional political society, the reproduction of economic structures is secured by the structural constraints imposed by the state structure as the embodiment of dominant values and norms. To prevent those who run the state from defecting, a fixed differentiation between social reproduction and political reproduction is essential to the public order of any political society. For this reason, the monopoly of the ethical or symbolic capital by the ruling elite constitutes both the prerequisite for political reproduction and the basis for the domination of the state over material production. In comparison, the reproduction of material production in bourgeois society can be properly characterized as the self-reproduction of the economic structure in the sense that the appropriation of the ethical sphere by production has made a significant portion of the producers into carriers of praxis. Therefore, the economic structure has itself become the embodiment of dominant values and categories. It is thus able to reproduce itself without appeals to the structural constraints of the state. This ethical approach to the bourgeois social and to the bourgeois duality has a number of significant implications for theoretical analysis of the source and nature of bourgeois public life. The liberal paradigm of the social might be properly characterized as the public sphere model of bourgeois publicness. Central to this model is the contention that the rise of moral autonomy or modern structure of consciousness, which is detached from any process or institution of socialization, accounts for the dual character of the bourgeoisie, that is, bourgeois and homme. The bourgeois duality results in a structural separation within material production between the private domain of social labor and the public sphere, a separation that leads to the public reorientation of social labor. For this reason, the public sphere as the institutional embodiment of bourgeois moral autonomy constitutes the very domain where public reasoning by private people is institutionalized and the public of private people is formed. By sharp contrast, bourgeois publicness in the ethical paradigm of the social is conceptualized as the private ethical model of bourgeois publicness. Since the dual role of the bourgeois class results from the appropriation of the ethical domain by the realm of labor as well as the bourgeoisie's monopoly of the ethical as its subculture, the subsociety of the dominant economic group constitutes the de facto institutional base for the formation of the public of private people. In other words, it is the subculture and subsociety of the bourgeoisie that are responsible for the institutionalization of public reasoning in bourgeois societies. From this perspective, the bourgeois public sphere plays only a secondary role in the formation of bourgeois publicness in that it serves merely as the arena where the bourgeoisie presents itself. As the public of private people, a public that is actually produced and reproduced within the private domain. What is characteristic of bourgeois publicness, then, is a structural split within bourgeois society between, on the one hand, the private ethical as the formative site for public reasoning and, on the other, the bourgeois public sphere as the manifestation of bourgeois publicness. This split is essential to our understanding of the puzzle of civic ethnicity. It secures the public dimension of economic activities but, at the same time, generates a civic mode of domination by religious differentiation, which accounts for the determining role of subcultures in social stratification. More importantly, due to the monopoly of the ethical by the dominant economic group, social reproduction means different things to the bourgeoisie and to the non-bourgeois laborers. While, for the former, the economic structure is indeed autonomous and self-reproducing, the same structure, for non-bourgeois laborers, is nothing more or less than a system of structural constraints within which they perform rule-regulated action through institutionally legitimate means. For this reason, social reproduction in a bourgeois society, in the final analysis, relies on the reproduction of the bourgeoisie or class reproduction. As in the case of traditional political societies, the ruling group's monopoly over the ethical political sphere constitutes the basis for its domination in economic and political domains. Since class reproduction hinges on the bourgeoisie's possession of the ethical as its subculture, and since subculture is embedded in the primary relations of subsociety, a structural split between the dominant subculture and the overall liberal culture in the public sphere, between the informal relations of subsociety and the formal structures of society, becomes essential to class domination. In this sense, what is characteristic of bourgeois society is a fixed differentiation between social reproduction and class reproduction. Bourgeois democracy, therefore, is best characterized as democracy by religious differentiation. From this perspective, ethnic differentiation is, in fact, rooted in the very nature of bourgeois domination and constitutes an essential component of Western democratic societies. Bourgeois domination systematically and persistently produces ethnic diversity through the mechanism of religious/cultural differentiation, which can be properly referred to as symbolic isolation through assimilation. Due to the monopoly over the dominant culture by the bourgeoisie and the subsequent structural split between the mainstream liberal culture and the dominant culture, acculturation, or the assimilation of minorities into the mainstream. Culture becomes one of the most effective mechanisms through which the symbolic isolation of laboring masses from the dominant culture is created and the submission of non-bourgeois laborers to bourgeois domination is secured. As a result, the more a minority incorporates itself into the overall liberal culture, the more it is symbolically isolated from the subculture of the dominant group that is actually the bona fide dominant culture, the more it is marginalized for its uncivilized cultural traits, and the more it is dragged to the bottom of the socio-economic ladder. The mechanism of symbolic isolation through assimilation, therefore, provides us the most appropriate conceptual framework for understanding why deliberalization has proved a prerequisite for social mobility for minorities, as is well illustrated by the effectiveness of the de-Americanization strategies for Asian American advancement. The preceding analysis of the relationship between bourgeois democracy and civic ethnicity allows us to propose a radical reinterpretation of the source and nature of the core/periphery distinction at the global level. Modern world history is the history of westernization, that is, the global expansion of liberal modernity to non-Western societies. Given the fact that bourgeois domination is defined by religious/cultural differentiation, the expansion of the West has had a number of foreseeable consequences in the non-Western world. The most significant consequence of westernization is the total dethicalization of society, which eliminates the very resources essential to the rise of the social in non-Western societies. As discussed above, the rise of the social or the shift from natural society to civil society in the modern West arose out of the separation of the ethical from political society and the subsequent reappropriation of the ethical by private sectors. As a result of this fundamental change, there emerged within the private realm of social labor a private ethical sphere embedded in the subculture and subsociety of the dominant economic group. This sphere provides the institutional basis for the formation of the moral autonomy of the bourgeoisie, especially its capacity for public reasoning in this regard. The bourgeois public sphere as the institutionalization of the public use of reason by private people presupposes and derives from the prior existence of the private ethical within the private domain. In sum, the social or the appropriation of the ethical by the realm of social labor lays the foundation for the emergence of the dual role of the bourgeoisie as the carrier of labor and praxis, which, in turn, accounts for what Habermas has termed the public significance of the realm of social labor, namely, the split within the realm between two interdependent spheres, the private sphere of commodity exchanges and the bourgeois public sphere. Ironically, what westernization has ruled out in the non-Western world is precisely this necessary condition for the rise of the social. Westernization first and foremost indicates the imposition of the overall liberal values in all aspects of social life in non-Western societies, especially in the domains of religion, culture, and education. This process systematically transposes the intellectual and political leaders of these societies into the organic intellectuals or professional intellectuals of dominant economic groups, thereby eliminating the ethical substance of society as a whole. As a result, any reappropriation of the ethical by private sectors is simply out of the question. Instead, what has emerged is a process of passive revolution, within which private sectors take over the state structure and uproot the very locus of structural constraints essential to the reproduction of material production. As we have seen, the key to the dynamics of Western liberal democracy is actually in its private ethical domain, the subsociety and subculture of the dominant economic group that constitute the de facto institutional basis for the formation of public selves or the public of private people. The bourgeois public sphere serves merely as the arena where the bourgeoisie presents itself as the public of private people, a public that is actually produced and reproduced within the private ethical domain. The fundamental split between the public sphere and the private ethical as the institutional foundation of bourgeois publicness allows us to see why the same model of liberal democracy proves to be a recipe for political and social disasters in the non-Western world. Here, its ideology about the liberal self or moral autonomy has the effect of producing a public sphere without public selves. In this setting, one can expect only the private use of reasoning by private people. In other words, one can expect only a typical scenario of peripheral capitalism, that is, a rapid descent into social decay and economic stagnation. Here lies the source of the striking analogies between ethnic disparities within Western core countries and the core/periphery distinction abroad. It is not difficult to discern how the mechanism of symbolic isolation through assimilation, which holds the key to civic ethnicity, has been used by Western powers to systematically create the core/periphery disparities at the global level. As in the case of minority groups, the more a non-Western country incorporates itself into the global culture of liberal democracy, the more it is symbolically isolated from the very culture of the Western bourgeoisie that is actually the dominant culture of the capitalist world order, the more it is marginalized within the world order, and the more it is condemned for its Oriental traits. In this sense, uneven development can be properly characterized as a global expansion of racial disparities within the capitalist core. This brings us to the second important parallel between civic ethnicity and global uneven development. Just as deliberalization or ethnic subculture constitutes a prerequisite for minority advancement within Western core countries, so de-Westernization or cultural nationalism acts as an indispensable precondition for the upward mobility of a peripheral country within the capitalist world system controlled and dominated by Western powers. Such a parallel is of great importance. It brings into focus the decisive role of the politics of civilizations in the reproduction of the world order of liberal capitalism. The asserted clash of civilizations naturally follows as a direct consequence. It is here, as Gramsci stresses, that we can recognize the philosophical importance of the Leninist legacy of hegemony. 97 The significance of this legacy lies in its potential for transforming what the Western bourgeoisie has accomplished out of historical contingencies into a conscious, structural strategy for constructing a stateless ethical state for all laboring masses. Central to this solution to the problematic of global justice is the construction of a public ethical sphere or the public ethical state that will serve as a school of state life, in which each non-ruler is ensured free training in the skills necessary for governing, character, honor, dignity, etc. 98 If democracy, by definition, means that every citizen can govern and that society places him, even if only abstractly, in a general condition to achieve this, then a public ethical sphere is not only necessary but also indispensable. 99 In sum, political and social equality presupposes and relies on a system of public hegemony that is open to and publicly accessible for each member of society.